HyperCard. What is it? It's not hyper. It's not even a card. It's not quite system software. It's not quite application software. There must be at least one guy who knows what HyperCard is, Danny Goodman. He just wrote a 700-page book about it. And there's one other guy who knows what HyperCard is. He developed it, Bill Atkinson. They'll both be on our show. Today we unravel the mystery of HyperCard on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I haven't totally lost my mind here and reverted to my childhood and playing with this erector set. What I'm trying to do is understand HyperCard, because the guy who developed HyperCard says it's like an erector set to help me build applications on my Macintosh. People are having trouble understanding this concept of HyperCard. What's the background? What's the derivation of it?
Well, HyperCard is based upon hypertext. It's a concept that was introduced by Ted Nelson and Doug Engelbart in the 60s. The basic idea is this: if we're trying to do research on a complicated, just any kind of a subject, the subject matter really exists in all sorts of different places. It can be books, magazines, videos, tape recordings, CompuServe, and if we can somehow link all this stuff electronically so that we click on Beethoven and then we all of a sudden can jump from one to the next, collect up the information that we want, put it into the document, listen to the music, do some word processing and so forth. That's what hypertext is all about, or hypermedia, and this is supposed to be the foundation for HyperCard.
Well, we're going to find out about HyperCard today. We're going to meet the two guys who developed it at Apple, Bill Atkinson and Dan Winkler, and we're going to see several applications already being developed using HyperCard. We begin by going to San Jose, California to meet a man who's using HyperCard to develop something called the Complete Car Cost Guide.
Shopping for a new car can be a bewildering experience. Making the wrong choice among look-alike models at breathtaking prices can turn a simple purchase into a lifelong mistake. But Peter Levy thinks he can take some of the risk out of car buying with the help of a Macintosh and a HyperCard. Peter has written a program to construct a model car according to specific choices entered by the buyer. The HyperCard version of the Complete Car Cost Guide was spawned by the original book of the same name. The guide uses HyperCard visual cues to prompt even a first-time user to enter the kind of information that affects the cost of ownership, like optional equipment, yearly mileage, and geographical location. The screen presents notebook pages that flip and turn, and commands are entered by either placing the cursor over a menu bar, a HyperCard button, or by simply pointing and clicking on the appropriate part of the vehicle. The Complete Car Cost Guide doesn't promise to turn a shopping chore into a happy experience, but the HyperCard stacks make it easy to personalize several choices and then compare them side by side. Two vehicles may cost the same, but differ sharply in the long term because of depreciation and operating costs. But in spite of individual differences, owning any vehicle is expensive. The opening screen contains a reminder that the first 4 years of ownership will cost more than the original price of the car.
Joining us in the studio now is Bill Atkinson. Bill is an Apple Fellow, the creator of HyperCard, also the creator of QuickDraw and Mac Paint. Next to Bill is Dan Winkler. Dan is the senior engineer at Apple working on the HyperCard project. Gary?
Stuart, a HyperCard sounds like a hardware board you'd put in your computer system, but this particular HyperCard comes in 4 floppy disks. Would you tell us what the HyperCard's all about, Bill?
Well, really simply put, HyperCard is a software erector set. It lets non-programmers put together interactive information.
Show us how you actually do this, Bill.
You use cards that contain graphics and text and buttons. Here I've got a stack of cards, and I can press on this button, and it will take me to another card.
Okay, and that button's particular function is get to the next card.
Right.
Example.
You can have lots of buttons to do different things.
Okay.
Buttons can do things like dialing the phone and taking you to cards and lots of different
Whatever
things.
you tell it to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
The cards are grouped together into stacks that you put on a floppy disk and can share with somebody else. And you can organize it so that any card can jump to any other card.
Is this where you get that notion of hypertext built into the HyperCard system?
Yeah, it's kind of the freedom to organize the information according to how things are associated with each other, not just according to the next card in the list.
Right, okay.
The buttons, as I said, can do lots of things. Here's one that makes a noise and sounds. And you can have lots of different kinds of cards. The standard 3x5 card is a little weak metaphor, but you can include things like an expense report or maybe an appointment book, things like that. Lots of different kinds of things can be on cards. Even little interactions. Here's a little keyboard that you could click on, and it makes sounds and moves the note accordingly.
So you can do things within a card itself. A card is just not some information.
What's real important is that cards contain both information and interaction.
Right.
That's sort of what's new here. One particular card that we use a lot is the home card, which serves as sort of a home base of leading out to all the other stacks of cards that I use frequently. For example, if I touch here on the home card, I can go to my address list. Here I've got cards that have names and addresses of people.
Now, can you make up your own stacks of cards then also?
Right.
Okay.
HyperCard comes with a set of stacks that you can use as they are, but also make your own.
Okay.
Some people they'll start by making small changes to the stacks, and then they'll actually make their own fresh ones.
And people have already developed quite a few stacks using HyperCard, haven't they? We've talked about that.
There are several hundred on the public networks.
Okay, what other things can you do here, Bill?
So I might say, find Jim, and quickly get to a card containing that.
Okay, wait, now that's a real new element you just introduced. You can actually just write a natural language phrase in here and ask HyperCard to do something for you.
Find Jim,
Yeah.
it'll find it. I could go to a calendar and see a yearly calendar here, or touch on a particular day and go out to a weekly for that.
It opens up the whole
And
thing.
these are different stacks of information. Here I've got a stack that has my to-do list in it. And I could select something there and then touch on the address icon, and that button will take me to the address stack and look up what I had just selected there. So I can have the information in these stacks tied together in ways that make sense.
That was an example, I guess, of following a hypertext link in that case, right?
Right. Only that was actually computed. It not only went there, but then did a search once it got there.
Right.
I could have other stacks. Here, let's go back to the home. Here's a stack that contains more graphical information. Here I might say, find a horse, and get to a card that has a horse. Or I could branch around to other cards that had horses just by clicking on them. There's nothing real magic here.
Okay, so you went find horse, it pulled up all the horse cards, and you now have a horse card stack, is that it?
No.
No.
It's just shown me the next card that had the word horse in it.
Okay, well that's what I meant.
I could say, show me, here's a button on this wheel. So if I touch on that, it's going to other wheels.
Oh my goodness.
So these buttons or links can be used to express thematic threads running through information. Here, touch on a hat to get to things that have hats. And in this way, you can organize information in multiple ways. You can also scan through images rather quickly to just show me what's there, even if you don't know what you're looking for.
Dan, you were involved in the HyperTalk part of HyperCard, which is, I guess, the highest level here. Could you explain that a little bit?
HyperTalk is the language that tells the buttons what to do. When you look inside a button, you can see its script, which is its brains. This message box here, where we've been typing commands like find, can do a lot more. It can do calculations there. You can, it knows about the value of pi. It knows all the math functions. It knows what the date is or what the long date is. Oops. The long.
Nobody saw typing.
Or you could give it little commands like go to next card, like that, and it will. And if you look inside one of these little buttons, you'll see that its brains actually say go to next card. That's how that button knows how to do what it
That's
does.
the script for that button.
This is how a customer or user would actually program the buttons themselves.
That's right.
Like, let's make a new button. For example, let's go back to the first card here. Supposing we wanted this eye to tie in some other place, you could take the button tool, stretch out a button here, and say link that to, say find an eye, and say link it to this card. That's all it takes to make a new link between that eye and that
another eye.
so that you can go there.
To do that much doesn't require any knowledge of scripting, but once you learn about scripting, you can progress to modifying buttons like that.
Right.
If we look inside this button, we'll see that what link to really did was it wrote a little script for us.
Okay, which is your little program telling the button what to do.
Right. And now you can go in by hand and modify that. For example, we could add a visual effect. We could say visual effect dissolve, for example. And now, that very same button, when you touch on it, will dissolve to that eye. Or you could go a step farther and say, well, I want a sound effect in there too. So you could say, well, play me a sound like this.
Like boing.
And maybe make it visual effect dissolve slowly. I want a slow dissolve. And now when you touch there, it plays the sound and dissolves slowly.
Right.
So that the scripting language lets you customize buttons and make new buttons that weren't already there. Okay.
Yeah, this is really a multi-dimensional erector set that will go on forever. I mean,
Right. It comes with boxes of parts already.
Right.
There's lots of art ideas that you can cut and paste if you're slow with the painting tools. You can copy and paste any of these things. It comes complete with libraries of buttons and stacks. For example, if you were going to make a new stack, you might go through a list of templates here and say, yeah, I like that one. A new stack, say, we're going to make a stack for incoming messages. We choose new stack from the file menu. We name it messages. That's all it takes to make a new stack. We've got our own stack. Now we can type into it call Ted Kaler.
Yeah.
And maybe his number was 3561234 or something like that.
Bill, Dan, we could spend all day here with this toy. This really looks great. We're gonna have to move along. We're gonna be back in just a minute with another guy who probably knows more about HyperCard than anybody except for these two guys, and that's Danny Goodman. So stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is Danny Goodman, author of the complete HyperCard handbook called The Bible of HyperCard. And back with us, of course, Bill Atkinson, the developer of HyperCard. Danny, I'd be interested, what was your first reaction the first time you looked at HyperCard?
I've been covering the computer industry for several years, and the only three things that ever made me tingle when I saw something new, and HyperCard was definitely one of them. And it's like my brain expanded because I saw so much opportunity.
You got to tell me what the other two were, by the way.
Well, they happened to be the Macintosh and output from the first from Prototype Laser Writer.
Now, you're not a programmer, right?
No, I'm a writer.
But you've already developed some things using HyperCard, and Focal Point is one of them. And tell us what that is and why you developed it.
Our Focal Point is Stackware, and it's published by Activision. And it's a collection of stacks that help you manage the things in your business. I actually wrote it for myself to manage the things in my business, things I don't like to have to worry about. I don't like to retype. I don't like to remember things. So it comes up to something like a daily appointment book, and you can navigate by day, week, month, or year just by clicking there and on the arrows. There is an intelligent to-do list that lets you list items that you need to do. You can also type in like priorities, like that, and let HyperCard sort them for me so they're in my order. And when I check off an item as being done, that's fine. I don't know, Gary or Stuart, I don't always finish everything every day. It's on my list. And when that happens, I just click on this carryover button down here, and all unchecked items get carried over automatically to tomorrow. And there's a telephone management system here. There is a document launcher, which lets you create little mini finders or group documents from within here the way you like to group them, the way that makes sense to you. And you go straight out to the application and then come back afterwards. For more client and vendor, that kind of management, we have a number of buttons on the right side, and you can look at your client records and also on your projects. And to enter information about your clients, I give you a little pop-up list, and you just click, and the name gets put in there automatically, no retyping. And the one application here that ties everything together is the deadlines, and it goes into all your cards, pulls out all your little milestones and follow-ups, organizes them, sorts them chronologically, and gives you at a glance, where you stand, what's late, what's today, what's coming up.
Could really use one of those.
Now let's turn it around, Bill. How did you react when you saw how a non-programmer, Danny, was actually able to use HyperCard?
Well, it was very rewarding to me to see somebody really building stuff with this. The software erector set approach was actually working for people putting together interactive information.
Now Apple is handling HyperCard in a kind of unusual way. I mean, how do you get HyperCard?
If you buy a Macintosh, it comes free with it. If you have a Macintosh already, you can buy it for $49.
So you're really trying to get people out there like Danny.
We want it to be there for everybody who makes stacks to be able to share them, and everybody should have the program to be able to access those stacks.
Where do you think this is going to go in terms of, you know, at first it looks like the Mac came out as a, you know, sort of a successor to the Apple II and got into games and drawings and things like that, and sort of has become a business computer now. Do you see that the HyperCard also is going to be a very powerful business tool? Like, what sort of applications do you see?
I think what it's going to do is to open up the software architecture of the Mac and let the nature of information on a computer go from text and graphics to text and graphics and interaction. Sort of the rest of the world's kind of catching up to the graphics part, while we're moving on to the interaction part.
And so the programmers are actually going to be coming from some of the vertical markets and so forth themselves, rather than being the traditional programmers?
A whole new body of people that have creative ideas but aren't programmers will be able to express their ideas or their expertise in a certain subject.
We have another example of that right now. Matter of fact, the ability of HyperCard to organize not only text but sounds and pictures has led to one company taking its mail order catalog and turning that into stackware. Wendy Woods has a report from Sausalito.
The Whole Earth Catalog has been published here in Sausalito since 1969. It's basically a listing of useful and hard-to-find products, and some 2.5 million copies of this catalog have been sold worldwide. But for the first time, people here are opting for a new publishing method. They're putting the entire catalog on Apple's HyperCard software. HyperCard, in fact, solved a problem with which they'd been struggling: how to make locating, tracking, even expanding upon information in the catalog fast and more efficient.
Part of the problem was none of the software that we'd ever looked in terms of accessing a lot of information was ever very visual, and the Whole Earth Catalog is, if nothing else, a very graphic medium. And HyperCard, because it dealt with graphics, was able to meet those requirements, for one thing. The second was it was easy to build. None of us are hackers. We aren't programmers, and this was something that we could do without having to learn a new language.
Text and pictures were captured with an optical scanner or a video camera. HyperCard also allowed sound effects to be added, and to hear them, all you do is click a mouse button. This is considered the largest HyperCard project ever undertaken. Its output the equivalent of more than 80 diskettes. This project is expected to reach final form as a CD-ROM or optical disc. In Sausalito, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio is Robert Stein. He's with the Voyager Company in Los Angeles, and they're working with HyperCard and the Laserdisc, Gary.
Yeah, Stuart, as we were talking about earlier, the HyperCard concept really is based on hypertext and hypermedia. Involves text, graphics, sound, video, and so forth. And Robert's got a product here that he's working with and involves a full-size video disc. As most of the viewers know, this is a rather old technology. It involves it's about 30 minutes of rolling video or 54,000 still frames. Robert, can you tell us how you've used this?
Sure. We've taken the National Gallery of Art video disc, which has on it photographs of the entire standing collection of the National Gallery of Art, everything that's on display there. And we've tried to make it possible for the user to look at these pictures in different ways. For example, you can press on chronological, and you'll get an index that lets you press on 16th, for example, and see all the works from the 16th century. Or I can go in by nationality, in which case I can press on this and it'll show me all the Russian works or French works or Belgian works. Or I can go in by style or period, in which case, let's say Cubism gives me a definition of the Cubist style, and then these are representative works that I can click on and go to see them. Or I also have a complete artist index, and I can press on this and you can see.
You can essentially create your own exhibits or rooms in the museum, is what you're doing.
Exactly. Here I can press on Monet. It will take me to the gallery, and it will find the first Monet chronologically in the gallery for me. And comes up on the screen, gives me information about this particular painting, and the painting is on the screen. Let's say I'm interested in Monet. I can ask for more of this artist, in which case press on that button. It will find me the next painting by Monet. Right. Let's say I'm interested in this style of Impressionist painters. I can ask for more Impressionist painters. It'll find Monet. Do it again. It'll find Renoir for me. Sometimes a magnifying glass comes up on the screen, and this means that I have a detail on the video disc of this particular painting. And sometimes a motion picture projector comes up, and this tells me I have a motion picture sequence on the video disc about this particular painting.
Renoir's little girl with a watering can is a scene from
I can control that from here.
everyday life. You see...
And then also this icon up here, it's our marginalia icon, lets me put a note in here. I can say, for example, reminds me of my daughter, Katie, and note card will go away, and this will change from empty to full. And then a year from now, I don't have to remember the name of this painting or who did it. I can simply just ask it to find Katie, and with a little bit of luck, it'll go and find that painting for me. So I can really personalize a very large-scale database. This is our serendipity button. It takes me randomly somewhere in the gallery, don't know quite where. The searching is very powerful. We have keywords for everything in here. So for example, I can ask for all Impressionist landscapes with boats, and the system will find it for me. And I can just press again, it'll find another one, and then another. And let's suppose I find this to be an interesting subject, and I wonder how that was treated during a different period. So I'll change the word Impressionist to the word romantic, and it will find romantic landscapes with boats. And then using one of HyperCard's most important features, it'll remember the last 42 things that I've looked at, so I can press retrace, and it will go back and find the last picture and the last picture, and I can retrace in both directions, so that I always pretty much have everything available to me all the time.
What do you think HyperCard means to interactive video?
I've
been waiting around for interactive video for a number of years.
Well, I've been in this business for 7 years, and we've been concentrating on what they call level 1 discs that don't have a computer, because we didn't think it was a computer powerful enough. I think the HyperCard and the Macintosh together mean this is year 1 of interactive video.
Good.
Robert, thank you very much. That's an impressive use of HyperCard. That's it for HyperCard. We hope you enjoyed it. Hope you'll see us again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the Random Access file this week, Comdex dominates the news. Here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, it was the 10th annual Fall Comdex and the biggest one ever. 100,000 attendees, more than 1,700 exhibitors. On the hardware side, the major issue was still the battle over bus architecture between ESA and MCA, and there was no clear consensus as to who the winner would be. At a keynote session, Compact's Rod Kenyon said the main issue was compatibility with the installed base of PCs. But IBM's Terry Lautenbach said the old AT bus had simply run out of gas and could not support advanced applications. Analyst Tim Baharan said he thought microchannel architecture would prevail in the end, but only after a difficult struggle. Color printers were hot now that color has taken over the monitor business. With over half the CRTs in use being color displays, the next logical step is color printers. The increased use of desktop publishing and desktop presentations also appears to be driving a new interest in transferring the color on the screen to color print. Optical storage was warm, though not quite hot. Sony was demonstrating and taking orders for its new erasable optical disc drives. Microsoft was pushing their CD-ROM products, and Intel, which recently acquired digital video interactive technology, was showing prototypes of new DVI optical disc products. Apple returned to Comdex with a major push for the Macintosh 2, and Commodore and Atari were here, very visible, each pushing graphics, music, animation, and desktop video. On the software side, the buzzword was groupware. Groupware is more than just network software. It's software which primarily supports groups and group work activities rather than individuals. Analyst Amy Wall, who chaired the Comdex session on groupware, said the hot topic is procedural processing software that can track the movement of paper through an organization. Other hot software topics were PIMS, personal information managers, with Lotus reporting good sales of Agenda. Many marketers' eyes at this Comdex were focused more on Europe than on the United States. In 1992, Europe is scheduled to unify and move to one common set of computer standards. That means a new unified Europe would represent a larger market than the United States. Indeed, the standards issue may be simpler there than here at home. IBM took some heat from analysts at Comdex. One characterized OS/2 as yesterday's software tomorrow, saying Unix can do everything OS/2 can and more. but the issue was at what price and ease of use. IBM itself put on quite a show, saying OS2 and PS2 were doing very well, thank you. And Businessland exec Enzo Teresi said IBM's MCA computers now make up more than 50% of its business in 286 and 386 machines. Byte magazine ran a survey on operating systems, asking Comdex attendees which operating system would dominate in the 1990s. The winner was Extended DOS. In second place was Standard DOS. OS2 came in third, followed by Graphic Interface Unix, Standard Command Line Unix, and last among the Comdex voters was the Macintosh operating system. Finally, Zerko unveiled its new laptop car seat. It's a laptop platform that fits onto the passenger seat of your car, turning it into a computer workstation. Get stuck at a red light, just turn around and start computing. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
When Xerox machines first came out about 30 years ago, they revolutionized the way we handle paper. Little did we know that about 30 years later, the same basic technology would evolve into the laser printer, which has revolutionized the way we use PCs. For fast, quiet, high-quality print, there's no substitute for a laser printer. The question is, which one should you buy? We'll try to help you answer that question today as we take a look at laser printers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I have some examples here of printed documents, the kinds of things normally you think you have to go to a printer and pay a lot of money to get, but these were all created on a personal computer. More importantly, they were all printed out on a laser printer. Now, when we talk about laser printers, we think of desktop publishing right away. Is that the only reason to go out and buy a laser printer?
Well, Stuart, really, laser printers and high-resolution graphics go hand in hand. In the case of desktop publishing, the fonts themselves are the graphics you're reproducing. Other examples, presentation graphics. You go into the boardroom, you want to show your pie charts and bar graphs and things like that. You can make beautiful overhead transparencies using a laser printer. Another example, technical documentation, engineering drawings. A lot of fine lines you have to reproduce. Anytime you're really trying to reproduce high-resolution graphics in hard copy, it's a good example of the use of a laser printer.
Gary, we're going to take a look at the technology of laser printers today. We'll also look at some of the top laser printers on the market, including Apple's LaserWriter Plus, Hewlett-Packard's LaserJet 2, and the Oki Data LaserLine 6. Now, we get all excited thinking about the 300 dots per inch resolution of today's laser printers. Well, there are new generation laser printers. We found one that prints at 1,200 dots per inch. It's from a company called Printware, and we found it in Sunnyvale, California.
The novelty of desktop publishing has worn off for most PC users, who are familiar by now with the page makeup software and laser printer look of company newsletters. But laser technology has some distinct limitations, and in terms of resolution, it has yet to approach the quality of professional typesetting. Printware of St. Paul, Minnesota, has found a way to break through the 300 dots per inch barrier by using a radically different optical system, one that boosts resolution to 1200 by 600 dots per inch. One of their first customers was Laser Friendly, a software company in Sunnyvale, California, that specializes in high-end desktop publishing software.
It was important to us because we come from a professional printing background. Our software was developed out of that background in typography. And we also wanted, for instance, to produce our documentation with a high-resolution laser printer.
The printware machine doesn't come cheap. Equipped with PostScript interpreter and 2 megabytes of memory, it retails for around $16,000. On the other hand, its closest competitor runs about $30,000.
The printware fills a gap. I mean, for quite some time, professional typesetters and others have been saying that the new laser printers are all very fine, but they're not the kind of resolution necessary for a lot of applications. And I think there was some attitude that there just wouldn't be such a laser printer, but now there is.
Joining us in the studio now is Jim Gable, product manager at Apple for the LaserWriter Plus, and next to Jim is Roy Perry, general manager of Letraset USA, the company that sells Ready, Set, Go. Gary?
Jim, this looks more like a copier than it does a printer. What's going on inside a laser printer?
Well, it looks like a copier for a good reason. The actual printing engine is a copier. And the reason laser printers have become so popular and low cost is it was based on copier technology. What's going on inside it, though, is it's a copier that instead of having a glass plate and a document, it has a laser beam that goes back and forth. And the Macintosh tells it where to put that laser beam, when to turn it on and off, when you get 300 dots to the inch, and where those dots go. So it works like a copier from about here down. Okay. Here up is sort of where the magic is. On the Apple printer, what really distinguishes it from other kinds of laser printers that you'll find is the flexibility that's built into that controller. The Macintosh is a very highly integrated system, and users of Macintoshes are not accustomed to stone walls. They like to be able to take their text and change it to a different face, make it bold, make it italics, drop a photograph here, take a business chart, put it in the middle of their letter, mix text and graphics with no worries. And that's what this printer allows you to do, because it has many typefaces built in with no limitations to what sizes is, whether you do it sideways or up and down, whether you make it really large, whether you twist it. All that's capable in this printer. So when a person on his Macintosh makes his document, he just says print, and he gets it out of here. And he doesn't have to load in a bunch of optional cards. He doesn't have to go buy some strange card for his printer. He doesn't have to have a Mac 2 instead of a Mac Plus. They all work the same, and they work off this.
Okay, now when buying a LaserWriter Plus, I mean, there are no choices, that's it, that's the box? And
there are two models, and the only difference between those two are different typefaces. Fonts
talking about the LaserWriter and the LaserWriter Plus?
The LaserWriter and the Plus, right.
And the differences are?
Just the number of typefaces that you have built into the computer. And the computer meaning this computer.
Right, right.
And really the difference with desktop laser printers, fonts have gotten to be kind of a squirrely term. Fonts on a lot of laser printers mean Courier and 12-point or Courier bold. And if you want to do Times bold, you have to go buy a cartridge. Or if you want to do your Times and 14-point, you have to go buy another cartridge. Printers might come with 6 or 15 fonts of that type. Ours isn't that type because every Times Roman, this printer has Times Roman in it, and every character can be printed from 6 to bigger than your page, point size, and you can print Helvetica just the same. When we say you have Times in it, we mean you have it in all styles, all sizes. So if we use their nomenclature to say how many fonts I had in here, it'd be hundreds of thousands. So it gets a little confusing.
Can you show us what it looks like inside?
Yep. Difference here is that this is very much like desktop copiers work. And the printer from Apple has this removable toner cartridge. So when you run out of toner, instead of dumping in toner and getting it all over your office, you just buy this and snap it in. Also,
Jim, what is the price of this?
This is $100, and it prints about 3,000 copies.
Okay, so it's about a little over 3 cents a copy for the cartridge.
And one of the benefits of this also is that a lot of the parts that wear out in copiers or printers are in this. So one of the reasons this is very reliable is because all the parts are in here. Also, as I put it in and out, there are no delicate OPC drums, as they're called, exposed. So I can't scratch it, I can't hurt it in any way.
If I can turn to you, Roy, with Ready, Set, Go, of course, that's a product in which people are going to be using laser printers as the output. Could you, number one, print something out? You've got Ready, Set, Go in the Mac over there, or maybe Jim can help us do that.
Okay.
And explain from a software user's point of view, if I went out and bought Ready, Set, Go, do I have to then have the Laser Writer Plus also to make this work?
No, in fact, you don't. The beauty of Ready, Set, Go and working with Apple is that Ready, Set, Go will output to any Apple printer, the Image Writer or the Laser Writer or the Laser Writer Plus. The other beauty of Ready, Set, Go is that it will output to any PostScript compatible printer.
Okay, can you explain what that means, the PostScript compatible?
All right, PostScript is a page description language which allows complex text and graphics to be printed by a printer.
And this is supported by the major printer manufacturers then for laser printers?
It's supported by very many, yes, as well as many people who would make typesetting equipment, such as the Linotronic typesetting equipment.
Now, we're talking about the Mac world right now, and Ready, Set, Go is written for the Mac. I mean, what about the MS-DOS world in terms of doing these kinds of applications like Ready, Set, Go? Are you thinking about that?
Well, we think about everything, Stuart. But our basic objective is to be the leader in graphic design software on the Macintosh. We are very pleased with the visual graphic interface of the Mac.
Well, speaking of which, there it is. How would the quality differ now between what we just saw here and something that would come out, say, on an Image Writer?
Okay, this is at 300 dots per inch. An Image Writer would be at 72 dots per inch. And if someone chose to go to what is referred to as typesetting output, it could be 1,250 or 2,500 dots per inch. Depending on who the user is and what he requires of his final document, different output qualities are satisfactory. In many cases, the Laser Writer would be used as a proof source by a graphic designer who then, once satisfied with this page, would have his final copy done in Typesetter.
Jim, Roy, thanks very much. We're going to move along and take a look now at HP's LaserJet 2 in just a minute, so stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is Steve Simpson, Group Marketing Manager with Hewlett-Packard, and next to Steve is John Dickinson, Director of PC Labs at PC Magazine, where they've just reviewed 36 laser printers. Gary?
Steve, I understand there are only a few manufacturers that actually build the insides of this thing, the engine. Ricoh, Canon, I guess several others. Now, the last printer we saw, the Apple Laser Writer, has a Canon engine, and I understand this has a Canon engine also. Are we just buying something repackaged?
No, we're not. What has happened, we, like Apple, were both using what was known as a Canon CX print engine in our previous products, which were the initial LaserJet products. And we in Canon learned a lot from those products, and this is what we would consider to be a second-generation print engine. This is based on the SX print engine. Canon and we went to a lot of trouble to make some changes and make some improvements over its predecessor. A couple things being, for example, correct order output in printing as opposed to reverse collation, and a much darker print capability than its predecessors.
Steve, what other things did you learn from the first LaserJet printer, and how is the LaserJet Plus better, or Series 2 better?
I think the thing we learned, number one, was that we needed to make the products as easy to use as possible. And we've done that a couple of ways. First of all, we really focused very heavily on providing software support by working very closely with ISVs. So we have about 600 ISVs who support these products. But the other thing we had to do is we had to make the products very easy to set up, configure, and use, even if your software package didn't support it particularly well. So we did a lot of effort in the front panel, for example. Now you can do all your configuration, even choosing which interface you use, etc., from the front panel. No more dip switches, because those are a problem. Selection of which fonts I may want to print in. If my software package doesn't do that, I can do from the front panel. That was really, I think, the key emphasis, is make the products very easy to use and continually improve the functionality and print quality.
Steve, where do you see the use of the laser printer in your business? I mean, your customers, what kind of a mix do you have?
Well, we find that about 85% of our products are connected to MS-DOS, PC-DOS-based systems. So they're being used primarily in office environments, very large pool of people, as we know. So we find that they're typically being used for office applications, which are typically word processing, spreadsheet applications, and those types of things. Though 10% of them, according to our users, are being used for desktop publishing through packages such as Aldus PageMaker or Ventura Publisher. But the primary emphasis is office application use.
John, would it be fair to say then, the Apple LaserWriter we saw before is really more geared at the desktop publishing situation on a Mac, as opposed to the LaserJet, which is sort of being used more likely as just a business printer?
Well, just a business printer says a lot. I mean, the LaserJet is one standard, which has become very, very important, but out of the 36 printers that we tested here, many of them had several emulations in them, including HP LaserJet. 27 had HP LaserJet. 22 of them emulate the standard Diablos 630 Daisy Wheel printer.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's for the office automation market, for the word processing, the spreadsheet, the database. The big thing is that there's a lot of competition out there to get that market, because those people are looking for high-speed, quiet printers that don't disrupt the office environment.
John, you mentioned standards. What kind of standards are there in terms of hardware and software? Maybe we go out and buy these things. Can you be safe in buying certain kinds of interfaces?
Yeah, just about anything. Any laser printer out there right now will work with a PC, and many of them will work also with a Macintosh as well, because quite a few also emulate the PostScript language that the Apple Macintosh wants, and some of the PC-based desktop publishing systems also are looking for that. They also support this. So there's a couple of different standards that you can be getting, but it's almost certain that if your dealer tells you it'll hook up to the computer that you've got and the word processing or whatever it is that you've got, it'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Steve, could you sort of have something come out of the laser printer just so we can be convinced it actually works here?
Yes, what I've done is I've just sent a command to Microsoft Word to provide us an output, and we note that we're receiving data in the printer. You can see that by the flashing green light. While in fact, it's printing right now, and this is a relatively simple document, but it's typical of what many users are doing in office automation. And it's because we'll see multiple fonts, which before we were never able to do, and relatively straightforward output.
Mm-hmm. Very clean, very nice. Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, of course, we have users who do want to do desktop publishing types of applications, as this print sample shows, or they may want to do some type of documentation, as this one shows. But again, as I mentioned, we find a very large number of our users are really focused on the office applications, but they want to make their document look better than the next guy down the block from them.
John, there's a big difference in the price of an HP LaserJet and that Apple LaserWriter we saw before. What is the difference? What are you not getting because of the lower price with this one?
Well, you're not getting an awful lot of software and processor that's required to run the PostScript language that the Apple LaserWriter is looking for. You're also getting, in the case of the LaserJet 2, you're getting a newer, smaller, less expensive to produce engine that, again, has a lot of the engineering improvements come out in cost efficiency, and you'll see that in other engines, like the new Ricoh 6-page-a-minute engine is quite a bit less expensive than the old Canon engines were. So it's just a general increase in the efficiency of the manufacturing and the technology.
Gentlemen, we're going to be back in just a minute. Now, laser printers have led to an entirely new business called the laser parlor, where if you don't want to buy a laser printer, you just bring your floppy disks into this place and they'll print it out for you. You pay for the laser printer by the hour. Wendy Woods has a report on one such laser parlor here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Add a new word to your vocabulary, the laser parlor. Desktop publishing service centers, such as the Krishna Copy Center in San Francisco and its 8 franchises throughout the country, are cashing in on the complexity and the high cost of desktop publishing, with do-it-yourself desktop publishing equipment, including high-quality typesetters.
People want to invest only $2,000 or $3,000 in a computer and have the capability of doing everything. And a place like this gives them the missing links. We provide them with the Linotronic, which is very expensive, OCR, and for a lot of people, laser printers are very expensive, so they can use laser printers on as-need basis rather than having to buy them and keep them on their desk all the time.
With a little help from qualified staff members, anyone can desktop publish and turn out professional-looking copy. The cost is roughly half of what a professional typesetter would charge, And there's obviously more control over the final product. But the big question is, will this idea catch on with the rest of America?
The trend is there, and I think it's only a matter of time that this is going to be a part and parcel of a business service.
Until it does catch on, however, the photocopying arm of this business is still the laser parlor's bread and butter. So basically, in a matter of minutes and without any experience in laser printers, I managed to typeset and copy a document in a fraction of the time and the cost of a conventional print shop. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Charles Kapagan. Charles is Director of Product Marketing with Oki Data. And next to Charlie, back again, John Dickinson of PC Labs.
John, in your test here in PC Magazine, you tested 36 laser printers. Two of them that you ranked very high that were low cost were the Oki Data and the Hewlett-Packard LaserJet Series 2. Why did you rank the Oki Data as high as you did?
You have to look at the structure of the laser printer market before I can answer that question, and it's very simple to do. There are printers set up for desktop publishing that normally include PostScript, like the Apple Laser Writer. Then you have another category that is the high-end, really they are typesetting machines like the Verityper, which do 1,200 dots per inch. Then you have a heavy-duty machine like the Genicom 5010, which are set up for large-scale network printing. And then you have the vast majority of printers like the Oki Data, which are set up for desktop work in an office environment for word processing, spreadsheets, and database printouts. Most of those printers emulate the HP LaserJet, as a matter of fact. Many of them also emulate the Diablo 630 printer, and some also emulate the Epson or IBM Matrix printers. Among the best of those was the Oki Data, largely because it does the HP emulation very effectively, and it does it at a very attractive price.
Okay, Charlie, you got rated very high in this PC Labs test. Tell us about the LaserLine 6. Why is it so good?
Well, we designed this product not only for the desktop publishing market, but more specifically for desktop presentation. Maybe a subtle difference, but we find most of the users of this class machine want merged text and graphics, want multiple fonts, want large type fonts, and I'll show that with you with our self-test message as it'll come out of the laser here, but really can't afford and are impossible to be trained on the true publishing aspects of this industry. I think the publishing packages, I don't want to demean Aldus and those, they're fine, but they're for a very narrow segment of the market. We designed this product with superior features against products costing much more, and I like to show you one of these when the self-test message comes over, and that's the 15 resident fonts in the machine. Most of the competitors have 3 or 7. This machine comes with 15 standard, and it's also got the optional font cartridge, so in the self-test message you'll get a good idea of the number of fonts available in the machine. And this is what people want to do with these machines.
Charlie, you got a couple other things here in front of you. What for example, is this little baby?
This is our 3-port interface. This is, as John had mentioned, we are HP Plus compatible, and this particular product allows us to interface to 3 different workstations or hosts. It results in a price of $23.95 for the product, or $2,400, and results in the per user cost of $800, or the price of a serial impact dot matrix printer.
And you have both serial and parallel interfaces
Serial
as
and
well?
parallel, yes.
What about this? What do you have here?
Okay, another concern we had with in trying to make this machine the best machine for desktop presentation was recognizing the migration of the users were really going to be dot matrix and daisy wheel users that were going to come into the laser. Well, we have HP LaserJet Plus for those that had LaserJet compatible drivers, but for all those dot matrix and daisy wheel products, this little piece of software provides instant compatibility for those, so there's no software changes required.
Is that provided with the machine?
That's free. It's $150 software value, free with the machine.
Okay, now also just to get an idea of what it costs for these font cartridges, here you have the, what, 15 typefaces?
15 standard, yes.
Okay, and then when the additional cartridge...
This is one cartridge. This is the Times Roman cartridge, and it's installed in the machine right now, and that's about $149. Okay. There's 4 or 5 of those available right now.
Charlie, about 15 seconds left. We have another Oki Data setup over there with a little box under it. What's that?
This is our new 550-sheet second tray. This gives the user the capability of installing letter or legal size paper and having a wide range of flexibility on his paper input.
John, price is going to come down on laser printers still, or are we at the bottom?
The price is going to go down, but the end's going to go up, so it's a little hard to say where it's going to wind up. We're under $2,000 now and sort of still going down, but it really will depend on the end.
That's our look at laser printers. Thanks for being with us. Hope we'll see you again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, PS2 clones may be out there now, but it's not clear that anyone will be able to buy them. Computerland has announced that it will not carry PS2 clones unless the manufacturer agrees to indemnify it in the event of a lawsuit by IBM. If other retail chains also insist on PS2 clone insurance, the added cost of the indemnities plus the license fees to IBM could take away much of the price advantage for the clones. The fuzzy legal issue is still casting a cloud over the future of PS2 clone business, though of course Tandy, with its Model 80 clone, doesn't have to worry about deals with other retailers. Lotus has released its 123 Value Pack. The $15 package lets you remove the copy protection from 123. It also provides some other enhancements, such as limited recalculation, a learn mode, and compatibility with laser printers and the newer EGA and VGA monitors. Hewlett-Packard says if you're having trouble with a zapped laser printer, it may be your RS-232 cable. HP says the RS-232 cables have a high impedance and can act like antennas, picking up static charges which can damage chips. HP says if you're using more than 50 feet of cable, you are a candidate for static charge damage. The IRS says it's delighted with the growing experiment in online filing. The feds say nearly 600,000 taxpayers filed online this year, leading to faster refunds and fewer mistakes. A New York consulting firm says one of the fastest growing segments of the PC market is voice messaging. Voice boards for PCs are now available for about $200. The study says voicemail finally solves the problem of telephone tag, and the study says that even without the problem of telephone tag, phone calls are often inefficient, citing a study which says that 2/3 of all phone calls are less important than the work they interrupt. Time for a welcome interruption from Paul Schindler with this week's software review.
Oops, time to do my review. There are dozens of programs on the market to help manage your time. The problem with some is that they're passive. If you don't remember to look at them, you'll miss your appointments. You have to remember to remember. Other programs do a lot, but are so complex they wind up being too much work to maintain. Smart Alarms handles both objections. Smart Alarms is a Macintosh desk accessory, so it can display a message on the screen anytime, regardless of what else you may be doing with your system. Like this. You can then tell Smart Alarms you've dealt with the activity or that you want another reminder and when you want it. If you do nothing, Smart Alarms politely bongs at you every so often until you tell it what to do. It's a bit of a nag, but you're the one who wanted to remember the event in the first place, right? Dead simple and more effective than any other time management system. Smart Alarms for the Apple Macintosh, $50 from Imagine Software in Fairfax, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Laptop portable computers must really be coming into their own now. Not only are there computer magazines devoted to laptops, but there is now a computer show devoted to laptops. It's called Laptop 88, and it'll be held on June 7th and 8th in New York. More than 50 exhibitors will be present with hardware, software, and peripherals just for the laptop user. Molecular biologists at MIT have reported the discovery of a new second genetic code in living cells. The code keeps track of the type and position of a molecule in a larger molecular structure. The man who discovered the code, Professor Paul Schimmel, says the logic of it is simple, powerful, and profound, and could provide the basis for a new computer language. Finally, the software game market seems to be alive and well. The Japanese company Nintendo is king of the mountain right now. Its recent release of Dragon Quest III sold out its entire 1 million unit shipment in one day. The trade publication Soft Letter said that caused what was probably the biggest single day of school truancy in the history of American schools. That's it for this week's Random Access. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
lines up in the fishbowl.
Comdex in Las Vegas is probably the world's flashiest computer show, and it's often the launching pad for some of the industry's most innovative new products. But the showbiz package doesn't tell you much about what's inside. If you want to find out what's underneath the wrapping, stay tuned as we take you to Las Vegas Comdex 87 on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in for Gary Kildall this week is George Morrow. George, we're taking a look at the floor of the Las Vegas Convention Center, the Comdex show. We hear so much about Comdex, and the 87 Comdex was the biggest one ever, the most exhibitors, the most people in the hallways. What really does go on there? Is there buying and selling taking place, or is it just PR and gawking?
I don't think it's either, Stuart. Certainly it's a social event, but it's really a networking event more than anything else, where you get a chance to see everything that's happening, that has happened, and probably will be happening for at least a little while. Mm-hmm. You get a chance to renew your acquaintanceship with everybody in the industry. You get a chance to look that guy right in the eye who you're going to buy those Winchesters from and find out just how good they really are. It's something that I couldn't miss, and whenever I get a chance, I sure want to be a part of.
George, we're going to take a look at Fall Comdex. We'll see the newest and most impressive products, hardware and software that came out of the show, and we'll try to find out what Comdex told us about the current state of the personal computer business. So let's go to the Las Vegas convention floor for Comdex Fall 87.
Fall 87 was the biggest Comdex show ever, with over 1,500 exhibitors and 100,000 visitors swarming through the convention center, the hotels, and the streets of Las Vegas in what has become a yearly invasion of high-tech buyers and sellers. Apple Computer was there. Although it has shunned Comdex in the past, Apple had no earth-shattering introductions, but their showroom was constantly alive with curious crowds. Big Blue occupied its traditionally vast floor space and took the opportunity to announce a December 1st shipping date for its OS2 operating system. IBM's PS2 line of machines was indirectly the focus of attention as industry observers speculated on who would be the first to introduce compatible chipsets and motherboards. While several manufacturers offered compatible plug-in cards for the PS2 line, few were willing to commit themselves to more than vague predictions.
Several reasons. One, this is a very complicated product to clone, and it's taking people longer than they expect. The BIOS is very large in this machine, and there's approximately 70,000 gates of IBM design logic on the motherboard. Number two reason I would see is that the PS2 marketplace hasn't grown real significantly. I would expect it to take 3 years before PS2 actually dominates the marketplace in terms of volume.
Just below the surface of any discussion about microchannel architecture and PS2 clones are the legal issues. No one wants to be sued by IBM.
We have contacted IBM and had several discussions with this, and it does not seem to be a major problem at all from a licensing agreement. IBM has maintained in the past, and we believe they will maintain, a fair policy of licensing all of their utility patents. We feel, however, that they will probably be very onerous about their copyright issues within the BIOS. There's always concern when you deal with IBM. They have more corporate attorneys than most companies have employees.
Attempting to satisfy both IBM and clone users was AST Research, which demonstrated its 386 machine with smart slot architecture. AST claims that by sidestepping the CPU during data transfers, SmartSlot provides the multi-master functions of IBM's microchannel while remaining compatible with older AT machines. Potential PS2 clone makers packed the floor at the Western Digital booth, where compatible motherboards for models 30, 50, and 60 were on display. Western doesn't have a firm release date for the boards yet, but claims 100% compatibility and originality.
It has our own devices on it, of our own CoreLogic from our Faraday division, our VGA devices from Paradise, our hard disk controllers, our floppy disk controllers, and could also have added to it our networking products. Well, the people that are interested in it are the OEM manufacturers, serious OEM manufacturers, who will be bringing to market PS2 type product based on IBM's PS2 and microchannel.
Western's leap into the uncharted waters of PS2 compatibility is bound to attract the keen scrutiny of IBM's legal department, but Western Digital's president is confident.
We never have and don't ever intend to use anyone's proprietary information. Never. Right? IBM has certain patents we understand, although they're not saying which ones. We will be happy in our processing discussions on licensing any of those patents. Right? Anything else that turns out to be IBM proprietary that we can't license, we don't copy. Nothing in our products are copied anyhow.
PS2 add-ins and add-ons were widely introduced at the show, including some clever combinations of both. Rodyme Systems introduced its Double Play, a 45-megabyte internal hard disk replacement for the Model 50. Intended for OEMs and dealers, the drive, with an access time of only 28 milliseconds, replaces the Model 50's standard but sluggish 20-megabyte drive. End users take note, Double Play is shipped with an interface card for the PS2 Model 25. For the 5 million PC owners who aren't quite ready to trade in their machines for PS2s or 386 systems, Intel introduced a 386 add-in board for under $1,000. Owners of 8-bit 8088 machines can increase the performance of their aging PCs by up to 10 times, according to Intel. The inboard 386 PC comes with 1 megabyte of RAM, along with utilities to speed up screen displays and hard disk performance. Inboard 386 PC is compatible with IBM, Tandy, and Compaq machines and will be available in January 1988. While it's easy to concentrate on the big names at Comdex, those with the largest booths, Comdex is packed with smaller players whose offerings can be just as interesting. For example, Dyna Computer of San Jose, California, was ready to meet Intel head-on with a 386 motherboard replacement for PC owners.
First of all, a plug-in card goes into the slot in your XT system. Okay, therefore, any I/O is still going to be at the speed of that XT system, which, as we all know, is 4.77 megahertz. The other thing is occasionally the accelerator cards have to make calls to the BIOS, which in some circumstances can cause incompatibility problems, as we saw in the 286 accelerator cards. Our conversion is a true transformation of the system, because we are replacing the full system board, which is really the heart of the computer. We're not just adding something in and doing an upgrade. This is a total conversion.
Microtech was promoting its 300G model scanner as a big step forward for both desktop publishing and graphic arts. The MSF 300G, available in February 1988, can scan continuous tone photos while recognizing up to 256 shades of gray, about 16 times more than first-generation machines.
What that means to the user is really two different things. One, we can take all of that gray level information per each dot and send it out to a very high resolution output device such as a Linetronics, and we allow the PostScript software that resides in Linetronics to actually interpolate these 300 dots with all this grayscale information we're sending it and interpolate it to drive the Linetronics at its full output, which in the case of the L300 is 2,540 dots per inch. So what we get is really truly a publication quality output. That's one benefit of it. The second benefit is we can take this information, this grayscale information, after we've scanned it. Because we capture so much gray, 256 shades of gray, we can use some very sophisticated graphics editing programs that will let us actually manipulate the shades of gray.
Also of interest to desktop publishers, QMS, best known for its laser printers, unveiled a color thermal transfer printer featuring 300 dots per inch resolution and a choice of 3 or 4 color ribbons. At 1 to 2 minutes per page, the $17,000 Color Graphics 100 is no speed demon, at least in comparison to laser printers, but compared to color pen plotters and inkjet printers, its output seems lightning fast. For computer owners looking for more conventional laser printers, Kyocera offered programmable IC cards that can store up to 512 kilobytes of data, everything from business forms to logos and signatures. The cards, costing about $55 each, are programmed on a PC card-based IC burner. The information is downloaded through a similar slot in the laser printer. The entire system, hardware and software, sells for about $800. Local area networks got a big boost at the show, aided by fiber optics and cellular transmission. Sun River Corporation demonstrated its 386-based fiber optic LAN. Sun River's Cigna system relies on 386-based workstations to transmit data over a fiber optic link at 32 megabits per second. The system provides fully bitmapped graphics, and it transmits data at several hundred times the rate of conventional networks. Raynet Corporation introduced a different approach to connecting terminals by eliminating cables altogether. Raylan is a wireless local area network consisting of a PC adapter board, a receiver transmitter, and Novell-compatible software. Raylan will cost about $2,000 per node and will be available in January 1988. Modems also got a boost from cellular technology. Omnitel unveiled a 1200 to 2400 baud modem on a chip for connecting laptops to cellular telephones.
What we're doing is that we're using off-the-shelf microprocessors. Take the case of our 2400 bits per second modem. Basically, we have two processors. One is the microcontroller, and the other one is the digital signal processor. And with those two chips, we're able to implement the whole modem.
Coming up in just a moment, Wendy Woods with a report on laptops, new software, and more as we continue our special Comdex coverage.
1988 is already being called the year of the laptop, and here at Comdex there are at least 14 companies displaying new ones. Some pack the power of yesterday's mainframes and run on Intel's powerful new microprocessor, the 80386. Grid has one that actually runs on batteries, but probably the most well-known name is Toshiba. At 15 pounds, the Toshiba T5100 is considered the lightest and most powerful laptop available. It whips along at a speedy 20 megahertz, has 2 megabytes of memory, a 40 megabyte hard disk, but a steep price, $6,500. And the biggest question is, who would buy it?
I think that it's a question of what are the limits of your imagination as to what applications can be found in business. In our own headquarters in Irvine, California, we take the computer to the work rather than bringing the work to the computer. Every meeting that I'm in, for example, we have products similar to that, very powerful products that exercise the financial spreadsheet right in the meeting so that we can make decisions at the meeting and plug it into a printer afterwards and have the product finished right at the conclusion of the meeting.
If that much power boggles the mind and the wallet, Amstrad has relief. This British company is offering one of the lowest priced portables, ranging from $800 to $1,100. These XT compatibles have several unique features.
We have some features that's not been seen in the portable market before, and those are a full-size AT-style keyboard, which is laid out. And it's the reason that the portable is as wide as it is, because it does have the full-size keyboard. It also has the feature of using flashlight batteries, regular flashlight batteries off the shelf that have an 8-hour lifetime.
Portables are getting more versatile, and so is software. Sharp Electronics is offering to put your custom software directly into the chips inside its portable. While these so-called EPROMs are created only for corporate customers, the service does offer some big advantages.
When the program is brought up onto the screen, it's very fast, it's working at memory speeds, it's not subject to any mechanical failure that you'd have with a floppy disk, and it's very economical.
Speaking of economics, Atari, known for its low-priced, high-value machines, brought a bevy of new products, new PCs, including an 80386-based machine, a CD-ROM player for the Atari Mega series, and most importantly, a new kind of computer, the ABAC Transputer.
With the transputer technology, you can actually plug in many microprocessor chips, have them operating in parallel with each other on one project. Each one can have its own bank of memory, and they're communicating over a very high-speed serial interface internally, which means that not only is a single transputer chip very fast, it's something like 7 times faster than the chipset used in the Mac 2, but you can have many, we can get up to thousands of transputer chips linked into the one machine working on one program to have tremendous computing power on the desktop or in the office.
Shipments of the Transputer are scheduled for mid-1988. There were at least 2 new kinds of software. Lotus's Agenda, a personal database, easiest described as HyperCard for the PC without sound and pictures. And Aldus showed Snapshot, PC software which allows a picture taken from any video source to be edited, placed into PageMaker, or made into a camera-ready halftone on a laser printer. Snapshot will cost $500 and ship in the first quarter of 1988. In Las Vegas for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
That's really interesting.
With us in the studio now is Jan Lewis, president of the Lewis Research Corporation, and next to Jan, Tim Baharin, executive vice president of the Microcomputer Group at Creative Strategies. George.
Tim, now you've had a chance to digest everything at Comdex. Let us hear some of your thoughts.
Well, obviously, this was one of the largest shows that Comdex has ever had.
Yes.
And it's an interesting thing in that when we went to Comdex last November, the industry was still a part of a downturn. And they were like, they expected maybe 80,000. They had maybe, if they were lucky, 70 to 80. This show, by all means, you could tell the industry is thriving again because there were more people, more cab lines.
More exhibitors.
You got it. It was just amazing.
Everything was full.
The 2 key issues that I think probably we saw was the area of graphics, more and more things in the area of graphics, all the way from color output devices to bigger screens. Well, the fax cards, I think, actually come into the area of communications, where you start seeing this whole area of networking. You know, every year we go to Comdex, and it's another year of the LAN.
Right.
And we're getting closer to the year of the LAN.
Closer, right.
But the whole issue of graphics and communications were real big themes. The other thing that I think was amazing is the fact that we saw so many new laptops.
Yeah.
I counted probably 20 new laptops introduced at this particular show.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, the processors and the mass storage on the laptops, as well as the memory and all the functionality on the laptops.
Finally, hard disks.
Yeah.
And the screens are...
But not just hard disks. If you look at the new introduction from Toshiba with the Model 1000 that has a 1 megabyte card, RAM card that goes in there, that in essence does away with the need for a 20 meg or at least software and ROM. And I've been a proponent of software and ROM for so long, but when I saw this particular new RAM card being slid into a Model 1000, then I realized that I could download any software I want, and instead of where you have a problem in ROM of burning it, you can change that software with the new upgrade anytime you want.
Well, I wish they'd make it where the battery would come out of that thing.
Tim, what about laser printers? What did you see there?
Well, there's probably 3 major issues that we saw in laser printers. First of all, we saw the first under 1,000 laser printers.
Yeah.
And that was a magic number for us in the industry. And even though they're dumb printers, they're ASCII printers, still we broke the 1,000.
Lays the groundwork for under 1,000 full.
Absolutely, and for the average person being able to afford a laser printer of their own.
Yeah. The other thing that we saw introduced here very significantly was Toshiba showed the first clone, PostScript clone. And that particular printer, I think, is going to have a great impact on the market because whereas you've only had PostScript machines from Adobe and Apple and Wang and DEC, etc., etc., we're now seeing some of the Japanese come in, but not with Adobe specifically, instead of with the clone. And that signals a very significant change.
That's going to be a very significant change, I think, all the way around. Adobe has been charging very, very high prices for PostScript. And since they sell it to the manufacturers of the printers or the computers, it gets marked up 3 to 4 times by the time the end user buys it. Now, it's been really, all along, it's been begging for somebody to come in and to do clones of PostScript because of the fact that the prices were so high. So I think it's very, very encouraging that the clones are coming in, and they will dramatically bring down the cost, not only of laser printers, as Tim pointed out, but of PostScript laser printers.
Yeah, well, when those full-function printers eventually hit $1,000, I think there's going to be an explosion in that marketplace, the likes of which we haven't seen since the VCRs.
Yeah, you know, if you take a look, for instance, just to give one example of that laser printer, the engines fundamentally of those laser printers are photocopy engines. Sure. Now look at Canon with Jack Klugman on television hawking these units for $600. Once PostScript comes down in price, you'll have PostScript printers for $600. It's going to be a consumer item, basically.
It's going to completely change the printer industry.
Tim, another area, the Intel 386 card at Comdex.
Yeah, that's a fascinating one. Many people who are out there with the millions of 8088 based PCs have been wondering whether they should buy a 286 card or throw the whole thing out and buy a 386. Well, Intel now has offered a new device that is basically a 386 card, and you go into a standard 8088 box, pull out that 8088 chip, and have a jumper that goes from that chip socket into the card, and for $995 you've got a 386 box, 16 megahertz AT.
If you've got an empty socket.
That's true. Yeah. Although I would throw out some of my cards. I would throw out my communications cards to get this one.
What's your prognosis on board manufacturers coming with replacement boards that will be able to meet that price point?
I'll tell you, Intel being the major supplier there is going to have a nice little hold on it.
You don't think they'll sell to these fellas?
Well, I'm sure they're going to sell, but the price points, depending on the quantities, is going to make the difference. But at $995, you're going to have a hard time beating that one.
Well, but the overhead for Intel versus a lot of these smaller operations should almost make up the difference in that area, wouldn't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think, again, Intel holds the chips.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree. I think Intel has so much invested in pushing chips out the door, as well as the boards, that I think, as you said, the overhead of a big corporation is going to sort of cancel out the fact that there's another layer once they sell the chips.
It'll be interesting. Certainly it's going to change the equations on these aging machines.
The only reason there may not be that inequity is that the PCEO group in Oregon is a totally separate division, and therefore their P&Ls and everything else is much less.
Jan, anything new in software, operating systems, OS2 and so on?
Well, I'll tell you, that was the major area of confusion, you might say, at the show. And if you caught my panel on OS2, I mean, that just sort of underscored the confusion. You've got IBM and Microsoft saying it's going to conquer the world. You've got software developers that really have a tremendous decision as to, I mean, they're sweating bullets in terms of what to put into
They don't even know what's going to be there.
They don't know. And the interesting thing that I find is with the large corporations, the Fortune 500, let's say, is that whereas 2 years ago they said, well, yes, we're going to move in OS2 direction because IBM says it. Now 2 years have passed and there's a lot of confusion, and they're saying we're going to wait and see. And in fact, we're going to convert most of our machines to 386s via either the boards or some other solution.
But this is typical. Markets in confusion, markets very wait and see.
More so than usual. And in fact, this time, however, usually when you have confusion, you have wait and see. You know what's happened this time? There was initial wait and see, but then people got tired of waiting and seeing, and they went out and bought Compaq.
That's right.
Compaq has come out
really
major
beneficiary of this.
Major beneficiary.
Guys, we're out of time. Jan, Tim, thank you very much. That's our look at Comdex Fall 87. Hope we'll see you again next week. In the random access file this week, in the aftermath of Comdex, several computer industry analysts are saying next year's most important development will be the growth of optical storage. Microsoft is predicting sales of over 100,000 CD-ROM drives in 1988, and they're also predicting a rush of new CD-ROM software applications later next year. The optimism comes from the announcement by several manufacturers of new CD-ROM drives for under $700, among them Atari, Sanyo, Amdek, Sony, and Hitachi. And General Electric has just announced it's getting into the optical business with DVI, or Digital Video Interactive Technology. GE's DVI system will let you store and retrieve video, music, text, and data from the same compact disc. Amidst all the optimism and occasional confusion regarding the OS/2 operating system, there's also now criticism. The president of WordPerfect says the industry is rushing ahead into new operating systems while users are still having trouble using the old one. Pete Peterson says what users really want is smaller, easier-to-use computers, not more confusion. He said the cost of OS/2 and the additional memory and other add-ons needed to run it will be so high that few users will benefit. With all the talk of OS/2 and the new 286 and 386 CPUs, what about the 10 million PC owners who still have 8088-based machines? Well, the president of QuarterDeck says there's no need to throw your PC away and buy a new machine. Teresa Myers predicts sales of $100 million next year in upgrade products that turn a basic PC into a faster and more powerful machine capable of handling new power-hungry applications. And says Myers, while there's a lot of talk about 386 machines, the technical sizzle is still not matched by practical applications. If you want to move to high-powered desktop publishing software but are afraid your aging PC XT can't handle it, computer pioneer Lee Felsenstein says not to worry. He says you don't have to buy a 386 machine or a Macintosh. His new product, called Nomax, gives you a 386 coprocessor, a high-resolution monitor, and a multifunction I/O channel with 4 megabytes of RAM. It runs under Microsoft Windows and sells for under $4,000. Time for this week's software review with Paul Schindler.
Red Queen on Red King, right? Well, you know, you can cheat at solitaire on the table, but you can't cheat when you play it on the computer. That's the appeal and the disadvantage of programs like Klondike 3.0. There are games with color and fancier sound effects, but there are none with better graphics thanks to the Apple Macintosh. You can play a number of variations on the basic game, including a casino version. Sound is optional. If you leave it on, the program plays the theme from the movie The Sting. You can play with 4 different people. The computer scores your solitaire playing depending on how fast you are and keeps track of the 10 highest scores. That makes Klondike quick-moving and interesting, unlike real solitaire. Plus, it's harder to lose your Mac than your deck of cards. You'll never play solitaire with a deck of 51 if you have Klondike 3.0 for the Apple Macintosh, just $10 from Computing Capabilities Corporation of Mountain View, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
As fax cards and fax machines continue to grow, so does the problem of fax junk mail. The problem with fax junk mail is that you, the fax machine owner, have to pay for the fax paper while the junk mail is being sent. Some mail-order houses are now using sophisticated fax software to send 3-page ads each week to a database of potential customers. Some users are urging legislation to prevent unsolicited fax mail. Finally, the U.S. Department of Agriculture reports an unusual problem with its project to develop robot fruit pickers. The robot harvesters were equipped with black and white image scanners in an effort to save time and money, but it turns out that to a robot, an orange has the same size, shape, and brightness as a small cloud, so that robot pickers are often hung up reaching for the clouds and trying to pick them. The USDA says it's back to the drawing board, this time using color. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
When you think about a television network, you probably think about a big studio in Hollywood where they make TV programs. Well, a television network really is a network in a way. There's a big central processing system in New York where they have lots of programs, hundreds of users scattered all over the country, sharing those programs, exchanging information along lines or satellite links. Now, the technical aspects of a television network are in fact pretty simple compared to the complexity of a computer network. Today we begin a special two-part look at PC networks on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in this week for Gary Kildall is George Morrow. George, at the beginning of the program, I made an analogy to a television network or something like a computer network. In fact, if you look at these two schematics, this is the PBS network and this is a computer network, you can see the structure is really very similar.
It is.
I want to ask you, George, with something like the 386 PC now, does that mean it's easier, cheaper for someone to get into a network situation?
It sure is, Stuart. These machines are going to move the price-performance points of network systems a big step. The processors are very powerful, very capable, and the I/O buses have been designed to move data onto and off of a network and onto and off of a disk very fast.
What about a Mac 2?
Well, the Mac 2, it's also a very capable machine. The 68,000 processor family is just as capable as the 386s, and the new bus on the Mac 2 is a very fast bus also.
George, on this first program dealing with networks, we're going to focus on the PC-DOS environment. We'll see some very big network systems, things using 3Com's Ethernet, Novell's NetWare. We'll also see some small network systems using products like Grapevine and EasyLAN. We're going to begin by taking a look at a very big token ring network in Concord, California. It's running off of Burroughs mainframe.
In the San Francisco suburb of Concord, the closest thing to a network at City Hall used to be this pneumatic tube system, a reliable but limited solution to the problem of moving documents between different offices. Today, computer networks are transforming city government, department by department.
Initially, the sort of desktop productivity was the main spur. Department-level word processing, the ability to get the documents out on time and with a consistent format. Spreadsheet applications. You know, everybody has to do a budget. And list maintenance. Typically within a department, you have files or records of information that really aren't that relevant to anyone else, but they're very important to you. And the ability to be able to have an easy retrieval process for recalling those records. At a department level, to get rid of all the boxes of index cards, 3x5 cards and Rolodex lists. I mean, they were everywhere. They wanted to consolidate that.
In the city clerk's office, at the Public Works Department, and at Central Word Processing, token ring networks have simplified the complexity of storing, finding, and changing documents that are handled by many different people. The bureaucratic process seems to be well suited to the network's functions.
Where you have data coming in regarding a code violation out in the field, and that gets resolved on some basis, and the person who detected the violation could be different from the person who entered the violation, could be different from the person who resolves the violation. And you'd like to have an electronic system that eliminates the lookup and searching and stuff that is required for that.
Concord's networks are not yet interlinked. Each department has its own system and its own file server. In some departments, where a network's usefulness is limited to transferring files and sharing peripherals, computers are linked together with just a simple RS-232 smart connector. While most workers have adapted to the network system, some paper backup files are still apparent. And making the software as user-friendly as index cards hasn't always been easy.
Applications that are designed for the network aren't too difficult to reap the full benefits of the networking. Applications that are really designed for a single user environment where you have utilities to allow you to make it function in the network environment, but it requires a little bit of creativity on your part, since many features of the network can only be activated at the command prompt level. I think the next thing now is to come up with a look and feel that's consistent with other types of systems, logical systems that people use. Like in the phone system, you're used to the idea of a prefix, a phone number, and an extension. People can deal with that, an address and a zip code. There's a metaphor that allows you in your mind to internalize what's happening with this information system.
Joining us in the studio now is Ken Scott. Ken's president of Computer Pathways, makers of Grapevine. Also with us at the other workstation over there is Warren Sly, vice president for marketing at Computer Pathways. George?
Grapevine is an interesting name. It suggests a very interesting product. Perhaps you could tell us a little about it.
Well, it is an interesting name. We chose it very carefully because it suggests that people should already know how to use the product.
Right.
And right at the outset, that's what we designed. We thought that it would be preferable to have a local area network that the average or typical PC user, one who's familiar with spreadsheets or word processors, ought to be able to use the first time that they see it.
Topologically, the network's a little bit different than having a local, having a dedicated server. Is that right, Ken?
Yes, very much so. What we have done is we have provided the capability to put the server function throughout the network. And therefore, each station making up a network can be a server, and therefore provide server functions to any user on the network, rather than having a dedicated server where that's where everything has to reside.
So it's distributed?
It is distributed, yes.
And I think you have a demo that you're going to show us.
Yes, let me first acquaint you with the setup here.
Sure.
Warren is operating a system over here. It's comprised of ATs and XTs. He's running a word processing system. We'll be running a spreadsheet on this. And in the compact, we'll also be running, I think, just stable here. We had a database on it before.
So this is a system with 3 nodes?
3 nodes, that's correct. And the system is capable of having up to 50 nodes spread over a distance of 4,000 feet.
Each one of these nodes can be part of the server network then?
Yes, each node can behave as a server so that when you install the network where you have the printer already, it can stay there. It doesn't have to move to where the file server is located.
Show us how Grapevine works here, Ken.
Sure. Let me just make a point that networks comprise 3 areas of functionality. They provide the ability to share physical resources like printers, to share files either on a single user or multi-user basis, or to provide communications among members of the network.
That's right.
Now what we're doing is we'll demonstrate this while at the same time we're running Lotus 123, which in itself is a distinction for the product. Most products will not allow you to gain access to the network functionality unless you exit from your application program. In this case, you can bring the network capability to the foreground immediately by pressing one key. And here what we're showing is that there are several printers that are available on the network. But another aspect of it is that notice that the LQ1500, we have different variations on that printer. We can do compressed print off this menu, we can do letter quality, or we can do draft quality.
So these are, in a sense, a certain amount of the resources that are available.
These are the resources on
right
this
while you're running an application.
That's right. So in this case, we're running a spreadsheet, and if I wanted to send the print job to any one of these printers, I would just simply go to the menu and make the selection. I'd be notified that that selection was made.
I see.
In the next menu, what we do is we show you what jobs, if any, are associated with that particular printer or resource that you've selected. We also give you the opportunity to select and look at the jobs associated with any other printer on the network itself.
I see.
You also, in this menu, you're allowed to manage the jobs. For example, if you want to rearrange the priority, you want to move a job to the first head of the queue, or you want to cancel a job, or a large job, you may want to defer its printing by putting it on hold until later on in the evening. The next menu describes what we call derived substitutions, and what it really allows you to do is, because it is a distributed network, you were able to gain access to files located on machines
throughout the network, rather than having just those files on the server being shared by people.
Now, how about the file lockout problem? Suppose one user is accessing a file. Can another user access the same file in this environment?
In a multi-user system, there is a locking provision where a user is locked out either of the file or the record associated with that file. If it is a single user version, yes, both users can gain access to it. It's really the application program that's going to drive that.
Okay.
Also, we provide multiple layers of security associated with each of the files. So a user can lock people out of all of the disk drive or just portions of the disk drive. Or they can provide the facility for someone to come in and just read it or to just write into that particular file area. The next area that I like to demonstrate is the email. And the email facility here is quite robust. We're allowed to create what we call e-forms, which is unusual to the system in the sense, excuse me, we can create an e-form here which says to, from, for example, and we can create a memo pad that's unique to the system.
So there's a standard email form you can call up.
Exactly, but you can customize it to your particular work activity.
If you want to.
If you want to. Now just simply save it with the name of memo.
And you can call that back up as a framework to send messages back and forth.
In fact, I'll call it up now.
I
And
see.
you can see part of it is filled in for you. If I had to put date on there, it would have filled in the date. Time, it would have filled in the time.
Good.
The options available in email are pretty impressive as well. For example, I can send and continue, which means I can send mail, I can send rough drafts, I can file it, I can store it, I can save it as an e-form or whatever else. And I can send it off to be printed if I wanted to. Now, one of the observations I think is important is that we've been working this all the time we've been in Lotus 123. And that's a key attribute because we haven't had to leave the application program in order to take advantage of changing files or gaining access to the email.
Ken, Lotus is running under MS-DOS, isn't it?
That is correct.
And the relationship of this software with MS-DOS, how would you describe it?
Intimate.
Well, is it co-reside with MS-DOS or does it?
It co-resides. It's a RAM-resident process. It's a real-time multitasking operating system. And what it does is it treats MS-DOS and other things as different tasks and manages those tasks as well as the server responsibilities.
Ken, what are the advantages then in general of your approach, Grapevine's approach to a network, as opposed to the traditional first-generation LAN with a one-file server?
Well, I think there are several. One is that you avoid all of the congestion that's normally inherent with a dedicated file server. With a dedicated file server, the more users you begin putting onto the network, the more traffic flows into it, and therefore the performance of the network degrades very badly. The second thing is you're able to distribute your physical resources in a more pragmatic or realistic fashion. You don't have to be tied at the other end of the building to a
So if one user is using a certain group of files, it's more natural to put that on the drive that he's with so that he doesn't tie up the network as much.
Of course. In our system, for example, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 users up at one time. We have 3 or 4 multi-user programs running. We're sharing files, we're doing email, and we have yet to see any network degradation at all.
You know, that's the usual complaint about the network situation. The 20th guy gets on and it takes him forever to access something.
That's
You're saying
right.
that doesn't happen in this approach?
It does not need to happen simply because the resources that will be shared amongst members of the network are distributed throughout the network rather than funneled into one particular drive.
Now, the other thing that occurs to me is that if the resources, if one person's using the resources, they can be moved to his part of the server rather than having to be remote.
Quickly, just about 30 seconds left. What is Grapevine? It's hardware and software, right?
It's a combination of hardware and software. The hardware consists of a single card which you insert into the machine itself.
Into each PC, it's part of
Into
the
each
system.
PC. There's a cabling scheme. It can be either coax or twisted pair. The distances I measured, as mentioned before, can be upward of 4,000 feet spread. And it's a single-disk software product. It takes about 128,000 bytes in RAM.
Ken, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of silicon on that board compared with something like a token ring board or one of the Ethernet boards.
Yeah, it's a rather remarkable amount of engineering that went into this to provide the level of performance we have. And this allows us to provide it to the customer at a very inexpensive price.
Ken, thank you very much. Now we're going to go from the simple to the relatively complicated. We're going to take a look at an Ethernet system. This has 4 file servers, more than 60 workstations, 640 megabytes. Wendy Woods reports from Computer Associates in San Jose.
Computer Associates International, the world's largest software company, doesn't fool around when it comes to efficiency. All programmers, engineers, and quality control people work on computers linked through a 3Com local area network. The network provides them with two important benefits. They can communicate and program far better than if they were working on standalone terminals.
By working with the network, we are able to share data. So one person can be working on a module on his own, working on the features that he needs to do, and he can integrate it with the other programmers' modules immediately and be able to test his code with the latest that everyone has. And then quality assurance can immediately test that code because it's up on the network and they have access to it. So people aren't constantly passing along floppy, trying to copy things to floppy disks and passing them around.
In addition to the 3 file servers, which act as the traffic cops for all 70 of the department's computers, the network also has what's called CPU servers, powerful computers to which jobs can be offloaded. They compile code and do number crunching, freeing a programmer's individual machine for other tasks.
We have CPU server tools that allow us to keep track of jobs going on. We have several things that allow us to track files, to be able to communicate. We have an email service that really aids the communication.
And by working on a local area network, programmers get first-hand experience programming for local area networks, which enhances the 100 or more products that Computer Associates creates.
Okay, and you're still not getting individual cost and sales information? Okay, where are you setting it up at?
In another part of the firm's San Jose headquarters, customer service and accounting people work on a Novell local area network. This system tracks the entire telephone support operation, from the time of a customer's call to its outcome. Eventually, the people here want to link both the customer support and the engineering networks. Bug reports and customer suggestions could be put on the same network for both departments to share. Right now, this information is transferred the old-fashioned way, on paper. And finally, there's one other old-fashioned idea still in effect here: personal interaction. Despite the efficiency of the network, programmers still need to get together and exchange ideas in face-to-face meetings, something a network has yet to replace. In San Jose for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Dick Kent, president of DLM Consultants in Santa Clara, and next to Dick is Bill Myers, director of sales for server technology in Sunnyvale. Bill, your company has yet another approach to local area network, something called EasyLAN. Describe that to us. It's described as a zero-slot system or an RS-232 system. What is that?
We like to think of EasyLAN as the low-cost network alternative. That doesn't mean necessarily it's less functional in many ways, but by RS-232 we mean that we utilize a signaling scheme that's inherent in virtually all of today's PCs and PC compatibles. That's the serial port. Users know that from using a serial printer or a modem. We simply have a cabling scheme that hooks right up to the serial port, and with our own software we create a network.
And what kind of capabilities do you get out of that?
You get what we think are the important functional capabilities that users in a network tend to look for first. Sharing expensive peripheral devices like printers. Today's laser printers tend to be the kind of thing people want to share. Being able to exchange a file. Someone working on a letter wants to have someone else see it or work on it. You can do that on EasyLAN. It's rather than having to copy a disk and walk it across and give it to someone else. So those kinds of things.
Now, when you have to get up to multitasking or file sharing where you're real-time sharing files, your system doesn't have that capability.
Clearly, we do not provide that capability.
But now, if someone needed to add that, would they have to throw away your system, or could they keep it?
EasyLAN can run in another environment right along with any other network that would provide that kind of functionality.
Okay, so with EasyLAN, no board.
Correct.
And the functionality you described. Now, we've seen a lot of approaches now to local area networks. Dick, describe the different ones and what are the costs and the trade-offs in each approach?
Okay, in the RS-232 approach like EasyLAN is using, the basic difference is the cost. The cost of the system is $100 to $200 per node. When you're talking about a traditional network like a Novell or a 3Com, you've got to talk about hardware costs, and the boards, called network interface cards, cost you between $300 and $500 a card, depending upon which network you pick. There's the network operating system, which can cost between $2,000 and $3,000, or up to a 6-user system. And then there's a difference between functionality between the RS-232s and the traditional networks. You can run multi-user programs on the 3coms and the Novels. You can't do that on the
But it sounds to me like around $1,000 a node.
About $1,000 a node. It's a good
Now,
estimate.
when you're running a program like this or a network like this where there's a lot of horsepower and capability, how about the security aspects of it?
Okay, the question of security encompasses 2 areas. There's the unauthorized access to the network itself and the data on the network, and the integrity of the data in the event of a disastrous failure like a system crash or a power failure.
So that's probably on most people's minds when they put in these high-powered networks is what happens if the power goes out? What happens to the file server?
Okay, the first thing to be realized is that when you have a file server in a network, you should have a UPS or an uninterruptible power supply, which protects you in the event of a brownout or a blackout. And it gives you from 5 to 20 minutes, depending upon the system, to bring your system down gracefully and close all the files and fix all the directories that have to be fixed. In the event that you don't have a universal power UPS in your system, the network operating system provides you with some forms of protection using duplicate directories, using disk mirroring with 2 separate disks, or in many cases redundant hardware, disks, controllers, and power supplies.
In your experience, when one or more nodes go out, are these systems pretty resilient? That is, can they make up for the fact that something isn't there?
A lot of work has been done recently, and there's a great deal of work continuing in this area. And the old effect of one node going down, like in a ring network, which brings the whole system down, doesn't really exist today. The problem is in diagnosing where the problem is. What will happen in many cases is the entire network slows down. And you have
But it doesn't die?
It doesn't die. But the response time may go to minutes instead of seconds.
I see.
Bill, about 30 seconds left. How is the local area network segmented? What's the target user for each of these different kinds of products, starting with yours?
I think that someone looking at a network probably needs to assess the objectives that they want to achieve with the network. I think those objectives start with something we mentioned before, basic functionality, and then you get higher levels kinds of functionality. Certainly resource sharing, then going to file sharing, and then going to multi-user kinds of applications where the applications are being shared sets up a sort of an assessment that a user needs to do. We provide a product at one end of that functionality and do not address another end. Other products address the whole spectrum.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're out of time. That's part 1 of our look at local area networks. Next week, we look at Apple Talk networking with Macintoshes. I hope you'll join us then.
I'm Cynthia Steele in the Random Access File. Keytronic Corporation, the nation's top keyboard manufacturer, announced the layoff of approximately 150 of its 2,000 workers. The company is facing stiff competition from offshore manufacturers. The company also has to absorb the cost of a $1 million cleanup of toxic waste at a landfill near the Spokane, Washington plant. Nevertheless, they have announced a new product, Quicksilver, a full-travel membrane technology keyboard. It will be manufactured at a cost that will allow it to compete with imports. Western Digital Corporation acquired the assets of Tandem Corporation hard disk drive operations for about $49 million. The purchase fits into Western's plans to provide a wide variety of storage products. Those include integrated drives with disk and controller in a single package, integrated solutions where controller electronics are integrated on a motherboard and packaged with a standard disk drive, and one more, intelligent integrated drives with a local area network subsystem. Telenet announced the formation of the PC Services Group. It's designed to develop messaging services for the personal computer market. The group will develop future versions of Telenet's PC Telemail software for IBM and compatibles and PC Telemail for local area networks. They're also looking to develop programs for the Macintosh and other non-IBM computer. Laser printers may be in for some turbocharging, according to Raster Image Processing Systems. They've developed an 8 megahertz RISC processor that operates at 10 MIPS, utilizes a PostScript clone page that can boost performance by a significant margin. The company says a printer using its chip could show a 30-to-1 performance improvement. Time now for Paul Schindler's software review.
You know, back in the days of paper, you remember paper, don't you? When you ran across something you wanted to save for later, you simply cut it out. It's not as easy to do in the electronic era unless you have MemoryMate. It's simple and useful memory resident software. You can put anything you want into it. One key saves what you've written. The program asks if you want this used as a reminder system. Another key allows you to find any note. There is no indexing. The program can search 180,000 characters in 3 seconds. That's known as full text search. So you could look for Sam or Pete or any phone number from the 123 area code. You can cut a piece of copy out of your word processor and store it in MemoryMate. Switch to the word processor screen, start the cut, cursor to the end, switch back, and paste it into MemoryMate. Now you can find it again anytime you want. If you've already got an address file in a database, you can load it into MemoryMate and take advantage of free text search. MemoryMate, $80 from Broderbund Software in San Rafael, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Unix got a shot in the arm this week. Unisys Corporation, the nation's third largest computer company, signed agreements with AT&T and Sun Microsystems to bolster use of the multi-user operating system. Unisys will work with AT&T to enhance the operating system and will license Sun Spark chip for use on future Unisys systems running Unix. Apple watchers speculate that if and when Apple releases the laptop computer being developed under the codename Laguna, it will be priced at $6,000. The word is the Laguna is a 12-pound portable with a stand-up active matrix screen, similar to those being used in some Japanese TVs. Lotus announced a shipment of Metro version 1.1. The program's about the same, except in how it uses your computer's memory. The new version is broken into 2 parts, a 64K kernel that stays resident and a user-defined larger block of accessories that occupies the high end of the memory and is swapped to disk when space is needed for other programs. Hertz, the rental car company, announced that they will equip 74 of their locations with kiosks that contain computerized driving directions terminal. You choose your destination from a menu, see a map on the monitor, and the system prints out a set of directions in your choice of English, Spanish, French, German, or Italian. Each kiosk is built around IBM PS2 Model 50 with a 20-meg hard drive, and it runs a database with about 350 local destinations. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
This is an actual piece of cable from the Golden Gate Bridge. The bridge cables connect Marin County over there and San Francisco over here. The bridge allows the people in Marin to use the resources of the city and the people in the city to use the resources of Marin. And the vehicles going up and back across the bridge cables are carrying people, things, and information from one location to the other. You might think of this as a kind of local area network. In principle, it's very much like a computer local area network. Today, we continue our special 2-part look at computer networks on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Stuart,
worried about the bandwidth of this network.
George, we'll get to your problem in just a minute. Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in for Gary Kildall this week is George Morrow. George, I suppose the original network cabling system was string and two cans. Every kid's played with this kind of thing. It's really more like the phone system, but the phone system is in fact a pretty good analogy for a computer network, isn't it?
You're right, Stuart. The original phone system was a party line system with multiple phones connected to the same line. Very similar to the bus structure of today's networks, where multiple computers are connected to the same single wire that goes from one to the other. In fact, the analogy is even better than that, Stuart, because there's multiple standards today in networks, and there used to be multiple telephone companies, and it was very difficult sometimes to transfer a call from one company to another.
George, today we're going to focus on Macintosh networks. We'll see Macs talking to Macs, and we'll see the ultimate in connectivity, Macs talking to IBM PCs. We begin today by paying a visit to the Arthur Young Company in San Jose, California, where they're beta testing something called Mac Link.
When the accounting firm of Arthur Young & Company decided to install an integrated network, it was faced with some special problems. At the San Jose, California branch, incompatible hardware is divided into different parallel networks on 3 floors of offices. On the 8th floor, Macintoshes are everywhere, but on the lower floors, IBM compatibles have the upper hand. Today, the company is testing a new gateway that allows any user to communicate with any part of the network.
What we're really addressing here is the ability to take an existing network that was designed exclusively for a single environment, DOS in this case, and gatewaying that to the Macintosh world. What we're able to do is we have to dedicate a machine. It is a gateway. It's a DOS box. It has an ArcNet card in it. It has an AppleTalk card in it. Talks to both networks. And the bottom line is it is, for all intents and purposes, seamless, because any file that's published over NetBIOS is available to whoever has the access to it, is also available to anybody on the Macintosh side through that gateway machine.
3Com file servers presently link different machines and different networks over the telephone lines. While the so-called interbridge talks to all the networks, the decision to keep different machines led to frustrations and delays.
I guess the biggest problem was just coming to terms with the true capabilities of the network, not pushing the network beyond what it was expected to do. The problem used to be things like corrupted data and file allocation tables that go out of whack and things like that. The problems we face now are just expending a lot of time trying something that was never intended to work, and you get to the end and the bottom line is it doesn't work, and you've just spent a lot of time trying it. So I think it's to the point now where it's not causing the users problems. It's causing the people who are trying to push the technology problems.
The Mac to IBM gateway is not yet perfected. It took several tries to transfer a file for this demonstration. But its appeal is undeniable. Through the interbridge, a user can retrieve a formatted document, send a memo, or electronic mail literally to anywhere on the network. At Arthur Young, Macintoshes outnumber IBMs, still an unusual sight in the business world. It's common to see accountants lugging Macs back into their offices from field trips to clients' offices. And in spite of some persistent bugs in the Mac to IBM network, the company plans to expand its system to provide network access from remote locations and a wide area network to link offices around the world.
Joining us in the studio now is Chris Bryant, Workgroups Manager at Apple Computer, and helping Chris at the other workstation over there is Andrew McClung, Marketing Specialist with Apple. George?
Chris, networking came to the Apple or networking came to the Mac when it first came out, but a lot's happened since then. Why don't you bring us up to date on where things are in networking in the Mac 2?
Okay. Over the past few years, we've moved from the first network implementation, which was called the AppleTalk Personal Network, through a series of additional services for the Macintosh in the network environment, to now actually new network implementations for the AppleTalk network system. One of the ones we'd like to talk about here probably is the AppleShare file server.
You're going to give us a demo.
Right. One of the first things that users notice about file servers typically is that they're different to use than using local resources on their personal computer. One of the things we've tried to do with the AppleShare file server is make the use of the file server as transparent as possible to the user, to make it as similar to using local resources as we can.
Chris, excuse me, describe the configuration we have here before you get going.
What we have is a Macintosh 2 workstation with the color monitor here. This is connected to the file server over the network. The next is a Macintosh 2 that is actually functioning as the file server. It's running the AppleShare software, and you can see on its screen that it has a server status display. The next is the LaserWriter Plus printer, and then in front of Andrew is a Macintosh SE workstation, which is also connected to the file server.
Okay, now show us how it all works.
Okay, the local hard disk is represented by this icon, and when we open that up, we can see folders, or the equivalent of subdirectories, that are stored locally on this Macintosh 2.
Each one of those little cards is a subdirectory.
That's right, and if we open that up, we can see whether, well, that one's empty.
Okay.
We can see the programs or documents that are stored inside.
And those
by their
are files.
Icons.
Those
That's
are
right.
icons for files.
Or we could have additional folders stored within that. Now, when we open up the file server volume, you'll notice that the remote information, the representation of that, is nearly identical to the local information. And in fact, we work with it in just the same way.
Now, Chris, one of those folders is gray.
That's right. Some folder, in the Macintosh, there's a metaphor for resources that you don't have access to are grayed out. For example, if we go up into this menu, you'll see that some of the selections are grayed because we can't use those at this time. There's nothing in the trash, so we can't empty that. The same way, a folder that we can't have access to is grayed, and when we try to open it, indeed, we get a message that says we don't have the access.
Okay, and you don't have access to that because?
Because the owner, who has control over giving access to other users, has kept that private. In fact, this is a special kind of folder. This is what we call a drop folder. I can make changes to that folder, but I can't see what's inside. This is sort of like analogous to the mailbox that's on the corner. You can go and put things in, but you can't see what's inside there. And it might be useful for if you were doing status reports or performance reviews, you can submit those, and no one but the manager has access to it. In
now,
fact,
Chris, if this were really a user-friendly system, I'd be able to take something up here and just move it down there on the screen.
Well,
is that possible?
That's exactly right, George. That's the way we designed it.
You work for Apple, George?
When I click and drag on this folder here, I can actually put it on the server, and it copies right across to the server environment. Or if I wanted to, I could move it into that drop folder. And you'll notice that when I do that, it says that I won't be able to see it once I put it there. But if I click OK, it's now inside that folder.
Well, I guess what I expected there is for the metaphor to work right, and Apple has made it work right.
Okay, can we get, say, Andrew to create something over there and show us how that would be reflected on your workstation?
Right. Now, you'll see that if you watch down here on the server volume, that when Andrew creates a document on the server or a new folder, that after a few seconds, what he's created on the server actually shows up on my screen.
There it is, yeah.
So there's a dynamic updating. But you'll notice that the way it was created private to Andrew. Everything that a user makes, it starts out being private. But because he has control over access privileges, he can give me access to that folder. And he pulls down a window there where he has the opportunity to give access privileges to other users, and you'll notice now that folder is white. I now have access to it.
Chris, let me ask you something about these two metaphors, if I could. This is the metaphor of the resources on the file server. This is the metaphor for the resources on the local system.
That's right.
Are these pictures reversed over there on the file server?
Well, the file server itself, an AppleShare file server is a dedicated server. We do that for a couple of reasons. Number one is performance. The file server is giving resources to a lot of users on the network, and so in order to maximize the performance for the users who are taking advantage of it, we make it a dedicated server. It can run additional services in that same piece of hardware. For example, LaserShare, our print spooling software for the LaserWriter, can run in conjunction with AppleShare in a single server.
But it couldn't run applications.
That's right.
Its entire purpose is to serve for file servers on the network.
It's a network server, that's right. Now, the fact that we implemented it in standard Macintosh hardware we think is a plus, because as users increase their needs, they can move up from a Macintosh Plus to an SE to a Macintosh 2, which we have here.
Now, do you need the Mac 2 as the file server in this kind of system?
Well, it'll run, as I said, in a Macintosh Plus as a server or a Macintosh SE, but we think that the Macintosh 2 makes a better server platform because it's a higher performance machine.
It's strictly a performance issue.
Yeah, right, and expandability. The Macintosh 2 has expansion slots and let users add other resources, other services in the same box.
Is there there's no structural difference between this? It's the same hardware,
exactly.
Whether this was a server or whether it was a station.
Exactly.
So, in theory, if you wanted to take the technology a step farther and perhaps give up a little on performance, this could be both a station and a server.
Well, you can do that. There are issues involved with running applications on a server where if the application has trouble, everyone on the network sees that impact on the server. Whether it's even there or not.
But the server is just a Mac 2.
That's right. And in fact,
going on here.
because of the AppleTalk network system, the way that it's architected, the same server functionality is now running in VAX VMS computers from DEC, and so that you have transparent migration from the Macintosh Plus all the way up to a DEC VAX.
Gentlemen, we're going to be back in just a minute, and we're going to show you how you can use AppleTalk to have the Mac talk to an IBM PC. So stay with us. We're back in the studio with Chris Bryant of Apple, and now over at the other workstation is Bill Berner. Chris, a couple of questions before we get into the new demo. What's the protocol, the hardware technology you're using here for the networking?
Well, in this case, the Macintosh 2 workstation is connected to the Macintosh 2 file server using EtherTalk, an Ethernet implementation of the AppleTalk network system. The Macintosh SE workstation previously and now the Compact Portable are connected to the server using the AppleTalk Personal Network, which is a lower cost implementation with lower speed.
Chris, these screens and the metaphor, does this have anything to do with the Ethernet, or is it, what part of it does it play in the operating system or the operating environment?
Well, the AppleTalk network system protocols are designed into every Macintosh and the LaserWriter also. And what you see here is consistent across the entire Macintosh line, whether you're using an Ethernet network, whether you're using an AppleTalk Personal Network, or some of the other media that we run AppleTalk networking across, which includes fiber optics and telephone wires. You always see the same thing. We try to make that networking transparent. It's integrated into the Macintosh operating system.
I see.
Okay, Chris, as you mentioned now, we don't have an SC over there anymore, but we have, pardon the expression, IBM compatible. A Compact Portable 2, and show me now how you can have the Mac and the MS-DOS machine work together.
Well, Bill can show now, he's connected to the server, and he can do a directory of the server volume. Now, one of the important things with AppleShare PC, the software product that makes this possible, is that it represents the server information in the appropriate format or context that the user's workstation requires. So when he does a directory from the server, he sees the same folder names as subdirectories that we see, except for the ones that are too long to represent in the MS-DOS 8.3 format, in which case the file server, AppleShare, truncates that name and provides an appropriate MS-DOS name to the workstation. And Bill's done that directory, and now he can show that using, he'll launch Lotus 123, the application, and he can open a document from the server and make changes to the document and save it on the server, and I will be able to go in and run Excel and access that same document directly.
So he's got a 1, 2, 3 spreadsheet up on the Compact.
That's right.
He's going to save that file.
That's right. He's saving it to the server. And you notice that he does it transparently. It's just like he's saving it to a local disk. And we see now on my window that worksheet has appeared on the AppleShare volume, on the server volume. And now, if I run Excel, and we're now in Multifinder, we're in Excel, I can open the document on the server. So we now get the Macintosh standard file, the AppleShare volume is up, and there's that worksheet, sales.wks, and we can open it, and Excel will do a conversion of that WKS file directly. And in fact, using Excel, we can immediately create a chart from that information. So we click chart, say OK, and we actually get a graph.
So you're doing a graph on a Mac 2 from the spreadsheet he had from Lotus 123 on
And what's important there is the file that we opened was a Lotus 123 file.
Right. Chris, I'd like to ask you a question about the cost. I guess some of the networking capability is built right into the Macintosh.
That's right. The network, the hardware that's required to do networking, and the software protocols are integrated into every Macintosh and into the LaserWriter also, so that all you need to connect workstations using the AppleTalk Personal Network is a $75 connector per node.
And any Macintosh can act as a file server.
That's right, a Macintosh Plus, Macintosh SE, or a Macintosh 2.
Chris, we're out of time.
That's
George,
great.
thank you very much. Now, universities have been a logical breeding ground for local area networks. Faculty and students spread all over the place, lots of resources that need to be shared. One good example is at Stanford University in Palo Alto, where Wendy Woods reports.
Stanford University has one of the largest campus computer networks in the country. Some 1,300 computers ranging from Macintoshes, sophisticated workstations and PCs, to VAXs, microVAXs, and IBM mainframes all talk to each other via the Ethernet network. In various closets across the campus, you can see the gateways and repeaters, in lay terms, the traffic cops that make the system work across the vast distances required. This impressive network even spreads into the dormitories, where students have access to bulletin boards, job banks, even the full bibliographic holdings of the Stanford University library system. They can do assigned courses in programming, even send mail to their instructors or anyone else on campus. Networking Director Bill Yunt says tying all these diverse systems together with Macintoshes came with a few trade-offs.
The way we've chosen to do that is by writing software that runs in a compatible fashion with the other machines on the network that share the protocol family called TCP/IP, and allow a Macintosh to sit on an AppleTalk network and be connected through the AppleTalk network to our Ethernets, so that they look to the rest of the network as though they're physically connected to the Ethernet.
Macintoshes are slow and have only single-tasking operating systems, but students love them. They're easy to operate and good teaching machines. The most common way Macs are used is in classrooms. In small local area networks such as this interactive classroom, the Macintoshes share software programs stored in a designated file server. What's on the instructor's machine can be viewed on all the students' Macintoshes, or his Macintosh can be used to view what's running on individual students' computers. So far, French, history, and computer literacy have been taught this way. Linking all computers on campuses is an increasing phenomenon throughout the nation's top universities. MIT and Carnegie Mellon are two other outstanding examples. But the people here say they're ahead of the rest because they've found a way to make their network useful, with top researchers and freshman students alike. At Stanford University, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Jan Lewis, president of the Lewis Research Corporation, and next to Jan, Tim Baharan, executive vice president of the Microcomputer Group at Creative Strategies. Jan, we've seen over these last two programs now a lot of spiffy new local area network products, but we still hear complaints about complexity and slow performance and reliability in networks. Have things changed, really? Have we made much progress in LANs?
Actually, we have made a lot of progress in LANs. There's still a tremendous amount to go in terms of all the aspects you talked about, the complexity, the cost, the performance, etc. But we have made a lot of progress. And I think a lot of it has to do with your perspective. If you're sitting there in an environment where you have lots of different architectures and lots of different machines, the kinds of connections we have right now are still inadequate to meet your entire environment. On the other hand, if you're sitting there in a department, let's say, and you have some people using Macs and you have some people using IBMs, and you have a product now like AppleShare that really does give you a fair amount of file transferability and certainly the commonality in terms of the file server, to somebody in that position, they couldn't do that a couple of years ago. To them, it's a major step forward. Again, if you take the global look at the whole industry, there are hundreds of different machines, architectures, etc., and to hook them all to each other,
it's got to be complex.
It exponentiates
Well, I've never
itself.
seen anything as natural as this Apple environment.
The implementation on this is truly elegant. First of all, in terms of the user interface itself, it really is easy. It literally is easy to figure out. The idea of having the share, what's sitting on the server down here, being able to do various things with it, it literally is intuitive, it's easy to learn, easy to remember, etc.
Tim, what do you think about
Well, what you're actually seeing with this Apple model is what we believe will be the future, which will be intelligent network managers. Yeah. And if we are really going to see this whole kind of interconnectivity work, we're going to have to see these various LANs working close together with a much cleaner user interface and a lot of power. And what Jan said earlier, depending on your perspective, if I'm from a mainframe or a mini multi-user environment, the LANs that I see today are not, I don't consider that significant. They have not come far enough to me. But if you're coming from a place where you couldn't connect things together 2 years ago, these LANs look like they're wonderful.
Now, the presentation manager that will be here someday from Microsoft, do you think we'll have an environment that'll make local area networks on the PC world as natural as it is here on the Apple?
Probably, although the big issue is going to be memory. Presentation Manager, Microsoft Windows, X Windows, anytime you start talking about this kind of network function, you're talking about a tremendous amount of power needed at that CPU level in memory as well as processing speed.
Jan, Tim, I'm sorry we're out of time. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us in this special two-part look at local area networks. Hope we'll see you next week.
Access file this week. Apple Computer is suing Hewlett-Packard and Microsoft. Apple says their unique Mac display and screen images are copyrighted. The company says Hewlett-Packard and Microsoft infringe on that copyright with New Wave and Windows. This case could be a long one. Hewlett-Packard issued a statement saying they would fight the suit vigorously. Microsoft's statement says they are convinced the case has no merit and they deny any copyright infringement. For the first time in the computer industry's history, we will be seeing prices going up, not down. A survey of peripheral board makers shows the shortage of DRAM chips is pushing prices on graphics and memory boards up. If the shortage keeps up, system makers are expected to be next. Everything from 64K to 1 megabyte chips are up in price, sometimes double from what they were at the beginning of last year. Not only are chip prices rising, but so are tempers. Atari is going to court against Micron, a supplier of DRAM chips. Atari says Micron Technology of Boise, Idaho, failed to honor a telephone order for 3 million DRAM chips at $3.75 each, then tried to sell the chips to Atari at a higher price. Atari wants damages from Micron for breach of contract, bad faith, and violation of antitrust laws. Micron says the company has no comment except to say they've been served with court papers. Its merger mania, Tandy Corporation, announced March 16th it will pay $55 million to buy Grid Systems of Fremont, California. Grid is one of the first makers of powerful laptop computers. The buy gives Tandy a respected top-line laptop. You could compare it to Chrysler buying Maserati. Grid PCs won't be sold through Radio Shack stores. Only Grid salesmen will sell PCs once the deal is done, says a Tandy spokesman. Now, for a software review, here's Paul Schindler.
I'm a professional writer, but do you suppose I'll look up a word in a thesaurus? No way. Who's got time? I do, and you will if you get Webster's electronic thesaurus. No, this product won't sound all that exciting unless you use a word processor. Then it becomes invaluable. First, Webster's is the biggest thesaurus on the market. It can look up 40,000 words and suggest 470,000 alternatives, yet it occupies no more disk space and operates as quickly as smaller thesauri. Its nicest feature is that Webster's provides one or more definitions for the word you try to replace, then suggests synonyms for each definition. Other thesauri include only a simple, undefined list of synonyms. Another nice feature, if the noun is plural, the choices offered are plural. As wordsmiths say, the inflections match. Webster's Electronic Thesaurus, $90 from Proximity Technology in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
One software developer is taking a different approach to OS/2. Rather than wait for the release of OS/2's Presentation Manager, Timberline Software is developing a character-based emulator of the Presentation Manager. The company designs programs for the construction industry. They will use the character approach in its first OS/2 product. The idea is to allow Timberline's customers to start off with the menu interface and keystroke and mouse actions. That will become standard in Presentation Manager applications. AT&T is trying something new again. The company launched a small footprint PC clone called the AT&T 6300 Workgroup System. Prices range from $1,411 for a single floppy model to $2,091 for a single floppy and 20 megabyte hard drive. The new model only needs 70% of the desk space of previous models in the 6300 line. Pirates better beware. A $50 bounty is being offered by the Software Publishers Association for information about pirate bulletin boards offering commercial software. SPA wants the name, address, and phone numbers of the system's operator, a printout of the commercial software the board is offering, log-on information including passwords and the date, and put all this in writing. Informants' identities will be protected. A similar bounty program last spring closed down 30 boards and resulted in $3,000 in bounties. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
Let's see, I'll give this to Gary, that to George, I'll give that to Paul, and that to Wendy. Hi, if your friends are into computers, software, or peripherals can make a great Christmas present during this holiday season. Today, we're going to give you our favorite suggestions for holiday gifts from the computer store on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Santa Claus Kildall over here.
Merry Christmas, Stuart.
Merry Christmas to you, Gary. Gary, I asked you to come up with an idea, a gift idea for Christmas for a computer user, and you brought this whole operation here. Now, what is this that you got?
This is called a Sony picture computer. It's this little box right down here. And you use it to add pictures and titles and things to your home VCR movies.
Show me how you
It has a charge couple device scanner. It's this device here. You take a piece of paper or make a little drawing on it like this. And for example, this might be a title for the trip to New York. Set it over the top, sight through it, and push the little start button. And we'll see the black and white image come up on the screen as it's scanning process.
Okay, so you're scanning a little drawing you made, and we're making now titles for our home video of our trip to New York.
Right. Now when the scanning process gets finished, we're going to use the controls on the scanner to fill in the colors. Okay, now it gets to the right here. We'll see a little color palette appear down in the lower right-hand corner.
Okay.
There it is. Okay. Now I'm going to select a red color for the apple here, and move this cursor down. You see a little X down there. We'll paint that in. Okay. And then I'm going to go up and color the stem. I'll have to select another color here. We'll take. I'll find a green in here.
Okay,
There's green. Okay,
stem.
so move this up, center the cursor again, and then paint that in.
That green.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll move up here and get the letters. Take a. Oh, let's try a yellow with that one.
Okay.
Find a yellow. Okay, paint that in, and then we'll move over here to the end. Like that. And then I'll go over here and get the exclaim.
Okay.
Move up here. Now you can also get a little trackball that goes with this, makes this operation a little bit faster, And I'm also going to zoom in on this one little piece so we can see that. So
okay, so you got a 2x zoom function in there.
Now we can take a look at that, paint that in, and then we're back again.
All right.
Now we've got our picture painted. We can use this to include in our VCR taping.
Okay, so I could roll. I just happen to have some video, home video, which Gary took in New York. And we
okay, here it comes.
Okay, there's
now,
the
this
video.
is a standard
right.
you tell us non-professional. Here's our scanned image.
Okay.
Now we'll put superimpose in there. And we have our titles on top of it.
Professional titles. Okay, how much does that thing cost?
This is around $400.
Not a bad Christmas idea. Okay, in just a minute, we're going to be joined by the rest of the Computer Chronicles gang, George Morrow, Paul Schindler, Wendy Woods, with all their suggestions for Christmas gifts for the computer user on your list. First of all, let's go out to the retail stores and see what the hot-selling items are right now in the computer stores during this holiday season.
For almost every retail store, Christmas is the biggest selling event of the year. The colorful decorations are vivid reminders of the commercial importance of the holidays, and 1987 is no exception. Nervous computer retailers are watching carefully to see if Wall Street's October crash was a harbinger of bad times. But that doesn't seem to be the case, at least for now.
So far, that type of bad news activity hasn't really put a dent in our business. Our customers don't even really talk about it or mention it. Probably has a lot to do with the general population who we do business with on a daily basis probably don't have a significant amount of money tied up in the stock market to begin with. So whether the stock market went up or went down really didn't affect them at all. We've seen a significant surge in business. November was a strong month altogether, and we thought we would conclude strong, but it seemed like it's almost doubled itself within the last 3 days. So people certainly are out there ready to buy.
Christmas buying has a big impact on both sales volume and on the kind of product that sells. Games, for example, represent up to 75% of holiday software sales at this store. But the popularity of entertainment software doesn't mean that Yuletide shoppers are less sophisticated. They seem to be getting more selective.
We're finding that people now are maybe buying their second machine, trading up, trading in. There's capabilities for customers to trade in, and we can now resale used applications. Well, Christmas time gives us a chance to build new customers. And then Christmas sales will lead into sales for the next 9 months, basically. We use the last 3 months of the year to capitalize on the 9 months of business that we've been working on so hard.
Shopping for a computer can lead to a very expensive Christmas. But if most buyers view the holiday season with financial anxiety, for other, more innocent shoppers, it means a lot more.
Joining us in the studio now, in addition to Santa Claus Kildall over here, is George Morrow, our regular host and commentator and chief scientist at Nestar. And next to George, Wendy Woods, our regular reporter. Wendy, of course, is also editor-in-chief of News Bites. Gary, start.
I want to see what George has got for us here.
Well, I've got a lot of things. The first thing is a piece of software called Byline. It's, I think, the best piece of desktop publishing software that's come around the pike. It's about $300. It's written by a fellow who used to be a professional writer and has turned himself into a programmer. It allows you to import from almost any kind of other program that creates files like DBase 3 or any of the spreadsheet programs. It allows you to bring those into a document and format them any way you want and publish them. And you don't have to fiddle with the file itself. The file stays just the way you want. It has got to be, I think it's going to be the standard in what civilized desktop publishing.
It's pretty new, right?
It's pretty new. It's just coming out. Ashton Tate is distributing it. It's a great piece of software.
A good starter for a person who wants to get into desktop publishing.
A good starter, and I think it's got a lot of horsepower. I think it's got the horsepower to last quite a while. Now, the second, you know, these days, we're in the transition between 3.5-inch drives and 5 1/4. Well, this is a perfect product. It's called LapLink. It's about $100. It comes with a cable that you can't make a mistake with because it has...
It's got one of everything.
It's got both kinds of connectors at either way, and it'll plug into any pair of serial ports. You plug it in, you bring it up. It's got a 3.5-inch diskette and a 5 1/4-inch diskette. And it's the most civilized, easy-to-use program to transfer files that I've ever seen. I use it all the time.
For the transition.
I not only use it for my portables, but I use it when I want to transfer files across normal computers too. It's really good. Now, the third piece of software that I think is good for Christmas is a piece of software called Higgins.
Yes.
Higgins is a piece of personal productivity software. I have it on my portable that I carry with me all the time. I mean, you guys won't be able to see much of this, but Wendy, this is the screen as it comes up. It's got an appointment, all my things, my activities in the day. It has a calendar. It has a directory. I'm able to come in here and look at anybody's name and address I want. I can go view this fellow, and suppose I want to call him. All I do is press telephone, and the thing, it'll dial. It keeps track of MCI Sprint numbers. I can dial all over the world. It keeps track of expenses. It'll do almost anything I want. If I have an appointment and I need to call somebody, I can call up that appointment. I can move over to the person's file whose phone number I have and make the phone call all in about 4 or 5 keystrokes. It's got to be the best piece of personal productivity software I've run into. I can't afford a secretary anymore. And this takes the place of it, and it makes me more effective.
It's well named than Higgins.
Higgins, right.
How much is this one, George?
This is, I think, around $200. So we have one for $300, one for $200, and one for $100.
Okay, so George's picks are Byline and Laplink and Higgins. Great Christmas products. Christmas ideas, okay? Gary, what do you got here?
Okay, well, this is one.
Fancy
now this is kind of an interesting device. This is called the Complete Hand Scanner. It comes from Complete PC. And the idea is that you get really a low-cost way of getting images into a computer system. Well, here's a Gary Larson cartoon. Okay. It's one of my favorites, actually. Now, what I got to do is start this thing. I'll get the Enter key, and I'm going to scan this as a 5-inch image.
Okay.
And so I hit the F2 key here, and then hold this button down, and then you'll see the image coming up here.
There it is.
So you're manually just sliding that
across there.
Pretty good
then we get to the
resolution.
end of it. Yeah, it's not too bad. And then we get to the end of this thing. We hit a key, and then that stores that away. Now we get a little menu down here. We can change the size of it, scale it to, let's say, scale it down by half. Now we can also rotate this around a little bit. Rotate it in one direction.
Right,
There we go.
Right. Yeah, upside down.
Upside down is good. Yeah, right side up. Or you can crop, erase, and then they also have a stationary package, little word processor, so you can bring the
build up your own letterhead with the
letterhead, put your image in there with some text and ship it out.
How much was this, Gary?
This is $249.
Really fast.
Yeah, it is.
And I think commercial scanners are probably what, $2,000 or something.
Not bad. Okay, my turn. You were talking about portables. I travel a lot. For the people who are into portables, I've got a whole kit full of toys here, depending on what your price range is too. I guess one of the newest portables out is this Toshiba T1000. Very inexpensive. You can get it for $800. George, you tell me you can even get it for less than that.
I've seen it in Computer Shopper for around $650.
I like it. It's the smallest, lightest thing around, about 6 pounds. Very inexpensive. It has a couple limitations. Only one drive, not backlit. The battery isn't replaceable, and so on. But
boy, it's got to be the lightest machine around, though.
You want to just stick it in your briefcase and have it fully compatible, do everything you want, load any kind of software into it.
Stuart, how long do the batteries last? Do you know?
4 hours or so. There's a couple of things. You can put a RAM card in there. That eats up some battery power. You can put the modem inside there. That eats up a lot of battery power. What people are doing is instead getting this little baby, WorldPort 1200. We've seen this before. Has its own 9-volt battery in there. You can use it on any computer. Plug it into your portable. Plug it into your PC when you use it. That's about what, $150 or $200.
That's the modem part.
Yeah, that's the modem. Something in that range. Now, a really neat thing is this printer from Diconics. This is a battery-operated printer. Very clever, George. You like this? Look what they did. The batteries go in here inside the platinum thing. They're rechargeable C-cells. Isn't that clever? So you don't have to waste any room with the batteries. Very nice copy. Very quiet. Inkjet printer. Uses a standard HP inkjet. Relatively inexpensive, $300-400, and excellent quality print, pretty fast, 150 characters per second in draft mode.
Next year, I'll bet you they'll have this thing not only as a printer, but also as a scanner,
and
a fax machine.
A couple other real quick things. If you're a portable user and a modem user, you run into a hotel, you can't get into the phone because it's hardwired. All you do is unscrew the mouthpiece, screw this thing on the mouthpiece, plug your jack in, and you can use the phone anywhere, even if it's hardwired.
And is it two-way? Does that give you two-way or just one-way?
Two-way. It's regular.
Wow.
Same as
How much is that?
This is about $45. It's a terrific tool if you.
And where can I get it?
I've only seen it mail order. I've never really seen it in the store. One last thing, if you're really on a budget bit, you only want to spend a couple of bucks. It's about $20 again if you go into 3.5-inch discs like you were talking about.
Yeah.
You take all your little things, put them in here, carry them around in your pocket. I think it's $19.95, so it's kind of a
For traveling software, right?
So if you're into portable stuff, here's all kinds of portable things for you. Julie.
Julie, well, this isn't exactly
What is Julie, Wendy?
for the computer user. It's for the kids. Julie is what's supposed to be the world's most sophisticated doll. It's got a 64K memory. It's got a voice synthesizer.
Hi, my name is Julie.
Voice recognition chips in it. It will learn secret words. Children can talk to them.
Fun.
Let's see if I can communicate with her. Julie?
Let's have a party.
Julie?
Ooh, it's nice.
Well, Julie is...
See if you can straighten her out a little bit, Wendy. Okay.
Julie is not listening to me like most children. But there she goes. Okay, be quiet.
Are we making too much noise?
That's right, we are. Okay.
Let's have a party.
Oh, she really is hooked on this party business. Anyway, one of the other features that she has is she has a motion detector in her, so that if she is moved suddenly, she will know it and she'll respond by saying, are we going somewhere? She also has a temperature sensor in her. I put her in the freezer just momentarily, and she indeed did say it's getting colder. And then she comes with a book.
Well, how about, does she have a light detector also?
That's right. She has a light detector, so if it's getting dark.
She says it's dark?
Right. If I put a sheet over her head or something, she would say, it's getting dark in here. And then she'd say, it's getting light. All these little things are hidden inside here. And she comes with a book, which has these little pads on them, and if you put her fingers against them, she'll respond to what's in the book. It's a neat little toy.
What does Julie cost, Wendy?
About $100.
And it comes from?
A Worlds of Wonder.
So it's got a lot of the technology we've seen on the show for the last year or so.
More. Look, it has motion detector, it has heat detection, and it has light detection.
It's a robot, really, called Julie. Okay, Wendy, thanks. We're going to be back with some more toys for Christmas in just a minute, so stay with us. Welcome back to the studio. We've got George Morrow, Wendy Woods, and Santa Claus Gary Kildall here again with a couple more great ideas for Christmas gifts. And let's see, Gary, we're going to start with Wendy because she's something really interesting.
Who's this guy?
This is Mr. Game Show. It's a new toy from Galoob. And,
Hi, everybody.
That's a toy company.
So, what game should we play? Any famous phrases?
He's a little bit obnoxious, but what he is
what's the word?
He's got chips in here.
B, a cassette game.
Let me turn him off for a second. He's got chips in here. He's got a 700 phrase vocabulary, and there are 4 different games. And depending on which game you pick, either you use this touchpad, and the lights light up around here, and he comes back with all kinds of insults and compliments, depending on whether you do well or you don't. He can handle up to 4 players at once, and he can just go on and on.
What age level?
This is the money that you win?
Oh yes, you win money, and you can put in a cassette for extra games. This is the trivia games are on cassette.
It's a data cassette or an audio cassette?
It's an audio cassette.
So how much is it?
It's about $100 at major department stores. It's just being sold.
What age level would it be aimed at, Wendy?
Gee, you know, it's funny because I have a teenage babysitter who can't stand it, but his father loves it.
It's for kids like us, you mean?
Wendy was playing it for me before the show, and as much as I hate these game shows on TV, I found it kind of interesting.
It's kind of funny.
So it's a kind of collection of computer games without a computer, and you can really just play it with
just shows you what modern electronics is finally doing with the toy industry. This is a good example.
How it's destroying.
All right, I understand, Wendy, you have to go do your Christmas shopping, so if you want to unwire yourself, you're allowed to take off now. Thanks.
Okay,
Gary, what do you got?
Video works too, and it's an animation, presentations for home, office, school, things of that sort.
For the Mac.
And for the Mac. And apparently it works just like the old style animation where you lay down a scene, then you put another scene on top of that and move things across it and so forth. Yeah.
Who makes it, Gary?
Let's see.
Macromind.
Okay.
And how much is it?
$200.
Now here's an example of it right here. We've got a racetrack set up, and I'm going to start the play, and we'll see the race cars come up to line up, and you've got a little guy waving his flag, and off they go. And they're coming around the backstretch there.
We don't have color or sound here, Gary, but you can have color and sound in this, can't you?
Right.
It's pretty good animation.
Yeah. It looks like it'd be a really interesting thing to play around with.
And to use it, as you say, for business purposes, too.
Stuart, what are these things you have here?
Okay, Gary, you get business class up, okay? And I'm going to show George these little toys over here. He's been talking expensive things, $200,
Sure.
and before in the other segment, expensive stuff. This is $50, a very interesting program called Ask God.
Ask God.
Claims to be an artificial intelligence program. Basically, it's a database of the Bible.
George Burns wrote it?
I don't know if George Burns, or maybe he's in there, I don't know. Anyhow, so if you have a question, you really want to find out what does the Bible say about a particular subject, you can type in a natural language question. I want to know the meaning of the abundant life, for example, and it'll pull out every phrase from the Bible that talks about the abundant life. So it's kind of an interesting thing, especially for the Christmas season, called
Stuart, what churches have blessed this thing?
I don't know that anybody's blessed it yet, but it's $49 and it's an interesting present for Christmas. Real quickly, something called Daily Features. This is only $15 or $17, something like that. It's kind of a nice gift for your secretary if she uses a computer. When she turns the computer on every morning, it comes up with a quotation of the day, an inspirational quote, a word to learn for the day, and it also comes up with a trivia question for the day.
So it's those pads,
like one of those pads on a disc. Real quickly, $6.95, only $6.95. Fortune cookies on a disc. Put it in your computer. Every time you turn your computer on, you get a fortune. Wow. Gary, you got business class up there?
Business class. This is by Activision. And the idea here is that basically if you're a world traveler and you'd like to find out what the customs or the money exchange, whatever it is throughout the world, you just click on it.
You're going to go
I'm going to click on
it looks like we're going down to England.
And we're going to go right down to London. And we arrive at London and we'll say, well, what we'd like to find is customs. Okay. And we'll click on the customs, the handshake there, find out about tipping, the language, and so forth. And you can see that we've got a number of things like the exchange rate. Looks like we have airline travel schedules, a variety of other hospital information.
This needs HyperCard to run.
Yes.
Now, with HyperCard, how much?
It's $50 this one is. It's a HyperCard stack from Activision, I think is Gary.
How much is the HyperCards?
That's
only $50 too. I think you buy the or comes for nothing. I think if you buy a new Mac right now.
Pretty nice.
Okay, we've got about 30 seconds left. What do you want for Christmas, George?
I'd like one of these cross projection monitors so I can put my things up on a screen anytime.
You're a high-priced customer.
Yeah, well,
Gary, what do you want?
I'll take an ETAC car navigation system. How's that?
Can you actually buy that now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. What was your car?
I bet his ETAC is as expensive as my class.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. I hope you get what you wanted. Thanks for joining us in this special holiday edition of the Chronicles. Hope we'll see you again next week.
I'm Cynthia Steele, sitting in for Stuart Chaffee. In the random access file this week, researchers at the University of Idaho say they have developed a microchip 100 times faster than any previously known chip. The chip is made of gallium arsenide and it runs at 320 megahertz. That means it can handle 320 million data characters per second. The designers say the chip could actually run at 1 gigahertz or 1 billion cycles per second. The new super speedy chip was designed for NASA to be used in the new space shuttle. Meanwhile, researchers at IBM say they have developed a magnetic disk which can hold 10 gigabits of information on one 3.5-inch disk. That is the equivalent of 620,000 pages of double-space typing on one disk, more than 50 times greater than the existing disk capacity. The breakthrough was accomplished by creating disk tracks that are only half a micron or only 20 millionths of an inch wide. If you've gotten stuck in the crack between email users and fax machine users, there may be an answer in sight. DA Systems of Campbell, California has announced the GeoNet mailbox systems, which will interface email and fax systems. At the moment, the system will only support text and is one-directional from email to fax, but it will enable PC users to send mail directly to another person's fax machine. Lotus has reported the results of a survey it just completed on the future of OS 2, and the outlook is quite rosy. A majority of computer managers said they expect OS 2 to become the dominant operating system within the next 5 years. They cited the benefits of multitasking and better memory management, and they expressed confidence that software developers would adopt OS 2 and come out with more powerful and sophisticated applications to take advantage of the new operating system. Lotus also announced this week the release of a new network version of 123 called 123 Networker. The new version of Release 2 of the popular spreadsheet program will support 5 users on a single file. It's pricey, $2,475, but it does come with 5 manuals and it is not copy protected. Time now for Paul Schindler to join in with his software picks for the Christmas shopping season. Here's our special holiday edition of Paul's Software Review.
Ho, 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 ho. Here we are in my actual den, the room in my house in which I do my reviewing, as well as my real job as senior editor of Information Week magazine. Once again this year, with the help of my associate, San Francisco consultant Richard Dalton, I found some Christmas goodies. First, from Simon & Schuster Software comes a $10 gift, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas, an animated musical Christmas card. It starts off with jingle bells and some Santa animation. It then offers a nicely illustrated version of The Night Before Christmas. You control the pace of the text. There's a Christmas game which involves moving around pieces of a puzzle. I'm not very good at puzzles, as you can see. You can also use it to write a letter to Santa, and you can legally make copies for your friends. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas is $10. We step up a notch and move over to the Apple computer with Science Toolkit's Body Module, a $40 software package from Broderbund. I can't say enough good things about Broderbund in general and the Science Toolkit in particular. It's well-written software that's fun and educational. Now, there's lots of things you can do with the package, but we're just going to show 3 of them quickly. You can measure your heart rate, measure the volume of air in your lungs, and measure your response time. Science Toolkit Body Lab is $40. At the outer limits of reasonable pricing is Microsoft Bookshelf. Now, you see, I've got my dictionary over there and my almanacs and reference manuals over here, but they're all contained on this one $300 CD-ROM, where I can access them instantly from my word processor. It's a great gift for a writer. We're going to wrap up with 2 luxury items that any PC owner would die for. If your loved one sends and receives a lot of facsimile, why not lay out $500 for this facsimile card from The Complete PC? No more fax machine. Let your PC do it. Or the ultimate Christmas computer gift, a $1,495 scanner from Dest, which can digitize most typewritten material and store it on a personal computer. No more retyping documents. What a concept. This is the software for it. With some Christmas suggestions and best wishes for your holiday season, I'm Paul Ho-Ho-Ho Schindler for the Computer Chronicles.
Commodore is about to announce several new products for 1988, among them an AT coprocessor board called the Bridge Board. They'll also be announcing a new high-resolution monitor for the Amiga. The juiciest rumor is about the new Amiga 3000, which will have 9 megabytes of RAM and a 50-megabyte hard disk plus separate animation and graphics chips. A state legislator in California is using personal computers to bring the government to the people, and vice versa. Representative Gwen Moore has started her own legislative bulletin board called There Ought to Be a Law. Her constituents can leave suggestions for new legislation on the board. She's promised to forward all suggestions to the appropriate committees and give users feedback on the dispositions of their suggestions. Finally, someone has turned the Macintosh into a poet. In fact, there are about 500 Macs scattered around the country right now in greeting card shops disguised as the computer poet. For $2.95, the Mac will ask you a few questions about the object of your affections and then compose a more or less custom-made poem for you. You can select from a variety of holiday environments such as Christmas or graduation, birthday or anniversary. There's also a home version of the computer poet software available. It's $29 and it runs on a PC compatible, an Apple II or an Atari ST. And that's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
This is not a classroom, and it's not a graphics house. It's an accounting firm, Pete Marwick. And everywhere you look, there are Macintosh computers. The Mac has come a long way, baby, from cute little student box to serious business computer. Today, we take a look at the evolution of the Macintosh from the classroom to the boardroom on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, the little Macintosh kind of snuck into the business world through things like Ready, Set, Go, desktop publishing, but all of a sudden people seem to be taking the Mac seriously for a variety of business applications. Why the sudden change? What happened?
Well, Stuart, when the Mac was first introduced, they had two serious deficiencies. It was diskette-based, didn't have a hard disk as an option, and very small memory system. So as a result, you really couldn't do a serious business application. But it did have high-resolution graphics, and that meant desktop publishing, and that's the way they got in the door to begin with. Now, the serious deficiencies have been taken care of. You can buy a Mac now with a hard disk as an option. You can go up 2 megabytes from your main memory. And so as a result, the applications for business applications are filling in, and the Mac becomes a serious contender.
Gary, we're going to take a look at some of the best-selling business software packages for the Macintosh today. Programs like Fourth Dimension, Right Now, VideoWorks, and MultiFinder. Now, we found a law firm in San Francisco that uses Macintosh computers to run their entire business, especially a very nice-looking spreadsheet program for the Mac called Trapeze. Here's a report.
The Apple Macintosh, still working hard to make its mark in the office, is beginning to get some serious attention among business users. At the law firm of Williams & Martinet in San Francisco, the Mac is the instrument of choice for everything from basic accounting to court documents.
I think probably the basic reason was because it had graphics capability that IBM didn't currently have. We could have used IBM for word processing and a lot of our documentation, but the Macintosh allowed us to put the Judicial Council forms directly in the computer, put the letterhead in the computer, put the pleading lines and everything in, and just minimized the problems that normally occur.
A software package called Trapeze provides the building blocks for many applications, including spreadsheet functions, client history, and billing. Trapeze also tracks the amount of time that each attorney spends per client and each employee's productivity. The practice of law is beset with legal forms, which must be duplicated precisely to be accepted by the courts. In the past, this meant unreliable photocopies, which were then filled in by typewriter. Now, the firm uses a scanner and a program called TrueForm to enter and store originals, later filled in with a typewriter-like font on the laser printer. In another departure from the physical handling of paperwork, attorneys working out of town can receive documents by modem.
We use our modem in this office, and we normally use a copy facility that has a laser printer, and we send it by modem to that facility. They then are able to print out the original document for the attorney that's in Los Angeles or San Diego or wherever it is in Southern California.
Macintoshes have opened up new areas of business for Williams & Martinet, like direct mail advertising. In preparing a simple will, for example, attorneys can take information by telephone and enter it directly into a program called LegalWare, which produces the completed will.
I think we were basically lucky. We were in a position without any IBMs whatsoever. And when a refreshing idea was presented, and a creative idea, and after we had done the research on it, it looked like it was a viable alternative.
Joining us in the studio now is Heidi Roizen. Heidi's president of T-Maker Company, and they're the company that makes the product called Right Now. Gary?
Stuart, in this show, we're going to talk about the big four applications, the spreadsheets, word processors, database, and graphics. Right. And Heidi's going to show us the first part. Okay. But I have a question to ask you first before we get going. Desktop publishing and word processing seem to be coming together. How do you differentiate those two?
Well, they do come together. I think one of the ways you can differentiate them is the degree to which graphics play a role in the underlying document you're trying to create.
Okay.
So we still believe that the major application lies in the use of words with graphics as the accessory to words.
So in your case, you call it a word processor because you're mostly dealing with text, but you do intermix some graphics occasionally.
Right. We really focused the attention on handling things like very large documents with multiple columns, lots of fonts, footnoting, that sort of thing. We didn't really focus as much on drawing tools and those sorts of things.
Okay, show us Right Now, Heidi, and show us some of the elements you were just talking about.
Well, first and foremost, Right Now is a performance word processor that can handle multiple columns and has lots of the features that were missing in the original Macintosh word processors. Let's go immediately to show you some of the meat of the program in page setup. What I'm doing is selecting an entire one-column document and asking that it be shifted to a two-column document. You notice not only does it come back very fast, but you see it on the screen as exactly as it would appear if you sent it to a printer.
Again, one of the features really of Right Now are some desktop publishing type, Ella, the WYSIWYG approach to seeing what you're doing.
Right. Here. Let me show you another one. Let's select through a number of elements. I'm selecting through both some headers and some text. What I'd like to do is I'd like to change these headers so that they have an outline font instead of a normal font. I can hold down the Shift key, change to outline, and you'll notice that only my headers changed. It didn't change the rest of it. Now, luckily, there's also a very enhanced undo function. It'll undo virtually any last move. So if I decided I didn't like that, you'll notice right in my edit menu it says undo style change, and it reselects, and I pop right back.
Do you have some examples of graphics in this?
Sure. Let me show you both bitmap and the vector graphics. Here's a bitmap of a scissors.
So this will come out of Mac Paint,
This is a Mac Paint drawing. So it's a collection of bits. I can enlarge it. I can treat it just like an element of text. I can cut it. It's a good thing to do with scissors. And paste it back somewhere else. So it handles it anyway, and I can always go back in and resize it down to whatever I want. You notice it treats it just as if it were a letter. Let's go down to the bottom of the file, and I'll show you a Mac Draw image. Now, when I switched from one column to two, this image was too big. It's showing it in its original size, but it's lopping off the side. One of my choices, by double-clicking on it, is I can resize it down to the appropriate size.
Now, what about things like hyphenation and spelling checking? Is that the sort of standard, I guess, with all word processors nowadays? Huh?
This includes a 50,000-word spelling checker that's integrated in. And in fact, it's not really standard with all word processors, but this one does have it. And it has a selective hyphenation, soft hyphenation.
You do automatic footnoting, I think, too, don't you?
Right. Let me show you one of the footnotes. Let's slip down there. You notice also the bottom of a page really looks like the bottom of a page. It's as if the desktop is coming through. Oh, and incidentally with this, you never have to repaginate. It always knows at any time, no matter how long your document is, where you are, what page you're on, where the text should fall. This is a footnote that's being automatically placed. If I decided I need another footnote in this column, I just go up, insert a footnote, and I have a window that comes up. It shows me my first one. I'll type in another one. And when I put it away, you'll notice that both of my footnotes are placed. The number is automatically placed.
Heidi, thank you very much. A nice looking word processor. We all know the Macintosh is well known for its graphics. With the advent of the Mac 2, there's even more graphics power you can get out of the Macintosh. Wendy Woods has a report on a new package called VideoWorks 2.
This is the latest in Macintosh business applications, computer animation, in this case designed to demonstrate a new product. Animatrix of Palo Alto, California designs and produces these animated computer presentations for sales, marketing, and training. People here say animation can be an effective business tool.
The key to success is when people use them and they don't crash and they keep running and people talk about them and learn from them and take something away from them. So I would say animation in itself is just like writing. You know, a good writer can write something beautiful, and if you don't take the time to keep your user as your focal point, you don't get your message across.
In this training disc, a new Apple employee learns to navigate through the jungle of phone numbers, places, and people on the job. It was made with Apple's HyperCard.
Why would a company come to Animatrix for an animated computer graphics piece instead of doing it themselves? Well, the people here say that despite the fact that these programs are commercially available, you can't buy the skill and the hard work it takes to make a good presentation.
Computer companies have been the first to capitalize on this new technology. But it's only a matter of time before the rest of corporate America learns the value of this new tool. In Palo Alto for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Dave Delaquila. Dave is Technical Support Engineer with ACS Corporation. They're the ones who make Fourth Dimension. And back with us, Heidi Roizen of TeamMaker.
Stuart, we've seen three of the big four applications. Now we come to database systems. Dave, your system, it's called Fourth Dimension, is claimed to be an open software architecture, and you can build custom environments and so forth. Can you tell us what that means?
Well, yeah. Actually, Gary, Fourth Dimension has the ability to have external procedures written in other environments act as if they were part of Fourth Dimension's own language. Fourth Dimension has its own procedural language with over 200 built-in routines. But also, in its power, it does allow you to create custom finished applications as well as simple databases.
Okay. Can you show us how it works?
Certainly. Right here, we're looking at the design environment, which is one of three environments offered by Fourth Dimension. The design environment is where you create the structure and layouts and procedures for a Fourth Dimension database. What I'm going to do is create a new file, and I'll do so by selecting the New File option.
Now, what is it you have on the screen here so far? What is this?
Well, we have one file already, which is a developer's file. Notice it's a flat file with 3 fields.
All right.
And it contains information like developer name, for instance, ACS, Microsoft, etc. What I'm going to do is create a second file, which is going to be products. So I'm going to rename this second file, and we'll add some fields to it. For instance, each product will have its own developer, so we'll go ahead and create a new field, developer, and notice we can pick from 8 different field types, as well as have several attributes for each field. I'll go ahead and accept that first field. We'll have a product name, and then a price, and which we'll make a real field. And finally, we'll have a product type. For instance, you might have a graphics package, a spreadsheet. So I want to be able to pick from a list of products. So we'll have a spreadsheet, graphics, and database.
So these are the explicit fields, values that you can have.
Well, these would be values that we can pick from when we tab into that field. We'll sort these, indicate we can modify them, and go ahead and accept it. Now, we've got the 4 fields defined in this file. Notice we have 2 files. We can have a maximum of 99 files in one database. I'm going to link the developer field in the products file to the developer name in the developer's file, and that's accomplished by clicking on the field, dragging, and creating a link. Now, that is a true link. Now, before we can actually enter information into the products, I'd like to create a layout for this, and you'll notice that we'll pick the layout option from the design menu. We'll create a new layout for the products file, and Fourth Dimension offers 8 default starting points for layout design. And I'm going to go ahead and pick this one. This is a starting point, which we can modify. You'll notice the developer field is boldface, which means that's the linking field to the other file. We'll include that in the layout, as well as the developer worth, city, name, price, and type. So go ahead and accept it. Fourth Dimension will automatically create the layout and generate the code necessary to link the 2 files together for us. Now, the layout procedure is where you can create your own custom procedures to control the program in action. You'll notice here's our list of built-in routines. And as I said before, we can add to this list of routines with our own external routines. Okay. Now, if you don't want to do any programming, you can simply close this window and forget about it. The layout editor allows us to change the appearance of certain fields. So we'll go ahead and format the net worth of the company and the price to be these dollar formats. And we can create our own formats as well. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to the user environment, where we can actually enter information into the database. And you'll notice here we're in the developer's file. So I'm going to switch files to the products file, which we just created. And you'll notice there are no records. So I'm going to enter a new record. And the first developer would be ACS. And notice that it automatically looks up the information in the other file for us. And the product was Fourth Dimension. And it has a list price of $6.95. And it's a database, so I'll just go ahead and select that. So we've entered our first record. Let me enter in one more record here, like for instance Microsoft, which is another record in the developer's file, and I'll enter a wildcard because I can't remember how to spell Microsoft. It looks it up for me automatically. We'll say Excel. There's another product. It's $4.95, and it's a spreadsheet, so I'll type in S and return, and it accepts that option. Now what we could do is, for instance, we could get an idea of the relative prices of these products by doing a quick graph. We'll have the product name and a price, and we can get an idea of the relative amounts. And we can pick from 8 different graph types, for instance, a line chart or maybe a pie graph. And fourth dimension does allow you to change the appearance of the patterns used in the graph.
Sure. Okay. Now, how does this lead to the custom environment?
Okay. Fourth dimension is quite useful in the user environment. You can do most of your queries. It has a standard search editor, but the custom environment allows you to create your own finished applications, which look very similar to...
So the layout of the screen and everything is defined by...
You can create your own menus, create your own dialogues, in essence control the environment that the user works in. Right.
Okay, very impressive, Dave. Heidi, thanks for staying with us. Now, we're going to take a look in just a minute at the Mac's new multitasking environment called MultiFinder, so stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is Charlie Oppenheimer. Charlie's Macintosh Group Product Manager at Apple, and next to Charlie, Robert Wiggins, contributing business editor with Mac User Magazine and publisher of a new newsletter called the Macintosh Business Letter. Gary.
Robert, we're going to hear about MultiFinder. That's based upon the concept of multitasking. Multitasking is something we hear more and more in the business community, computing community. What does multitasking really mean to the business user?
Well, to the business user, it's more the opportunity for more productivity at the same time. Business users are going nuts these days about multi-user and multitasking. They want each user to be able to do more things, and they want everybody to be able to share the same things. However, of course, this is the leading edge of technology, which means it's dangerous. And business users want stability. So, you go to something like MultiFinder, which some applications don't work real well with MultiFinder. You run the risk of losing data. So the business user wants it, but they shouldn't go rushing into something that they're not ready for.
Charlie, sounds like it's your turn.
Well, let's talk about what MultiFinder is. Okay. MultiFinder is the first generation multitasking operating system for the Macintosh. Importantly, it adds new functionality to the Macintosh system software base while maintaining compatibility with a large number of applications and also compatibility across the Macintosh product family, the Plus, the SC, and the Mac 2. So let's take a look at what we've got. The MultiFinder provides 3 new capabilities. First is the ability to view different applications at the same time and switch between them. Second, the ability to print on the laser writer in the background. And the third, we have a foundation on which developers can base new background applications that can continue to run while the user goes off and works on some other task. So on the screen here, I have 3 applications that are already open and active. In this window over here, I have Microsoft Word. If I just click into another window, I switch. In this window, I have Versatern Pro, a terminal emulation program, and I'm hooked up to a VAX running Unix at a remote site. In this window, I have the Mac 286 product, and I'm running MS-DOS. So if we start some work here in the Versatern Pro window, I can start a download. And we'll see that file will get started. And it turns out that Versatern Pro is already an application that runs effectively in the background. So now if I click back into the Word window, you notice that the download continues. And at this point, I can go and type whatever I want, and that's fine. Now, let's say that to finish my memo, what I really need to do is I need to get some data from Lotus 123. So I can go into the Mac 286 window, and let me expand this to full size so you can see exactly what I'm doing. We've got the C prompt, which intuitively suggests that I should type in something like this. And then we'll start 123. And this is just an off-the-shelf copy of 123. And I'll fetch a file. And there we go. And then we can just shrink this down so we can see what else is going on. And you notice that the download is continued while I brought up 123. Now, finally, to get this data into my Microsoft Word document, what I can do is I can select copy, just like I do with any other Mac application like that. I go up to the Edit menu, and then I do the copy. Then I go into Microsoft Word, and we can just paste that in by going up to the Edit menu, and like that. And then everything's just fine as long as I change this font here back to what it needs to be, which in this case is Monaco 9-point. And there you go. And the important point here is that MultiFinder is not only robust enough to go across different Mac applications, but as you can see, different operating environments. In this case, I've got MS-DOS in one window, I've got Macintosh in another, and I'm running a Unix session from a remote site.
Yeah, Charlie, one of the things that, at Digital Research, we started doing multitasking about 1982. So it's not a new concept.
Plug for Gary.
But no, the reason I'm saying that is because when we first came out with those things, we discovered a lot of problems with programs that didn't interact with one another properly at the file system level. In other words, because there weren't proper file protection mechanisms, they end up crashing and trashing one another's files. How do you handle that now?
Well, this is one of the reasons why I say that we're at the first generation of multitasking with the Macintosh. And what we've done is we've provided some very strict guidelines to developers so that in a sense what you can say is this is cooperative multitasking. You've got to be a good citizen in operating
Okay, and we
this
discovered
environment.
that didn't work.
Well, so far we've had some pretty good luck with it. We've got this application here which is working. Yeah. I think that Fourth Dimension is already working in the background at the same time. The Finder is actually still operating here also.
Yeah.
Robert, what's your advice to a business user who's looking at the Mac world now and looking at something like MultiFinder? I mean, how safe or risky is it in terms of your first
Back
comment?
up frequently. For the most part, most applications are good citizens, and most business software was written well. It's mainly games and things like that that are flaky and don't run well under MultiFinder. However, you never know when you're going to hit a certain combination of circumstances. But if you back up you save often, save frequently, and back your data up, then you can go ahead and take the chance.
Yeah, the important thing is I think that you have a file locking mechanism so that you can share data between programs, and that's a thing that eventually our products evolved into. If you don't have that, even certain programs themselves can trash their own files. You start an edit session, you forget you've started it, and you start another one, and these obviously use the same files.
I
Things
tell
like
my
that
readers that
no
MultiFinder 2.0 is going to be a lot better.
What about that? What's the next generation of MultiFinder?
Well, Apple really doesn't get into the habit of plotting out what its plans are going to be publicly far in advance. But as I said, this is the first generation, and I think that people who've looked at multitasking operating systems before have a good idea of the new functionality we'll be adding.
Gentlemen, Charlie, Robert, thank you very much. That's it for our look at Mac business software. Hope we'll see you again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the Random Access File this week, you may be excited about the speed of the 8386 computers, but at Intel and Microsoft, they're already working on the design of the 8586 chip. In fact, they've already finished the work on the 8486 processor. Microsoft Chairman Bill Gates says each of the next generation of chips will increase speed by a factor of 3. Gates said the 586 chip will also feature multiple dispatch, the ability to execute more than one instruction at a time. Meanwhile, there are press reports about Microsoft unveiling version 3.4 of PC-DOS. The new DOS reportedly has a more visual interface and built-in support for extended memory. The release of PC-DOS 3.4 may further cloud the operating system issue, since the new features of 3.4 may make similar advantages of OS 2 less attractive for software developers. The continuing shortage of memory chips is starting to take its toll. Sun Microsystem has hiked the prices on memory add-on devices for its computers by as much as 50%. Apple earlier had boosted prices for Mac memory add-ons, and the shortage of DRAM chips and 1 megabyte SIMs appears to be delaying the introduction of a new enhanced Mac SE. A company named Ytech has announced a new 32-bit raster image processor chipset that it says can improve the performance of laser printers by a factor of 30. The new RISC processor can achieve throughput of 50 megabytes per second. That translates into a laser printer that can print 60 pages per minute. Time for this week's software review. Here is Paul Schindler.
Today, we're going to talk about the Brooklyn Bridge. Not the one in New York, but this one. This cable and its associated software. You know, with the arrival and performance of the PS2, as well as the 1 million IBM laptop portables, all of which use 3-inch discs, you may soon need Brooklyn Bridge to move data off your old 5-inch discs. Now, the Brooklyn Bridge is an elegant way to move data from old disks to new. You could do it through the communications port, a file at a time. But the Brooklyn Bridge is 12 times faster and automatic to boot. It operates about as fast as a floppy disk. Now, there isn't much to look at. You add a new device to your configuration file. You select one computer to act as slave, the other as master. On the slave end, you start up the program, then reboot the master. The master gains access to all the disks on the slave. A directory on either machine looks exactly the same. It's as if all the files were on the master. Copy, erase, execute programs. Brooklyn Bridge is $140 from White Crane in Norcross, Georgia. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Microsoft is offering a money-back guarantee on Excel, its spreadsheet program. The company says it hopes to get users to sample Excel at no risk while they're waiting for new versions of Lotus 123. IDG, the International Data Group, publisher of PC World, has finalized its arrangements with the Soviet government and is set to release the first Russian-language version of its computer magazine. Negotiations were concluded recently with a formal signing ceremony in Massachusetts featuring IDG chairman Pat McGovern and several Soviet officials. IDG is hoping to take advantage of the new openness in the USSR and the recent liberalization of U.S. export policies regarding PC sales in Russia. Apple says its Apple Link online service for Apple II users will go into operation sometime this summer. The Apple Link Personal Edition system will feature a full range of online services. Apple says there will be a Mac version of the Apple Link later this year. Tandy is halting production on its Model 200 Portable. The laptops will be closed out at $499. Tandy says it expects its inventory of Model 200s to be sold out by the end of the year. Finally, they say no one wants to major in math these days, but a recent study of the best jobs in the country indicates that the top 5 rated jobs are all math-related. Out of 250 jobs which were rated, the top 5 in order were actuary, programmer, systems analyst, mathematician, and statistician. And you can stop your fantasizing. Being a football player in the NFL ranked 241st, just above migrant farm worker. That's it for this week's Random Access. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
They say the family that plays together stays together. Well, if that's the case, then the Bennett family ought to be together for a very long time because they're all computer game nuts, from mom and dad to teenager Bill to grade schooler Steve. The Bennetts think that computer games are not only fun, but educational. Today, we'll take a look at the newest and best computer games on this edition of the Computer Chronicles. The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, chess is an ancient game, as we all know, but this little computer, which is not so ancient, I hate to tell you, can beat me in a game of chess. Let me show you how small this thing really is. I can open it up, and that's the whole thing.
That's the old chip right there.
The battery's bigger than the computer, and it knows how to play chess. We're going to be talking about game software today, Gary, and some people may think that's frivolous, but from a programmer's point of view, I would think the challenges of writing a game are much the same as those for writing business software.
Well, there are a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, Stuart. In the case of business software, for example, the coding is often very file-intensive. In the case of game-playing software, it's often real-time because the player wants to get an instant response. So it depends an awful lot whether you're programming for one of these things or not even a PC, but often programs for game-playing are written in assembly language. Time-critical sections are examined very, very carefully and so forth. But the new machines that are coming out, the faster processors, the high-resolution graphics really give us a whole new level of really fun educational games as well as business software.
We're going to see some of those today. We'll be looking at games for two machines, the Commodore Amiga and the Apple IIgs. And among the games we'll see are Earl Weaver Baseball, Ferrari Formula One, the Tower of Myra Glen, and Shanghai. Now, one kind of computer game is the adventure game or interactive novel. And a good example of that is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. We're going to start today with an interview we recently had with Douglas Adams in which he talked about his fascination for computer games.
Douglas Adams, best known for the hugely successful Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, has discovered a new way to startle, befuddle, and astonish his fans with a text adventure game called Bureaucracy. It's based on his own experience trying to get his bank to acknowledge a change of address. When the bank finally responds,
They wrote me a very nice, very apologetic letter saying, yes, but this is absurd, we do agree, and it was very silly of us, and we will make sure it doesn't happen again, and our records have now been corrected, and so on and so forth. Guess where they sent the letter? To the old address. Yes. You can't win. And, I mean, this is the fundamental premise which lies behind this game. Your object is to get your bank to acknowledge your change of address card, but you go through hell in order to try and achieve it.
the inevitable outcome of bureaucracy also reflects the exotic bureaucratic horrors faced by the author while on a photography expedition to the island of Madagascar.
The most appalling bureaucracy. I mean, it is just insane. When you first arrive at the airport, you go into the arrivals lounge, and the bit you encounter there is almost as long as the entire journey to get there. Because for every flight they set up, for every flight that comes in, there's this sort of great shanty town that grows up of little sort of booths, desks, huts, tents, and anybody who hasn't got anything better to do and has got something green to wear can come down there and is allowed to go through your passport, go through your belongings, get you to fill in forms that you can't understand, and it'll take you hours to get in. So anyway, in this game you will end up in a country called Zalagasa, in fact. And you cannot avoid getting there. You will run into terrible trouble at the airport. You're trying to get to Paris. Whatever method you try to reach Paris by, you will end up hanging from a tree in the middle of the jungle, from a parachute in the middle of... You either will have been thrown off the plane, or you will have parachuted out with a hijacker who's taken you as a hostage, depending on which flight you get on, or if you've really got the wrong flight, you will actually find yourself in a plane belonging to the Zalagasa Parachute Club. And there is no way you can avoid it. And so you are driven through this game by the sort of demons of bureaucracy.
Joining us now in the studio is Brody Locker, the guy who wrote the game Shanghai, and next to Brody is Lucy Bradshaw of Activision, the company which publishes Shanghai. Gary?
Brody, I'd like to find out what the background is. How did you come up with Shanghai?
Well, I'd written the game several years ago on a mainframe computer, and I had hoped to port it to a microcomputer, and was a little bit disappointed with the resolution of the graphics available on micros. When the Mac came out, I saw a chance to put it on a computer that would do it.
So that was your first version, was the Mac version?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can we take a look at the game?
Yeah, let's take a look and play Shanghai for us.
Well, Shanghai is based on traditional mahjong tiles. The game consists of a pile of 144 tiles in a pyramid sort of formation called a dragon. The object of the game is to find matching tiles like this that are free, meaning that they can slide off to the left or the right of the pile.
So the top of the pyramid, Brody, is right in the center of the screen, then, huh?
Right, that's right.
So you've got like a pile of 4 tiles in the middle, is that it? Or?
Yes, 5. 5 is the highest point in the center of the formation.
So part of the problem is some of the tiles are hidden. You don't know who's underneath.
That's right. Each game is different. The tiles are randomized, and as you remove them, you see further combinations, further moves.
Lucy, tell us what you're doing right now. You're playing it.
What I'm doing is I'm finding matches and
well, don't stop playing. Just tell me what you're doing.
Directly match, and I can go up and remove the tile, or I can just double-click on the second one to remove it a little quicker once you become familiar with the game.
Okay. And for people who don't know Mahjong, they're kind of suits, right? I mean, there's dots and bamboo
and you have information on the tiles if you'd like to get exactly what they are and how they match. There are also rules. And if you're not too familiar with the game, you can cheat by having it show all the moves. So there's 3 tiles that match. You have to choose which 2 you're going to remove, and that is where the strategy becomes involved, where you're going to start removing and how you're going to attack the stack of tiles.
Can I ask you to kind of fast forward to what the end of the game might look like? And while she's doing that, Brody, did you ever think of an actual Mahjong game rather than a solitaire version?
Yes, I've thought about that. It would be quite a bit more complicated because there's supposed to be 4 players, and the scoring strategy changes according to the International Mahjong Players Group each year.
Okay, right now Lucy's right near what would be the end of the game with only 2 pairs left. And she has won.
And this is what you win.
And what now you get some sort of reward. Oh, there's the reward for winning the game.
Yep, you've beaten the dragon.
Brody Stewart tells me that Shanghai is very relaxing to play rather than competitive. Why is that?
I think it's very easy to learn, and it's pleasing to look at the tiles. They're really pretty to look at. There's not a lot of fast action, and there's no timing unless you ask it to time.
And again, it's pretty quick to learn, which is a nice feature of any game. You don't have to read a huge manual to figure out.
Also, now this has been ported around to a couple different machines. What's it written in?
It's written in C.
Okay.
Are you working on any other games now, Brody?
Yeah, I'm just finishing up a game called Solitaire Royale, which is a collection of solitaire card games.
And for what machines?
I've written it for the Mac. It's also available on the IBM.
Brody, Lucy, thank you very much. In just a minute, we're going to take a look at another new game for the 2GS that uses stereo sound, so stay with us. With us in the studio now are Richard Seaborn and Jeff Leffords, both of whom have created a new game called The Tower of Miraglen, which is published by PBI Software. Gary.
Richard, this machine, or your game, uses a special board apparently to produce the stereo sound. How is the sound actually stored in the machine?
The actual sound is stored in digitized data. That is to say, we take an audio source, such as a tape or a stereo playback, and we'll record that effectively into RAM on the computer, and we can play that back at varying rates.
Played back through that special board that's in there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the game.
The actual game is the Tower of Miraglen. What you're trying to do is play the role of a knight of justice, a defender of right. You're going into the tower to try to prove that you are good, justified, and that you are also intelligent and, shall we say, a bit strong. You want to go through all the monsters in the combat and so forth and try to prove you're good and get the medallion from Mendeley.
Okay, give us an example of how you use the sound in here and how you've added sound to a typical adventure fantasy game.
Okay, a lot of adventures in the past have always had sounds because they harp a lot on the adventure, and they forget the other side, the action side and the sound side. It really makes it like you're there, puts you in the situation. What we've done is go ahead and say anytime you go through doors, you hear the door slam. When a portcullis falls, you hear that slam. Any sort of noises, including everything ranging from every individual monster has its own roars and screams. I'm going to show you an example right here.
Okay, tell us what you're doing as you do it.
Okay, I'm going into the room. I'm fighting some ghosts and some demons.
And each one of those sounds has been digitized through a tape player.
Now I've died.
Okay, no more sound.
Now, and the monsters on the right side come out of the right side.
They come out of the right side.
And you can hear them shift back and forth. As you move across the room, the monsters will try to follow you, and you can try to follow them. You can hear both sides.
So you don't only have a heavy use of sound here and all the sound effects, but stereo sound effects on top of it.
Yeah.
Now you have a pretty clever way of getting the most out of the space you have in there in terms of the reuse of sounds. Explain that.
Okay, sound data can be used again and over and again by trying to find sounds which, when played back very fast, actually can be heard by the human as something different. An example would be we'll hear ghosts moaning and screaming and demons roaring. And those same sounds can be changed by playing back very quickly as being a much smaller creature because it's actually higher frequency. And the same thing, the ghost moan, for example, does become a rat squeak. And thunderclaps can become door slams and so forth.
Okay, now there are lots of adventure fantasy games around. What really distinguishes this new one and makes it different from the others?
Okay, well, the other ones have already tried one of two approaches. Take an already existing game and make it better, or do something entirely new. This game says, well, wait a minute, that's not really the way to design a game. Take all the games that have been good, take all their advantages, and put them into one.
Steal a little bit from everybody.
Yeah, sort of like Bach. Yeah. Take what each one is that's good, and put those into your game, and make the adventure something that an adventurer will appreciate, not just a maze to go through.
Now, with all this digitizing, I mean, what are the memory demands of this game?
The actual game will work in a 512K machine.
So you need minimum 512K to even play the game.
And what about the price of the board and so forth they add on board?
The stereo card?
Yeah.
Or the stereo card from MD Ideas is really not that expensive.
It's normally $60. Yeah.
Okay, so that's relatively
And
fast.
you don't even need the card to play the game, although it helps a lot.
Just to get the stereo out of it.
Yeah, just to get stereo.
And it'll also allow you to drive speakers directly if you don't have an amplifier or stereo available.
Okay, now getting back to memory, you say you need minimum 512, but
if you have more RAM, you can actually have more sounds. For example, when the character's running through the mazes and he confronts obstacles, some sounds will be abridged, shortened, or entirely removed in order to fit in that memory. If you have more memory, the game says, hey, I'm going to use your more memory, and it loads in more sounds. So like when he dies, you'll hear him scream no as he collapses to the floor instead of just collapsing to the floor with a grunt.
Okay, you got some more games coming up like that now?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do.
Well, I think the most satisfying thing, Garrett, is this guy wrote the game and he died just in there. And I got a lot of pleasure out of that. Gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us. Now, what happens when you buy a game, you come home and you can't play it, or it doesn't work, or you get stuck in the middle of an adventure game and you don't know where to go next? You call a customer support line, and if you're lucky, somebody answers the phone. What happens on the other side of that phone? We asked Wendy Woods to find out.
Customer support, Michael speaking. Can I help you?
Michael is one of 15 customer support people manning the phones at Electronic Arts. Their job is to answer any question about any of the firm's 64 game titles across a range of 7 different computers. How do they do it?
Well, all the customer reps have booted up every product at some point in their career. Also, because we do the original testing on the product before it ships, I have an expert in the department that has spent 40 to 80 hours with the product. And we go through the test plan individually prior to product shipping. So we're all familiar with it. Within the first 5 weeks of ship, we know what any question is going to be for the life of the product.
And just in case memory fails, the reps have extensive libraries of game clues and technical solutions at their fingertips. Among the strangest calls they've received was the one about the dog that ate the Starflight disc. It was replaced free of charge. And the distraught father whose kid ran up a $300 phone bill trying to solve the game Bard's Tale.
And we do get numerous calls from parents, again, wanting to know who we are. Usually they've probably solved the game by the time the phone bill catches up.
Surprisingly, most of the 500 calls they log each week come from grown-ups. You'd think that after a long day at the telephones, slaving over hot computers, the people here would want a break. But no. What do they do in their spare time? They play games. In San Mateo, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Eddie Dombrauer, president of Mirage Graphics, and next to Eddie is Rich Hillerman. Rich is with Electronic Arts. We've got an Amiga 1000 joining us, and Gary, we're going to see 2 neat games now, Earl Weaver Baseball and Ferrari Formula One.
Okay, Eddie, how do these games differ from what traditional simulation? We've seen lots of baseball games and racing car games. What is different about this?
Well, the fundamental difference that we have in both of these games is that we use physical models of the real world, so that all the action happens in the place of the real world, and every now and then we update the screen so that you know what's happening in the real world.
Okay, what's an example of what you see?
Well, for example, in the real world, a ball falls at 32 feet per second squared, and when the hit is calculated, we calculate the trajectory of the ball, so if it's going to be a home run, it has to go up at a certain velocity so that it will fall behind the fence.
Eddie, in terms of the strategy here, it's called Earl Weaver Baseball. Did he actually play a role in developing this?
He played a very large role. He met with us about 5 times. We spent a lot of time with him talking about strategies, about the plays that he uses, both offensively and defensively, the way that he picks his lineups, the way he picks his rosters. All those things, he spent an awful lot of time playing the game and evaluating and giving us feedback on things that we've done and giving us some new ideas himself.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it.
Okay. Well, we're in the bottom of the 8th inning here in a game between the American League All-Stars from the beginning of the century against the National League All-Stars 61-75. Earl's managing this team, which is the National League, and I'm managing this team here. Babe Ruth is up, and the tying run is on third base, and it's represented by Tris Speaker. He's not a very fast runner, so I'm going to bring in Sam Crawford. But first, I'm going to look at his statistics. We have over 40 stats per player, and this determines how he does in the field, on the base paths, and of course at bat versus left and right-handed pitchers.
Okay, so we saw the lineups of all the players. Now we're looking at the stats of any particular player.
That's right.
And then you can go to the actual game.
That's right. So I'm going to pick up Crawford and put him on speaker, and then change his position to center field so that my defense is set up here. And then I can pull people in and out of the bullpen, but now we're ready to go back into the game.
Woo. Okay, what field are we in?
Now we're looking at the Polo Grounds. You can play in any ballpark, either real or fictional. You can design your own. It's one of the important things about using the physics models. It doesn't limit you to certain configurations of ballparks, so we can have that giant green monster in Fenway. What I'm looking at here is my options of plays that I can call on the offense. But I've got my base runners on. I'm ready to go. So let's see what Babe Ruth can do against Sandy Koufax.
Because we've got a kind of close-up on the right there of the pitcher in the
Right,
bag.
so close-up, there's the pitch. He struck him out.
Okay.
Between innings, we get a television
Because you might explain, you're in what you call a one-pitch mode right now, so we're not really seeing a lot of pitches.
That's right. We do this so that you can very quickly go through a game. We also have a mode where you can see every single pitch.
And it takes 3 hours.
That's right. It can. So now we also have an instant replay feature in this case, Earl comes out to argue. So we can see what he's arguing about here.
Okay, so because his runner was thrown out at first.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the instant replay. It's a slow motion replay. We can also freeze frame in the replay so we can see the seams spin on the ball on the pitch. So we'll see here that as the pitch comes to the plate, we can really see the seams go there. So there's the hit.
So you got to see if he was really out at first base or not, huh?
It's going to be close. Ooh, a tough call.
What do you call it, safe?
Called him out.
It looks safe to me.
Here comes Earl because he agrees with you.
Eddie, now the action in the baseball game is really determined by the particular facts of that situation, isn't it?
That's right. The statistics of each player, his ratings, the wind conditions, whether or not we're on AstroTurf or natural turf, where the fences are, all those things affect the outcome of each individual play and therefore each individual game. Everything's rolled up with a random number and everything's different every time.
Must be a heck of a programming job, actually. Also, let me ask you about the digitized sound. We heard a lot of those sounds. What role does that play in the game?
Well, we tried to make it as much like a TV experience watching baseball as possible, and sounds are a major part of that. And Terry Mason did an outstanding job of integrating the crowd sound effects and the umpire, which are digitized sound effects, as is the backcrack, with the announcer's voice, which is phonemes generated by the Amiga. It's tough to get those names to be pronounced correctly.
It's realistic. Huh?
Yeah,
that's an impressive game. I want to turn now to you, Rich, and talk about Ferrari Formula One. Tell us about the development of that.
Okay, Ferrari Formula One was designed from the beginning to be a Grand Prix simulation as opposed to a racing game. So we spent a great deal of time finding out about the Ferrari F186 that was used in the 1986 World Championship season and finding out about each one of those individual tracks and the drivers that performed on the circuit that year. One of the things that we did was realize that at least a portion of the part of Grand Prix racing is the engineering and setting up of the car for each one of those individual tracks.
Okay, Greg, show us how you do that on this. That's pretty impressive.
Okay. This is the paddock screen, which is a menu system that we use to get you from different places. For instance, here you can see the Brazilian flag. You can see that there's a sun, which means that the weather is currently sunny and that the current selection has it set for a 2-lap race. Around the track is the garage, the transports, which allow you to get to other tracks, race control, which allows you to control the simulation, and the pits. And I have some final setup to do before we go do this race, so let's go straight here.
You can push on any of those things, click on any of those things, and then
it creates another reaction. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, because I'm not quite sure how to set up for here, I'm going to ask for advice from Morrow, who's a built-in computer crew chief.
Okay, so there are all the choices you have in setting up your car.
Right. What I can do is, this is the engine system requester, fuel injection ROM, oiling system, the turbocharger, etc. This is the tire requester, which allows me to select between different compounds and different tread designs. Wing settings, which are important for aerodynamics and maximum downforce, and suspension settings. Also on the screen is a race scoring monitor that's exactly modeled after the Longines Olivetti system that's used in Formula One racing. So I think we should just go out and get into this race.
Okay, now in this particular demo you're going to show us, the computer's really driving the car, right?
But when you drive the car, you drive it using the mouse, using the right button is the accelerator, the left button is the brake.
The first thing you see is what look to be real rear-view mirrors.
Right. Those rear-view mirrors are showing you exactly what's behind you, which in this case is unfortunate because there's nobody behind you. You are in 8th place. That guy was unkindly cutting in front of us. The dash you see in front of you is an exact copy of the dash that was on the F186. The top display is the turbo boost. The bottom display is the RPMs. I'm going to crank up my turbo boost so we catch up here. There's a gear shifter that you see is working there. The steering wheel moves, front wheels move. The object of this game is a little different than most driving games in that your role isn't just to run one race, it's to win the entire season. That means you have to survive to finish the season. So you have to be careful and conservative and not destroy yourself.
And you can crash and get in trouble here like you could
exactly.
in the race too.
If you were to run into the back of one of these cars at the proper speed, it could knock you out for anything from 1 day to the entire season.
Rich, we're kind of going for a ride here, sort of on autopilot. Is there some degree of randomness in it and we'll get a different ride each time?
Well, Rick Koenig, when he built the physics model and wrote the rest of the program, we did some data analysis on real-world drivers and discovered kind of the factor of error that they had. So we built that into both this AI opponent as well as the other AI opponents. Those other AI opponents are designed to be similar to the top finishers of the season.
Rich, Eddie, thank you very much. I know what I'll be doing this weekend now. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back next week with another look at games for the Macintosh and the IBM PC, so join us then. In the Random Access file this week, NEC has announced the release of its first neural computer utilizing neural network technology. NEC says its neural computer will have a calculating capacity 100 times faster than a conventional PC. Sources say the computer will feature an operating system that includes voice and character recognition. The neural computer will be priced at around $12,000, delivery promised by the end of the year. Apple has released version 6.0 of the Macintosh operating system. The new OS features an improved multi-finder, a macro function called Macro Maker, and a utility for visually impaired users called Close View, which can magnify screen images up to 16 times. Version 6.0 also includes a map utility. No, it doesn't map your hard disk. It's a map of the world that gives you instant time and distance calculations between global locations. IBM has announced it'll start bundling Microsoft Works with the PS2 Model 25. Works is an integrated word processor, spreadsheet, database, and communications program. Borland International has released its first word processor. It's called Sprint, and the unique feature of it is a user-defined user interface. You can tell it to act like WordPerfect, WordStar, Microsoft Word, or Multimate. Sprint will sell for about $200. Time for this week's software review. Here is Paul Schindler.
Well, that's one way to have fun on the phone. Another is to use SmartCom 2 for the Macintosh. It offers the best balance between features and ease of use I've seen, and it's the only telecom program that's actually fun to use. As you start the program, SmartCom shows you all the things it can do, including sending material to the printer or the disk drive. When you select one of the icons along the bottom, SmartCom translates it into the command lines above. When text, like your sign-on, is needed, a dialog box pops up for the entry. In most communications programs, automating communication with host computers can be a pain. SmartCom 2, like all Mac software, uses icons to make it easy. You create scripts that can automatically sign you on, then neatly extract all waiting information from each of your online services. If you spend a lot of time on networks, this program pays a handsome return on your investment. SmartCom 2 for the Apple Macintosh, $150 from Hayes Microcomputer in Norcross, Georgia. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
One of the more interesting pieces of new software shown at the recent Consumer Electronics Show was a program called The Art of Negotiating. Yes, it's based on the book, but the software lets you simulate a negotiating session on the computer prior to a real negotiation, so you can anticipate problem areas. It sells for $195 from a company called Experience in Software. The Old Baby Book has become a software program. Nowhere of Canada has released a program called Baby Care. It's a combination How to Raise Baby book coupled with a database for recording and evaluating all of baby's achievements. Finally, we're used to hearing about adventure programs based on science fiction books. Well, now the tables have turned, and Avon Books is introducing a new series of science fiction books based on Infocom adventure characters. The first two titles will be Planetfall and Wishbringer. That's it for this week's Random Access. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
We know that software companies beta test their serious business programs, but what about game software? How do they work the bugs out of those? Well, in rooms just like this one, here at PBI Software in Foster City, California, where designers and testers bang away at keyboards, joysticks, and mice to make sure the games work just right. Indeed, the R&D that goes into game design is often just as complicated as the work that goes into a serious business program. Today, we continue our two-part look at game software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Whoa! Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and my opponent over here is Gary Kildall. We're playing an incredible game called Falcon. We're each flying our own F-16s. These two PCs are connected by the communications ports so that I see Gary on my screen, he sees my plane on his screen. This also, Gary, has a black box of flight recorder in here so that when I crash, as I always do, I can go back and look at the flight recorder, see what I did, and see what kind of mistake I made. These games are so sophisticated, but some parents, I think, worry that maybe their kids spend too much time playing computer games. What do you think?
Well, the games can be very, very educational. For example, it may be the kid's first introduction to a computer, pushing the buttons, running a mouse around, things like that. There are obvious things like hand-eye coordination is a very important thing to learn. Things like problem solving through tactics and strategies that help them win the game, things of that sort. Also, the games themselves, asteroids. So they remember asteroids? Right. As the rocks flying through space, the kids would learn about gravitational effects, sort of a hands-on physics in a sense. Flight simulators, learn about flying. But, you know, I've got hands-on experience at home that tells me the kids can't OD on these things, though, too.
Gary, we're going to take a look at some of the hottest new games for two machines, the Macintosh and the IBM PC. Among them, Chuck Yeager's Advanced Flight Trainer, a helicopter simulation called Apache Strike, and one heck of a golf game called Mean 18. Now, as Gary said, computer games can be educational. We're going to start out by going to a school where a teacher is using computer games to teach her children.
Educational software has come a long way since the first math and spelling drills found their way into elementary schools. Teachers now have a choice of role-playing adventure games that both entertain and teach. At the Crocker Middle School near San Francisco, teacher Donna Hauer uses a game called The Other Side that simulates international conflicts.
We do a lot of different kinds of problem-solving strategies, and some of the goals of the class are to learn how to negotiate, to learn how to work in a cooperative group and make decisions together. Another one is to be able to organize your information and extrapolate information from that information once you've got it organized. And this game is a nice setting for that.
Each team of 4 students tries to build a bridge to the other team's country and must compete for the needed resources and money. Players divide their time between the computer and a conference table where they plan strategy and review their progress.
I found in my years of teaching that the students want to be put in a situation where they're acting something out, where they actually have to do these sort of things, and there's some sort of reward, just like there is for you and I when we negotiate. There's a reward, there's a carrot at the end of our negotiation. And living it is a better teacher than reading about it and reciting facts.
Donna Hauer's students may not be ready for the State Department, but their class game seems to be having an effect. During the recent Reagan-Gorbachev summit, they discussed the likely strategies used by the two sides. Not bad for a group of kids in their early teens.
Joining us in the studio now is Peter Merrill of PBI Software. Peter created the game Strategic Conquest. Next to Peter, Eric Zucker of Silicon Beach Software.
Peter, we talked about the kids getting all hung up on computer games. Is your game any different?
Oh, very definitely. This is a game that adults really like to play.
What's the idea behind it?
Well, it's a strategy war game, and over here I've got the map. The white represents water, the gray represents land. The black is an area that we don't know anything about. We would find out about it by moving some of our pieces into the black area. It would then become visible.
So this is not really the Earth. This is a mythical
It's
planet.
it's a game that we generate with a random number generator.
Okay.
In here now, in this current game that I've been playing, I own 4 islands here. The enemy owns these 2 islands right here. My strategy is to conquer this island. To do that, I've loaded troop transports with troops, and I've dumped them off up here. This creates a lot of confusion and draws him over here. In the meantime, I've loaded up a whole bunch more troop transports and dumped them off all along here. Now I'm going to go to the next screen and we'll see the details of that. This is the screen that you normally use when playing the game. This is the island we're trying to capture. My smoke screen was up here. The computer, for demonstration purposes, is playing my side. And you've got things like an aircraft carrier right here. These are jets flying around. You can hear the sounds of the jets as they move.
So would you normally be moving these jets with a point and click?
Yeah, exactly. Point and click like this.
I see.
Down here we've got cities, and these light pieces are my pieces, the dark pieces are the enemy pieces. And these armies are now going in and trying to capture these cities.
It says you just captured
your city. So the key to the game is capturing cities, because cities make more pieces. The more cities you've captured, the more you
manufacture more weapons, etc. I see.
The more you have, the more powerful you are.
Okay, Peter, what is the bottom line object of the game now?
Well, what you have to do is capture all the cities, and that lets you win the world.
You want to conquer the world, that's the point,
exactly
like any good game.
That's exactly right.
Peter, I'm going to ask you to get your program out of there and load up the next one. I want to talk to Eric for just a second. You have 2 games you're going to show us, and the first one is called Beyond Dark Castle, which you describe as kind of interactive cartoon, which is a great phrase. Tell me what you mean by that.
By that I mean it's like a cartoon experience in that you control the actions of the main character on the screen. There's a lot of detailed animation and cartoon-like digitized soundtrack that makes it a lot like a cartoon for the people that are watching you play.
Okay,
Sounds interesting. Let's see it.
Okay, let's show it.
We're in the game's practice mode in the middle of the swamp, which is one of the 14 rooms, and I'll go ahead and pick it up. There's a flaming eye that I have to destroy before he destroys me.
What are your weapons there?
I'm throwing rocks right now, but there in one of the other rooms there's a special spell I can acquire from a wizard to have fireball capability instead of rocks.
This is not strategic conquest.
No. No.
Okay, and you're trying to get to the end to get the...
To get one of the magic orbs that I need to win the game. I just gave myself some gas. I'm in the practice mode, so I can do that.
Pretty little helicopter.
At the end of this swamp, there's a guard shack where one of the 5 magic orbs is stored.
Okay, this little guy's flying with his little private little helicopter thing, is that it?
That's right.
Okay.
And I believe we're almost there. There we are.
All right.
And I'll just stow my chopper pack here.
The detail.
Pick the mace up.
Okay, you got to beat
Got
that
him.
guy up.
I've taken care of dispatch the guard now. And now I'll go up and claim the orb.
Okay.
And all I need to do now is fly back out and place it on a pedestal in the anteroom and then go get the other 4.
All right, I guess that's a pretty good description, an interactive cartoon. That's really pretty neat. I want to ask you about the other game you have here now, which is called Apache Strike. And you fly a helicopter, but it's not really a helicopter simulation, is it?
No, it's not really. It's an action fantasy is what I would call it. The real objective that we had in designing Apache Strike was to get a real good action feel and really get your pulse pounding.
Okay,
I'll go ahead and
get my pulse pounding, Eric.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start it up. I'm going to start on level 20, where there's quite a bit of action.
All right, what's happening here, Eric?
Systems go.
I'm flying the helicopter now using the mouse, and that's one of the enemy helicopters. And these are skyscrapers that I'm flying through. And
where are you headed?
I'm trying to find the strategic defense computer. That gauge on the right-hand side of the screen, ouch, is the bearing and distance to the strategic defense computer. Now I'm 47 blocks away.
And we just see that screen cracked in the right. What happened there?
That's my radar screen, which is normally very useful to have, but as you can see, this program will let parts of your equipment get damaged, which adds to the challenge on the more difficult levels.
You just have to know where you're going, right?
That's right. And now I'll try and get this tank.
Okay, what's the voice we hear?
That's Linda, the lifelike inboard narrative damage assessment computer. And that's actually the digitized voice of, oops, one of Silicon Beach's programmers.
We're asking you to talk and fly a chopper at the same time. I realize that's difficult. Okay, so you're trying to track down this, what here?
Strategic defense computer. It's the central computer controlling the city's defenses. And the mission at each level is to fly through the enemy's defenses to the center of the city and then destroy the strategic defense computer.
Okay, you mentioned you're playing at level 20. How many levels are there in this game?
You can go up indefinitely. We've got 500 levels programmed in.
Do you think anybody will ever get there?
I hope so. You can start on level 120 or 40. I'm getting real close now. Hopefully soon Linda will say SDC sighted and we'll know.
How do you know you're getting close from?
Enemy behind.
Oh boy. Ouch.
Oh. Eric, the smooth operation, the smooth picture movement looks really, really good. How do you accomplish that anyway?
What this is 3D animation with hidden surface removal, and the enemies are also have surfaces removed and are shaded. Bill Appleton's, the programmer, has achieved quite a feat here to get 20 frames of that happening per second. It makes the game really smooth.
Yeah, it looks good.
Eric, what's the next step? What's the next technology thing that's going to make games even better than they are now?
There's a new technology on the horizon called Compact Disc Interactive that's actually a home entertainment type of technology, and I think that has the possibility to introduce video and a lot of interesting possibilities.
What are the current projections on when that's going to arrive as far as consumer products?
I think maybe end of 1988 is what I'm hearing, and a CDI player actually connects to the stereo on the television and contains.
So you're actively working on that now?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Peter, real quick, what's next?
With faster computers, more AI, and you just never know what's around the corner.
Okay, Gary and I were playing Falcon against each other at the beginning of the program here in the same room. Nowadays, you can actually play a real-time computer game against an opponent anywhere in the country. Wendy Woods tells us how.
This is The Island of Kismai, a Dungeons and Dragons type of game, and Michael Orkin, a statistician who's designed and played his share of games, is playing it for the first time with 2 other people 2,000 miles away in real time via the CompuServe network. This is an example of what's called a multi-user game. Several people can be online playing any one game simultaneously. They're not your arcade-type games with stunning graphics. Their visual display consists of the basic characters that can be sent across the phone lines to all types of computers. Angle brackets, carets, dashes, and dollar signs represent doors, altars, or treasure, for instance. But graphics are not the selling point for multi-user games.
It's different. It's kind of fun to do it this way. And if you're playing it by yourself, of course, you can just sort of fool around and do everything the way you want to do it. If you're doing it with a few other people, then they want to be doing things their way. And so you might, in fact, that's kind of fun too, I guess, if you get in conflicts with the people that you're playing the game with.
Imagination is a big part of the appeal of these games. Players can take on identities of their alter egos. Getting hooked on a game like this can be expensive, but there are plenty of people willing to make that investment, or CompuServe wouldn't be planning to offer even more than the 30 games online now in the near future. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Ned Lerner, the creator and designer of Chuck Yeager's Advanced Flight Trainer. And next to Ned is John Carell, one of the developers of a golf game called Mean 18.
Ned, you talk about your program as being a flight trainer rather than a flight simulator. What's the difference?
This program has a more emphasis on flight instruction than previous programs. It has a flight instruction sequence designed by a professional flight instructor.
Okay, so let's take a look at it.
Okay. I'm going to start off flying in an F-18 Hornet, and I start off in a hangar. I'll give myself some power and start paying attention to the program.
Okay, this is a kind of this neutral airfield. You're going to have to talk a little bit, Ned, while you fly.
Okay.
This is not Egypt. We're seeing pyramids.
Yeah, this is a fantasy landscape. It's like Egypt or Nellis Air Force Base. And it's just a good place to fly. Airplanes not much around, and nobody to hurt.
You're obviously not in a Cessna here. You can tell.
No, this plane is wonderful handling and extremely good acceleration. I'm going to come back and buzz the runway here. See if I can.
You really get the effect, don't you?
Yeah, and I might as well take it in.
Oh, and there's Chuck Yeager.
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you do? You
I hit the ground. I wanted to show his pretty face.
What else can you show us on this? Got formation flying, I think, where you fly along with Chuck?
Yeah, I can.
Show us that.
There's 4 different modes of the program. One's formation flying, and it's, again...
oh, you're right behind him there.
Yeah.
Good.
You try to stay as close as you can, and the trick is to watch his wings and follow the way they're banked, and to keep them in your screen, too.
And try and concentrate and talk at the same time.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned you have 100 hours on this game, right? On the flight simulator.
That brings up the point is how much does it help someone really learn to fly? Serve as a trainer?
It does a good job. If you don't know much about flying, you'll learn a lot about the way the plane handles, and you also learn how all the instruments work. And I think it might save you 50 hours of classroom time or something. So,
Ned, what role, if any, did Chuck Yeager actually play in the design of this?
Chuck Yeager's the world's most famous pilot, and he is one reason he knows almost everything there is to know about flying. He's an expert on airplanes, and he helped us pick the airplanes we're using for the program. He also is an expert in aircraft training, and he helped us set that up.
Ned, you're flying an F-18. You have an SR-71 in there. What else do you simulate?
We simulate a wide variety of planes, everything from World War I Spads and Sopwith Camels to experimental test planes and the X-1, World War II craft, pretty much everything you'd want to try, I think.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
And that's where SR-71, you can just fly up into space.
You can fly up to space and lose...
Fool around up there.
You don't have any control anymore. There's no more air, but
John, I can understand the flight simulator. How do you simulate golf on a computer? That seems harder to imagine.
Well, it's actually probably a little easier than what Ned did with his program. Ours doesn't require quite as much concentration to play, so hopefully I'll be able to describe it as we play along. what we tried to do was to provide the user with three-dimensional view. And as I get into the game, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a little easier to show than it is to describe.
Okay, well, show it.
Before you get actually started with with playing, you have the option of going to the practice tee, as you see here, practicing your driving, going to practice green, or practicing your putting, practice any one of the 18 holes, or begin the game. And we're going to begin the game here. What we're going to do is we're going to resume a game and play that I actually started on Pebble Beach, which is one of the courses that comes with it. Here you see an overview of Pebble Beach, the 18th hole. And as you can see, the regulation tees are 533 yards, pro tees are 543 yards. We're playing from the pro tees.
And it's a par 5.
And it's a par 5. Mm-hmm. The computer, as you can see down at the text portion of the screen, is recommending a driver based on the distance that I have left to the hole. If you ever get stuck, you can also press escape at any time, and that will remind you of all of the various key commands that you need in order to play. But basically, in order to do an entire stroke, it requires only 3 taps of the space bar. The first one will start my backswing, the second one will start my downswing, and the third one is actually the most crucial crucial as far as timing goes, for determining whether I'm going to hit the ball straight or hook, which means go to the left, slice, go to the right. So here I'm going to go. I'm going to tap it right now to start, tap it again, tap it again. So I was a little bit late, which means the ball is going to slice ever so slightly to the right.
So there really is some physical coordination you've got to do here in terms of the timing of
That's
those key strokes. But you're hitting the space bar 3 times.
Right. So it's simple keyboard input, which makes it easy to learn for people, but at the same time it does require some critical timing, which will give people some challenge over the course of playing the game. Now we find ourselves at the position where I hit the ball, and I have 294 yards left to the hole. The computer is recommending a 3-wood because that's the club that will give me the maximum distance. So I'm going to try hitting it again. Again, it's 3 taps of the space bar, once, twice, 3 times. And again, I hit it a little bit late, which means I'm slicing to the right. You can see the ball traveling down there. And it looks like I might end up behind the tree. And by the way, there actually is a tree there on the 18th hole at Pebble Beach.
So that's the real course.
Right.
Okay.
Now I'm going to do something here a little different. We're going to go back to that original overhead view, and the computer is going to trace out where I just hit my last 2 shots. Yep, we're right behind the tree. Okay, so what I need to do then is aim a little bit. And I'm going to aim by pressing the left cursor key.
Looks like cheating to me.
So we're going to aim by pressing the left cursor key. Again, I can aim again to the right, and if I wanted to, I can go in a complete 360-degree rotation. The computer is recommending a pitching wedge, which gives me a total maximum distance of about 100 yards. So I'm going to hit it about 70% of the club's rated power. And again, it requires 3 taps.
Now, how do you do that? You said you're going to hit it at 70%.
Right. The power bar that's on the left-hand portion of the screen goes from 0 to 100%. So I'm going to stop it at about 70%, which is about the 7th white mark that you see up there on the screen. Hopefully, I can do that. Here we go. And I intentionally sliced it a little bit because I had to aim to the left of the hole.
Whoa! Looked pretty good.
Good. So we're on in 3.
Okay.
Now we're going to go to an overhead of the green. It will show me where my ball is in relationship to the hole. If there were other people playing, it would show the rest of the players' balls.
I don't want to rush your game, but you got 30 seconds to make this
Great.
happen.
28 feet. If I needed to aim, I would move the cursor key up and down. And it looks like I have a straight shot in. My power bar on the left is now in increments of 8 feet, so I need to hit it about 3.5. Oh, I hit it.
Oh, sorry, that was pretty close. You got one more shot to anyhow.
Okay, well, we'll finish it up. And I still ended up...
All right.
I still ended up with a birdie. Now, there's my scorecard.
Now, you've got 4 built-in courses in Mean 18. You can actually design your own course, though, can't you?
That's right, because Mean 18 comes with a course architect that allows people to either modify an existing course or to create an entirely new one.
And as a golfer, do you find it satisfying to play the game that way?
I find it very simple, and people who don't even really play golf also enjoy playing it, too.
Well, 2 interesting simulations. Thanks, Ned. Thanks, John. That's it for our look at games. Hope we'll see you again next week here on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, CPUs in the news. First of all, Intel has introduced a new 386SS microprocessor. It features 386 32-bit software compatibility, but with a slower 16-bit bus. The 386SX will be about 30% cheaper than the regular 386 chip, and it's about half the size. The 386SX will run at 16 megahertz. Meanwhile, at the Microelectronics Center in North Carolina, researchers have built a super chip called a Blitzen. It has 1.1 million transistors on a chip 1 centimeter square. It is described as a massive parallel processor and one of the most complex logic chips ever built. And at Gazelle Microcircuits in Santa Clara, California, a breakthrough in gallium arsenide chip, which doesn't require special circuitry or power, and so can be used in a socket designed for a silicone chip. Researchers say the new gallium arsenide chips only cost around $50 each and can increase processing speed by more than 25%. Digital research is trying to bounce back into the DOS world with a new operating system called DR-DOS. DRI says it's fully compatible with MS-DOS 3.3 and has some features MS-DOS doesn't have. DRI reportedly will start by selling DR-DOS in ROM on an OEM basis with a price half of that of Microsoft's MS-DOS. Compaq has come out with two new computers. One is a faster 25 megahertz version of its Desk Pro 386. The new 386-25 is reported to be up to 60% faster than IBM's new PS2 Model 70. The other new Compaq is the 386S, which is the first computer built around Intel's new 386SX chip. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
No, I'm not into nostalgia for bad movies from the 50s. I'm ready to read this 3D comic book that comes with one of the most famous text games of all, Leather Goddesses of Phobos, now available in a new version on the Macintosh. Infocom, the company responsible for this wildly funny and mildly scatological adventure, also wrote Zork, another popular text adventure. In addition to the software, you get the aforesaid 3D comic book. You also get a sheet of scratch and sniff squares marked, under penalty of unspeakably painful death at the hands of the Letter Goddesses of Phobos, do not scratch and sniff until the story tells you to do so. And, shades of your youth, you get an invisible clue book in which you use a really magic marker to make the clues appear. Now, there's not much to show in a text game, except we can show you their sense of humor. There are three flavors: tame, suggestive, and lewd. To get lewd, you must be over 21. If you say you're 13 and then change your mind and say you're 21, it responds like this. Leather Goddesses of Phobos, $50 for the Macintosh, for the hard to offend, from Infocom in Cambridge, Massachusetts. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
IBM has confirmed that it is developing a trade-in program to encourage owners of PCs, XTs, and ATs to trade up to a PS2. Analysts are saying IBM is also hoping to speed up the acceptance of the PS2 as the new DOS standard. The magazine Macintosh Today is reporting that Apple will be coming out with 4 new Macs within the next 18 months. The magazine says there will be a laptop Mac, a 3-slot Mac, a color SE, and a multi-user Mac called the Tower that will feature a floor-standing CPU. Finally, get ready to hook up your car phone to a fax machine. NEC says it will be coming out with a portable fax machine that can run on 12 volts and can receive or send documents over cellular phone. The price is $2,400 and it's due out this fall. That's it for Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Investors look at this stock exchange ticker tape to gather data and make a decision about whether to buy or sell stocks. But how do they make that decision? Well, increasingly, they and managers of all types are turning to computer programs to evaluate alternatives and assess risks in the decision-making process. Today, we're going to look at decision support software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I'm trying to decide whether or not to buy this computer. I don't really need it. On the other hand, I kind of want it. To help me make a decision, I happen to have some decision support software with me here. A
Looks
coin.
more like hardware, doesn't it?
Well, maybe it's hardware. Okay. Anyhow, heads I buy it, tails I don't, and it's tails. I just saved myself $1,500. Terrific. This is obviously a primitive way of making a decision. This has all been changed by computers and decision support software. The first question I'd like to ask you is, what is the difference between decision support software and what we call an expert system?
Well, Stuart, decision support software really has been around for quite a while. There are early techniques called linear programming, for example, used in the transportation problem, moving trucks around, cargoes. What you do is you give it minimum, maximum values, and then the analysis goes through and gives you an optimal solution. You have to provide all the numbers, of course. Now, expert systems are based on rules, for example, where you get a collection of rules, doctors that can do a diagnosis of a certain area, for example, and they'll create a mathematical model, possibly, and use some of the same decision support tools underlying it, like linear programming, for example. Now, the difference is, of course, the expert systems are very, very tailored to specific areas, such as medical diagnosis. And so it takes a lot of effort to put those systems together and a lot of work to get them to work right. So we don't see as many of those. Decision support software, that's sort of a fundamental tool that everybody can use.
Well, our focus today is on decision support software, and we'll take a look at several different software strategies, including a decision matrix, a decision tree, and Monte Carlo simulations. Now, to try to better understand that difference between an expert system and decision support software, we're going to start out by taking a look at an expert system developed by some students at Stanford University.
In just the last few years, expert systems have evolved considerably, from experiments in artificial intelligence to practical PC-based tools. At Stanford University, Professor Ray Levitt is teaching students to develop new applications using expert system shells.
We see artificial intelligence programming languages that were developed for the mainframe and required the usual computer science intermediary in a white coat to operate, being able to be used by engineers with only very modest computer background. So we could get rid of one of the links in the chain of developing an application.
With a shell called Insight, Professor Levitt's students have created expert systems like this Seismic Advisor that provides solutions based on a limited number of selections. The user answers questions about the physical attributes of the building based on a scale of probability. In response, the program will determine the feasibility and probable cost of making the structure safe. If the user needs more information or does not understand a query, he can call up an explanation screen.
The user is interacting with a knowledge-based system, which, based on the user's responses, will call other programs, either database searches or some computational programs, possibly some graphics, and then return the control back to the expert system. So we're finding that the expert system programming shells, such as the ones I showed you earlier, are very useful tools. They're sort of fourth-generation languages, if you will.
Joining us in the studio now is Mike Doyle with Kepner Trigo Incorporated, and next to Mike is Bill Barton with Palisade Corporation. Gary?
Mike, you have a product called Decision Aid 2, which is a decision support software package. What's a typical customer for that package?
Typical customers would be middle managers in R&D and manufacturing.
And it's to help them make their decisions about how they allocate resources and things of that sort?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Can you show us what it's about?
Surely. What I've done is brought up the screen, and what it does is go through a series of steps here that would result in coming up with the best balanced choice here at the bottom. What we would do in moving through to this particular point would be to list our objectives and break them into musts and wants. One of the critical things, or one of the key things, is in the weighting objectives, and we can take a look at that. The purpose of this is to give a weighted value to the want objectives or the benefits of the decision. We use a 10-point scale here, and in going through, we would determine the most important want, and then go through and compare the others to it. It goes down this. What this does is
just to set up the example real quickly, what are you trying to answer here? What question?
In this particular decision here, it is to select a method to increase market share
for a
photochemical company.
Okay.
Okay. And what this does is to give that relative separation there, so that we're not giving an abnormal weight to a lesser, an objective of lesser importance.
So, Mike, are these objectives already built into the program, or do you enter them like you would?
No, you would enter the objectives, what the outcomes of the particular decision that you're trying to make. Okay. Once we've done that, we would move through listing our alternatives, and then the next thing that we would do would be to get down over here to taking a look at screening the musts. The purpose in screening the musts is to basically make a separation between those that must be included in whatever alternative you finally select, and others which you're looking for to get particular degrees. So a lot of times government regulations and things like that, if for example, it didn't measure up to that 2.0 there as far as the market share, then that would be eliminated as an alternative.
So you've established some rules, say that the market share must increase by at least a factor of 2.
Right,
okay.
right, okay. Then what we would do is, after we've completed that, we would go back, and the next step would be to move over here to compare the wants. And what we do in comparing the wants is to establish a numeric value to what we've already established a relative value. Now what we're going to do is to take each of the alternatives and screen it against these want objectives to find out just how well it meets that. Okay, we've completed that. We would go back, and any decision is jeopardized severely if we do not determine what the risks would be involved in. So this process goes through assessing what the risks are and determining what actions can be taken. And then the final thing here would be to make your final choice, which would bring up on the screen all of the alternatives that you have selected here, showing the one which gives you your highest weighted score with the worst risk that was involved in each one of those, and assesses the probability.
So lower price per unit was the optimum choice here, a little bit ahead of advertising with the risks identified with it.
And certainly in a range of recommendations we may be looking at.
Mike, can I ask you to pass the keyboard over to Bill a second? And Bill, if you can bring up at risk. How long normally would it take somebody to run through that process? We whisk through just a real quick little summary of that.
My experience in working with clients is that depending upon the nature of the decision, could be anywhere from maybe a couple of hours to a couple of days, depending upon the data that had to be gathered.
And how sophisticated does the user have to be to work with this and establishing all those criteria?
Well, one of the real beauties about this is that you don't have to be very sophisticated. The program is very straightforward and allows people to mostly concentrate on data and not have to worry about the complication of running the program.
And what's a piece of software like that cost?
This is $250.
How you doing, Bill? You almost up here with at risk?
Yes.
Speed typing there? Can you talk and type?
Yeah, sure.
Tell us a little bit about at risk.
At risk is a Monte Carlo simulation package that's basically intending to do a large number of what-if scenarios, thousands even, and then summarizing those results meaningfully. What you can see here on the screen is a very simple finance model that...
it is a 1, 2, 3 spreadsheet we're looking at.
Absolutely, and that's a very good point to make, because this is a true Lotus add-in, meaning that you are generally working in 1, 2, 3 as normal. The capabilities of the add-in are there when you need them. Otherwise, it's 1, 2, 3 as needed. What you can see where the cursor is located is a design cost entry, and you'll notice up above that it's been entered as at uniform. This is one of a set of special at functions added by at risk to 1, 2, 3 to allow you to do something very special, and that is to add or enter a range of possible values to a single cell. And what that essentially is saying is that the value in that cell could range with equal probability between 30,000 and 70,000. At-risk gives you a whole range of different distribution types, and you can add as many as you want to a given spreadsheet.
Okay, so how do you get into at-risk then?
Well, here it is right here. A special menu comes up with a hotkey. This lets you do all of the settings that you need to start off a simulation. What I've done is set the parameters here ahead of time, the sampling type, number of iterations, so on and so forth. And let's watch what happens. Values are being sampled randomly for each cell that contains one of these distribution at functions. And then the sheet is being recalculated. What happens then is that the at-risk add-in collects all the values for cells you've chosen for output, stores them on disk, and then passes them after 123 is temporarily shut down to this companion routine, which is essentially our output routine called
does this tell us?
graph. Well, what this is doing is summarizing all of those thousands of what-if scenarios that were run by the computer, and it's presenting them graphically as a probability distribution.
And it claims it ran 2,000 trials? Is that what
Not just while we were running. These were previous results.
Okay.
We just ran a small sample
Okay.
earlier. This is a result from earlier on. And the basic way that the decision maker would interpret this result is to recognize that on the x-axis, this bottom axis here, are all the possible outcomes. And the heights of the bars give you some indication of the relative probability of them occurring. Now, at-risk does more than just give you nice graphics for a distribution. It also gives you a lot of supporting statistics, such as minimum, maximum, mean, and higher moments, and plenty more. In addition, you can also go in and change the appearance of your spreadsheet. What I'm going to do here is increase the number of bars. This is actually letting you go in and control the level of detail that you're going to view. Another very important feature that at-risk has is that it lets you select for output a range of cells. If you do select a range of cells like I did here, it goes in and calculates a distribution for each cell and then displays them graphically and actually summarizes them, showing you just the trend of the mean, one standard deviation either side, and then the 5th and 95th percentiles.
Bill, just about 15 seconds left. How would a typical user use something like at-risk?
There's a whole range of problems that would be applicable to it. Anything that you basically are doing in Lotus would be fair game. Investment analysis, insurance loss projections, so on and so forth.
And what you want to do with a range of values rather than a specific value in a projection.
One final comment. Once you're done,
quick.
you automatically are back to 1, 2, 3 where you left off.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. In addition to decision support systems and expert systems, we sometimes hear the phrase knowledge engineering. Well, Wendy Woods has a report on a product of knowledge engineering from a company called Technology.
Technology makes what's considered to be the Rolls-Royce of decision support software, the Expert System. Its Expert System shell can be made into a computerized expert on virtually any subject, like this one, Nervous Shock Advisor. Created by the University of British Columbia as a teaching tool, this program asks questions, analyzes the answers, and decides whether a client has grounds to sue for nervous shock. Technology's expert systems have also been used for such diverse applications as analyzing brain waves in employee drug testing, and by Federal Express to keep track of the spare parts needed to keep its fleet in the air.
The benefits from an expert system range from what we call human quality improvements. People are trained easier, that makes their job easier, to real bottom line savings. For example, on a shop floor, if you can diagnose a machine problem in 5 minutes versus 5 hours, you've saved an incredible amount of downtime, as well as probably parts. You replace the correct parts instead of randomly checking out different parts and then finding the right one eventually.
Technology has grown from a startup to a firm making more than $20 million a year in just 6 years, which tells you something about the importance of their software tools. As one officer here put it, we finally moved from the Buck Rogers stage into practical application. In Palo Alto for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Peter McNamee. He's Senior Associate with the Strategic Decisions Group. Next to Peter, Jared Taylor, West Coast Editor of PC Magazine. And Gary, Jared just wrote a feature article in the magazine about decision support software.
So it makes him an expert? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Jared, what are some of the techniques that are used in decision support software?
Well, in the article that we wrote in the magazine, and in fact what we're seeing today, there are 3 different kinds that have recently become popular on microcomputers. One is a decision matrix. That was the first one we saw. The other is Monte Carlo analysis, and what we'll now see is decision tree analysis. And they are applicable to different kinds of problems. And I think it's relevant to say that the first program we saw, which is a decision matrix, is the most inherently understandable. It's a sophisticated way of totting up the pluses and minuses of a decision and drawing a conclusion on the basis of that. The other 2 are more sophisticated and involve a certain amount of statistical analysis.
Do you have to be an expert in statistics to be able to use those?
You don't have to be an expert. You have to be probably better grounded in statistics to make the most appropriate use of Monte Carlo analysis.
Okay.
But in the case of decision trees, you can have kind of a gut feeling as to, is it likely to go this way or that way?
Okay, Peter, show us a decision tree, and in your case it's called super tree.
Okay, I brought up on the screen here a very, very simple example of a decision tree which we might see in our consulting practice. It's a research and development decision. Basically, you're looking at a research decision. Do you go ahead or not? If you don't, you wind up with nothing. If you go ahead, you might see research success or research failure. With research success, you would probably go ahead, develop it, and then someplace down the line you have a decision. Do you actually bring it to market, or do you just leave it on the shelf? If you bring it to market, the market force, of course, will come back and tell you it's either great, it's okay, or forget it.
Okay.
A couple of numbers you can see here, some probabilities. There's a 40% chance of success, a 20% chance of a great market. Those basically come from the decision maker's experience, his state of knowledge, his gut intuition. Ordinarily they're not derived, sometimes they are, but ordinarily they're not derived from statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they deal with future events, and it's really your gut level that controls it.
Up here, it looks like you're just multiplying numbers here across the branches of the tree. There must be more to it than that, obviously.
Oh, there's a lot more to it than that. But let me just show you one thing that's quite simple. How do you evaluate 3 outcomes like this? Plus 30, plus 10, minus 10. You might imagine they're millions of dollars for a big company. Basically what you do is you multiply the probability times the outcome and add them up. 0.2 times 30, 0.5 times 10, 0.3 times minus 10, and you get an expected value of 8. Which is much like if you had a coin flip at a $10 bill, you'd say, it's worth about $5 to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 8 looks better than the minus 11 you might see, so you would choose the market branch, bring the 8 forward, and again multiplying 0.4 times 8, 0.6 times minus 1, you get 2.6, which from the research manager's viewpoint is the value that he would associate with the venture. Better than 0, probably go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some adjustment for risk. That's a whole different topic.
Okay. What else can you show us about how would you'd get into this?
Okay, let me tell you a little bit more about the program. Basically, it has the usual Lotus-like menu or structure. Structure is inputting information. Evaluate. Where do the numbers out here at the end come from? Well, you might have, very much like with the Monte Carlo evaluation, a Lotus spreadsheet. This isn't a drop-in in Lotus, but it runs Lotus or IFPS or Symphony or Multiplan or Excel. And then Analyze is trying to milk all the information out of these trees, and in a much larger tree there's a lot of information. Let me just show you one plot. It's done very simply here, and I'll just plot the probability distribution in a histogram form. Oh, tell it to go ahead.
Okay, so you're going to plot the same kinds of outcomes we saw in numbers in that tree before.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm going to do. There's a lot of tailoring you can do to the output here. But there's that same tree we saw before. Here's the histogram, fairly simple form, but we find we always redraw our results afterwards. There is the 60% probability of research failure. Here's the worst of all possible outcomes. Research success, market failure. And here are the good market outcomes. And, of course, with a much more complex tree, this would fill in and become a smooth probability distribution.
Now, Peter, I'm going back to my question. If I look at it as a layman and take a look at these graphs, it looks like a multiplier across the graph. What else is it doing besides that for you?
Well, one thing you can do is so I can just that straight, we call it rollback, multiply across the graphs. you can rearrange the nodes in the tree, and let me just do that here, and then tell you why you might want to do it. Suppose I could go out and engage in a market study and find out what the market really is before I make my R&D decision, before I plunk down my $1 million. Well, obviously that would be nice. If I know it's going to be a bad market, I probably won't do it. But how nice? How much am I going to spend on that?
Well, what's it worth to pay for that decision?
What's it worth to you? And basically that means I resolve my uncertainty before I make my research decision. And you can notice down here the expected value of this tree, that average number, is $4 million instead of 2.6. So at the most for a market research you'd spend $1.6 million.
So you sort of just turn the graph around over the tree.
Correct, and that's the real power of a decision tree. You can begin to ask questions like that, and we find that companies are almost universally putting the money in the wrong bin. They do research on things they don't really have to research anymore, and they miss the obvious. And so this is a way that people can really structure their research effort and decide when you have to live with the uncertainty and go ahead.
Jared, what are the kind of customer caveats here in using decision support software? I mean, I assume there are some.
I'd say the standard caveat is the standard caveat with any computer program, and that's garbage in, garbage out. If you don't think carefully about the information you're putting into the program, you'll get garbage as a result. But I think that one of the really important aspects of all three of these programs is the fact that in order to do a serious decision tree or matrix analysis or set up a Monte Carlo model, you've got to at least have thought about every aspect of the decision. It makes you think logically.
So it doesn't get you out of that decision process. You've still got to evaluate those criteria in a sense.
That's what's called decision support. You know, it's not decision make software.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, Peter and Jared. We're out of time. That's our program on decision support software. Thanks for being with us. Hope we'll see you again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, Hewlett-Packard's New Wave is finally out. New Wave is an object-oriented application environment that runs under Microsoft Windows. It was first introduced about 2 years ago. And although the developer kit has been available since March 1988, this latest release marks the first time users will actually be able to use New Wave to work with multiple MS-DOS and Windows applications. New Wave 1.0 sells for $195 and requires a PC with Windows and at least 3 megabytes of expanded memory. Now you can use VGA, EGA, Apple Mono, and multi-scanner monitors on the Mac. A fledgling firm called Lapis Technologies has unveiled a new kind of video board for the Macintosh SE and Mac II, which allows the Macs to use a selection of different full-page and other video displays. The use of these monitors will enable users to view parts of a spreadsheet or page layout normally left unseen because they exceed the Mac's screen capacity. Display Server, as the program is called, will cost $449 for the SE and $499 for the new bus version. When is a document not a document? When it's stored in a computer at the White House. In the White House, a document isn't considered official until it's been printed on paper. But several groups are going to court to try to change that. They were concerned by the difficulties encountered during the Iran-Contra investigation. It seems that many communications shared by Oliver North, Robert McFarlane, and Admiral John Poindexter were confined to electronic mail. While some of those communications may yet exist on electronic media, they weren't released by the White House because they weren't on paper. And what's not on paper isn't considered official. As Apple nears the unveiling of its first portable on September 20th, the competition is also gearing up. Atari's Stacy laptop, which is due to ship in October, will be among the main competitors. The ST-Type Stacy is supposed to be able to run Macintosh programs with the help of a special cartridge from Gadgets by Small. The $300 Spectre GCR cartridge plugs into the Stacy port and allows Macintosh programs to be loaded and run on the machine. The Stacy comes with one 3.5-inch drive and standard LCD, 1 megabyte of memory, and an 8 megahertz 68,000 microprocessor. The Stacy will have a base price of $1,500 or $2,000 with the optional 20 meg drive. According to a Japanese newspaper, IBM Japan is developing a notebook-sized personal computer and is supplying prototypes to selected customers. The prototype reportedly weighs less than 6 pounds, has a 16-bit microprocessor, and operates for more than 2 hours with full battery charge.
IBM Japan's salesmen are quoted as saying their notebook-sized PC will be released and shipped by the end of this year. A Japanese company has developed a computer-based word processor that can handle English, Spanish, German, Russian, French, and Portuguese all in the same document. Conduct Corporation's machine consists of a monochrome CRT, customized keyboard layout, and onboard disk drive. But most importantly, it includes a printer that can print either in Roman or Cyrillic type without the need to change fonts, so that more than one language can be printed in the same document. Initial shipment of the $1,400 machine will begin next June. And finally, just in time for students returning to school, Smith Corona is offering a new laptop personal word processor that fits in somewhere between a typewriter and a PC. The PWP 7000 laptop comes with a letter-quality daisy wheel printer, full word processing, and optional spreadsheet capabilities. It weighs a little over 6 pounds and can communicate via a 1200 baud Hayes-compatible modem. The $900 unit is available immediately. And that's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Kate McGargy. See you next week.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
At this Computerland store in Foster City, California, there's a new piece of hardware competing for display space, a desktop scanner. There are still keyboards and mice, but increasingly people are using optical scanners to input information into a computer. Today we're going to take a look at the latest in image scanning technology on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, you've probably seen this portable copier in several of the mail-order magazines. It's a mini Xerox machine using basic Xerox scanning technology. And watch this. I can just take this and sort of pass it over this page.
It's pretty good.
And I end up with, what's not too bad, an instant Xerox copy there. All of a sudden, it seems everybody is into scanning, whether it's a little portable scanner like this or desktop scanners, optical character readers, digitizing. Why the sudden fascination with scanning technology?
Well, Stuart, of course, desktop publishing is a prime mover in that area. We're trying to include graphics now with text for assembling nice documents and things of that sort. A second area, facsimile transmission, for example. A lot of us are experiencing that now in business and home, and so it's becoming very popular to represent information that way. A big movement is toward
representation of information in electronic form, because that makes it a lot easier for you to assemble it, put it together, change it, alter it, publish it. In general, it's a more flexible way to just deal with your information.
Today we're going to take a look at the latest in imaging and digitizing technology, both from the hardware and software point of view. We'll see the latest in desktop scanners, imaging software, and a database for pictures. Now, as Gary mentioned, one of the reasons companies are getting into scanning technology is because it can be a very fast and efficient way to communicate complex information. We found one good example here in San Francisco at a company called Interocean Leasing.
Interocean Leasing is in the business of leasing marine containers for shipping cargo around the world. The firm has agents in 26 countries, and it needs to communicate with those people every day. The company used to rely on a telex, but it has recently changed to a PC-based facsimile.
There are, I think, two main advantages of the system. One is inherent in any facsimile system, that is, we can send images. If we need to send, as we frequently do, a contract or some other legal document, or photographs, drawings, specifications for new equipment, it's very easy to do that. The second main advantage of facsimile and of this system is its cost effectiveness. It's a very cost effective system because you can take advantage of economy phone rates and send at whatever time is most advantageous to you.
The hardware required for a computer-based fax includes a plug-in fax card, a scanner, a laser printer, and software. A complete system can send and receive text or images at preset times, and it will store documents to disk to be retrieved later. While the electronically transmitted image lacks definition on screen, the laser output is more than respectable.
We find that these kind of functions make it much more versatile. Plus, we can also use the PC as a PC. The fax functions in background mode, so we can be using Lotus or WordPerfect or any of the other software programs we want to on that machine.
Joining us in the studio now is Mike Urquhart, Senior Software Engineer with Datacopy Corporation. Next to Mike, his boss, Rolando Estevarina, the President of Datacopy. Also with us, Jerry Burrell, Editor of Macworld Magazine. Gary?
Jerry, it seems like desktop publishing is a very important topic, both with IBM PC and the Mac. How do you see that split, and what's happening there?
Well,
because it relates to the scanners, obviously.
The scanners have become important, and all of the vendors that we're talking about, Datacopy, perhaps the oldest amongst them, have migrated from the PC community onto the Macintosh because of the rapid development of desktop publishing. More recently, things such as 8-bit scanners that we're going to see today are really key for desktop publishing because of their importance in halftone printing.
Mm-hmm. Great. Rolando, you have a product, a Datacopy product. Can you tell us about it?
Yes, in fact, we have a product line that encompasses scanners that start at low price and extend all the way up to high performance, high image quality. Mm-hmm. And as Jerry just pointed out, in fact, we see a definite shift, or at least growth in importance of the Macintosh in the desktop publishing area. Mm-hmm. This device that you see here is in fact a scanner. You can think of it as a copier that, instead of making a copy into paper, makes a copy into the computer memory. Mm-hmm. You take an original such as this and you place it in the scanner as you would place it in a copier. This device in fact has a mechanism here that will create a digital image, a reproduction of that original in the computer memory. What we're going to show you in a minute are some examples of what you can do with once the image is in the computer. The scanner creates the image. The software in the computer analyzes the content of the image. The analysis could refer to one of three things: picture analysis, as it may relate to desktop publishing, grayscale processing. Mm-hmm. The two important factors in that particular transaction relate to image quality. One has to do with detail. For instance, I have here an example of the finished product as it would come out of a laser printer. This is in fact the scanning of a watch put on the scanner. The detail or the resolution pertains to how small an element in the image I could see. The second element that relates to quality has to do with the grayscale. And as Jerry pointed out earlier, and the Macintosh makes possible by virtue of offering grayscale displays and abilities to process grayscale, we can now create images with computers for desktop publishing that very nominally reflect the images that you photographically would produce.
And you have an example here also of exactly this picture scanned.
Yes, what you see here
this is previously scanned and put into the
that is correct. It takes a few seconds to scan the image, and what we have done here is the image I put in the scanner is now shown in the screen. Now, Mike, if you can show us, we're going to do some changes or some processing in this image. What you see here is, in fact, the control screens of the software. To the left, you see those elements that will control the scanner itself, the resolution, the grayscale, and so forth. And to the right, you see the elements of the software that control the image processing, brightness, contrast, and other factors. Now, we have made some changes, and now we're going to bring the a second image and show you the differences by, in this particular case, performing a function that is called gamma correction that has to do with changing the tones in the image.
So this is a result of changing that control panel then?
Changing the setups and then applying them to the grayscale image. And now we're going to illustrate that by showing you side by side the examples.
Before and after of having processed that.
How much memory does an image like that take? This is scanned at what, 300 DPIs?
This particular image is scanned at 350 dots per inch or samples per inch.
Okay, and that would take how much storage?
About 1 megabyte for an 8.5 by 11 picture, 1 bit. Now, if you have grayscale,
if you're working with desktop publishing, obviously you want to be able to size things and scale them and so forth. Do you have the ability to do that as well?
Correct. Given the facilities I just outlined, we can literally change the shape, content, and size of the image.
Jerry, is desktop publishing the only application for using a scanner? How else are people using this?
Well, in fact, it wasn't. Both Kurzweil and Datacopy were two of the original companies that introduced scanning for optical character recognition, but we've never really seen that come to the fruition that we would have hoped. And so graphic scanning and the recent development of desktop publishing have become the biggest and most practical market for scanning.
Last question, about 30 seconds left. What should a consumer look for in buying a scanner? What are the relevant factors?
Probably several things. One is, what are the dot per inch? What are the number of bits that it's able to capture? Is it 8 so that it can capture a full 256 grayscales? Probably third, what are the file formats it saves in? Does it save in TIFF and EPSF so that you can use a product such as Image Studio to further manipulate the bitmap? And finally, how well does the manufacturer support you when you get it home?
Okay. One last comment, if I could.
Yes, real quick.
We do offer, and others, character recognition software that will take an image from a scanner such as this and do the reading that Jerry was.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
In just a minute, we'll take a look at some scanner software. Stay with us. With us in the studio now is Mitch Stein. Mitch is president of Spectrum Digital Systems, makers of Trueform. Next to Mitch is Mark Zimmer, a partner in Fractal Software and the designer of Image Studio from Letraset.
So, you know, it's one thing to scan an image into memory, but when you're using with desktop publishing, you really do things like scaling and cropping and making editing changes and things of that sort. Mark, what do you do with desktop publishing in combination with those editing kinds of features?
Well, the average person might use a picture in a desktop publishing program such as Ready, Set, Go or PageMaker, and the image itself, here's an example of an image, would be placed in the page, hopefully with the right brightness and contrast and retouched as well, so it would look as good as you could get, say, in a newsletter or whatever it's being used for.
Okay. Give us an example of how you could sort of manipulate that image and make changes in it once you had it scanned in, Mark.
Well, this is an example of a woman's face. As you can see, the program allows you to zoom around an image so you can look at the actual details. Right now I've zoomed in on a wrinkle on her eye, and I'm going to try to get rid of it. I'll choose some similar texture from a nearby area in the picture. I'm going to use Option, Copy to Drag, and move the texture in. And now I've gotten rid of the wrinkle, as you can see.
So electronic plastic surgery.
Really, that's it.
Cosmetic surgery.
Okay.
Other examples might include changing the contrast and brightness of the picture. Let's get a fuller shot here. This program can edit contrast and brightness in real time. In this case, I'm tweaking brightness, and in this case, I'm tweaking contrast. I've gone to the highest contrast so we can now look at the levels of information within the picture. Back to normal. So you can adjust whatever brightness and contrast detail, similar to the gamma correction capability shown in the data copy scanner.
How fine can you make those changes? I know she a little wrinkle in the left corner of her eye there, which might be a little more difficult.
Over here?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, this wrinkle's a bit longer here. Wrinkles are just a typical thing. You might want to get rid of moles, teeth and the sort. Okay, there's the wrinkle here. Now what I want to do is I want to select some gray level area from the picture, move it on top of it, and that's doing a pretty good job. But over in here, you can see there's a slight difference.
You can see the surgery.
Right, so I'll undo and go over and choose an area that's more likely to be correct when I move it on top of it. And that produces a far better result. So we've gotten rid of most of the wrinkle there. You can also do other effects. Let me just show you this. For instance, you can blur things with the water drop. This is a tool here for smearing information. We'll choose a larger pen to show you its effect. See how the picture's being smeared. Ordinarily, you wouldn't want to do this on a picture just to touch it up, but it's very useful for typical photographic effects such as gauzing and things like that.
And you could do electronic airbrushing and so on.
Exactly. That's what it's.
Now, Mark, how does the resolution of a picture like this compare to, say, a photograph, 35 millimeter photograph, just for comparison purposes?
Well, we allow any resolution picture. It really depends on the scanner's resolution. Again, at 300 dpi, we can input 8 bits per pixel, let's say. That would give you an 8 megabyte image on disk. One of the benefits of Image Studio is to compress. That would probably be a third or a fourth of its size on disk.
Could I ask you to get out of Image Studio, Mark, so I can get Mitch to load up TrueForm, if you will, and if you can sort of take over the computer there, Mitch. What is the importance? We hear that for people who are not artists and don't know a lot of these terms, when we talk about the grayscales and the halftones, why is that important? What are we really dealing with there in desktop publishing?
Well, when you output a picture to a PostScript device, it will use halftoning to show the picture because the device is only black and white. It will have to use halftoning to show gray levels. We allow full halftone output capability, and we also allow several different screens for various kinds of visual effects.
Okay, Mitch, if you can, okay, you've got it up there. Now, one of the problems is a tremendous amount of memory that an image takes up, and I think a form, in fact, is a particular problem there, isn't it?
Right. Typically, in a lot of desktop publishing applications, what people are really doing is only concentrating on a small area of a page. But in the case of a form, a letter size, or especially a legal size, you end up with a huge amount of data required. For example, if we take this form, this letter size page scanned at 300 dots per inch would take up 1 megabyte of memory.
Just for that one page.
Right, and then when you include on top of that the necessary software and operating system, you end up having to have perhaps 2 megabyte minimum Macintosh to be able to hold all of that stuff.
How does TrueForm address that problem?
Well, what TrueForm does is on the fly while we're scanning, and by the way, TrueForm actually controls the scanning process itself, so as opposed to having to use somebody else's scanning software and then come into our product, on the fly, TrueForm takes the image and compresses it and writes it to disk. We're able to typically squeeze out 80 to 85% of the space.
That's got to do with the amount of white space, I guess, on the page.
Right, exactly. We capitalize on that. And again, one of the other problems with having that much data is that we need to be able to display it on the screen of the Macintosh, and the Macintosh is only capable of displaying 72 dots per inch. So one of the other things that occurs while we're scanning it is we're also reducing the resolution. So we actually have 2 images stored. One is a screen resolution image, and the other is the high resolution image that's used for printing.
So this is an example of how you would use a scanner, not in desktop publishing, but in a routine business application where you want to electronically recreate a form and, of course, be able to fill it in, which is the hard part in most cases.
The nice thing about it, when it comes back out, it looks like
Sure. In fact, what you can see is that regardless of what the screen image shows, this is the original.
That you scanned in?
Right. And then this is what it looks like after we've set up all of the fields and filled the form out and laser printed it. So you can see that you have high quality photocopy sort of image.
Mitch, Mark, thank you very much. One of the serious applications of computer imaging is in the medical field, where doctors can use imaging for diagnosis and treatment. Wendy Woods has a report on that application.
For many doctors, this is a dream come true, a way to see inside the human body without surgery. its layers, its structures, its ailments. The technology called volume imaging was developed by Pixar. Data from CAT scans and other sources fed into the computer produces a variety of inside views of the human body. Johns Hopkins is among the few hospitals regularly using the Pixar in diagnosis. Doctors say the images alone have changed their decisions regarding operations or implants in nearly a quarter of their cases. But many wonder why, given the advances of today's computers, this technology took so long to produce.
Memory wasn't large enough, which is another way to say it wasn't cheap enough, so you could buy large amounts of it. And the processing power required to address all that memory wasn't cheap enough. But those things have changed. So Pixar is the first company to exploit cheaper processing power and cheaper memory to let us look at very large pieces of memory visually.
While the Pixar computer is not exactly inexpensive at $50,000, you must keep in mind that just 2 years ago, it was nearly triple that price. So enthusiastic has the medical community been to this new technology that people here predict that most radiologists will be using it within 5 years. By then, the technology is also expected to fit into a desktop machine and be radically less expensive. In San Rafael, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Jennifer Moeller, Marketing Director with Pictureware. Next to Jennifer is Mike Marcus, the President of Pictureware, and George Morrow, our resident commentator and expert.
Mike, so far we've seen 3 applications of flatbed scanners and desktop publishing where we get black and white raster images, computer display, and so forth. Now, your product, Pictureware, how does that differ?
Pictureware enables you to get real-world pictures via video camera into a database. And treat that picture as though it's just another field in the database, so that now you can combine real-world pictures with text and data and retrieve those pictures based on whatever attributes are important to you.
Okay, what kind of computer hardware do you need to do that?
Jennifer?
Jennifer?
Well, as Mike pointed out, we have a video camera here, which is hooked up to a board inside the computer, which will capture the analog image, convert it to digital for storage purposes in the computer, and then reconvert the image for analog for display purposes on a monitor. So we've got an IBM or compatible computer, plus the video camera and monitor.
Okay, Mike, show us what kind of databases you have now using these digitized pictures.
As an example of the kinds of applications that we can think about marketing and sales applications. Real estate comes to mind immediately. Okay, jewelry comes to mind, where it's one of a kind. Then there are a class of applications that we call identification applications, signature verification, for example, or a security access control system where you want a picture of a person and whatever text is appropriate.
And their inventory and parts, pictures and parts.
Yes. Yes, parts
So
inventory.
You're really addressing the problem of how do you manage all these images once you get them inside your computer or into some file.
And how to use them with databases.
Yeah.
Exactly. What we're trying to do is take advantage of the fact that computers, PCs, can now handle real-world images, and we can integrate these images into real-world applications.
And Picturepower then works with a standard database? Is that what we were saying?
Picturepower has its own internal DBMS, and it also has its own internal data communications module, so you can communicate pictures. But Picturepower is also capable of operating with other database management systems.
Okay, and you're in Picturepower itself now, Jennifer, right?
Yes, now we're in Picturepower. We have a list of databases in the system currently. We can pick up one, for instance, a real estate database, and we can browse through the records sequentially, one at a time. In this case, we have a single picture with associated text fields at the bottom. We can pick up a second database, an art database, for instance. And in this particular case, we have 3 pictures, all of different sizes. The system gives you the ability to customize your database so that you can put any number of pictures in any size in your database.
And you can also edit these pictures, apparently, also.
Yes, you can annotate them, etc. We can pick up a person database now. And in this case, again, we have a single picture field, a number of text fields along the side. Scroll through the records. And Picturepower gives you the ability to query on selected criteria. In this case, we're indexed on first name, so we'll type in Mike's name, and up comes his image.
Where's this one?
Now, in addition, we can add a picture to the database. For instance, we'll add Stuart's picture, we'll add it to this picture field here, go to our picture directory where we've previously captured Stuart's picture. We'll pick it up.
The smiling face.
And this is just another piece of information, right?
That's
which
right.
we're going to put into
Slides to its picture.
into a database.
And PicturePower will automatically paint your image in a matter of seconds to the database.
Mm-hmm. George, what do you think about all this stuff, all this scanning and organizing of images?
Well, Stuart, most of the information in society is either on film or on 8.5 pieces of paper, 8 by 11. Here, this technology, both the hardware and software, allows you to bring that in and treat it as information the same as you would a name or an address. Now, once you do that, you're going to have benefits far beyond
what?
Well, look at these grocery chains that have taken barcode reading and turned it into marketing tools about how well bread sells with 7 feet of shelf space or 3 feet. When you get a lot of information you can manipulate, there's much more there than meets the eye on just the mass of it. Asking questions about it, analyzing it, and having to be able to do that with virtually everything around now means the access to understanding what's going on in fields.
And managing pictures and images in addition to words and text.
Well, what this does is it allows us access to a tremendous amount of information that is not digitized or not in informational database form yet, and now all this stuff does that.
George?
Tremendous step forward.
Mike, Jennifer, thanks very much. That's it for our look at PC imaging and digitizing. Hope we'll see you next week again here on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, it looks like 1989 will be the year of the HyperCard clones. OWL International's already out with a guide, a hypertext program for the Macintosh and Guide 2. Hypertext program for 286 and 386 PCs. Silicon Beach Software is set to release SuperCard, which it describes as an authoring system that can create standalone applications outside the hypertext environment. Format Software is about to announce Plus, a color hypertext program for the Mac. Xanadu is promising Hypergrid, written by hypertext creator Ted Nelson. Bright Bill Roberts is set to release HyperPad, which runs under MS-DOS. IBM has already announced Linkway for PCs, and Apple itself is promising a new release of HyperCard sometime next year. There's a new online service set to debut in January, which will feature online multitasking. The service is called Summit, and its terminal program lets you create up to 4 windows and run different online services simultaneously in each window. There's a standard hourly rate regardless of how many applications are running and regardless of the speed of your modem. General Information is introducing a phone management system called Hotline. It comes with a database of 10,000 business addresses and phone numbers. You can add floppy disk libraries of industry-specific listings. Hotline also maintains an automatic phone log. Samna Corporation is now shipping its much-touted word processor called Amy. It brings full WYSIWYG word processing to the IBM PC world. It runs under Microsoft Windows and includes a runtime version of Windows. Command Corporation has introduced a new speech recognition system called the Bug. It can recognize more than 50 active words out of a vocabulary of 200. Each recognized word can be used for an individual command or for a pre-programmed macro sequence. The basic system sells for $799, which includes a plug-in board, software, and headset microphone. Time now for Software Review. Here's Paul Schindler.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Schindler.
Thank you very much. In the movies, they call that person a gopher. Whatever you need, they run and get it. Now, there's a computer analogy which goes, interestingly enough, by the name gopher. In this world of 40 megabyte disks, it becomes increasingly more difficult to find something you wrote months, weeks, or even days ago. There are lots of indexing programs on the market, but they tend to be awkward and space-consuming. Now there's Gopher. This memory-resident program can pop up and search for text. It does Boolean searches for 2 terms related by and, or, nearby, and not. It can ignore uppercase or lowercase or consider them. It can look for the word exactly as it appears or something like it. It can search a single directory or the entire disk. It can be taught to ignore files that aren't text files. If you aren't sure where to have Gopher look, he'll show you a map of your disk. It's probably a lot easier to use than whatever method you use now to keep track of your old text files. Gopher is $60 from Microlytics in East Rochester, New York. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Pentagon says it has organized an antivirus SWAT team to combat computer viruses which threaten Defense Department computers. The group is called CERT, for Computer Emergency Response Team. It consists of 100 top computer experts and investigators. Headquarters for CERT will be at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. Software game makers are saying they're running out of ways to make computer games more exciting due to the limitations of current technology. At the PC Outlook conference in San Francisco, several game publishers said they are hoping that the growth of CD-ROM technology will provide a new and more powerful platform for sophisticated game development. Finally, Game King Nintendo says it is working with AT&T to develop a two-way video game service linking a game software library with users and providing the ability for two players at different locations to play against each other via phone lines. Nintendo says it will offer adapters to its existing video game consoles that will be able to access the new service. That's it for this week's Chronicles. See you again next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Let's see, new software, new applications, new peripherals, new companies. That's what a computer show is all about. And one of the biggest computer shows in the country each year is the Macworld Expo here at the Moscone Convention Center in San Francisco. Today, we'll take you inside the convention center and show you the latest and newest products for the Macintosh on this special Macworld Expo edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in this week for Gary Kildall is George Morrow. George, I'm taking a look at the program here for the Macworld Expo, and so many new vendors, all kinds of interesting peripherals, software applications all over the place. No matter what magazine you pick up these days, John Scully is on the cover.
That's right.
All of a sudden, the Macintosh is hot. What's happening to change this?
Well, timing has a lot to do with it, Stuart. You know, I was one of the first guys that said it was crazy to put a soft drink salesman in charge of a computer company. But in fact, it was one of the best things that happened to Apple. Apple, timing, and they've been lucky. Everything has happened right for them. Look, in the beginning, when the market was playful, they had Jobs and Wozniak. Perfect. Then, just as we're about ready to run out of the hobbyist, along comes VisiCalc and makes Apple sell to the business people. Now, as the market matures, what do they need? They need a marketing guy. Enter Scully. The Mac comes out, could have failed. But the laser printer came along with Scully's skills. The two of them just went together. And then now they're catching another wave of new users. Work-at-home, intensive professionals. Their timing is great. You can't believe it.
George, we're going to go into the Moscone Convention Center now and take a look at some of the highlights of this year's Macworld Expo. When the doors opened to this year's Macworld Expo in San Francisco, it was just a few days from the Mac's 4th anniversary. But to anyone familiar with the early Macintosh, it could have been 4 decades. The Mac 2's expansion slots and color displays made it the star of the show, attracting a wealth of new hardware and software.
Desktop publishing, Apple's modern contribution to printing, was once again prominent at Macworld, starting with software to take advantage of color. Adobe demonstrated its color version of Illustrator, called Illustrator 88, that lets the user preview and specify color separations on a wide variety of output devices.
To make the program much easier to use, we've added a freehand tool that lets you trace freehand over outlines, and the computer automatically curve fits, finds the best PostScript kind of curves that match the curve that you have traced. There's the ability to interpolate different shapes given two starting shapes. For example, we have one of the illustrations over there where it has an S and then a swan, and it interpolates intermediate shapes for you and also blends the colors between them. You can do very powerful effects with this, of course. It's really a nice tool.
Adobe also addressed the problem of discrepancies between different screen displays and final output by introducing Display PostScript.
What we've done with Display PostScript is take the basic PostScript interpreter that's there inside all of the printers and adapt it for use on displays for interactive terminals. The goal of this is to provide a very high-level device-independent graphics model for application developers to use. The net effect on the end user is twofold. One is that they're getting more powerful graphics just automatically built into their applications. Also, the end user gets much more flexibility in terms of their hardware choices. They don't have this horrible situation we have now where you have to worry about, do I have the right graphics adapter to run this particular piece of software? And if I try to update my graphics hardware, am I going to no longer be able to run my software? All of that nonsense goes away. In a sense, we're coming out of the dark ages in PCs.
At the Alda's booth, PageMaker 3.0 with color support was on display, as well as a new drawing program called Freehand that combines drawing tools with color, special effects, and PageMaker-like handling of text. For those desktop publishers who have discovered how difficult it is to make professional-looking documents, Hypersoft of San Francisco announced a HyperCard-based DTP advisor. The program offers graphic arts advice on designing and producing documents, covering such aspects as layout, typography, and the printing process. This year's Macworld Expo was awash with color, from monitors to cards to printers. Orchid Technology brought color to the SE with its ColorView board. The ColorView SE adapter displays up to 16 colors from a palette of over 4,000 on either an Apple RGB or IBM VGA monitor. The ColorView card retails for $695 and begins shipping in February. Supermac and Jasmine Technologies were among several manufacturers to introduce 24-bit per pixel color adapter boards. Jasmine's Rembrandt boards can display up to 256 shades on screen, drawing from a palette of over 16 million colors.
The significance of 24 bits versus 8 bits is essentially that with 24 bits you can get photorealism on the screen. It gives a much more accurate rendering of reality. The difference to the eye is that you're able to show very subtle gradations of hue. And when you look at the screen, the colors are as sharp and as bright and as subtly intermixed as the eye can see in reality. So really, I mean, the metaphor in some sense is it's looking at reality on screen. Now in 8-bit mode, you have banding because the differences between hues are not subtle at all, and you can actually see them. So the gradations aren't as smooth.
The Rembrandt boards range in price from $2,000 to $3,000, but most users will need to invest in additional hardware to store the memory-intensive color images. 24 bits per pixel requires 24 times as much memory as a monochrome screen. 4 megabytes of RAM and an 80 megabyte hard disk is recommended to start with, not to mention a color printer and scanner. Still, compared to what is presently comparable, the system might be a bargain.
I would say up to now you'd have to spend at least $30,000 on very high-end super minis and workstations from, say, Sun and Apollo. In some sense, even the graphics capability that we're giving the Macintosh is more sophisticated than what you can get on the Sun today.
The profusion of color adapter boards was matched by a wide choice of high-resolution color monitors, like the 19 and 20-inch displays from eMachines. These screens measure over 1,000 pixels across by 800 pixels vertically, or 2.5 times as much as a standard Mac 2 display. Aimed at desktop publishing and CAD users, the eMachine monitors can display documents at their full height and actual size. Video adapters were prominent at the show, both for capturing and manipulating digitized images. Mega Graphics demonstrated its Megashot frame grabber aimed at desktop publishing and presentations. Megashot can capture images from a video camera or a VCR at 256 levels of gray. It'll be selling for about $1,000. Silicon Beach Software introduced its entry in the category of image processing called Digital Darkroom. The program includes automatic tracing of bitmapped images and special effects for grayscale graphics. Digital Darkroom also features image enhancement for cutting, pasting, and blending dissimilar images. Computer Friends of Portland, Oregon introduced a graphics overlay board for the Mac II called TV Producer. The card can lock up to an incoming video signal, which can then be mixed with graphics for special effects. In the race for maximum resolution, Sigma Designs showed its LaserView monitors capable of displaying over 1,600 pixels horizontally by 1,200 vertically. The monochrome monitors are designed for publishing and engineering applications and practically eliminate the need for scrolling and reducing images to fit the screen. Apple's new product introductions focused on printers. The 3 new laser writers feature higher speed, modular design for future upgrades, and networking and expansion capabilities. The 2 high-end machines called the NT and NTX feature PostScript drivers, while the single-user SC printer uses the QuickDraw graphics routine. Prices range from $27.99 for the low-end SC to $65.99 for the NTX. Apple also introduced a compact musical instrument digital interface, or MIDI, for the Apple IIgs and the Macintosh. The connector, about the size of a pack of cigarettes, retails for $99. Now that Apple has accepted the concept of an open Macintosh, products that were once common to PC shows are turning up at Macworld Expo. McPeak Systems of Austin, Texas, demonstrated the first 68030 accelerator board for the Mac II. The board is priced at $19.95, and it's expected to ship in March.
A typical application might be in a scientific lab where people are doing data acquisition. They're using a computer to monitor a number of instruments in the lab and record data from those instruments. This can be the process is usually limited just by the amount of data that you can pump into the machine and how fast you can pump the data into the machine. So obviously, if you're accelerating that process, you can get a lot more data into the machine a lot quickly and therefore make the whole process in the lab a lot more efficient. With this card, you might be able to acquire 3 or 4 times the data of a regular Mac II in the same amount of time. It's not a typical office product, although we are finding it to have a lot more broad appeal than we had anticipated, and that's mainly because at $19.95 for the basic product, a lot of people would like to go 3 or 4 times faster than anything they do.
As with all computer trade shows, whether PC or Mac, there were many products shown at Macworld Expo, but few available for immediate delivery. This frustrating but common practice, sometimes called vaporware, was handled in a novel way by WordPerfect Corporation, which has been promising its Mac version of the popular word processor for over a year. WordPerfect was selling beta copies of the program labeled Betaware for $99. When the release version is finally shipped, buyers can get an upgrade to the $400 package at no charge. Finally, in a worthy demonstration of the value of recycling, Sun Remarketing brought out a wall full of the Mac's precursor, the Lisa. The machines are priced at a very attractive $695 and are available for immediate delivery.
If the strength of a machine is the variety and value of its software, the Macintosh has proven itself a worthy competitor. Among the new generation of software on display was the area of forms generation. SoftView of Camarillo, California, showed Form System, called Graphically Intelligent Software. Once you design the form, the software will maintain graphic consistency when any change in field size or font takes place. In other words, even though you design it yourself, the software guarantees your form will still look professional. Claris, the former software arm of Apple, and now an independent company, showed off SmartForm, another object-oriented program to create forms of all types. And people here are not underestimating the value of this market.
Look at the forms market, a market that is a $6.5 billion market today in terms of creating forms, publishing forms, and printing forms. And we like to create products that help people in that marketplace, and as a result create a new market.
A completely different approach to forms generation comes from Spectrum Digital of Madison, Wisconsin. Their product doesn't allow you to design a form, but it allows you to take one that already exists, put it through a scanner, and onto the Macintosh screen, where you can then teach the computer to fill it out. Just tab across to the boxes or lines to be filled in, and the program will even calculate for you.
Why reinvent the form? Why reinvent the wheel? Why not make use of existing forms? There are already hundreds of thousands or millions of forms that are in existence, and people want to be able to fill those out, and preferably they'd like to be able to use the computer hardware they have sitting on their desk. And that's really where TrueForm fits in.
But the real star of this show was Apple's HyperCard. Activision showed two products, Reports, which allows you to generate reports from HyperCard stacks, and City to City, an electronic guide to the best food, lodgings, and other necessities of traveling throughout the U.S. Macromind of Chicago introduced a way to animate your HyperCard stacks. Its VideoWorks 2 HyperCard driver creates real-time animation on a HyperCard application, even in color on a Macintosh 2. For those who want some intelligence in their stackware, Cognition Technology of Cambridge, Massachusetts offers Mac Smarts, the first expert system shell for a HyperCard. In this demonstration, a HyperCard application can answer questions and lead you to the correct solution regarding the best way to ship a package. If there's any doubt about the hyper evidence of HyperCard here at the show, it's settled here. Throughout the show floor, these computers are running a HyperCard guide to the show itself, with which you can locate any vendor on the floor.
There's tremendous demand. If you've looked at all on what's going on, the online services, the bulletin boards, the various ad hoc meetings, the user groups, the various things, there's literally a hyper culture that is developing. It's almost a cult.
And to service that cult, there are several new publications, including Jan's slick new magazine called Hyper Age. If new tricks are winning friends for the Mac, so are some old ones. Products that enable the Macintosh to communicate with and run programs for IBM machines. AppleShare PC is finally being shipped, software that allows a Macintosh to share data with popular IBM programs on a network. Tangent Technologies of Norcross, Georgia had an IBM sharing data with a network of IBMs and Macs, but its hardware-software package also talks to the new micro-channel architecture of IBM's high-end micros, the PS2 series. But how many businesses are interested in this?
Quite a few, because there are individuals who like the Mac because it's graphics and desktop publishing capabilities. There are also applications that might have been written in-house for the PC only, but they want to share the data. So don't throw away the PC just because you want to get a Mac for someone. Let them work together.
For those who need total compatibility, not just shared data, but the ability to run IBM programs on a Mac, there's the Mac 86 board from AST Research, and Soft PC from Insignia Solutions of San Francisco. This is a totally software-based way for a Macintosh 2 to run IBM programs. No hardware needed. And the benchmark Lotus 123 was used as the proof of the pudding.
We've tested all of the top programs from the very beginning right up to today. We've now got 70 programs in a standard test file. We believe we test this product more rigorously than any computer vendor tests a hardware PC.
And finally, two other products are worth a quick note. Microtouch of Woburn, Massachusetts demonstrated a touch screen for the Mac. Instead of a mouse, you use your fingers to command the machine. And a new kind of mouse called Felix came from Lightgate of Emeryville, California. It uses optical technology to make it faster and much more sensitive than your standard mouse. When the Macintosh was introduced back in 1984, it was clearly a different machine than the one we have today. Now, with color, more power, and open architecture, the Macintosh has clearly captured the public imagination, as well as their pocketbook. At the Macworld Expo in San Francisco for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Jerry Burrell, editor of Macworld magazine, and next to Jerry, our resident analyst Jan Lewis, and with us George Morrow. George, you were at Macworld. What did you think?
Oh, yeah. I'm really curious what you people are going to say to the impressions that I formed there, but it was quite an experience for me. First of all, it seemed like a much bigger show than either the last two computer fairs, West Coast computer fairs, and it's clear that the market in the Mac world, all over the Mac, is just wide open because the big hitters had nobody in their booths compared to some little guys like Wings. Wings, this software program I've never heard of, there were 45 people, 50 people standing in line. Guys were standing in line for more than a half hour. The fellow at the end of the line had a thing, a card switch. This is the end of the line. If you want to stand in line, get behind me.
Interesting.
That was really amazing. It seemed like the little fellas had a lot more visibility there. And I think I found a new user. I think Mac is going to catch the wave of a new user, the work-at-home professional.
Yeah, I think that work-at-home professional market is really getting a lot of attention now.
Yeah, but these people were all over that show. They're kind of a new hacker, but not quite a hacker. I guess I'd call them cable competent.
Cable-ready hackers.
Cable-ready hackers. And they're willing to experiment with cables and software. They're not into the hardware. And it seems like this user now is becoming a very prominent feature of a computer user.
This user, I think Macintosh is still for the little guys, for the small office, for the creative types, as well as certainly being positioned in the large market.
In the last 3 years, the American large corporations have gotten rid of 3 million workers. A lot of these people are still providing services for those corporations, and they're independent professionals now, and they're using Macs. And if the Mac gets in the corporate world, it seems like this is an ideal way to come in with that independent fellow. Jerry, do you get that in any of this?
Certainly, the vice president for marketing sales at Apple, Chuck Bosenberg, has said that one of their new focuses is on the home office. We've known that 85% of our readers have had their Macs at home for the last 5 years.
So you know this wave. You know this wave is there. Well, you could
realize that other vendors are doing it out of the Mac market too. Blue Chip and Hyundai, for instance, are going very strongly into positioning themselves as a spokesman for this market. Tandy, quite frankly, I think, is the one that really mined the market.
But the Mac is in a much better position to mine this market because of their user interface. Wouldn't you say so, Jerry?
The majority are in the home right now, and professionals, educators, consultants, so forth have had them.
But this visual interface that you just point to and click, it seems to me, for a new user, it's much less intimidating. Jerry, the DOS interface.
It's less intimidating. Let me tell you something else also. Besides just the intimidating part of the icon, even things like the file management, trying to make your way up and down directories, is so easy on the Macintosh and so arcane on the other systems.
I want to get back to the show. And Jerry, I know you told me you stopped at just about every single booth at the show. How would you summarize the kind of highlights and trends you saw there?
Probably the major areas that we saw continue to expand here were for communications, for the peripheral devices, and the vertical software especially.
Jerry, which peripheral devices in particular?
Well, again, there was a small subdivision. The laser printers, Apple's announcement, and GCC for a product line of laser printers. We had the color monitors and monochrome monitors, and the graphics and video. So 8, 24, 32-bit graphics cards, and then NTSC cards.
Yeah, an awful lot of large monitors at the show. And a very, very crowded show. It was very vibrant.
Do you know that the first day, open to the public, they had 20,000 people the first day, a set a record for a San Francisco show.
Jan, what was your sort of summary? What were the highlights? What did you see coming out of it?
The major things that I saw from the show, and it's really hard to pick the major ones because there were so many, I would say hypercard fever is absolutely evident at the show.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely evident. What you saw is Activision basically going in there and taking the chance on the market on their first two products, Focal Point and Business Class. But now you find lots of others jumping in. Activision has 2 new products. The sales of the products are high. We saw several new ones. We saw Mac Smarts. We saw Hyper DA, which actually lets a 512K Mac at least do browsing through HyperCard. We saw Hyper Bookmaker, and we're seeing an awful lot of vendors now jumping into that market now that Activision has sort of taken the first steps there.
Jan, how about a magazine for the HyperCard?
Funny you should mention that. The first magazine for HyperCard was in fact unveiled at the show. It was unveiled by myself, who's publisher and editor of Hyper Age.
You don't have enough to do these days.
In my spare time, I do that type of thing. And of course, we feature really the players in the Macintosh market. Danny Goodman writing Organizing Your Life with HyperCard, and the Ted Nelson doing a study column on how he invented the word hypertext.
So you don't think HyperCard might be a fad?
No, I absolutely think HyperCard is going to revolutionize the way computing is done and possibly even the way human thought is done. I think the concepts for the past 40 years have laid the groundwork. I really feel that way. The concepts since 1945 have been laying the groundwork in the literature, and HyperCard is such a seductive, simple, easy implementation from a company that knows how to reach the mass market. I think this is what's going to make it turn the corner. I really believe that.
Jerry, George, we're out of time. Thanks very much. That's our look at Macworld Expo. See you next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, Microsoft announced it is designing a version of the OS/2 operating system for 8386 microprocessor. Among the more dramatic changes to the system will be the support for an enhanced intelligent file system and support for multi-processor PC systems. The company expects to release the 386 version in 1989. WordPerfect Corporation hopes to release version 5.0 of its WordPerfect word processing program for IBM PCs and compatibles in March. The most notable improvement is a new command that lets you integrate graphics into your document from a large range of file formats. Contrary to many expectations, WordPerfect Corporation did not incorporate the capability to have more than 2 documents open at one time. However, WordPerfect 5.0 can use expanded memory, allowing you to work on very large documents in RAM. And Lotus Development has unveiled an upgraded version of its word processor program, Manuscript, also to be released in March. Manuscript 2.0 features macros, integrated downloadable font support, and an automatic worksheet import. In addition, Lotus noted that Manuscript can now support several industry-standard graphic file formats. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
Kind of hard to tell what's going on at this size, right? Or at this range, you're too close to see the big picture. Well, a lot of people have the same problem with their tiny screen Macintosh computers. One solution is to spend $1,000 on a large screen monitor. Another solution is stepping out. Now, stepping out enables your Macintosh monitor to pretend it's just a window onto a much larger or much smaller monitor. You get to choose how big a virtual monitor you're using, but be careful, the larger the monitor you use, the more memory it takes up. Probably the handiest form of stepping out screen enhancement is the split screen, in which half the screen is either an enlargement or a reduction of what is on the other half of the screen. You can also use it to greatly ease navigation through a large spreadsheet. Stepping out is $95 for the Macintosh 512 SE or Mac Plus from Berkeley Systems Design in Berkeley, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Owners of CD-ROM players can now catch up on the past 2 years of news in the Soviet Union. Aldi Publishing of Minneapolis is offering a CD-ROM disc with an English translation of the Soviet daily newspaper Pravda. A comprehensive index allows users to find references to specific items or to use wildcard references for general searches. The Pravda CD-ROM sells for $249. Panasonic has come up with software for electronic typewriters called FastType that converts traditional Gregg shorthand abbreviations into words, providing secretaries with a shortcut to finish typed documents. In addition to being able to translate Gregg shorthand, users can create their own abbreviations. The software will be available for 2 models of Panasonic typewriters next month for under $200. Since most drunk driving arrests occur at night or on weekends, county officials in Grand Haven, Michigan are considering using computers to allow judges to issue warrants from their homes for suspects who refuse to take breathalyzer tests. The proposal would allow an official at the county jail to send warrant information via modem to the judges for review. A judge could then swear in the officer by phone and instruct them to sign an affidavit warrant. Marine recruits at Parris Island, South Carolina are using smart cards from Microcard Technologies to buy everything from hamburgers to rifles. The 64K cards contain all the vital information about the recruit, including name and spending balance. The Marines are using the cards for all purchases on base. Finally, computers and religion have come face to face. Pope John Paul II has probably become the first pontiff to ever address issues of computer ethics. In a message prepared for the 22nd World Day of Social Communications in May, the Pope has warned the media against abusing the possibilities opened by computerization, which he said could be a force for peace if properly handled. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles.
A computer that can talk thanks to a built-in speech chip. A computer with exceptional graphics and sound capabilities. A computer that can do multitasking. It's called the Amiga 500, and at under $1,000, some say it's got the best price-performance ratio of any computer on the market. Today we take a look at the Commodore Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I'm playing a game called Interceptor here from Electronic Arts. It's a new F-18 flight simulation game written for the Amiga, and as you can see, the graphics and the sound are spectacular on this thing. When you talk about the Amiga, one tends to talk about graphics and sound. It's a pretty good general-purpose computer, but it's kind of the Rodney Dangerfield of personal computers. It doesn't get very much respect among the IBMs and the Macs of the world. Why is that?
Well, Stuart, part of it is the Commodore heritage. The Commodore brand name is associated with the low-end computers. When it first came out, it was pitted up against the Atari 520 ST. 520 ST was about $500, and this came out at about $1,500, so it really didn't match up. And moving up market is difficult because, of course, there's distribution channels that they didn't have established. There's accumulated software base we found with the Mac and the IBM PC, and the Amiga just didn't have that. Now we're starting to see some really good software being written for the Amiga, so that situation may change.
Okay, Gary, we're going to take a look at the new Amiga 500 and the Amiga 2000, and we'll see some of the new exciting software that is being written for the Amiga. We're going to begin by going to Oakland, California, and taking a look at a man who uses an Amiga plus DigiView and Deluxe Paint to make a living as a professional photographer and designer.
Larry Keenan is a San Francisco photographer who has added the Amiga to his collection of photographic equipment. Working with a video camera, a digitizer, and a software package called DigiView, Larry can create new images directly on screen.
Basically, it was a logical extension of my business because I work with a lot of different elements in photos. That the digitizing process was like another brush. It's just another technique. It allows me to take a photograph that I've already have in a stock file and resize it, take out elements. For instance, you have a favorite photograph that you want to use for something, and it's got telephone lines all in it, it's got cyclone fences, lots of problems. And you can go in and you can digitize these areas out.
Larry is well known for his ad work and magazine covers, and increasingly for his artwork decorating software packages. The computer gives him a definite advantage in dealing with the deadlines imposed by commercial work, and it lets him be more independent.
And this is the main difference in this technology. It allows artists, photographers, illustrators, anyone in the art field to take an image, digitize it on their own terms, and present it, rather than being a victim of a technician basically doing it, and you have no input, none.
Making the switch from a sharp lens to a fuzzy monitor is not without its problems. Larry regrets the low resolution of a computer screen compared to photographic film, and he finds it hard to keep up with constant changes in the technology. But he's optimistic.
The trick is to learn the process, because that won't change, just the quality will change in the future, and that's the important part.
Joining us in the studio now is Heidi Turnipseed. Heidi is an animator with Five Rings Company in Southern California. Next to Heidi is Adams Douglas, Director of Product Development with Micro Illusions in Southern California. Gary?
Heidi, you're now using computers to help you with classical animation techniques. Why did you choose an Amiga over an IBM PC or Mac?
Well, it was advertised as having full animation capability. The blitter technology and the four-channel sound, the 4096 colors, and the very reasonable price were all factors.
Good. So the graphics really drew the machine, though.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Now, you have a program here, a Photon, I guess, that you're using for your animation. Can you show us how it works?
Here's an animation pencil test that I shot of my 10-drawing cycle of a galloping horse. And I'm able to test the animation at home, alter the drawings, redigitize them, and save them back to disk.
So these black and white drawings are not drawn on the machine itself, they're done externally then?
That's right.
Okay.
And what was your next step after this?
At this point, I animated a rider on a separate level, digitized that, mapped it onto the galloping horse frames, saved them separately so that I can always refer to a horse alone if I want to, and then I called them up in a paint program and colored them.
Could you pull that up for us? And while you're loading that version, Adams, let me ask you about the software she's using. What's it called and how does it work?
Okay, this is the Cell Animator module of our Photon Video line of products, and they're a set of modules you can use for various video applications, either at home or professionally. This particular one is a tool for animators to use to arrange frames, play them back in any order, reload them, edit them, and it does support all of the graphics modes available on the Amiga. With any type of memory you might have, it'll dynamically adjust to that.
Now, Adams, there's usually graphics pictures that take an awful lot of storage, so how much memory does it require to do animation?
Usually you can fit on an 8-megabyte Amiga, which is what we got sitting here. Depending on the graphics mode, if you're in pencil test mode, which is takes up the least space, you can fit well over 1,000 frames.
Oh, okay.
And the longer, more complex colored sequences, you can go down. It goes down to like 100 frames. But you have great versatility in the way you can play those frames back out, so it's not as much of a constraint as it would be if you were only playing it back on the screen.
Heidi, how are we doing with the next generation of the horse here?
Well, we've loaded up the last frame.
And
I'm going to call it up here. And here we have the full color version of the previous scene.
Now, how do you do the coloring process here? Do you color each individual frame?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I have the capability of filling a shape and incorporating the line around the outside of the shape so that the line is actually a deeper shade of the fill color. This is something that is impossible due to the man-hour requirements were it to be done in traditional cell animation.
Now, how about the video, excuse me, Stuart, how about the video output from this? Is this commercially usable, like for broadcast, for example?
Well, apparently with a third-party Genlock product that has just come out on the market, it is. And I'm going to be anxious to test that myself.
Heidi, you've got another demonstration with a background in it. I want to ask you to load that up also now, and I want to ask you one more question while Heidi's doing that. What kind of hardware configuration do you need to run something like Photon Cell Animator?
It will run on a standard Amiga with, we would recommend at least 1 megabyte of memory, and you could load...
You could run it on a 500, you're saying?
Oh yeah, you could run it on a 500 easily. There's no special hardware video requirements. Those are added as options depending on what you want to do with what you create.
Okay, Heidi, what do we have now?
What we have here is a full color animation sequence that I built from my original pencil drawings using the Amiga computer. I utilized the computer to color each frame, pick them up onto the full color background that I painted using the Photon paint program, saved each discrete frame to disk. There are 80 frames here, and colored each frame myself in the computer.
Okay, very nice. What does this mean to the animation industry?
Well, it means that I, as an individual classical animator, can produce my own full-color animation sequence in my own home.
All right, so you can be competitive with big studios, huh?
You bet.
Heidi, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look and listen to the music capabilities of the Amiga with a hot new program called Music X, so stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is David Joyner. David's a programmer with Microillusions and the developer of Music X, and back with us, Adams Douglas.
David, we've seen how an Amiga can be used for professional animation. What does an Amiga do for you as a musician?
Well, it allows me to essentially set up a multi-track recording studio in my home. The synthesizers nowadays all have what is called MIDI, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It's like a set of agreements between various music synthesizer manufacturers as to how their various instruments can communicate with each other. And the computer can receive that information and process it in various ways. And I will now attempt to record a performance and show you how it works. I'll set the tempo to some reasonable value, 131 quarter notes per minute. I'll now start to record. The drum machine, which has been synchronized to the computer, will automatically start.
So now you're making a digital recording then.
And I stop that, store it into the machine. Now if I go back to the beginning and play again, and you can see it's got controls just like a tape recorder, fast forward, rewind, and play. This program has been designed to work on various levels. On the surface level, it's very simple, but at the same time, you can dig down deep into its innards and sort of...
But right now what you do is you recorded one segment of music, and how many segments can you record then?
You can record up to 250 segments in the computer, although 20 of them can play at once.
Okay. Can you show us how you manage some of those segments?
Here's the editing screen. Well, there's various different editors. I'll show you the simplest one, which is the bar editor, which shows the music as a series of bars. And in fact, you can drag notes around. Shut that off. Anyway.
Okay. So what are some of the other controls that you have?
Well, I'll show you some of the other screens. There is the librarian screen, which allows you to send sound data to the synthesizer and make the synthesizer play different sounds. You can store the various patches from the synthesizer onto disk. There's going to be, let's see, we have filters. What these allow you to do is process your playing in real time to change your performances. Here's an example of, this takes a second to load, the key map editor, which allows you to redefine the behavior of the musical keyboard, sort of like musical keyboard macros. Which you can assign a sequence of notes to a key on the keyboard. And I've always been interested in the idea of sort of co-composition, co-performance, not just a human composing and not just a computer composing all by itself, but together in a synthesis. There's a lot of things that I'm interested in developing in experimental techniques in music.
So you see this is more of a combination of the talents of the machine and the talents of the
Exactly.
performer.
David, what does Music X do that's new in terms of this kind of music software?
Well, it's new in the sense that it's affordable. It runs on a machine that's affordable and a machine that has color. The Amiga is a very creative machine. I think it has a very creative spirit to it. And I think that many musicians are attracted to that, and they're dying for an excuse to buy one.
Adams, Music X is in development now, right? I mean, you're still working on this thing. When's this going to hit the market?
This will be out in about 2 months.
Okay, and you said it's reasonable. What will it cost?
$290, I believe, something like that.
Although by the time this program airs, it may be less than 2 months.
Okay. And is this for the professional musician, primarily Music X, or is it for a person who's not a performer and can still take advantage of this?
Well, I think the program can adapt to various levels of talent. if you're an amateur musician, sort of like I am, I'm really a sort of a musician techie, I like to be able to compose on a screen because I'm not that great of a keyboard player. But on the other hand, I want something that the professional can also use and in his work.
One last question. We've heard of the Atari ST a lot from musicians. How does that compare to an Amiga for what you're doing?
Well, I think the Amiga is a little bit more polished in the way it's designed, and I'm hoping that Music X will be able to support a lot more features because of the multitasking power of the Amiga.
David Adams, thank you very much. Now we know about the music and graphics capabilities of the Amiga. There are also scientific applications on the Amiga. Wendy Woods has a report from the Smith Kettlewell Eye Research Foundation in San Francisco.
Now you see it, now you don't. The letter E vanishes when the motion stops. In this experiment, the lines with the black squares appear to be crooked, but when the color is changed to green, they are straight. These are two of dozens of visual experiments being conducted at San Francisco's Smith Kettlewell Eye Research Foundation, where a team headed by Dr. Ken Nakayama is studying human visual perception, and specifically how motion is involved in helping us to see. Dr. Nakayama creates these experiments using Amigas, running deluxe paint software from Electronic Arts.
Well, the Amiga, especially at the time that it emerged about 2 years ago, was really the only thing on the block to do the kind of things that we wanted to do. It has a really great graphics capability, as you're probably aware. It has special hardware which enables you to move images around without even the CPU knowing it's happening, essentially. So you can just do things very, very fast. You can't do it on the previous machine.
Dr. Nakayama feels that Amigas and micros in general are opening a whole new field of vision research. The motion that you can achieve on a computer screen simply cannot be duplicated by standard eye tests. People here are pioneering the use of low-cost micros with technically sophisticated graphics in vision research. And eventually, these Amiga graphics experiments may end up in clinical settings to test actual patients with vision problems. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now are Tim Jennison, president of NewTek of Topeka, Kansas, and next to Tim, the vice president of NewTek, Paul Montgomery.
Stuart, so far we've seen the Amiga used for animation and for a musician's tool. We have a TV camera sitting here, so I guess we've covered all the bases.
We're up to video on the Amiga.
Tim, why did you choose the Amiga as a target for your product, a video product?
Well, the Amiga, of all the computers on the market, is really most well-suited for video use. Right out of the box, it's without any other display cards. It's got NTSC video, can display 4,096 colors at once, which is really enough to get a photographic quality image on the screen. Plus, with certain coprocessor chips and internal circuits, it's really a powerhouse. It's got the throughput and the horsepower to do what we need to do.
Now, what does your product consist of?
Well, the video toaster is a peripheral that turns the Amiga into a professional video box. It really consists of four main sections. First of all, it's a display card, and it carries the Amiga past 4,096 colors, so you can display really millions of colors on the screen at once with more resolution. And certain Amiga software packages can already take advantage of that increased resolution and color. Second, it's a frame grabber or a video digitizer, so it can grab frames from a VCR or a camera 60 times a second in full color. You can use that all by itself to capture frames for saving on disk and later recall. You can import the images into a paint program and do cut and paste operations, for example.
We'll see how it works.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, we're looking at the toaster now, displaying live video 60 times a second.
This is coming off the camera that's sitting on our desk right here.
The camera runs into the toaster, and the toaster runs into this monitor. I can slow down the frame rate so you can see that it is really capturing images. If you want to move your hand, Gary, you can see that it's really...
A little delay there.
Yeah. Okay, some of the effects it can do. This is tumbling around the x-axis, tumbling around the y-axis. This is a zoom.
These are typically effects that would be very expensive if you hadn't be by broadcast quality kind of material. Yeah.
These effects might cost $20,000 on up to $300,000 to do with traditional video equipment. This is a moving blind effect. Here's a quad mosaic, and then it's kind of a kaleidoscope effect there. This is a 16-level mosaic. And we can do a receding mosaic, which is kind of interesting. And zoom in, and we can do what we call an infinity slide, like a infinity mirror effect you'd see at the barber shop. Here's a mirror effect reflected around the center. This is called pixelization. It's a very popular effect in commercials. It gives it kind of a high-tech computer look. This is called a push-on. This is used widely as a transition from one scene to another in a video. The picture flying around on the screen is an example of what a TV engineer would call an ADO effect. And this is, you would pay a lot of money to get this kind of effect. Another ADO type effect is the sphere, which is usually reserved for the very expensive broadcast equipment. The beauty of the toaster is that these are all software-based effects. So the more software we write for the toaster, the more effects it'll do.
Paul, who's the customer for this kind of a board?
Well, the customer is one of the 7 million camcorder owners in the U.S. right now. It is education. It is corporate sales and training tapes. It's anyone who really has an interest in video or a need to do video. This will give them that slick television look that people are becoming accustomed to.
So, for example, if you have a small business and I wanted to have video in my PR department, then I could build it myself. Right?
Absolutely right.
You don't see this right now replacing things like ADOs and professional quality broadcast effects equipment, do you, or do you, Tim?
Well, I do, because even if a station has these very high-quality units, they're typically a kind of a precious resource, and you have to line up to use them. And if you're renting time on them, it's typically $300 an hour for the really top stuff. So now a small ad agency has access to this sort of thing, and even a TV news department has to line up for this sort of thing. And now they could get those effects very cheaply.
What would the next steps be? What are the things you're trying to add to the video toaster as you improve it?
We've got a number of add-on products planned for it. We'd really like to get the entire production process into a single box. And we're working on all the remaining bits and pieces to do that, so we can really truly have desktop video.
When you say desktop video, that's obviously a sort of an analogy to the desktop publishing situation. Paul, what do you really mean by desktop video?
Desktop video is the marriage of personal computers and video. So it gives a much more professional quality to equipment that traditionally is very expensive. Using the computer technology, you can do it now fairly cheap.
Do you think the consumer is going to really be doing the full editing in their home in the future?
If it's easy enough, and that's what we've really tried to keep in the system.
You see that trend?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, what's the toaster package consist of, Tim? And what do you get and how much does this cost?
Well, for a whole system, you would need a VCR, a camera, or a camcorder, the Amiga, and the toaster card. All told, you would pay somewhere around $2,000 for everything.
And how about the toaster product itself? I mean, what is that?
Toaster itself is lists for $7.99.
Okay. And that's a board, and
it's a board that goes into the Amiga. Yeah.
Do you see some combination, as Gary mentioned? We've seen music and we've seen animation so far in this program, now video, of really taking these things together and going into a real comprehensive, creative work environment?
Absolutely, yeah.
And
are you guys working on that in any direction, or working with other?
We're working on an NTSC Paint program that would take the output of this and manipulate it in millions of colors, an animation product, a titling product. So I see that, and it's also compatible with all Amiga software.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. That's our look at the Commodore Amiga. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the Random Access file this week, yet another company has announced a rewritable optical disc storage system for PCs. But this time, Advanced Graphic Applications of New York says it will actually ship its system this November. The rewritable laser disk drive will have 650 megabytes capacity and use 5 1/4-inch discs. The company says the drive will operate as a standard DOS peripheral. The price is $5,000. Apple says it'll be coming out with a fix for its new version 6.0 of the Mac operating system software. The new version, dubbed 6.01, is due out any day. A variety of bugs showed up in 6.0, and the new release contains 19 patches that reportedly correct the problems. Software maker Broderbund has announced a new venture with 11 Japanese partners to convert successful Japanese software titles to popular American computer formats. The new joint venture, called Kyodai Software, will be based in San Rafael, California. They're promising 12 new software titles in the first year.
Symantec, most well known for its MS-DOS programs such as Q&A, has unveiled 5 new software packages for the Macintosh. The programs include a planning, writing, and presentation package called More2, an electronic mail system called Inbox, and 3 program development packages in C and Pascal. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
You know, a blank spreadsheet can be anything, but above all, it's intimidating. It is, in short, a tool so flexible that it's useless, kind of like a personal computer without software. Microsoft Excel can sometimes seem that way, as can any electronic spreadsheet. What do you do with the blank screen? Enter Heiser software. For $4, you get a floppy and a catalog listing more than 500 templates and macros which can help you figure out how to make the most of your spreadsheet. Like this guided tour of Excel. It's self-written in Excel. It shows you how you can take advantage of the software's power. Or there's this income tax worksheet template from the sample disk. It sure beats writing your own from scratch. Each of these came from another user, like you, who felt it would be useful. They sent it to Heiser, who charges customers from $5 to $50 and shares the proceeds with the authors. So spend $4 for the sample disk, or see if Heiser wants to distribute your template. Microsoft Excel templates from Heiser Software in Pleasant Hill, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The new video display safety law in Suffolk County, New York has gotten lots of press attention lately, but last week, NYNEX threatened that it would close its directory assistance operation on Long Island because of the new VDT law. NYNEX says the law imposes unnecessary costs on the company, which would have to be passed on to consumers. The Suffolk County VDT law requires employers to provide visual rest breaks, non-glare screens, and free eye care. Computer researchers at Carnegie Mellon University say they've come up with a new sophisticated speech recognition system that can understand any human voice speaking at a normal, rapid rate. The system is called Sphinx. It currently has a 1,000-word vocabulary. Finally, scientists at the Hughes Research Lab in California say they've developed a prototype for the first 3-dimensional stacked microprocessor. The chunk of silicon is about the size of a tuna fish can. It includes 1,024 separate processors in a 32 by 32 array. The researchers say they hope to build a 3D chip with more than 16,000 processors that could have the power of the world's largest supercomputer, but use only 50 watts of power and be small enough to fit in your hand. That's it for this week's Random Access. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Has the CD-ROM finally come of age? Well, the answer to that question will be yes, if Atari has anything to say about it. For after years of hype and hoopla about CD-ROMs, Atari is now set to ship this CD-ROM drive, which not only will read data into your computer, but will also play the music
off your compact disc, and all this for under $600. Today, we'll let you know what's new in CD-ROMs and optical storage technology on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, since you don't know very much about CD-ROMs, you had to get some help from a guy named Chris Bowman, one of your associates at Knowledge Set. Gary, I know you are very excited, in fact, know quite a bit about CD-ROM technology. Why do you get so excited about this one?
Well, I think, Stuart, the thing that's really interesting is it's a brand new medium for publishing, basically what you get. It's based upon exactly the same technology as CD audio, and you have an advantage that is read-only. And that's sometimes people say that's a disadvantage, but since it's a read-only device, it makes it a very, very good publishing medium. You can replace microfilm, for example. And it's very high capacity. This particular disc is one that we did for, in a project for the Boeing 757. So it's an entire set of maintenance manuals for the 757. That's 12,000 pages, 4,000 drawings. I think it's 140 pounds of paper, something like that. And the advantage is that you have it all in one disc rather than a whole bookshelf full of things or a whole 5 rolls of microfilm. And you can access it very quickly, and we got somebody here that's going to show us how to do it.
Okay, if you'll close the drawer, we'll take off. The first thing the user sees is a bookshelf indicating which databases are on the disk. We click on the Load Manual indicator, and it will come up to the first screen, which tells us which manual we got. And now the first screen we actually will be able to use is the table of contents of the database. And this is the table of contents for the Boeing 757 manual. As Gary said, we can scroll down there and look for the section we're looking for. We pick out a section. Let's take the wing section. And each of those identifiers is linked through hypertext to the next level down. We are now in the table of contents for the wings chapter. We click on the first section that we want to go to, and we go to the next level, and now we are actually in the maintenance manual for the wing section. And we can scroll through that data. You'll notice that the figure references are highlighted, indicating that they are linked through hypertext to the figure itself. And if I move over to that figure and click on it, we will go to the drawing itself. And once that figure comes up, we can move around in the drawing. We can move that bar up so that we can look at a different section of the drawing, and we can point to a section and click, and we will zoom in for a tighter shot on that, and we can zoom in another level. Now we've set these levels arbitrarily. We could zoom in even more tightly if we wanted to. Now if we hit the F2 key, we will split the screen between text and graphics horizontally, and if we hit it again, we will split it vertically so that we could then go in and we can click and scroll up and down while we're looking at the text and the graphics. I could zoom in and out on the graphics too. Let's go back to that then, Gary. The other ways to access data are through a full text search, and if we were looking for a specific word or a combination of words, we could input that word or those words, and it would search the entire database for those words. The last thing I want to show you is a way to actually, if you know exactly where you're going in the database, you just put in the chapter, section, and paragraph, and it will take you immediately to the database, to the section.
Yeah, so the real advantage here is that you have all this stuff on one disk instead of having on rolls and rolls of microfilm, so it's really easy to access. But what's happening now is that the aerospace industry, airplanes in particular, are very, very complex, and in order to even maintain them nowadays, you have to have that stuff in electronic form. It's just too hard to do otherwise.
Okay, Gary, today we're going to take a look not only at CD-ROM technology, but the whole range of optical storage technology. We begin with a visit to San Francisco General Hospital, where they're using CD-ROMs in their poison control center.
In a small room at San Francisco General Hospital, the Poison Information Center has found a new way to deal with its daily flood of frantic phone calls. The center staff now uses a poison information database on compact disc called PoisonDex, and it has made a big difference in the daily routine.
The big advantage to us, and the reason that we went to it, was efficiency. The calls that we get are in most cases urgent and in many cases emergency type calls in which the information required we need to find immediately within a few minutes so that we can give information to calling physicians or to parents from home.
Along with speed of access and simple interface, PoisonDex offers a much greater depth of information about a toxic substance, including its degree of toxicity, the antidote, and symptoms. Staff members can begin a search with a brand name, generic type, or group. Even the code on a tablet or capsule is enough to track down its composition. The system responds with a breakdown of ingredients and the proper treatment. Before the CD system was installed, the staff had to rely on binders filled with about 200 microfiche cards, which are still on hand in case of a system failure. The Poison Center's dedicated staff handles over 50,000 calls per year, sometimes of a life-threatening nature. The CD-ROM library makes their job easier, faster, and perhaps just a little less stressful.
Joining us in the studio now is Bruce Phillips of Microsoft. They're the makers of Bookshelf. And next to Bruce is Steve Michael, West Coast editor for the magazine CD-ROM Review. And joining us now for the rest of the show in Gary's place is George Morrow.
Steve, CD-ROM Review is about the first publication to address the interaction of PCs and the CD-ROMs. How old is it, and who do you focus on for
the first of the regular issues started coming out last March, and we're bi-monthly. We're going to go monthly early this year. We're focusing on people that are publishing data on CD-ROM, developing products to use with it. Also, the interested public, too.
Not too many end users yet, though.
Not yet.
Steve, we've heard so much about CD-ROM for a couple of years now, and it seems like a market waiting to happen. Is it about to happen now with things like Bookshelf?
Little by little, it's going to happen. We're right on the verge of it happening, I think.
What else does it have to take for it to really happen now?
We need a couple more good horizontal products out there, like Bookshelf.
Like what? What other kinds of software products would do it?
Some more encyclopedias, maybe a little bit better encyclopedias. Some more applications that demonstrate the interactive capabilities of the CD-ROM. Some
maybe a little more aggressive pricing?
A little bit more aggressive pricing wouldn't hurt.
Okay, Bookshelf is the first really major horizontal application, Bruce, and show us a little bit about what your setup is here and how Bookshelf works.
Okay, well, Bookshelf works with a CD-ROM drive. Here we have an Amdec laser drive, and it works with any IBM type computer, compatible computer. And essentially it just requires one CD disc. It's just the same as an audio disc, and it fits in the player, and the player really is pretty much like an audio player. This one actually will play audio disc as well. And the way Bookshelf works is it works with your word processor. It can work in standalone mode too for those people who want to use it for pure research. And in this particular example, what we have is a letter in a word processor. Bookshelf operates as a memory resident utility that has access to the 10 reference works that are on that disk. The reference works are briefly a thesaurus, a dictionary, spelling checker, a usage alert, Chicago Manual of Style, almanac, Bartlett's quotations, business information sources, U.S. zip code directory, and a package of forms and letters. A good example of how Bookshelf works is in this particular letter, we didn't have a zip code for this particular address. Now, the zip code normally comes in a 2-volume set, and it's kind of laborious to work through. With Bookshelf, you call it up in 2 keystrokes. Another keystroke or use of the mouse will pull it right off the letter, so you don't have to type anything in. It takes about 3 seconds to find the zip code. One more keystroke, it's in your letter, you're out of Bookshelf, you're back focused on what you originally wanted to do, and that's the key. You don't have to spend a lot of time or wandering around picking out books off your shelf to use Bookshelf. It keeps you focused on what was really the most important thing for you to be doing right now, this document.
Okay, show us another example of a book you might refer to, Bruce.
Okay, well, let's use the dictionary. Now, the difference between Bookshelf and what you normally can get with some word processors is this is the full-text dictionary. This is the American Heritage Dictionary. It's the text that you could buy in a large volume.
Okay, so it's not just a spelling checker.
That's right.
That's right.
You really missed that with an online.
Right. We didn't abbreviate. There's nothing abbreviated in the definitions. In this particular case, here's a word that I know you both use on the show a lot, occultation. I certainly use it all the time. You might want to check to see if you're really using it correctly. You may not even really know what it means. Again, call bookshelf up very quickly, call a search, and it takes a few seconds, and it gets us right to the full text definition. And as pointed out before, the document's your focus. So we haven't lost that. We can go back and forth between it to double check. I could paste this into your document, and it would reformat it.
Now, the colors here are supposed to be something with different kind of print in the dictionary?
Right. In the dictionary itself, you'd see italics and boldface and things.
And the colors here take that place?
These colors take that place because bookshelf is a character-based application.
That's a good idea.
And so we couldn't do italics and boldface on a monochrome system, for instance. If we had based it for this EGA-type system, we could have done that. And you're out of it.
And right back in your document.
And you're back in your document. It's that simple. Yeah. It's the biggest product Microsoft sells in terms of data, 200 megabytes of data, but it's also the lightest. No floppy disk.
Yeah.
It's just everything is on that one disk that you see here.
Bruce, Steve, thank you very much. In just a minute, we're going to take a look at a CD-ROM dictionary complete with pictures and sounds. So stay with us. Joining us now in the studio is Carolyn Kuhn, president of Software Mart of Austin, Texas, and back with us Steve Michael of CD-ROM Magazine. George.
Carolyn, I see we have a Mac here. Is this any way, your software is any way restricted to that environment?
No, it isn't. Today I'll be showing you an interactive multimedia application of CD-ROM that we've developed using Media Mixer, which is transportable. We actually have versions of the same product in development right now on the Macintosh, MS-DOS under Windows, and the Atari 68,000 based machines, as well as the Apple IIe family.
So you're ready for any eventuality on hardware?
We're ready across the board.
Carolyn, what is the Visual Dictionary? Now explain this product.
The Visual Dictionary is a language instruction tool that is being developed by our firm for two publishers of the book, which is in bilingual and single language editions. The publishers are Fax on File and Édition Québec Amérique in Canada. And they've worked together to create book praise products that now we are developing a value-enhanced CD-ROM version. We've added audio pronunciation to all of the content, images, and text in the print editions.
Could you show us how the Visual Dictionary
Yes, I'd be
works?
happy to. At the main menu screen, a user can pick different capabilities to access and search the database. As you can see, we're under all themes, so we'll search the entire database. The text language or native language we've selected is English, and the translate language is French, and we'll actually see both languages. We'll see English and French for all terms. I've also selected that we'll see terms on the screen, and they'll also be spoken with real digitized voice, not computer synthesized speech. The usual way to start is to, in fact, search by picture. This opens a picture list that a user can then scroll down and access a picture either by opening using the Open button, or you could also print out pictures from this screen. By accessing Open, we actually are pulling this picture off of the CD-ROM drive, where it's stored on the CD-ROM disk with audio term pronunciation.
Spores.
To access terms, we simply point the mouse towards the term, and it will pull up the pronunciation in the languages we've selected.
Carolyn, could something like hypertext be used in conjunction with this so teachers could develop supplementary material in language classes?
We have built in a feature in this application, which is actually under Place, called Mark Place, which enables teachers to create their own custom tours of material on the disk, both audio and images and
So you
text.
don't need hypertext, you have it built in?
We have levels of hypertext, yes, built in. We've also created a drill and practice module, which enables us to, in fact, go ahead and link any pictures from the database and audio terms to their own computer game-like drill and practice sessions.
Steve, what do you think of this product?
What I like about this product is the way it combines the graphics and the text and the sound, illustrating all the potential of CD-ROM. If you've got a lot of room on a disk, you can put a lot of different types of information on it.
It looks like a very interesting vertical application in the schools.
What is the market for this product?
The publishers are aiming this product at teaching foreign language and English as a second language in schools, university level as well as secondary schools. We think it may also have quite a demand in the consumer market and for certain multinational applications. Where custom dictionaries of terminology might be of interest in vertical
But
marketing.
you don't see it replacing the language teacher. You see it making her
No,
more
we
productive.
see this as supplementary material that gives them a large database of quality assured pronunciation and voice inflection rather than simply audio cassettes or relying on a local teacher.
So it saves her voice a lot, yet it gives the right information.
Absolutely.
Steve, from a consumer's point of view now, should somebody go out and buy a CD-ROM drive now? Does it make sense?
When there's something like this and a couple of applications like this around, I would say it'd be really exciting to have for your kids at home to play with or something.
Well, certainly for organizations that have to do language training that are multinational,
right.
This makes a lot of sense.
What's the price point, real quickly, on this?
The final pricing has not been determined. We expect it, however, to be sold in language pairs. The production version will have Spanish, French, and English, with over 5,000 terms in each language on the disc and illustrations. We expect it to be under $1,000 for all 3 languages.
Great. Carol and Steve, thank you very much. CD-ROM technology is, of course, only one approach to optical storage technology. Many others, one of them, CDI, Compact Disc Interactive, has lots of developers excited, and Wendy Woods has a report on one such development.
You're in electronic arts, and your mission is to find information on the sudden kidnapping of the CDI team. You wander through the empty elevators and corridors looking for clues. This game is a simulation of what CDI, or Compact Disc Interactive, is supposed to do. Using a trackball as a pointing device, you move among real video images, not just computer animation, and hear real stereo digital sound.
Since the beginning of electronic arts, we've been looking forward to the time when we can deliver interactive experiences that combine very high-quality audiovisual media. So, for example, the television quality graphics, digital audio, the quality of compact discs, along with high-performance interactive computing systems. You add all that up, and that adds up to quite an exciting experience for the consumer. And we feel that CDI is the first piece of hardware to combine all those attributes into a single player.
The CDI player won't look anything like the hardware used in this simulation. It'll be a small box that'll hook up to your TV set. While this technology is still in its infancy, CDI players are expected to become major consumer products by late 1989, with manufacturers projecting sales in the tens of millions of units. And Electronic Arts is planning to become the leading provider of games and other software for this new medium. In San Mateo, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Timothy Green, president of Enhanced Systems of Dedham, Massachusetts. And next to Timothy is Barry Braden, Western Area Sales Manager of Enhance. George.
Enhance uses optical storage devices called worms, Tim, is that right?
Correct.
What does worm mean?
Means write once, read mostly.
I see.
However, we prefer to look at these as writable optical drives. Enhance started 4 years ago recognizing the need of people to store a large amount of data, yet there was no cost-effective way of doing so.
And that's your cartridge there?
Absolutely. This cartridge has a capacity of 240 megabytes on a removable compact disc, soon to be available with over 1 gigabyte of capacity.
Great. And that's pretty durable?
Absolutely. You wouldn't want to do that with your hard disk or floppy or Bernoulli cartridge. I'll just slide it into the optical drive there, and that will effectively become your drive D. I have a quick program here that's going to show us a directory on the optical drive. As soon as it initiates the cartridge, we will go through this directory. You'll see that we have files and subdirectories just as we would on any other hard disk.
So it's to the user just like another hard drive here.
Absolutely.
Except, Stuart, it looks like it breaks the 32 megabyte barrier. Is that true?
Correct. You can selectively set the partition size as the application you use needs.
And you people take care of that. I don't have to worry about it.
Absolutely.
Great.
What I've shown here is the check disk to show the 120 megabytes capacity per side of the cartridge. What I'm going to do now is copy some files from the hard disk to the optical disk to demonstrate the speed of the copy routine. And as you see, it uses a standard DOS copy command.
When it's doing that, Tim, it is using up space on the disk.
Correct.
And I can't use that space anymore once I've done that.
No, you can't.
Barry, before Tim continues here, who are the people who are using these kinds of things? Now, who needs this kind of massive storage capacity?
Well, many of our customers are collecting large amounts of data, handling data acquisition. They take data from the bottom of the sea, and they use the rugged optical disc instead of the magnetic discs out in the salt water, because the optical disc is something that will be around for a long time. Other ways is storing large amounts of text. Lawyers use it for litigation support, to put their depositions and their pleadings all on the optical disc, and they have a fast, efficient way, instead of thumbing through all that paper, to get to that information that they're looking for.
Typically, what kind of input devices do they use to get all that text onto the optical disc?
Well, some people use a video camera, like we're showing on an image here. Some people use desktop scanners, which are becoming fairly popular.
So bitmap scanning, generally?
Yes.
And the disk with its space makes that quite easy to do, doesn't it?
Yes, because bitmap graphics take up a lot of space,
Tim,
as we all know.
what's the application you have here?
We're looking at an employee ID system. However, this could very easily be a signature verification system or anything else which combines images with database. Each image here is taking up about 120K of memory, and as you can see with this type of application, you're going to quickly use up a lot of capacity.
Now, if I were going to put one of these on my own system, let's say something like a compact or one of the other machines, how much would it cost me currently to do that?
Currently, the price is $1,599 for an internal system, as you see here.
What about erasable drives? I mean, how important is that? What more market would that open up now? I mean, that seems to be the next layer of technology here, not only to be able to write, but to erase. Is that important to you?
Well, I think we've all been waiting for erasable technology to arrive for quite some time. I think that a writable optical disc addresses a specific market niche where the need to retain information is critical for either a professional or a legal reason, whereas erasable optical will tend to be more competitive with magnetic disk drives.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have thought of the write once optical as being a transition product, but the longer we wait for the read-write optical, the more permanent this type of device appears to be.
Absolutely. We will shortly be introducing this drive on the Sun Microsystem computer and the Apple Mac, and later this year you'll start seeing jute boxes that will handle 5 1/4-inch disk cartridges.
Jute boxes, that is where you have a piece of mechanism?
You have a stackable mechanism, the ability to store basically over 100 gigabytes of information, which is readily accessible by mini or microcomputer.
Typically, on one of those jute boxes, how long would it take to change a cartridge?
Generally about 5 to 7 seconds.
Not bad.
Tim, Barry, thank you very much. It's pretty impressive. That's our look at optical storage technology. Hope we'll see you again next week here on the Computer Chronicles. In the Random Access file this week, Hewlett-Packard has finally answered the Apple look and feel lawsuit, and HP not only denied any copyright infringement, it countersued Apple, claiming that the Apple copyrights are invalid. HP also charged Apple with unfair business practices and antitrust violations. The HP countersuit says Apple's Mac interface copyrights are invalid because Apple misrepresented them to the Copyright Office as being original. The Windows and Icon interface was originally developed at Xerox PARC. Lotus has finally released Agenda, the PC answer to HyperCard. It's billed as a personal information manager. Early reviews are mixed, some saying it will fall flat on its face, others saying it's new, different, and exciting. The version of Agenda which is shipping is quite different from the beta version shown at Fall Comdex, with improvements in the user interface and some other added capabilities. As with HyperCard, software developers are already at work creating Agenda applications, much like Stackware. Meanwhile, despite all the talk of Quattro and other new generation spreadsheet programs, Lotus reported record sales for the second quarter of this year, with sales up 30% and net income up 6%. No word out of Lotus, though, on the status of release 3.0 of 123 or the Macintosh version of 123. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
If your idea of a good time is timing cars down at the track, or for that matter, inspecting the expensive ones in the showroom, then there's a new piece of game software you should take a look at called Test Drive. After an amusing opening screen, Test Drive offers you a chance to experience the handling of 5 of the world's hottest cars, each of which it shows you in profile. They are the Porsche 911 Turbo, the Lamborghini, the Corvette, the Lotus Turbo Esprit, and the Ferrari. Once you get into the game, you'll see its obvious similarity to the famous best-selling flight simulator. We're looking out the windshield and at the dashboard of a hot car. You control the accelerator, you shift the gears, you see the cars going past you in your rearview mirror, and if you can't keep the thing on the road, you end up with a cracked windshield. Although you can play it with the keyboard, it works better with the joystick. Test Drive is for the race car driver in all of us. It comes from Accolade in Cupertino, California, and it's $40 on the PC, $44 on the ST, and $30 on the Commodore. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Wells American, a maker of PC compatibles, has announced its new CompuStar line of PCs, which are described as convertibles because you can switch from a PC AT bus to a microchannel bus. The dual bus machine can also be set up to run any of 4 CPUs, from an 8086 to an 8386 SX. Bright Ideas of Portland, Maine has come up with an innovative piece of stackware called HyperChef. If you tell the program what food you have in the kitchen, it will check its files and then tell you what you can cook for dinner. Or you can tell it what you want to cook, and it will automatically generate a grocery shopping list. Finally, remember those wristwatches that wound themselves up automatically by capturing the energy of a swinging pendulum that was tied to the movements of the wrist? Well, Seiko has come up with a new idea based on that old idea. Seiko will soon be introducing a wristwatch that has the world's smallest electrical generator in it. Every movement of the wrist causes a delicately counterbalanced rotor to spin and produce electricity. The watch is due out this fall at a price of $200, and if you happen to see some guy swinging his laptop one of these days, maybe he's got a Seiko generator in it. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Isn't it great that Congress changed the tax law for 1988, simplified it, modernized it, did away with all those complex provisions? Why, they managed to get the tax law down to only 2,700 pages. Nobody understands all of this stuff, but there is a way for you to do your income taxes by yourself quickly, inexpensively, and correctly using tax preparation software. In fact, using your computer to do your taxes may be reason enough to justify owning one. Today, we take a look at tax preparation software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, it's income tax time again, as you know, and that means we've got to do our income taxes. A couple of ways you can get help. You can go to the bookstore and buy these kinds of things, which can help you do your taxes. But better yet is to buy the software that these same guys are writing right now, because all the rules, the logic, and the strategy that's in the books is in the software. For example, this is TurboTax from ChipSoft. It not only tells you how to depreciate and amortize, it does the depreciation for you. It does the amortization for you. It automatically moves the numbers up and back from federal returns to state returns and so on. They're pretty impressive, but it seems to me when you think about these things, it's really just a vertical application of a spreadsheet, isn't it?
Well, Stuart, it is in a sense. Any vertical application is exactly that. You take a general technique like spreadsheets and you apply it to a specific problem. In this case, it'll lead you through the steps required to enter the numbers and things of that sort. The advantage, of course, with these programs, you can play what-if games with it. You can juggle a number around and see what it does to the bottom line. Now, of course, you could use a spreadsheet, but you're going to have to pay a whole lot more attention to the tax guide if you do. Now, the advantage of these programs is you may actually save enough money to pay for the program, too.
Gary, we're going to take a look at some of the best examples of tax preparation software for the Apple II, the Macintosh, and the IBM PC. We're going to begin with a visit to one of the 8 regional IRS processing centers to find out what happens to your tax return once it gets into the IRS computers.
One of the biggest mailing lists in the world belongs to the Internal Revenue Service, which handles about 100 million tax returns each year at its 10 regional centers. Close to 20 million returns pass through the office in Fresno, California, and most of them are still handwritten. From any point of view, the Fresno Service Center is a massive operation. The single-level building is as long as 18 football fields, and almost everywhere you look, there are mountains of paper. To keep from being buried under stacks of forms, Fresno had to adapt its computers to the physical manipulation of paper returns. Barcode readers in the mailroom pre-sort and classify envelopes. Checks are sorted automatically by bank name or location. But people still do most of the data entry. Optical character readers can handle some forms like single-page returns, but they still require human assistance to identify a scrawled 6 or a sloppy 7.
For example, right now we're transcribing 100% of the tax, well, not 100, we're transcribing about 95% of the tax returns using key-to-disk systems. One of the things we'd like to do is get 50% of those returns filed electronically. Then, of the remaining 50% that aren't filed electronically, we'd like to perfect OCR technology so that we've got maybe 50% of that being transcribed by machine or data collected by machine. And then of the residual paper that we simply can't get rid of, rather than move the paper around this building, what we'd like to do is put the paper on optical disc and move the images.
Although a great deal of calculating goes on at the center, it is not of the number crunching type, so computers are there mostly for data entry and retrieval. As if to balance input with output, the Fresno Service Center produces literally tons of hard copy. High-speed laser printers consume 2 million feet of paper per month, turned into notices, warnings, and other correspondence.
The breakthrough is going to be practitioners, tax preparers, professional tax preparers filing electronically with us. In California, 50 to 55% of all tax returns are done by preparers.
Desktop PCs are an uncommon sight at the IRS office, and when they are visible, it's usually as terminals. In fact, the agency sees a limited role for the PC, either inside or outside the center.
Right now, there are no plans in the works to provide a capability for an individual with a PC to dial into us and file. We have to have some assurances about the quality of the data that's coming to us. The other concern is security, of course. We're not going to let people dial into our mainframe computers and file directly. There will be an electronic break in this filing.
The expression paperless office was once just a dream at this IRS service center. But with a combination of electronic filing, optical storage, and intelligent scanners, it may take on a new meaning.
Joining us in the studio now is Nicholas Kofsky-Sky, the president of Sky Computer Resources of Portland, Oregon. Next to Nicholas is Ed Tittle, contributing editor to Magazine and the author of several articles on tax preparation software.
Ed, most people just take their pile of receipts and W-2 forms down to the local office to have their tax prepared. Why would anyone want to use a computer program?
Well, there's a couple pretty good reasons why you might want to use a computer. First, the computer's a little more forgiving than your pencil and eraser and lets you do things over. And second, you get a chance to work through several different variations on your taxes to pick out the one that comes out best for you.
Now, what about updates? Do they usually have an update for every year? The tax laws change, I guess, from year to year, right?
Well, you'll usually buy a standard program, and they will issue updates on a year-by-year basis to reflect any changes in the tax laws.
Okay, Nick, what does your tax preparation program do?
Well, this is called Federal Tax Forms, and it works with AppleWorks. We decided to use our AppleWorks templates because of this standard interface. People already know how to use it, and also time for preparing them. It takes less time, and we get it to the people before they receive their W-2 forms.
Can we take a look at it?
Sure. Here's a screen from the 1040. We've already entered some amounts, including your salary and some interest income. However, one of the features is the automatic transfer from one template to another. By pressing the solid Apple A, we can go directly to the Schedule A and be able to transfer information to and from the various spreadsheets that are available. Here's Schedule A to 1040. We'll do that one. I mean, the 1040 to the Schedule A. It takes information from the 1040 that's needed, places it onto the Schedule A in the right places, and is ready for your calculations for Schedule A. Each schedule has a set of instructions, a transfer area that, if you're doing this manually, you have a place where you can find it, and the actual form itself, which looks like the IRS form. When you've completed your calculations, you press solid Apple A again. It gets you to your transfer menu. You select where you want it to go to, and we'll go to the 1040. It's on its way to the 1040. Takes the amount that's deductible, places in the right place, and you calculate by doing Open Apple K for calculation, and you're ready to do your taxes. To do your taxes, you do solid Apple T. These are some of the macros that we've installed. It takes the amount to be calculated for your liability, takes your number, your filing status number, and then it calculates your taxes.
Which are?
Which, on the very bottom here, is showing that you owe...
Okay, we owe $2,456.
56. It then takes that amount, transfers it back to the 1040, and you can press Open Apple K to complete the calculations. We've entered the figures for your credits and so on. We can now scroll to the very bottom of the 1040 form, and you can see that, well, you got a refund this time of $369.
Nick, does your program let you print right onto the 1040 form then?
Yeah, it does, and it also prints the forms and schedules so that they come out looking very much like the tax forms themselves.
And I take it this is at the low end cost-wise. How much does this program
This
cost?
is $39.95 for the basic packet, and if there are additional forms that are needed, they're $5 extra per form.
And do you need the 2GS to run this?
No, you can use any Apple that can use AppleWorks, and also with the Apple III with 3 easy pieces.
Okay, thank you. In just a minute, we're going to take a look at a tax program for the Macintosh that Ed Tittle calls a godsend. So stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is Susan Morgan, president of SoftView Incorporated, the developers of Macintax, and back with us again, Ed Tittle. Gary?
Ed, we've all seen the major changes in the tax laws for 87. How's that affected the use of tax preparation programs?
Well, it's made things a little bit more complicated, especially in the areas of things like passive interest and passive income. And I think you'll find that this program we're about to look at is going to show us some fairly helpful features to get us over that first hump.
Okay, Susan, now you've Macintax has been out for quite a while. What major changes have you done for this year's tax?
Well, we've added a number of forms and schedules. We now have about 50 form schedules worksheets. We compute things like passive losses and depreciation, and we've added a number of other features to the program.
Could you run through it for us? I guess that's what Gary was asking, too.
Macintax puts the form on the screen. As you can see here, we've already entered the name and the Social Security number. Every time I hit return, I'll move to another field. And for checkboxes like this, I just point and click, and I'll have my X's inserted. Let's move down to the money areas that are more interesting. I just point and click to enter an amount, and it's automatically formatted, and it automatically inserts cents when I hit the decimal point. Plus, every time I hit return, it automatically computes. If I don't want to enter an amount, I want to itemize instead, I just double-click and I'll pull up this kind of an itemization window. And this is a refund, so I can title it refund. And I can put in refund from the state. Tab across, the state was rather generous to me. When I hit return, its total appears here and dynamically linked there. And from the city was nowhere near as generous. Now it retotals and again dynamically links. I can itemize any line on any form or any of the schedules at any time. And speaking of forms and schedules, we have a rather generous amount of form schedules, worksheets, and statements, including the extension to file for the latecomers. To access one, you just select it and it appears on the screen, linking in the name and the Social Security number. And we'll put an amount in here. It automatically will total as soon as I hit return. And then as soon as I close it, it will automatically link back and appear in the proper place on the 1040. We have some worksheets to help you with the items that are difficult, like what you mentioned, the passive losses. This one is for investment interest. Suppose that my interest was related to a passive activity, which involves the new tax laws. I click here, and I can enter the description. I have a loan that I used for a partnership. I'll enter the amount that I paid interest, and it will automatically compute for me the interest allowed and suspended. And then when I close this out, that's linked to the Schedule A and the passive loss schedule. If I had a question about one of the items, I wanted instructions, I would double-click on the form, on the text, and I have the IRS instructions on a line-by-line basis, exactly word for word from the booklet. And we can have them for all the forms and schedules just by double-clicking. And then when I'm done with the return, what I want to do is print it out, sign it, and send it in. And of course, you can do that printing all your forms and schedules directly onto plain paper.
And Susan, these are the forms that Macintosh prints out?
Right. This is the form printed on plain paper using a dot matrix and a laser printer, form with all the data, and it prints all the forms and schedules this way.
And this year you have Macintosh, in fact, on an IBM and a 2GS, don't you?
Right, and it's under the name of TaxView on both those machines.
You called this a godsend. Why do you like it so much?
All you have to know is the numbers. It knows the rules.
Okay, that's great. Okay, in just a minute, we'll see two of the top-rated tax programs for the IBM PC. But first, you know, many people are going to professional tax preparers this year to do their returns, but you'll find increasingly they're using computers and the same tax preparation software. Wendy Woods has a report.
For the first time this tax year, Bob Smith, a veteran tax preparer, is using a computerized program to do the planning and preparation for his clients' tax returns. The program, which comes complete with its own PC, hard disk, and laser printer, is specifically designed for tax accountants. It's called Professional Tax Partner, and it contains nearly all the tax forms. As each form is filled out by the preparer, the program automatically calculates.
This is a very, very important tool because I don't have to spend all of my time going through calculations and forms and making sure that I get everything on the right line and I don't transpose figures. I simply have to input the information and then I know what the results are going to be. And then coupled with another program, I can take a look at the forecast all the way out through 1991.
Once the tax return has been completed, all the forms can be printed out, filled out, and are ready to be signed by the client. Bob Smith says the computer has allowed him to take on more business, since each customer's return can be done faster. While the computer has made the accountant's job faster and more efficient, it will never be able to replace the planning and experience necessary to get you the fattest tax refund. So no matter how sophisticated tax preparation programs get, they aren't expected to put people like Bob Smith out of business. In Burlingame, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Deborah Miller, Director of Marketing for Simon & Schuster Software, and next to her is Dr. Jim Howard, President of Howard Soft.
Jim, we've seen a wide range of prices in the tax preparation software from less than $50 to several $100s. What do you get in, say, a $300 package that you wouldn't find in a, say, $40 package?
Well, what you really get is tax depth and automation. The more expensive packages, of course, are designed for the involved return, not the simple return. Not the typical under 50,000 family. But
Okay, Deborah, let's take a look at what you have, which is what, about $69 you sell the last year program for?
$69.95, right. And it's also available to last year's users of the program for $39.95 with proof of purchase. And one of the key features of our program, which we carried over from last year, is our unique interview section, which, if you answer a series of questions, will actually choose all the forms for you. So in case you didn't know, it'll pick it out right for you.
Can you run us through the interview?
Sure. We have a series of questions. We can toggle between yes and no by using the space bar. For instance, do you itemize deductions? Yes. Did you earn more than $400 in interest? If we say yes, we get an alert that we must file Schedule B. And this tells us that we have to remember to do that later.
Suppose you're not sure what the answer to a question is.
Okay, if we don't know that, for any form, schedule, or the interview, online help is instantly available by just pressing the F1 key. And it also references you to the appropriate section in the J.K. Lasser's tax guide if you need a more in-depth explanation.
Okay.
And then once we've completed the interview section, we are given a forms checklist with the flashing arrows there telling us which forms we're going to have to fill out, and we can add forms to that if we wish. Then we can go and get the actual form. Here's 1040 we'll bring up and fill that out. And we can enter our data. And you'll notice that when we enter $1,000 taxable interest, we get another alert telling us that we must complete Schedule B. Then if we want to complete Schedule B at this point, we can just press F7. We fill in the amount, and then that amount is then lifted and placed in the appropriate line on the 1040, because all forms and schedules are linked, so you only enter data once, which saves a lot of time.
Now, one feature of this program is you can compare two different alternative approaches, can't you?
Yeah, that is a new feature that we've added this year to the program. And if we bring up the analysis section, we have two columns here. For instance, we can compare filing jointly or separately if you're married, input the data, and then see what our bottom line tax liability is going to be, and just press F5, and we can see that we certainly would save money filing jointly, about $5,000 worth of taxes. So this is a handy what-if scenario type of feature that we've added this year.
And Deborah, the Lasser program runs only on the IBM incompatibles?
That's correct. It runs on all of those machines as long as you have 256K.
Okay, I want to ask you to slide the keyboard over to Jim, and I want to find out about Tax Preparer now. Jim, your program is at the top end of the spectrum. Gary was talking about $295. What are the power features that you get in that high-end program?
Well, the real difference is that rather than forms fill-in software with a lot of IRS instructions on screen, we've implemented the IRS instructions in the software itself. So that in many cases, you don't even have to go to a form or schedule and fill in the data because it's done for you based on raw data from other parts of the return.
Okay, show us now how Tax Preparer works and how you do this. And your screens certainly look different from the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, it's really different because we're not really filling in forms. We're just asking for raw data. And if we, in the first example, we'll go directly to Form 1040, line 17, and rather than filling out a Schedule E, I would itemize to Schedule E. I just pressed I at that point. And get something that sort of looks like a Schedule E, but it's our own format. If I go to the non-farm partnerships line, let's say I have I'm in a real estate venture in a partnership, so I get a K1 from that partnership. All I do is fill out the information from the K1 onto this worksheet, and the rest is totally automatic. Now, there's one bit of information that's different this year. That's the date you acquired the partnership, and that's important because of the new laws of disallowed loss. You have to know the date. But just by entering that date, all of a sudden the return is no more complicated than it was last year because all of the rest is fully automatic. The disallowed losses are computed automatically. And to show this, I'll go to the total line. I'll zero out the amount that was done before and pretend like I haven't done this before.
Okay.
Now, ordinarily, what I would do if I were preparing a return, I would escape out now and print my return, and that would be the end of it. The calculations, transfers are all automatic. There's no keys for you to push. But for the TV screen, I'll force a recalc at this point just so that we can see it. And what it's really done in that time, there's the tax balance due, $837. What it's done in that time is followed these 16 pages of IRS instructions for Form 8582 for investments, filled out 5 worksheets for all the properties that I have in this return, created this 8582 because I certainly never did anything. I mean, I just went to Schedule E and fill out this worksheet. And all of a sudden, this becomes part of the return, and it appears when you print out the return.
Now, Jim, when you're filling forms out for you and selecting the forms and so forth, is there any liability issue? Suppose I get assessed a tax at the end.
Did you fill out the wrong forms?
Well, I think what it really amounts to is that we have to work a lot harder at testing with our software than the other people do.
That hasn't come up yet.
No.
No, but I mean, seriously, is that an excuse? I mean, suppose you get audited and you say, well, geez, I just did what the program told me to do.
Well, no, the individual is always the one that's the person that signs the return is the one that, of course, is liable. And the individual or tax preparer, if a preparer is using this, is the one that's signing the return.
So you're really an automated tax preparer.
Yeah, we really are, and it's really our reputation rather than legal liability that makes it worthwhile.
Yeah. Jim, who is this program for? What kind of taxpayer would need something like tax preparer?
Well, the typical family would be a double income family that has enough money to invest, for example, in limited partnerships like this one, or has some rental property on the side, or maybe a business on the side. If you have any of these situations, then you're subject to all the new tax laws, which are tremendously more complicated than they were last year.
Yeah. Deborah, Jim, thank you very much. That's our look at tax preparation software. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Access file this week, OS2 software is finally starting to show up. MicroPro has announced its OS2 version of WordStart 2000 will be available this summer. Software Publishing Corporation says its OS2 version of the Harvard Project Manager will be available this summer. Borland says it will soon be out with OS2 versions of Quattro, Paradox, and the Borland Developers Tools. And Zsoft says it has released the OS2 version of its publisher's Paintbrush. Meanwhile, Compaq released its version of OS2 for its 286 and 386 base computers. Compaq claims OS2 runs 17 to 52% faster on a Compaq Disk Pro 286 than on IBM Model 6D. And IBM did some unusual leaking last week, talking about upcoming upgrades in the PS2 line, including a low-cost 286 PS2 and an eventual PS2 line built solely around the 386. IBM also talked about a new 32-bit version of OS2 for next year, the release of PS-DOS 3.4 early this year, and the inclusion of the 8514 high-res graphics card in future PS2 motherboards. IBM execs also promised a new 3.5-inch hard drive with 100 megabyte capacity, a 5.25-inch hard drive with 500 megabyte Ts, and a new 2-inch hard drive holding 50 megabytes. Time for a look at software and this week's review with Paul Schindler.
You know, the only musical instrument I know that's more primitive than this one is the IBM personal computer. It has a small, unadjustable speaker and one voice, and that voice is tinny. The PS2 sounds better, but most of us don't have PS2s. And you may remember we showed you the Macintosh Jam session, but most of us don't have Macs. There is an alternative now, the AdLib personal computer music system, a combination of software and a plug-in board for IBM PCs. This program has a jukebox mode, which is slightly animated and mildly entertaining. It offers a choice of several different styles of music, but you're not going to buy this program mainly to hear music written by others. This is the screen where the AdLib system gets down to business, the section it calls the Visual Composer. You can start with a blank screen and right away, or you can call up one of their canned examples of various musical styles, then modify it to suit your own taste. You can listen to all of the parts at once, or just one. I can't say I care for the green screen, though. You could write, record, and play back some semi-serious music with the AdLib personal computer music system, $250 from AdLib Incorporated of Boston. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Ashton Tate unveiled its new D-Base 4 last week, set for release later this year. It has a new look and feel, lots of new bells and whistles, and it can run under MS-DOS or OS2. Eventually, the program crashed during the big announcement press conference last week. But developers say it is faster and easier to use than the older version. Stackworks has announced the availability of HyperCard tax stacks for Mac users. They're being offered as shareware on CompuServe and a few other networks. Tax stacks are available for most IRS forms, tables, and worksheets. Sharefare fees range between $10 and $20. It looks like the Macintosh laptop is for real. Apple reportedly has placed an order for new active matrix LCD screens from a Japanese supplier starting in July. The new screens are said to be faster, cooler, and easier to read than existing LCD screens. Atari is reportedly set to unveil its Unix workstation at the Hanover Computer Fair in Germany next month. It will use a 68030 chip. Atari may also unveil its long-rumored complete desktop publishing system, computer, laser printer, and software for under $5,000. Finally, in the Computer Snafu of the Week column, Wells Fargo Bank customers got a statement this month from the bank that included the following computer-generated message. You owe your soul to the company store. Why not owe your home to Wells Fargo? An Equity Advantage account can help you spend what would have been your children's inheritance. Bank officials explained that a test message had inadvertently been inserted into that month's billing statements by a program with a, quote, misplaced sense of humor. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide. Transcripts of the Computer Chronicles are available online on CompuServe. Type Go Chronicles at any CompuServe prompt. If you'd like the CompuServe access number in your area or a free booklet describing how to use online services, call 1-800-848-8199.
This is one of my favorite pieces of software, but to tell you the truth, I never bought it. A friend gave it to me after he downloaded it from a bulletin board. It's called the Berg Utilities, written by a man named Vernon Berg. And this is Vernon Berg over here. He's a programmer, but he gives his programs away. Vern, why do you do it?
Well, I give my programs away because I don't need the money, but I like to share what I know with other people, and hopefully then they'll share what they have with me.
Today, we take a look at shareware on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, as you can see from all these books here, there are literally thousands of programs you can get for nothing or for a very small contribution. This program here on the computer is called Piano Man by Neil Rubenking, a classic piece of shareware. It doesn't only play music, it's a full-blown music construction set. I can't think of another industry in which so many talented guys give away their products. You're a programmer. Explain this mentality.
Well, Stuart, first of all, it's fun to program. It's really neat to take a concept and work from one line of code all the way to a full-fledged application. A second thing that's really important for the hobbyist and user group is that it's part of the social atmosphere. It's like ham radio operators that give away circuit diagrams, they'll send messages across country for free. It's the same idea. A third thing that's important is it takes a big investment to market and sell, support, get a product in the market. You're not even sure you're going to be successful. Yeah. They can't argue with a free program. The worst part about that kind of thing is you can't do the thing you like best, and that's program.
Right. Today we're going to take a look at some of the best examples of shareware, both for the IBM PC and the Macintosh, and we'll meet the man who helped create the concept, Jim Button. We're going to start by paying a visit to a large company whose word processor of choice is not Word or WordStar or WordPerfect, but a piece of shareware called PC Write.
At SRI International in Menlo Park, California, the Life Sciences Department collects a lot of data from laboratory tests on potentially toxic substances. The department also produces a lot of paper output in the form of proposals, reports, and test results. And the word processor that many researchers use is a shareware program called PC Write.
We have a lot of people who their background is in biology. Very few of them have ever laid hands on a computer terminal or a PC until very recently. And I have to do somewhat of a selling job to convince them, yes, computers can make your life happy and healthy. And so what I like about PC Write is it's something that, given just a very, very brief introduction, a person can begin to work on it.
PC Write is well known for its 45 different help screens and its very rapid search and replace operations. The program has the same kinds of features found on most word processors, like block editing, embedded printer commands, and single key commands. But PC Write also offers some uncommon features.
And the advantage of PC Write is that it pretty much works in straight ASCII mode. You don't need a lot of crazy control characters the way some of these other files do. So it's fully compatible to move between, say, the output from a database manager, a file off of the mainframe, a segment of text off of our NBI word processing system, and these can all be pulled together into a single report.
Of course, the biggest difference between PC Write shareware and the big-name programs is the price. You can't spend more than $89 for a fully registered copy, and most users get their first copy for free.
Joining us in the studio now, the man they sometimes call the father of shareware, Jim Button, CEO of Buttonware. And next to Jim is Russell DeMaria, author of the book Public Domain Software. Gary?
Jim, what's the background behind shareware? Where'd it come from?
Shareware started really in 1982. And I think Andrew Flugelman probably was first with the idea out of San Francisco, and he produced a product called PC Talk. It was the first shareware product on the market.
Now, is there money that changes hands when you are involved in distributing software to shareware?
Shareware is a distribution method, and it's primarily a way of distributing full-function demo disks. Users are invited to share the full-function disks with all of their friends and to use them in the comforts of their home. Money changes hands when the user decides that he really likes the program, wants to put it into productive use, and develop a relationship with the author, which would include technical support, printed manual, and things like that.
And what are the typical prices for a package?
Shareware prices go all the way from $15 to $20 up to, there's one product on the market that's $100.
What's that?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Russell, what's the difference between shareware and freeware? Your book is about public domain software, which I take it is slightly different.
Well, not really. The book is about public domain and shareware, and primarily we're about shareware. Freeware, shareware, it's not really a difference. They're just different words. As Jim said, it's a marketing principle, and they're good products that you can use and get cheaply by comparison with the commercial stuff, and then you can also get things you couldn't get in the commercial market. Wonderful utilities, very excellent products.
Okay, Jim, one of the most successful shareware products is, of course, yours, PC File. And you've got a new version of PC File now, I understand.
Yes.
Could you show us what's new and different and better about it?
Okay, well, we're just announcing PC File. The announcement letters are going out
I guess it's called
today
PC File
and tomorrow.
Plus, huh?
PC File Plus version 2. The new version carries on with what version 1 had. The main new feature is the graphics capability. Now, in this version, you can graph the data from your database. That only makes sense in a database where you can summarize the data, because databases have a lot of data. So the graphics version of PC File Plus will summarize the data in the database. I've set up a smart key or a macro key to go through this particular database and pull out sales records for every February for the last 5 years and summarize some sales figures. The dollars are made up, but they're close to being Buttonware sales revenues for the past 5 years. So if we'll go ahead and start the program, and ideally, the user, of course, would be answering questions here. They're very easy type questions to answer, not of the nature of how to draw the graph, but of the nature how to summarize the data. And so after answering those questions, the program produces, in this case, a horizontal bar chart of the February figures. As a user now, I can do some interesting things with this. I may decide that I would rather see a vertical bar chart, and so I can change the graph instantly, or a pie chart for those sales figures. And I can also do things like draw a line showing the average sales, or I could do a regression analysis and show the line that best fits the points across the figures. But it's basically an easy-to-use graphics extension to the program.
And what suggested price do you have on PC File Plus?
PC File Plus is $69.95.
Okay, could I ask you to get out of PC File Plus so we can get Russell, who wants to show us a couple things? And while you're doing that, Russell, let me ask you, you have a couple of favorite shareware programs you're going to show us. What are they?
Well, I'm going to show you a few of the many that I like, and I'm going to show you HDear, which is a colorful directory program, and Procom, which is a very fine telecommunications package. And let me get in here.
Okay, you load up a minute. Jim, let me ask you. I heard something kind of new here as you guys were talking at the beginning about shareware, not as just sort of generosity, but you called it a marketing principle or concept. Is that an important element that it's really, because Gary was talking about that at the beginning of the program, it's a way to really get software out there?
Yes, it's really a marketing concept more than anything else. To say that something is shareware says nothing about the quality of the program or what the program does. It simply talks about how the program is distributed. So it's a marketing concept or a distribution method.
Okay, Russell, you've got your stuff up. What is that?
What we've got here is Auto Menu, which is one of the most successful shareware products, and it's a front-end menu program really useful for hard disk management. And this is what you get when you get shareware. This menu is already built in. You can modify it and change it or start from scratch with a new one. I've added one called Computer Chronicles submenu number 8. If I press number 8, I go automatically to that menu. On this menu, I have several options already set up. I thought I'd show you the HDear first. And I've set it up with a script to show that I can add any parameters on the fly. I've decided to sort this by 2 columns. And there we go. You'll notice HDear does everything in color. That means that I have light blue for exec files, white for doc files, green for com files. Very quickly identify what's there. I can also sort them by different methods. And I can hit the keys a couple times. You see there's a summary of how much data is stored in that subdirectory. And then I go back to the menu. This is all done very quickly.
Show us Procom.
Procom.
That's been one of the most successful shareware programs.
Very successful product. And I can't show you the whole product in the time we have, but I can show you something. And this is a summary of the commands here.
This is basically, Russell, a communications program?
Communications program, and communications is important in shareware because much of the distribution is done through bulletin boards and other telecommunications means. Dialing directory here, I have a few things in it already. And for instance, if I hit the number 2 here, and then I press return, I will automatically dial our bulletin board in Hawaii. I can exit that since we're not going to dial it now. And I was going to show you some protocols. If I'm going to download online, I may use different protocols to download, and the protocols affect how the transmission is made, how fast it is, and other things. And here's a set of protocols that are available in Procom. And there's a subject in our book that goes into great detail about what these protocols are all about. It's just a lot to explain. Alt-X takes me out, and I go back to the menu. I can go back to the main menu like this, and back to the DOS level anytime I want.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Russell, how does the quality control, you brought that up a little earlier, how does the customer ensure that he's getting a good product?
He assures it by using it before he pays for it. That's the wonderful thing about shareware.
Okay.
He actually has it in his hands, and he sees if it's fit for his purpose, and if it isn't, he doesn't have to use it and doesn't have to pay for it.
Jim, is there much abuse of shareware because of the way it works?
I don't know how you define abuse. We give permission for people to use it and try it out for as long as they feel necessary in order to evaluate it. I don't think there's a lot of abuse. The good programs get paid for.
Jim, Russell, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look at some shareware for the Macintosh. First of all, we're going to visit the world's largest shareware distributor, PCSig, in Sunnyvale, California.
If you've ever bought shareware, chances are fairly good that you got it from here. This is PCSig, the world's largest shareware distributor with a library of over 25,000 programs and sales of some 1,000 discs each day.
Well, shareware is the alternative to the high-price commercial spread. The shareware programs that are now available are equal, if not better, than a lot of the commercial programs on the market, and hundreds of dollars less when it comes to registration.
PCSig is the conduit between shareware authors and users, handling the marketing and advertising for the authors and guaranteeing quality for the customers.
When we get a program in here that's submitted, it goes through our librarian. He looks it over. If it meets what we consider to be good shareware standards, he then sends it out to an independent reviewer.
Then it's reviewed again before it's placed in the catalog. Everything sold here is also supported by full-time staffers.
Technical support.
PCSig's success has allowed it to branch out into some new areas. It now publishes a bi-monthly magazine. You can buy all 25,000 programs at once on this CD-ROM disc. And you can buy some of the titles now in retail stores. And the company has also branched out into the business of selling hard-to-find videos. In other words, shareware has been very good to PCSig. It's come a long way from the founder's garage to a company now making several $1 million a year. In Sunnyvale, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Rains Cohen, SysOp of the BMUG Bulletin Board, and next to Rains is Stephen Howard, also with BMUG, and Gary, BMUG stands for Berkeley Mac Users Group.
Okay. Rains, I'm a little confused. We see shareware prices ranging, say, $10 to $100 for, it seems to be the price of a lot of commercial software is in there. Is it a profit-making thing, or is it a free software?
For some authors, it is a profit-making thing. Notably, say, Scott Watson of FreeSoft or Don Brown of CE Software. However, they've often gotten a start in the freeware or shareware business and gone on to commercial distribution beyond that once they've gotten their name recognition.
Okay, well, tell us a little bit about BMUG. What do you do there?
Well, we started as a UC Berkeley student group, University of California at Berkeley, and we now about 6,000 members around the world, just exchanging information. We maintain a software library as one of our functions, is publishing a newsletter and running a bulletin board system.
In terms of Gary's question, how do you as a users group see shareware? I mean, what's the point?
Well, the main point is that for the user, it represents a way to try before you buy. It's a way to avoid having to pick your way through ads and find out what's real and put up with the vaporware and other.
And how about from the author's point of view?
From the author's point of view, it's a way of distributing software without having hardly any costs. Lots of people will give it away for you, online services, user groups, and commercial places, and get the word out and around. So no marketing costs.
Okay, you've got some of your favorite BMUG shareware pieces here. Show us what you got, Rains.
Sure. The first one is Artisto. It's a desk accessory, Artisto Plus, rather, by Megamote. Let's see it.
Go ahead.
Okay, Artisto. Okay, I never did that before. Okay, Artisto lets you take any Mac Paint style picture, such as one we've got here, and take out a piece of it. Like I'll take this person's face right here, copy it out, and then incorporate that into whatever program you're working in. Here I'm working in Mac Write, working on a letter, and I'll just paste it right in. And that's fairly useful, incorporating graphics at any point.
And this is basically a free program then?
It's shareware.
Sure. So just to get an idea of what it is.
It's a $5 or $10 donation requested.
Sure.
Okay, what else do you have on there from BMUG?
Let's see, another popular program.
And would Artisto, for example, be available on your bulletin board?
Yes, in a bulletin board and in our software library.
Okay.
Another popular BMUG program is Stuff It. It's a program that compresses and decompresses files, and such as we've got one right here that I'll extract. And it's a...
What's the file you're working on? Is it a graphic game?
It's a graphic image, the one that we just looked at. it's had a compressed tier. This is used quite a lot by users of commercial and public domain online services, both because the files are smaller for transmission. It's less expensive to transmit.
Okay, so you're waiting for it to do its bit.
It's working as we speak, and it just uncompressed that picture that we just saw. It saved 29% in that case. Would have been 35K normally. Could have cost you a bit to download.
Yeah, Stephen, you have an interesting policy on pricing this thing, don't you? You were explaining before.
Well, BMUG discs are distributed at the cost it takes for us to duplicate them. We have no claims on the software on them. Those are, according to shareware ideal, owned by the authors. So we distribute them at the lowest cost we can, and that ends up being about $3 for a disc full.
But what about, you were telling us about the decompression and the compression software, about how depending on what you're going to do with it, you have a different price.
Yeah, Stuffit in particular, Ray Lau, who wrote the program, has a very nice scheme. If you're just using it to decompress files that you're getting from some online service or elsewhere, it's free, and there is no donation requested. If you're using it to archive files, to upload, then he requests $18.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now what about the world of HyperCard? What has that done to shareware?
Well, HyperCard's had an incredible effect on just the development of public domain and shareware software, because it makes it so much easier for anybody to express an idea in the form of a program. And so here's a sampling of what some people all around the world have developed. It just takes so much less time that it makes it that much easier.
Okay, so what are we saying here now? This is a card for each one of the
Yeah, this is
programs?
a BMUG stack catalog by Scott Chronic, one of our members, that simply shows one card from each of the stacks in our library.
That's a lot of stacks.
Over 25 megabytes of stacks.
Okay. What's the relationship between shareware and the usual commercial software that you'd buy off the shelf in a retailer? Are these in competition in a sense, and what do the commercial software houses think about the shareware idea?
Yeah.
Well, as Rains mentioned, many commercial software houses started as a shareware author with a product which met with some success and advanced into more products and more distribution and become truly commercial products. Other shareware items remain in shareware, particularly these smaller and very useful products that people just don't want to go and look for to buy. They'd like it to be available faster through many means of distribution on disks from bulletin board systems everywhere.
You mentioned also earlier that you have another new distribution medium also, right?
Right. There's a lot of shareware, and because of the bulk and because of the variety, BMUG is going to be releasing a PD-ROM, which is a compact disc with hundreds of megabytes of shareware on it, plus some other good stuff, so that people can have all of it there initially.
Do you tend to have shareware authors, kind of following up on your point, Stephen, kind of migrate to become commercial authors and then actually selling their program to a software house?
Well, it's in the Mac world so far, it's been rather that the individual author becomes a company unto himself. Not many have stayed as professional shareware distributors. We've seen that in the PC world, but that hasn't happened so much in the Mac world.
And how about the role, again, of the users group? I mean, earlier in the show we saw people like Buttonware, which is just a business selling software on a shareware basis. Do you guys see yourself as being in a business primarily, or being a users group who's sort of simply doing nice things for people who are interested in what you're doing?
Well, we are an educational nonprofit organization, and we're sort of in the business of giving away information. And so we do that just by getting the software out there and helping people learn about it and get the most out of it.
And did you guys write software yourself, by the way?
I've done some work in HyperCard and otherwise, and looking to distribute it as shareware.
What's the future of shareware? Is that going to continue to be a healthy alternative means of distributing software?
I think so long as it's very expensive to place ads in magazines and actually start a company and go through distributors. It'll provide a channel for people, the small guy, to get started.
And so what's the best way for somebody to get access to the shareware? Or through the user groups? They contact you?
Yeah, contact us or any user group. The local user group is the best one.
Yeah.
Ray and Stephen, thank you very much. That's our look at shareware. We hope to see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Random access file this week, IBM has finally taken the wraps off a new version of PC-DOS called DOS 4.0, which which is supposed to be easier to use. It also provides support for expanded memory and larger files. It's available immediately in 3.5 or 5 1/4-inch disc sizes. The new DOS 4.0 carries a one-time license charge of $150. Not to be outdone, Peter Norton Computing Incorporated of Santa Monica, California, has introduced PC-DOS 4.0 versions of its own. Both packages allow users to take advantage of the enhanced DOS 4.0 and MS-DOS 4.0 operating system unveiled by IBM and Microsoft. Trouble in Suffolk County, New York. 4 high-tech firms are filing suit challenging the constitutionality of a law regulating the use of video display terminals. New York Telephone Company is threatening to close its directory assistance office and move its employees elsewhere. Other companies are considering following suit. The new law requires employers with more than 20 VDTs to make special provisions for employees working with them. Companies are worried about the compliance cost and complain that the law is anti-business. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
Can you tell what comes next? I couldn't, and the people who wrote the Mentor software package say only 1 person in 10 can solve it. Give up? 6 comes next. Look again. This is the numbers 1 through 5 merged with their mirror image. Well, when they say Mentor uses unusual techniques to test your intelligence, they aren't kidding. This program includes more than 50 tests and exercises. Let's look at some of them. After eliciting your name and date of birth, the program offers 3 main sections. It'll draw your biorhythm chart, or you can use it to test your IQ, if you're an adult who is a native speaker of English. The program will test your memory, your reaction time, and your coordination, as well as your ability to perceive time. The intelligence test offers some unusual questions, which I certainly found challenging. In some sense, this is the ultimate yuppie software for those who can't find out enough about themselves. You might like it even if you aren't a yuppie. By the way, it comes with what it describes as the smallest manual in the world. Mentor is $50 from Heuristic Research of Midland, Texas. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The 3-year-old court fight between the 2 giants in the law database business are settling a much-publicized copyright suit. Me Data Central Incorporated has agreed to pay licensing fees to West Publishing Company. The first shipments of Apple Computer's long-awaited Apple Fax modem have gone out. The $699 modem is compatible with Group 3 facsimile machines and must be used with another conventional modem to actually access telephone lines. It has a pass-through button on its front to allow use of the conventional modem without interference from the Apple Fax modem. A worldwide shortage of memory chips is keeping workers at 7 semiconductor plants owned by Japan's Hitachi home for the summer. The Hitachi workers have agreed to skip their week-long summer vacations that they usually take in mid-August. 2 other chip makers, Fujitsu and Mitsubishi Electric, are negotiating with unions for similar cancellations of summer holidays. The chip shortage is expected to last until next spring. Lotus 123 beat out 10 other spreadsheets to win Software's Digest highest overall evaluation for the 5th consecutive year in a row. The June spreadsheet ratings report gave 123 a 4-star rating. 123 received a rating of excellent in the categories of ease of learning, ease of use and error handling, and a rating of good in performance and versatility. Texas Instruments may have outdone itself this time. The firm will begin marketing the first miniature PC designed for children under 8. Computer Fun is priced at only $90. It comes with a voice recognition system, which is limited to 2 words, yes and no. And it comes with a number of built-in ROM-based software packages based on typical preschool activities. But if kids get bored with these, they can always switch into the playing mode to keep them entertained. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is a Toys R Us store in Redwood City, California, but from what you see hanging on the racks here, you'd think it ought to be called Software R Us. Most of the titles being sold here are for the Commodore 64, one of the original home computers, but there's a lot of life left in that old machine. New software titles still coming out for what is still a very large installed user base. Today we take a look at an oldie but goodie, the Commodore 64, on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. This is Gary Kildall. And Gary, I'm playing this new game from Spectrum Holobyte called Tetris. The interesting thing about it, it's the first game software sold in the United States written by Russian programmers. But what's really interesting is here's a hot new piece of software. What machine does it come out for first? The good old Commodore 64. This is the Model T of personal computers, yet people are still buying them. People are writing new software for it. How come?
Well, Stuart, as you know, Jack Tramiel headed Commodore before he moved over to Atari. And Jack's philosophy is to minimize the end user price and just flood the market with the product. He did it with a $10 calculator in the mid-70s, remember that one? He did it also with the Commodore 64, less than $200. The competition was 5 times that price. It's just a good basic computer for a very affordable price. The result is there's about, 7 million of these things in the United States alone. It provides a real good hardware bed for software writers because they can take the software development costs and amortize it across these millions of units. The result is you get a lot of good software at a very affordable price.
Gary, today we're going to focus on the good old Commodore 64. We'll meet lots of C64 users and see the interesting applications they've developed for the computer. Now, one of the reasons the Commodore 64 is still around is it got a new operating system a couple of years ago, something called GEOS. We begin today by visiting the man who wrote GEOS, Brian Doherty, at Berkeley Softworks.
The history of personal computers is marked by some spectacular successes and failures. But the award for popularity must go to the Commodore 64, a little 8-bit machine that refuses to die. The 64's commercial success and its enormous user base have inspired some software developers to take a second look at the 64's potential. One of those companies is Berkeley Softworks, next to the university campus in Berkeley, California.
What we did is we looked at these markets, at the Commodore 64 market first, then the Apple II, and basically it takes a while for people to really push a machine to its total limits. And one of the things that we really believe in here that the rest of the software world, I think, has only really started to catch on to is using very sophisticated development tools. And the net of all that is we're capable now of developing applications for these machines that I don't think people really thought these machines were capable of performing.
Berkeley's most important product is the GEOS operating system, a graphic interface for the 64 and 128 that features pull-down menus, icons, and windows. The new operating system opens the door to some very sophisticated applications, like a spreadsheet called GeoCalc, and GeoFile, a database with user-designed forms. There's even a desktop publishing package, something usually requiring big memories and big budgets. But at Berkeley Softworks, it's all in the code.
Mainly it's by coding much more efficiently. The theorem of computer science is any computer program can be implemented by a 1-bit Turing machine. That's actually a theory that's been proven in computer science. So even this 8-bit processor is capable of doing all the things that a much more expensive computer, like say a Macintosh or an IBM PC, is capable of doing. Now, it may not be able to do it as fast, although we try to make up for the limitations and the capability of the machine by programming more efficiently. But you can actually do anything with a computer.
Joining us in the studio now is Lucy Morton. Lucy's a member of the Diablo Valley Commodore 64 Users Group, and next to Lucy is Mike Dunsmore, a member of the Commodore Owners of the Peninsula. Gary.
Mike, the Commodore Users Groups, they principally C64 users, or what's the composition?
There are some user groups that are just Commodore 64s, and there might be some that have a Amiga and 64.
Now, you communicate through bulletin boards over modems, is that correct?
Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 bulletin board or BBSs I log on.
Are those bulletin boards run by C64 sometimes or not?
Generally on another machine, but they might have Commodore 64 database and downloads, uploads.
Hey, Lucy, you may be a little presumptuous of me, but you don't appear to be the average game player of using a Commodore 64. Why did you buy a C64?
Well, we have always been interested in computers, and my husband also does some programming. And the program is very easy on this machine because you can edit it very easily, and we make mistakes very often.
So you're primarily programming in BASIC then?
That's right, in BASIC.
Now you have a program that you wrote that helps you make sweaters, is that correct?
That, well, helps me to chart them. The making is something else.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, this is an interactive program, and as you run through the program, it asks you what style you would like. And you have to have one thing before you start, which is the number of stitches per inch and the number of rows per inch, which you get from a swatch like this. All right, we've already decided that we're going to make a jacket and that we're going to have a knit-on band that is knit right in one with a sweater. And so we're going to have it in ribbing. And now we have to decide if we want a V-neck. I think we'll select a V-neck today. And we're going to put the neckband right in one with the front band, so it's a little faster.
The program leads you through this series
It leads you through the whole thing. Then what kind of sleeve do you want? Well, let's take no sleeve for this. Well, let's have a raglan sleeve. Then it asks, do you want long or short? And it will go on with this sort of thing. Do you want a fitted sleeve or straight sleeve? And it goes on through all the questions. Then it will program.
Yeah, what do you end up with? Show us the
Yes, it will do this on the screen also, but it will end up with something like this, which I guess is this what you'd like to see?
Yeah.
Yes. Now this prints out, this prints out all the directions for a sweater very similar to the one that I have on.
And the one you're wearing you designed using your own program.
Yes, that's right.
That's great. I'm going to turn to Mike now. If you could slide the computer over to Mike. And Mike, you've been using the C64 to do some kind of artwork. Tell me what you do.
Yeah, I've made a few pictures, screens.
For what particular purpose?
Well, just to make a picture. Or sometimes I would put them in it would be a title screen for a program I was working on. Or for a menu.
And you use the C64 plus what else?
Koala Pad.
And what kind of software?
There's a Koala Pad,
the
a Koala Painter.
software itself.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show us some of the things you do with Koala Pad?
Sure, let me load this Koala Painter in. Okay, I have the menu here. What you would do is you could catalog the disk from that icon. You could save, get, or name and save, so we can just click on the get.
Okay, suppose we want to look at Wacko, say.
Okay, so we click on get and go up to Wacko, press the button. I already have it loaded.
Okay.
This is the picture.
Okay, that's pretty good. And that is what? What did you create this for?
This was for a bulletin board that I knew the guy that was running it, and he wanted to...
The Wacko World board.
Yeah, the Wacko World, yeah.
Okay, can you pull up something else you're in the middle of working on?
Sure. Just go to swap here, hit that. This is for a program, a menu program. All you would see is this screen here, and I could press A, B, C, D, F, G.
Suppose you wanted to add some artwork to that screen now. How would you do that?
Okay, there's a part down the bottom I'm still working on. Go to zoom here, put the window down here, and touch up these letters. Select a color. So I want to get rid of that green line. I just do it pixel by pixel, or I could drag the pointer across.
And then you could just paint a graphic in that little space on the right if you wanted to, or
yeah,
you want to do that, huh?
This really it's time consuming.
Yeah.
Well, one of the interesting things is that this is a video, composite video, same as your little camcorders and so forth. So you could actually make titles and all sorts of things for your home videos.
And the interesting thing, I guess, Mike, I mean, you have your sort of graphics design station here for an investment of probably well under $400 compared to some of the expensive systems we've seen here
well
before.
Under that.
Okay, Lucy and Mike, thank you very much. As we've seen, users groups have been a very important element of the success of the Commodore 64. We asked Wendy Woods to go visit a users group meeting in Foster City, California, and here's her report.
If you buy for price, you don't always get good service. And that's especially true for Commodore 64 and 128 owners whose low-cost machines get no support from the mass merchandisers who sell them. Enter the Commodore Users Group, like this one in Foster City, California, where people like Ralph Hornbrook try out programs, trade tips, and just plain get the help that they need.
It's almost impossible to describe the help. I mean, being an absolute neophyte 3 or 4 years ago, we knew nothing. Where do you go? What do you do? How do you work these things? We knew we wanted to get into it, but we didn't know how to get into it.
What we do is we offer a informal hand-holding type meeting where if somebody doesn't understand how to use a computer, we'll sit down with them, show them how to operate it, show them how to do the various processes that are required to run programs, and show them how to put everything together. In other words, just how to use their computer and use it to productive advantage.
Despite the fact that the more powerful Amiga is now seen at the Commodore Users Group meetings, interest in the C64 is still going strong. The price keeps dropping and people keep buying them, which is why it should come as no surprise that membership in groups like this has actually increased over the years. In Foster City, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Malcolm Lowe with the Commodore West Users Group, and next to Malcolm is Kelly Flock with Electronic Arts.
Kelly, Electronic Arts is obviously a well-known software producer and game software producer. How important is the Commodore 64 relative to your whole marketing plan? You know, like the Apple, relative to Apple, IBM PC, and so forth.
Well, the Commodore is very important. I would say that it's our second most important format behind the IBM compatible format.
What is it about the Commodore that makes it a good target for a game?
It's probably the leading home computer with its installed base of like 7 million units. And it's very game intensive since, as you know, we make a lot of entertainment software. That's a natural place for us to be.
Mm-hmm. And Malcolm, you got a program in the tracked mode here in the background running called the Wine Steward. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about that program?
Yeah, sure. The Wine Steward is a program that's designed to help people who are unfamiliar with purchasing wines to be able to make a choice based on the food that they're going to have for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this was written for the 64, and it's used in supermarkets, I understand.
That's correct, yes.
Show us how you'd use it.
Yeah, sure. The basic screen is a menu of choices. You move down the menu with the using a white button that's on a cabinet, and using the green button, you select a further menu. Move down to the choice and select again, and you will be given a choice of total of 9 wines.
Okay, so it's making its decision as to what wines to recommend. And
that's correct. And there are 3 on the first screen, which are budget price wines. The second screen offers you another 3 at popular price, and the third at premium price wines.
How do people like this?
They seem to take to it very well indeed.
Any particular reason why you wrote it for the Commodore 64?
Pretty well an easy computer to program for. It has lots of features, particularly color, and you can program different fonts for it.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly, let's turn to you. And Electronic Arts has a new game for the 64 called Skate or Die, and I want you to tell me about that.
This is a multi-event game where it's kind of like a skateboard simulation where you get to do all the things that you wouldn't normally do unless you...
you don't want to risk your knees and your elbow.
Right, all the fun and none of the scars, as we say.
Okay, Kelly, show me how you play Skate or Die.
Okay, this is the half pipe, which is regular skateboarding event, and you do it through a combination that's a kick turn of joystick moves and button controls. There's no need to look at the documentation.
Whoop. Oh, you did that on purpose?
I wish. I'm going to try and get up in the air on this one. Up.
All right. Oh. Beautiful, almost. So it's a combination of joystick and the buttons.
Correct.
Oh, nice move. However.
So there are like 12 different moves you can do in here. And you get points for the variety of your routine, and you get bonus points at the end. So I got 8,000 points, which is a pretty good score. You can get up to 15,000 points in here.
That's great.
Yeah.
Kelly, is Skate or Die available on any machine other than the Commodore 64?
No, right now it's available only on the Commodore. It was designed on the Commodore and takes advantage of some unique features, such as the sprites and the 16 colors and the 3 voices. We're in the process of developing it for other machines.
Now, Kelly, are there more things you can do besides just skating on this ramp? Or
There's a total of 5 events. The ramp is the only event modeled on real skateboarding, but there's a couple of downhill events where you can break bottles and skate through bushes and through a drain pipe. And there's a pole joust event where you have 3 computer opponents and you get to whop them with the little marine bopping stick. It's a pretty fun little game.
Now, what about the price?
The suggested retail on it is $29.95.
Okay. And is there something about the Commodore market? You just don't get more than $30 for games?
As the Commodore market gets older, it becomes more price sensitive. There's a lot more product developed for it as opposed to, say, a market like the Amiga where there are very few games right now.
So it's going to be something you're de-emphasizing after a while?
No, we make it up in volume.
Okay.
How do we do it? The volume.
Kelly, Malcolm, thank you very much. Gary, earlier this week I got a chance to talk to the new president of Commodore, Max Toy, and I started out by asking him if Commodore looks at the 64 as really a game machine.
Well, it would be real easy to say that, but what we have seen in the marketplace is that it's continuing to be used in business. We're seeing it used on broader applications than we've ever seen before. Commodore 64 is being used for desktop publishing. It's being used in the small, tiny business. It's having a resurgence back in the education marketplace. So it is much more than a toy marketplace. Now, I will tell you that we have seen a growth and enhancement in the entertainment marketplace due to some of the software. But we're still seeing new business software being written for the product as well.
Is it a current machine? Are people still buying Commodore 64s?
The incredible thing about the Commodore 64 is it does continue to grow, and the market continues to expand. We sell worldwide between 1 million and 1.5 million Commodore 64s every year. And what we've seen is a whole new wave of customers coming into the marketplace. Commodore 64 has always been strong in the small, tiny business marketplace, but we're seeing a lot of young first-time users coming into the marketplace. In fact, I've heard it said that Commodore welcomes more first-time users than any other company in the world. Brand new software is coming into the marketplace, and you got to remember, it's not old technology to the first-time user. And we're seeing a lot of people using this computer as their first entry into the power of computing. And therefore, you're bringing new customers in every year come into this marketplace. And so it is new technology as far as they're concerned, and we see software people continuing to use the high-performance capabilities for a very high-valued dollar.
Who do you see then right now as the competition for the 64? I mean, is it the lower cost Apple, or is it the Atari ST, or are you going up against Nintendo and Sega in a way?
Well, the answer really is probably C, all of the above. You know, at one end of the marketplace, you compete against the Nintendos, the game machines. And what we're seeing are parents who are deciding that they would much rather have more than just a game machine for their children to use, and use the entertainment software and take it a step further with education and real use that the child can use it for. But at the same time, we're still seeing it used in business. We're seeing it used in television production environment as well. It's a very, very important part of our business. It's continuing to grow. We're continuing to spend our research and development dollars on the product and the peripherals and the support capabilities of that product. So it's a very, very important part of Commodore's existence today and its future. If you look at our greatest assets, they're an install base, there are manufacturing and design capability to build a machine from silicon up, and the fact that we've got such a strong, active user group community. The passion that the Commodore users have for the Commodore machines and for what they've been able to do with those machines is absolutely incredible. And that's exciting, that's fun.
Joining us in the studio now is Bill Morrow, a Commodore 64 user from Pacifica, California, and behind Bill, Gary, is a table full of synthesizers, all hooked up to a 64.
Bill, you're a very accomplished musician. What is it about this Commodore 64 that makes it a good music computer?
Number one, it's very inexpensive. The other thing is the SID chip, and that's the sound interface device.
Okay, what does the SID chip do?
Well, it makes sound. It has 3 musicians in it, you could say. And these 3 musicians can play individual notes separate, or they can play them simultaneously. We can have a flute and a bass and a violin playing all at the same time.
Okay, and then you can experiment with the different sounds and mix them and so forth.
I can study the attack, delay, and sustain and release.
Okay.
Now you've got some software in here, some composition software called Master Composer, is it?
Uh-huh.
Show us how that works using the SID chip, Bill.
Well, here you can see I already entered a few notes.
Okay.
Let me go over here. And I have 3 voices. I've got my musician number 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
And you see I have some rest up there.
Mm-hmm.
So I have about, I would say I have 16 positions that I can
Okay, and if you wanted to go ahead now and listen to that music, you would just put in there.
And this is using only a SID chip, right?
Right.
No synthesizers, right?
No, just the Commodore.
Okay.
Power. Okay, you want to listen to?
Yeah.
All right.
And it's showing the notes that it's playing as it goes on, huh? And that's all just coming out of the 64.
As they're playing. That's all coming out of 64. No help.
And they're the notes you had entered before. This is a little piece of music you put in there. Okay, can we turn that off just a second? And I want to ask you now to give us the whole ball game here and hook up all your synthesizers and see if the 64 can handle all of that. So
All right.
what do we do to do that?
Okay, first of all, I have the MIDI interface hooked to the Commodore, hooked up with the Commodore. And from the MIDI interface, I go through my MIDI through box, which we can see. And from that, I'm hooked up to 1, 2, 3 keyboards, which all are multi-channels. And I have about 14 channels, or tracks. The musician would think of them as tracks, different tracks running. Then we have the drum machine, and we have a sound generator over there, which gives me about 16 tracks.
And what's the software that's controlling all this?
The software is Dr. T's software, and it's a very powerful software. You can record with this just like you're recording in a studio, like they say, take 1 and you play. Or you can insert the notes from...
okay, how about take 1? Let's hear what it sounds like.
Yes, take 1, play, okay.
Tell us what you're doing.
I'm doing an original tune that I and James Anderson co-wrote. Okay.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Now, let me ask you. You're a musician. What's the pleasure of working with something like the C64? You had told us before you were thinking about getting out of the music business, but now you're back in it.
Well, the pleasure is I don't have to have a lot of musicians to rehearse with. I don't have to tell them play my music simple. I want, and I've got a drummer that this crazy machine will just play all day long. And most of the time I would wear musicians out. I like to rehearse. And these guys say, well, I'm tired.
So as a composer and as a musician, you have more control now.
I have more control.
With pretty little investment, as you said.
Oh, it's a very cheap investment.
Thanks so much for being here, Bill. That's our look at the Commodore 64. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Random access file this week. There are reports that the new DBase 4 program has some bugs in the SQL mode. Byte Magazine's Microbyte service and a company called Quadbase have both reported that responses to SQL query statements can lead to incorrect reports on the number of records or to an internal error message that prevents the execution of the query. Ashton Tate says it is investigating the reports. The Inver virus, which attacked the Macintosh community several months ago, has been discovered on a Mac CD-ROM disk of public domain software. The virus infected 7 files on the disk, including a HyperCard stack and Stuffit. The disk is called the Mega-ROM, and it's produced by Quantum Leap Technology. The company says it has found and eliminated the virus and that new copies of the disk are clean. The Inver virus was passed on through a hard disk utility. It infects applications and eventually causes an unrecoverable systems crash. The virus reportedly can be detected by the Virus Detective program, but can sneak by Apple's program called Virus RX. The Russians say they have been hit by their first computer virus. The virus, known as DOS-62, infected 80 computers at the USSR Academy of Sciences. The Russians suspect the virus got into the system after some students who attended an international summer computer camp attempted to copy some infected programs using the Academy's computers. IBM says it has developed a new experimental circuit that could lead to PCs with mainframe speed. The CMOS circuit is 1/300th the thickness of a human hair. It can switch on and off 30 billion times a second. A memory chip using the new circuit could contain up to 256 megabits of information. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
In our available minute, we can't settle the age-old question of whether you really need an encyclopedia or not, but if you decide you do, for yourself or your children, which would you rather have, these 20 volumes or this compact disc? This is the Electronic Encyclopedia, and it contains all the text from the Academic American Encyclopedia. That's 9 million words, 30,000 entries, 60 megabytes of data. You can pay $1 a minute to access this encyclopedia online via Dow Jones, or you pay $300 once and have this in your home. Now, we're not going to show any screens today because screens full of text aren't very interesting to look at. But I can tell you that when you give the Electronic Encyclopedia search program a word, it finds every article in the encyclopedia that includes that word and tells you the headline of the article. You can read it, print it, or put it in a disk file. Now, be careful what you do with that disk file because you don't want to plagiarize this work. Now, I know in order to use this, you need an $800 CD-ROM player for your PC. Believe me, this isn't the last CD-ROM program you'll want. The Electronic Encyclopedia is $300 from Grolier Electronic Publishing in New York. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Hewlett-Packard has announced that it is introducing a new 386 computer that uses EISA bus architecture. The bus will enable 32-bit throughput, but will be compatible with the existing AT-type boards. The new HP machine is set to ship in the second half of 1989. SAC Technologies has introduced a new English language DOS interface called DOS Talk. It's a piece of Lisp software that lets you type in natural language commands for normal DOS functions. The software sells for $89.95. Chartered Electronics of Singapore has introduced Faxility. It's a black box which attaches to your computer and lets your fax board receive faxes, even if your PC is turned off. The box will sell for $145. It's awaiting FCC approval. Finally, what happens when two computerized machines mate? You get an ATM machine that sells stamps. Equibank of Pittsburgh is selling the new machines to banks, and the nice part is you don't even need money. The ATM will automatically charge your checking account for the stamps you buy. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Have you ever felt like a juggler trying to keep your word processor going while using your communication software and at the same time wanting to pull some figures out of your spreadsheet? Well, we're all jugglers in a way because doing our work usually means doing several tasks at the same time. There is a way to juggle all these computer jobs simultaneously. It's called multitasking. And today we take a look at multitasking software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is MultiFinder on the Macintosh here. That, of course, is Apple's new multitasking environment for the Mac. And as you can see, we have 3 applications going here. I've got Ready, Set, Go in the main window. I can click on my mouse, and there's my word processor running, Mac Right. I can click over here, and there's my spreadsheet Excel. You personally in DRI, I know, have been involved in developing multitasking software. In the past, you've told me what a difficult job this is from a developer's point of view. Why is it so difficult?
Well, Stuart, as you're aware, the operating system itself is that software layer in between an application and the hardware. And a lot of existing software that's written for a single tasking system today, they use little go-arounds, and that means basically that they call directly into the hardware to do special things, to speed up the software or to simulate multitasking, like those TSRs, Terminate State Resident Programs. Well, the difficulty with trying to make those run in a multitasking environment is you've got to detect those go-arounds, make sure you simulate the environment properly so that they don't destroy one another in the process. Okay. Now, a lot of applications today are written for multitasking explicitly, so they don't have to use those go-arounds. They use actually the facilities of the OS itself.
Gary, today we'll take a look at some of the latest multitasking software. We'll see your product, Concurrent DOS. We'll see Windows 386 from Microsoft. And we'll take a look at OS2's Extended Edition and the Presentation Manager from IBM. We'll also see AUX, the new operating system for the Mac II. Now, in the past, if you wanted multi-user multitasking capability, you may have turned to Unix. We're going to begin by taking a look at one implementation of Unix, the Xenix operating system, on a Tandy 3000 system.
Foothill Securities is a small, family-run firm headquartered in Los Altos, California, near San Francisco. The owner and president, Mr. Rex Gardner, shares a cozy 2-room office with his son, 2 other employees, and a 286-based Tandy 3000 running the SCO Xenix multitasking operating system.
We wanted our people to be able to access the same files at the same time. And by using Xenix, we have a multi-user, multitasking capability. So we have several different databases, one for list of our representatives, another a list of products, another a list of mutual funds, for example. And when we enter orders, we access all those databases sometimes simultaneously, but we can have different people accessing those same databases at the same time.
The Gardners process an impressive amount of information and money from their Spartan office, about $36 million worth of orders just last year. At this company, the real advantage of a multitasking system is that it's multi-user. One machine can provide a list of mutual funds, particulars about a sale, and general accounting simultaneously to anyone with a terminal screen. It takes longer to retrieve information when everyone is online. Still, it's the multitasking system that gives this company its competitive edge.
Oh, we just put in fewer man-hours or woman-hours to do the same job. It's that simple. We hire computers instead of people. It's not that we don't hire people, but if we didn't have the computers, we'd have to hire 2 or 3 more people.
Joining us in the studio now is Tony Harris of Digital Research Incorporated, and I might mention that Gary, while he is not hosting Computer Chronicles, happens to be chairman of the board of DRI.
You know, the thing that's kind of interesting now about the whole microcomputer business is the processors are getting very, very powerful. We can hang an awful lot of memory on them and so forth. So we're at a point now, if we have good multitasking, multi-user operating systems, we can start replacing mini computers in a much more effective, cost-effective way. So that's where we're at.
Okay, Tony, the product we're going to look at from DRI in just a second is Concurrent DOS. And first of all, I want you to tell me how that fits in the big picture now with OS2 in particular.
Right. Well, this is Concurrent DOS 386, actually, Stuart, and it's part of a family of Concurrent DOS operating systems. Basically, if you look right back to PC-DOS is really the single-tasking operating system for the DOS world, runs one DOS application at a time. OS2, on the other hand, is a multitasking operating system which runs multitasking OS2 programs, okay? And Concurrent DOS 386 is really a multitasking operating system for DOS applications. That's really its whole focus. focus. Its focus is to run multiple DOS applications, multitasking them on either the same or on, in fact, multiple terminals. It is a multi-user operating system as well.
Okay, which is, I take it, what we have set up here. And describe what's here and then run us through concurrent DOS 386.
Absolutely. Well, basically what we've got underneath the table, actually, is an IBM PS2 Model 80, which is, of course, the 386 model from IBM. And we've got the main console here, which is connected directly in. And then, in fact, connected off the two serial ports, the two RS-232 communication ports of the machine, are two standard serial terminals. Well, it's rather interesting if you actually look, because, in fact, all three of them are running Lotus 123, which, of course, we know is the industry standard spreadsheet program. And you might rather expect it to just really be running on here. What's even more interesting is that all is not quite as it appears, because in fact if you press a little key here, you actually see that there are lots and lots of processes actually running, lots of tasks running here. And in fact on these serial terminals even themselves, I can hit a key on this one, for example, and find that I'm running DBase 3 at the same time. So what we're seeing here is the ability of the IBM PS2 Model 80 as a 386-based machine in conjunction with concurrent DOS 386, its ability to run both standard DOS applications, because the operating system is completely DOS compatible, but to be able to run multiple DOS applications and to allow shared access to them. So the typical configuration here would be where I was, say, the manager sitting at the desk, I had access to my spreadsheet, and then my secretarial workstations could be doing word processing or, in fact, even some spreadsheets.
Can you show us something that's going on in the background?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. What I've actually got here, we can see I can, in fact, go from a windowed look into 123 to a full screen. What I can also do is switch these multiple windows up in front of into the foreground. And in fact, if I take that one up to full screen, we'll see that we've got a system status utility which is showing us all the different tasks and processes that are running in the operating system. And go back to here, go back to Lotus, pull that to full screen. And on the serial terminals, you know, how would you use this, I guess you might say? What's the use of it? Well, of course, here I've got DBase 3 Plus, which is running on the terminal. I hit a key, and what it's starting to doing now is packing my database. It's actually compressing the database, and then what I can do is switch away from there, move to Lotus, and actually start manipulating my spreadsheet, adding some data and calculating while that's actually going on in the background. So a very, very powerful system.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look at Windows 386 from Microsoft, so stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is Dave Jaworski of Microsoft. Gary.
Hi. Dave, Microsoft has introduced two operating systems, two multitasking operating systems, OS2 and Windows 386. How do you position those two?
Okay, the interface is the same across OS2 Presentation Manager, Windows 386, and Windows 2, and that's important. Windows 386, which we're going to look at today, follows IBM's SAA Common User Access Standard. So in the future, all applications are going to have this interface. Windows 386 runs only on the Intel 80386 processor. OS2 is built for the 286 platform and beyond. And it really is the operating system and a platform for the future. The 386 product that we're going to look at today is a short-term product in that it takes advantage only of the 386 right now and won't run anywhere else. Sure. In the future, all applications are going to have these pull-down menus and a common way of interacting with the user. We have a window open here. I can click on this window, a clock that's running at the same time. I'm able to look in the corner here. I have icons that represent different actions. So if I click on that icon, it reduces that down to a small picture of a disk. Here's Microsoft Excel, a spreadsheet program. And this is able to go and get information from a variety of sources. Not only can I work with my standard spreadsheets, but I'm also able to load up an application that can talk to other Windows applications through something we call Dynamic Data Exchange, DDE. This program, as it starts up, it knows that it's missing some spreadsheet information, and it says, I can reestablish a link to that. Would you like me to do that? So we'll ask it to do that. It also noted that the application server is not running. So it says, would you like me to start that? And I simply say yes. This is going to simulate a feed coming in from a stock exchange. It could be pulling in data over a network for coming from a variety of sources. And now you'll notice that we have real-time updating of the spreadsheet. I can go beyond that and say, please give me a graph of this information. So Excel will now take that information and make some assumptions about its format and will give me a graph. Don't pick up the phone and call anybody. This is just a simulation. These are not real stock market results. While that's running, what I'll do is reduce this down to a window, and I'm going to go back now and start up the executive and go in and load up Microsoft Word. This is a standard DOS application. Like many of the products people are working with today on their computers, we want to make sure that they can run those in this new environment. I can run full screen and load up files, do all the standard things I would do working in DOS, or I can choose to pull in information from the Windows product and paste it into my word processor. I'm also able to toggle back and run Word in a window, and then again, as we work here, the clock is still running, and if I reduce this down again, you'll see that my spreadsheet back here is still giving us that live feed. So I'm able to work with multiple applications, both existing DOS applications and new applications for the future in this platform.
Okay, Dave, thank you very much. That's impressive. As we mentioned earlier, Unix has been one operating system that users have turned to if they were interested in multi-user, multitasking capability. It's never been known for its user-friendliness, though. Apple is trying to solve that problem with its new AUX for the Mac 2. Wendy Woods has a report.
This is a Unix operating system which for the first time combines the multitasking of Unix with the friendly interface of the Macintosh. It's Apple's version of Unix, called AUX. Berkeley, California's Abacus Concepts is one of the first software developers to write for this new hybrid operating system. Abacus has adapted its StatView 2 statistical analysis package, designed for the Mac, to run as a Unix program. People here say AUX is exciting because it gives them tools they've never had before.
It's not visual yet, but true multitasking is there, true interprocess communication, and also virtual memory, which is important for us also. The idea of being able to access more memory than physically resides in the machine is very important for very large applications.
The multitasking capabilities should be much more evident in the next version of StatView 2.
Well, we envision that typically people are going to be using StatView on AUX systems when they have large analyses to perform. And we are going to break StatView up in such a way that they can initiate those analyses and have them run in the background while they can go off and access their data, play with things, or do other smaller calculations all in the foreground. That's just the smartest way for us to do it.
Abacus and other developers are banking on the belief that AUX will expand the Unix market to people of all walks of life who want the power of Unix and the ease of use of a Mac. In Berkeley, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Lee Reiswig, director of the Austin Lab at IBM. Gary?
You know, look at this whole setup here, Lee. It looks like a computer room rather than a personal computer.
What
do you have here? Anyway?
We brought, Gary, part of the Austin Lab here to the show tonight so we can show you all the things that OS2 does. And we've got two Model 60s, both running OS2, and a monitor on one and monitor on the other. And then we've got some communications control units back to Austin that allow us to be live connected with communications from these systems. And I'll show you how some of the communications works in OS2.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get ready.
Okay, this is the main menu that you see when you bring up OS2. It's like the DOS old C prompt, but this is now how it comes up. On the left-hand side, you see the programs that you can run, and on the right-hand side, it shows the programs that are actually running. We started a bunch already. The first one there is the DOS command prompt, and we can go ahead and run that, and that's actually the DOS compatibility window in OS2 that runs PC-DOS programs without modification. I'm here running a F-16 flight simulator, for example. And there's the main screen of the flight simulator. We can go back to that main menu now and look through the other things that we've got here. We have the communication manager running. We have some advanced program-to-program communication programs running, 3270 terminal emulation back to a 370 system in Austin, an asynchronous terminal session like to Dow Jones. We're using a system in Austin again. The new relational database manager for OS2 and DisplayWrite written for OS2 to run in the new large real memory. So let's cycle through a few of those and look at them. Okay. First thing we do is pick the one we want. And let's go to the Communication Manager menu. And we can start and stop communications, and the communication manager of OS2, the unique things about it are that it can do so many different kinds of communications, number one, and it can do them concurrently. And right now, we're running multiple communication sessions between these two Model 60s. We're transferring files from one Model 60 to the other, and we're doing it with two separate file transfers going on in parallel, as well as being connected back to the Austin host systems. This is one of the 6.2 sessions. You can see the data cycling through the windows here. It's coming from this system. Let's go ahead and take a look at that same session running on this system. Sorry. And you can see that both systems are cycling and transferring data. We're actually doing multiple sessions simultaneously here between the systems. I'll switch to the second. This is the second session. It's also running on this one. And they're running simultaneously across an SDLC line between these two systems. We'll go to the next one. This is the Profs system in Austin, where we used it to get our mail and exchange notes across the IBM Corporation. We're not just running one session here, though, with the 370 in Austin. This is the Profs session. Here's an asynchronous Prof sessions. If I was dialed in from home and I wanted to be able to get my mail, I could use an inexpensive modem on OS2 and talk to my host system. This is the database manager for OS2. It's a new relational database manager that provides easy access to data. Let's create a query here, for example. This is the main menu. It says, do you want to create a new query or use one that you've previously created? I'm going to go ahead and do a new one. And I want to open the query. And it says, what tables would you like to use for your query? And I'll ask it to give me a list, and it says you have 3, inventory, org, and staff. I'm going to pick the staff table, and it puts it right in the menu, and I go ahead and hit enter. And what it is prompting me through the options that I have to create an SQL query so that I don't have to know SQL. And so
we hear that SQL is a part of the extended version now. Is that,
right.
Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so what we're viewing here is the extended.
We're looking at the extended edition. Okay. It contains an IBM communication manager that I showed you some of, and then it also contains this relational database manager integral to the operating system. Now it's asking me for what columns of data do I want, and I'm going to pick all of them. And so it lists all the columns on the left-hand side, and now it asks me for what row conditions. If I wanted to select if a name was equal to a certain thing or a quantity was a certain amount, I'm just going to go ahead and run this query and look at all the rows and columns to make it a little simpler and a little faster for us. So I go up here to Actions, and the first action is Run, and I select Run, and it goes against that table in the database and puts out the report in a default format, which I can then customize. Now, all of that was going on while these communication sessions, this is the 6.2 session, 3270 sessions are connected into Austin, the modems are running with the file transfers between the two systems. And that gives you a feel for the power of OS2 and the kinds of things it can do.
Now, do you see that the SQL interface then as being something that carries on up to your mainframe?
All of the extended edition user interface, as well as the programming interfaces, are what IBM refers to as SAA compliant. OS2 is the systems application architecture implementation for IBM, and be consistent on our 370 systems, on our mid-range systems, and on the PS2s.
Okay, can you show us Presentation Manager, Lee?
Okay, Stuart, this is a very early version of the Presentation Manager. It ships in October on the standard edition, and it's upgraded in the extended edition. And it brings IBM System Application Architecture Common User Access Standard to OS2 and PS2s. It is a joint development between us and Microsoft, and as you can see, the windows are very analogous, and the presentation is very analogous to what's in the Windows 386 and Windows 2 product. I'm going to give you a couple examples of the kinds of things that applications can do. I'm going to move through a list of files here and execute one that creates some graphs for us, and you can see some of the graphing capabilities that we'll begin to see. I'll broaden the window here. And it has the same kind of pull-down menus that we're accustomed to. Let's pick some, say, a bar graph here, for example. Here's a bar graph. We can look at line graphs, and we can look at Gantt charts even. Okay? So it gives us the ability for applications now to deal with graphical information on the screen and users to deal with graphical information on the screen as well. Now, let's go back and look at, because we're on a multitasking operating system running multiple applications. The advantage of a windowed system is that we can actually see things going on simultaneously in these windows. And let's pick an example of an application we have here that gives us some movement on the screen in the application. And we can start a couple of these up, and you actually see the applications running simultaneously. So here's just scrolls the characters. Now these applications can be scrolled and windowed just like any other application. And in fact, we can start up more than one. And I'll start another one here. And you can actually watch what's going on in both windows simultaneously, which is nice if you're looking for, say, a message or a particular, whoops, got the wrong. You can actually
so this could be a
see
background communication program, for example.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, that's Presentation Manager.
That's Presentation Manager. Right.
Lee, now, with the move from the standard version of OS2 to looks like a proprietary version, is that what IBM is doing now, is moving toward proprietary, their own software?
No, you know, it's very important to us, we thought, to have the OS2 capabilities across all the systems in the industry, and that's why we worked with Microsoft to provide the standard edition of OS2. But we also wanted to provide IBM enhancements to it to make it communicate better with our own systems and to put a systems application architecture standard across our hardware and make that work better in the industry. And that's why we did Extended Edition. Extended Edition does not preclude anyone from running their own communications or database management system on the Extended Edition or on the Standard Edition.
Lee, thanks very much for being here.
Okay,
we're out of time. That's our look at multitasking, OS2, and the Presentation Manager. Hope we'll see you here next week on Computer Chronicles.
Access file this week. The Summer Macworld Expo was held in Boston last week. Among the product introductions for the Macintosh were a new 2-megabyte Mac SE with a 40-megabyte hard drive. Apple also showed a new scanner, and there was talk of soon-to-be-released 68030 Macintosh. No Mac laptop yet, but General Computer Corporation is ready. They showed off a portable printer for the Mac measuring only 2 inches by 6.5 inches. Total Systems Integration unveiled an accelerator board that makes an ordinary Mac run like a 68020 machine, operating at 16 to 20 megahertz. On the software side, MacroMind introduced a new, more powerful version of VideoWorks, including a CD-ROM disk with a library of images and sounds. Oracle showed off its new Mac database using both SQL and HyperCard. And Mediagenic, formerly Activision, unveiled several new hyperstacks. We'll have a special show on the Boston Macworld Expo coming up next month. The big show before the Macworld Expo was SIGGRAPH in Atlanta, the premier computer graphics show. Highlights were new powerful graphic workstations and friendlier user interfaces, and lots of talk about the problem of standards. Texas Instruments says it has developed the prototype for a 3-dimensional computer graphics system. The TI machine uses laser pulsars bouncing off a rotating disk to create real-time, changing 3D images which float in space and can be viewed from the front, the back, or the sides. Casio says it has a new color liquid crystal display screen with 200,000 pixels on a 6-inch screen. The developers say the resolution is as good as on a cathode ray tube. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
If you travel like I do, you find it difficult to stuff everything you want into your suitcase. Well, the same thing can be true of desktop accessories with your Macintosh. Under Mac rules, you can only have a little more than a dozen desktop accessories at one time, which is why you need Suitcase. You can have virtually as many desktop accessories, or DAs, as you want under Suitcase. You don't need to have them all in your system folder either. They can be anywhere on your disk. When you kick up Suitcase, it installs itself as the first desk accessory under the Apple symbol. You take a desk accessory from another folder and put it in the Suitcase, just like packing. You didn't move it, you just gained access to it. Plus, when you buy Suitcase, you get Pyro, a screen protector. You can adjust Pyro from the control panel, you can set up a corner to turn the screen off, and you can adjust the automatic turn-off time from 1 minute to 2 hours. Suitcase for the Macintosh, $60 from Software Supply in Sunnyvale, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Software sales in the United States were booming during the second quarter of 1988. The Software Publishers Association says software sales were up 50% over last year. Sales of IBM-compatible titles total over $700 million. But the fastest-growing segment of the software business was Macintosh software, which reached sales of over $100 million. Western Digital Corporation has announced a new hard disk drive for the Apple IIe and 2GS. It's available in 20 or 40 megabyte capacities. It features automatic park and a small footprint. Also, iOmega Corporation says it is coming out with a new Bernoulli box for the Macintosh. The Mac Bernoulli includes software that will let a Mac read files from a Bernoulli cartridge that was created on an IBM PC. Finally, the Computer Museum in Boston is hosting a Macintosh computer art show. From now until the middle of October, the show will feature black and white and color stills, plus several animated works and slideshows. That's it for this week's Random Access File. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is a commercial graphics shop, but it's hard to find any drawing tables, T-squares, pens, or pencils here. What you do find instead are all these computers and graphics software. For increasingly, commercial artists are trading in their manual tools for mice, keyboards, and paint boxes. Today we take a look at business graphics computer style on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these are the tools that graphic artists used to use, but as we've seen, they're being replaced by computers. Indeed, at that graphics house we visited at the beginning of the program, I did find a T-square, and they said they use it to pull printer cables from behind the desks now. We're talking about business graphics, and I want to know how you would define that as compared to things like desktop publishing, CAD/CAM programs, forms generation programs, drawing programs, and so on.
Well, Stuart, in business, we're primarily dealing with numbers, right? So way back when, those numbers were really invented to represent objects. Right. You know, how many bags of flour you sell or whatever it is. Today, with high-resolution graphics and PCs, we can actually represent the objects, the relative size of things of that sort. And in group presentations, seminars, board meetings, you use those overhead transparencies and slides to really represent the concepts more clearly and quickly than you would if you had a whole table of numbers.
Gary, today we're going to focus on business graphics on the Macintosh, and we'll take a look at some of the newest graphics programs for the Mac, including the new version of MacDraw called MacDraw 2, a new version of Excel with enhanced graphics capabilities, and a new presentation graphics program called Cricut Presents. Now, when we talk about graphics, we mean more than just graphs and charts. We also include illustrations. We're going to begin by taking a look at a program called Adobe Illustrator, as used at the Esprit Clothing Company in San Francisco.
In the fiercely competitive fashion business, the need to bring new products out quickly is often at odds with the need to make continuing changes to a design, often until the last minute. At the Esprit Company in San Francisco, designers have adopted the Macintosh 2 and a program called Adobe Illustrator to help streamline their work.
Well, when we first brought the Macs into the design room, I really didn't know what I was going to do with them. I was frustrated in that a lot of our business has to do with change and quick changes, and I became very frustrated in that a lot of the changes were very simple and subtle. They had to do with color initially, and then line and form secondarily, I'd say.
Using software that can manipulate free-form shapes, the designer can experiment with different patterns, forms, and colors before committing them to cloth. That kind of flexibility has brought changes to a workplace where much of the product still depends on a paintbrush and a sewing machine.
The biggest changes would probably be how we think, I think. How we look at what we do. It seems to suggest a more logical way of developing a design or thinking about your design concept.
The regularity of a computer-generated design is not always an advantage. Sometimes designers want patterns that lack the computer's mathematical perfection, that have a hand touch. Still, the designer's Macintosh has demonstrated its special talents in more ways than one.
If I have a pattern and we have a meeting tonight and the artwork goes out tomorrow and all we're changing is the color, I simply bring up the design and say this I want changed to this color. It's made. That's simple. Instead of an artist having to come back and repaint the whole item over again.
Joining us in the studio now is Pradeep Singh. He's product manager with Microsoft, the makers of Excel. And next to Pradeep is Marian Kramer, product manager with Claris, Apple's new software subsidiary. They're the makers of MacDraw, Gary.
Pradeep, you and Marian are both introducing second generation, or demoing second generation software here. What is it the customers have asked for in the second generation of business graphics?
In the most immediate sense, support for the latest versions of Apple hardware, in the sense of supporting color, in the sense of supporting multi-finder, being able to make their charting business graphics a lot simpler and so on. Excel's always been a great business graphics product, so there didn't have to be much basic change to underlying functionality. Of course, the new version does a lot of other stuff, but I'm going to focus in on the business graphics section.
Can you demo it for us?
Certainly. Here's an example of a chart, of a table of an insurance premium analysis. Someone's got an insurance payment he makes over 20 years, and he's got a guaranteed policy value, he's got a total policy value which the agent promises him. What we're looking at is data which is in a table, but doesn't really have a strong impact. Let me make a chart out of this and show you how the impact changes. I select the data, I say new, give me a chart, and notice Excel makes a whole bunch of intelligent decisions. It decides what the axis is going to be, it decides what's going to be plotted here, and in fact, if I go in and say add a legend, it even knows what the legend should be. Notice I didn't say anything to the data.
It's scaling the data then down according to the values that were in the table and the time span and so forth.
Absolutely. It's doing both the scalings and it's deciding what point means what.
Okay.
And now, in fact, I'm going to try and make this chart a little fancier. I'm going to say make a combination chart. Give me an area at the back, give me columns in front. So I say area, and in fact, Excel will allow me to scroll through pre-built options of the kind of charts that are already there in Excel. And I just walk through that, and I say, I do want an area chart, so why don't you give that to me? Then I'm going to say, I'm going to take an overlay chart type, and I'm going to put a column right on top of the area. I want two series on the two columns rather than just one. So I go in here and I say, now give me two columns in front. And like that, now I can go on, and in fact, I just need, talking about user interface, I select a legend, I double click on it, I say give me a shadow, make a border weight, change the kind of text you've got here. Let's say it's Geneva 14, change the position of this legend, put it at the bottom, and go on. Like this, I can keep adding elements to this chart, and in fact, if you like, I can show you a finished version of the same chart. There. Now I've added arrows, I've added a free box, I've got a title over there, I've got some freestanding text, background color, and so on and so forth. You can make a chart very, very nice. And in fact, printed copy of this stuff looks awesome.
Okay, now that brings up the question: what about hard copy? We have to make transparencies, slides. How do you handle those problems?
Bunch of output devices. You can use, for example, a Tektronix thermal printer, and I have some output from over here from there. Let me show that to you. Yeah. It's pretty incredible output. What you're looking at is almost an exact reproduction of what you've got on the screen there. Or, for example, you've got a pie chart over here, and in fact, over here you have a stock chart. So you can create some really nice-looking hard copy output. Expensive printers. Or you can go to something like a dot matrix, which is cheaper, not quite the same quality level.
Yeah, of course, the laser printers, so you can make transparencies with things like that. Right?
True, but black and white. That's the restriction.
Exactly.
Color laser is coming, but it ain't here yet.
Pradeep, can I ask you to slide the keyboard and the mouse over to Marian there? And I want to ask you, you said this new version of Excel has features which take advantage of the Mac 2. Can you also run this on a Mac SE, et cetera, and have some extra benefit from it too in terms of the graphics?
Oh, certainly. A lot of the user interface enhancements will, of course, work on an SE too. There's a bunch of other stuff which will work on an SC. It's just the color is available just for the Mac 2, of course.
Okay, Marian, we want to take a look at the new version of MacDraw called MacDraw 2. What are the changes in MacDraw?
The key enhancements that we've made to the product are in the areas of speed, precision, as well as flexibility. But we tried not to sacrifice the ease of use, which made MacDraw successful in the first place.
Can you demonstrate the new MacDraw 2 and show us exactly what you mean?
Let me start off by showing you the speed enhancement that we've made to the product. This is the kind of scrolling speed you wouldn't get on a MacDraw no matter where you run it. When you click from one screen to the other, you don't have any more screen redraw, and that makes it a lot faster to work with the program. But we've as well put in other features to make it easier for the user to work with the program. For example, in this case, I miss Australia. I've already drawn this previously. Now, if I want to look through my old documents, I can just open them as a library, and that way find those objects listed by name, and I can simply retrieve them by clicking on the object and then copying and pasting it into my document.
So you were just pulling out that map of Australia from some old document that happened to have that graphic in it?
Correct, and where it saved it by name. Another feature that we've put in is a layer feature. So once you have this map, you want to use it probably for several presentations. And that's why we have a layer feature that I can switch on and put transparency overlays on top of my drawing without destroying my underlying graphics and use them over and over again. When I talk about precision, I can now zoom into an area. So for example, if I want to zoom into this polygon and do some editing there, I can do that very easily, and I can zoom up to 100% of the original size. And I can now go in and reshape an object very precisely. So for example, a polygon, I can hit handles and make very, very precise adjustments to it. But that's not all. Another area where we've done enhancement to the product is in the area of text. So there are a whole bunch of text features that we've added. One of them that's very important is the rotation of text at objects at any degree, so I can easily rotate an object. And of course, as you can see, we've added color to the program, so you can now have color in the program, and you can output it to the same devices than Excel, and in addition to that, you can even print true color separation on the laser writer if you want to.
Marian, one of the principal advantages of a draw program over, say, a paint program is the fact that you can do that vector operation. You can zoom in, zoom out, and it's sort of representation independent. With the additional tools you have now for reshaping, for example, do you see the draw program sort of taking over the domain of paint at all?
No, it's still a different program because it still can't do bitmap kind of graphics. But the nice thing with MacDraw 2 is that you actually can bring in scanned images at any resolution. And then because you can zoom in, you can trace them. And we as well put in a function that allows you to color bitmapped images. So you have a lot of flexibility to work with scanned images as well as object-oriented graphics.
Once again, Marian, we're seeing MacDraw 2 on the Mac 2 here. Suppose you don't have a Mac 2. Most people are in the black and white Mac world still. Are there still advantages to the new version of MacDraw for them?
Oh, definitely. All the features that you saw, including the speed, translate back to the Mac Plus, the Mac SE, and the Mac 2. And you even can do color output from the Mac Plus. You can create color patterns there with little letters in a color pattern.
I was going to say, what is a typical customer? Is it secretary, businessman, executive?
MacDraw 2 is used for everything from presentation graphics to desktop publishing, graphic design, as well as low-end computer-aided design. It's a very versatile tool.
What's the minimum hardware memory configuration you need to really run this?
1 megabyte. You need a Mac Plus. You can't run
and for an old MacDraw user who's interested in this, do you have an upgrade program or something?
Yeah, actually, if you are an old user, you can call Claris and they'll upgrade you for $100 to the new package, which is a great price advantage because the new product will retail for $395. And the old one was for $195. So.
Pradeep, Marion, thank you very much. Now, as we saw, if you have very nice graphics, odds are you want to show them to lots of people. That means taking your screen graphics or your paper graphics, turning them into something like color slides. One product that does that is called ImageMaker, and Wendy Woods has a report.
LifeScan, a firm that makes a handheld blood sugar tester for diabetics, has been so successful with this product that the company has doubled in size in just a few years. Much of the credit goes to the management and sales teams who design the presentations that will impress their customers. For this purpose, product manager Eric Meyer has discovered ImageMaker from Presentation Technologies of Sunnydale, California. It's a desktop slide-making system which can put color graphics created on a Macintosh directly onto 35mm film. For LifeScan, in-house slide production offers two big advantages.
You control the whole process, so you can go right from something in your head to something on the screen and get exactly what you had in mind for a slide. You're not working through an intermediary. Also, you save a great deal in terms of cost. The cost to go outside to make a slide is about $20 to $30 per slide. And when you make it with the ImageMaker, after your fixed cost of the product itself, it's about 50 cents a slide. So there's a great savings in using the ImageMaker.
Unlike other slide-making systems on the market, the ImageMaker, which costs $5,000, employs a special photo-optical technology with font cartridges to create crisp, 8,000-line resolution images. Presentation Technologies says it's shipping about 200 ImageMakers a month, and that's a pretty healthy sales figure for a product this new and this expensive. And it indicates that desktop slide making is a concept that corporate America is quickly embracing. In Mountain View, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Barry Schuler, CEO of Cricut Software. Next to Barry is the president of Cricut, Dara Muldoon.
Dara, we talked earlier about the users of the business graphics programs. Do you have to be an artist to use these programs?
Well, if you want to do incredibly sophisticated stuff and original, I would imagine it would be nice, but no, you really don't. With the use of templates and drawing tools and so forth in a Cricut Presents type program, I don't think it's necessary at all.
So you're trying to profile your customers. Who uses them? What level of business?
To be honest with you, we purposely went to grab the whole market. So we have made it an excellent black and white program for people who just want to do black and white transparencies on with your laser writer, to your more sophisticated users in your art departments who can use it for 35mm slides or color transparencies. So we're going to...
Pretty wide customers.
Yes, absolutely.
Barry's already poised here to take off and show the program, so Cricut Presents, right?
Okay, well, let's start right from someone who's sitting down to do a presentation. A user would begin using Cricut Presents right from the time they start thinking about what they want to say. The way we help them with that is with a built-in outline processor, the popular Acta outline processor, which is right here. I'll blow it up, and you can see I did a little outline to start with, but you could go on and just gather your thoughts and organize the flow of your presentation and get it exactly the way you want it, and then go on and begin building your frames. You can keep the window right there for reference, or even to use the keystrokes and cut them and paste them into your frames as you're building them. A feature that helps you build your frames quickly and easily is our templating feature. Let's assume that I now want to build a frame that has a headline, a subheading, and a series of bullet points, and I want to create a graph with the data that illustrates this, and that's going to be my frame. Well,
so when you say build a frame, Barry, you mean the slide, if you will, that you're going to show at the presentation.
Exactly. Okay. Rather than a document processor, which has a series of pages, this is a presentation package, and a presentation consists of a series of frames. Okay. That could be 35mm frames or overhead frames. Okay. Cricut Presents can do any of those different media. We'll begin building our frame by going into our template library, and rather than having to sit there and be an artist and figure out what this frame should look like, we build in a series of templates, which are frame formats in all different types of varieties, that allow a user to go in and say, well, gee, there I've got a headline,
a series of bullet points, and an area for a graphic.
And again, these come in the program. These are not things the user has previously designed.
That's correct, but they can design their own and save them as templates.
Save it as a template. Okay.
So I'll now apply this template to the frame. And as you can see, these are default characters showing you where your bullet points would go, and this is a symbol that indicates you can put a graphic in here. That can be an illustration or a graph or a chart.
So the program is saying this would be a nice-looking frame for
that's right.
display.
In other words, it makes all the artistic decisions for you. You don't have to be an artist, and you can get a very nice-looking frame. I'll remove this graphic symbol and know that that's a space where I later want to bring in my graph. Now I'm going to go back to my outline, and rather than having to retype all the information in, I'm simply going to cut and paste. So I'll cut the headline. I'll go back to this window, and I will go into my edit mode and simply paste in my text. Now you notice when I click off of it, the type style, the color, everything's been selected for me. I can do the same thing with the bullet points and drop them right into that area, again by cutting, going back, going into the edit mode, and just pasting it right in. So very quickly I'm already building my frame. Now in here,
are there, default modes there for the fonts and type size and so on?
that maintains all of your type parameters, your size, your color, etc. So again, all those decisions have been pre-selected, but it is totally editable.
So you could go back and change those.
You could go in right now and make any of the changes in formats, or you could just change the color simply from here, select from any of 64 colors. Now I want to go and show a graphic representation of data that I have for my sales projections, and I can do that right from within Cricut Presents using our graphing tool. The graphing tool will let you create a graph, or there's another way, again an easier way to create a graph using our template library. I'll go back to the template library, and in here there are pre-created graphs. I'll go through here. In this case, I'm looking for a column graph. And here we have one that I had done previously. And I will apply it to the frame. Now, this frame, this graph template doesn't necessarily have the data, my data in it. And the way that I customize this is by simply double-clicking on it. I go into the data worksheet, and then I would simply...
So you have a sort of spreadsheet built into the program also?
That's correct. It doesn't have the mathematical functions of a spreadsheet, but it is for putting in your data and formatting your data. And basically then I would just simply click off, and there's my graph. I could enhance this further by going into our drawing tools and perhaps drawing an arrow that points out or enhances a particular point on the chart. Again, I can select all the different parameters for it, customize it. A sample shows me what it's going to look like, and then I apply it to the frame, and there's the arrow. There are several drawing tools. In fact, the drawing tools are very comprehensive and in color, with specialized tools for doing the types of flow diagrams and charts that you would find in a presentation.
What about importing graphics and text from other programs?
We have very powerful importing features. We support all of the popular file formats, PICT, PIC2, MacPaint, EPSF, and we even let you do some exciting things with the images that you import. I'll bring an image right in now that's a PICT file, and even though this was a black and white PICT file, that was created with another program, I can now take this, and with a feature called Colorize PICT, I can colorize this by simply assigning colors to all the patterns that appear and the text as well.
The frame version of colorizing old black and white movies.
That's right. Ted Turner would love this. And you can see it automatically colorizes. So people who have a library of illustrations they may have created can use this feature. Beyond the actual creation of your frames, we allow you to do your speaker's notes. You can use your, simply go into the note view, and what you would find here is a representation of a screen, and you could go into the text editor and then write your speech right here.
Yeah, we have to move along. Just one last question. Dara, do you see this whole presentation graphics thing? I mean, it's almost like a new desktop publishing boom, isn't it?
I think definitely, but I also think the market could be even larger. I think look at us at this table. We're more apt to do presentations than we are to create our own newsletter, personally. So I think the market is quite large, as they have predicted.
Dara Barry, thank you very much. That's our look at business graphics on the Macintosh. Next week, we'll continue our look with business graphics for the IBM world, so I hope you'll join us then. In the Random Access file this week, Tandy has announced a delay in volume shipping of its PS2 clone, the 5000MC. The company says the problem is chip delivery. Intel has announced a new communications co-processor board that enables a standard bus PC to easily send text, graphics, or binary data to another PC. The board can also send or receive faxes from a Group 3 fax machine and can handle electronic mail. The board's software can be accessed from inside standard business programs such as Microsoft Works, 123, Q&A, Sidekick Plus, or WordPerfect. Apple has unveiled a new 4-megabyte Mac 2. The company says the extra memory is needed for users working with Multifinder or HyperCard. Apple is also coming out with a 4-megabyte memory upgrade kit for existing Macs. The Supreme Court is planning to put its opinions online. The court has asked for proposals from database providers for a system which could instantly bring high court decisions to lawyers. There is now usually a lag of several weeks before printed legal journals distribute Supreme Court opinions. The Russians were in the Silicon Valley last week not to spy but to buy, and they made a deal with Micropro to develop a Russian language version of WordStar. They were also trying to make a deal to sell IBM compatibles in the USSR. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
For a long time, Apple provided only this fairly basic keyboard for the Macintosh, with no numeric keypad, no cursor control keys, no function keys. The idea was that the mouse and the straight alphanumeric keys would suffice. But a lot of power users wanted a choice, so Apple now offers an advanced keyboard for $230. You can get an even better deal, though, if you buy Datadesk International's Mac 101 keyboard. First of all, there's a row of 15 function keys. You can use them to issue commands and pull down menus. There are also cursor controls and a standard numeric keypad. Mac 101 comes with macros for MacWrite and Microsoft Word. Unlike the more expensive advanced Macintosh keyboard, Mac 101 also helps you write your own macros. Once you're in an application, pull down disk accessories and bring up 101 keys. Now there's a 101 item on your menu bar. Plus, the touch of this keyboard is beautiful. It's the best I've ever typed on. And there's an identical keyboard for the IBM PC, making it easier to use an IBM and a Mac together. 101 Keys is $170 from Datadesk International. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Commodore is crowing about its first quarterly domestic sales rise in 2 years, thanks mainly to the Amiga. Commodore earnings doubled for the year on sales of $871 million. Meanwhile, Atari reported a drop in earnings despite healthy sales of its computers. The company blamed the bad bottom line on losses in its Federated Stores division. The University of Richmond in Virginia is now allowing freshman students to apply via computer. The usually fat application package is now all on one floppy disk, complete with forms, the school's alma mater, and the fight song. If you would like to know what it was like to land a Cessna inside Red Square in Moscow, you can find out now. There's a new scenery disc for Sublogic's Flight Simulator 2 that displays the Kremlin environment to see if you can duplicate the feat of German pilot Matthias Rust. Of course, there's one major difference in this simulation. You don't have to end up in a Soviet jail. Finally, Echo Industries has developed a new electronic key system based on voice recognition. You dial in a number code so the computerized system knows what voice to look for, and then you say, "Open Sesame," or something like that, and the lock is open. The company says the system is extremely reliable, if anything, too reliable. If your speech is slightly slurred due to too much alcohol, the computer probably won't recognize your voice and won't let you in. That's it for this week's Random Access. See you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
We've all seen this commercial by now, the business executives closing the deal thanks to this secret power, the power to put fancy graphics into their sales presentation in-house using their own computers. Indeed, whether it's Macs or IBMs, it seems everyone these days is trying to sell you a computer by pitching its graphics capability. So today we continue our special two-part look at business graphics on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. And this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I guess these two binders here tell the story. These are identical presentations in terms of sales information. This one is a lot of boring spreadsheets and charts and numbers and the usual stuff you would see. Same report. Spectacular color graphics. Obviously, this does a much better job of getting across the story. We're talking about business graphics in the IBM world today. When you think about graphics, you think about the Macintosh, of course. From a new user's point of view who wants to get into business graphics applications, does it matter whether he's in the Mac world or the MS-DOS environment?
Well, Stuart, it doesn't really because, well, first of all, the Mac is a standard graphic environment. Any Mac you buy is going to have high-resolution graphics. And if you buy the Mac 2, then you can have color. IBM PC, you're going to have to configure something yourself or with your dealer, like an EGA or VGA system to get the kind of resolution you really need. But when you get there with IBM PC, then you have all sorts of software and hardware options that you can add to the thing. So it really doesn't matter. It's really up to you as far as how much you want to configure, how much do you want to have as a standard system.
Gary, today, as I said, we're going to focus on business graphics in the IBM world, and we'll see some of the best graphics package for the MS-DOS environment, including the new product from Ashton Tate called Draw Applause, the new product from Lotus called Freelance Plus, the best-rated graphics program for the IBM called Harvard Graphics, and a program called Enter Graphics that lets you do graphs in 3 dimensions. Now, we're going to begin by taking a look at these particular software programs from DRI called GemGraph and the presentation team, as used at a company in Sunnyvale, California, where they use the software for everything from sales presentations to technical illustrations.
Hello, Hank.
ESL is a branch of the TRW Corporation, specializing in communications and reconnaissance equipment for the military. At their headquarters in Sunnyvale, California, the production of technical and maintenance manuals used to require the cooperation of a group of departments and an outside print shop. Today, one person on one PC can do most of the work, from drawing the illustrations to writing the text and designing the layout.
What we're trying to replace is all the steps that we normally would have to take with a particular project. For example, just take one book. If you have art and text, the person who is actually assigned the project has to do all of the jobs. He has to not only come up with a manual, but he has to manage it. This would require him to keep track of illustration department, tech pubs, and any other type of external group. With it all in one package, he doesn't have to keep track of everybody and what's going on. He can sit there, he can look at it and say, I like that, I don't like that, I want to change it now.
ESL's manuals are designed using the GEM presentation package from Digital Research. Technical illustrations are designed on GEM Draw. GEM Graph produces the charts and graphs, and the illustrations are combined with text using GEM Desktop Publisher. Assembling all the elements of the manual isn't completely solved. The department's mix of Mac and IBM hardware limits the kinds of files that can be transferred over a network. And printing is done out of house. But ESL is pleased with its progress so far.
The computer can't do the drawing for you, but it can sure help. It can make it easier. What it does, what it gives to you is an end result right then.
Joining us in the studio now is Richard Dim, Senior Product Manager with Ashton Tate, and next to Richard is Randy Andes, Vice President of Marketing with Enertronics Research. Gary?
Richard, when the IBM PC first came out, I guess it was a character-based machine, right? Monochrome display adapter was a standard thing. Now, is there a movement toward graphics as far as IBM PC users are concerned? Are they demanding graphics now?
Oh, very much so, Gary. The movement towards the graphic interface reflects the success the Macintosh has had in the IBM world, and also IBM's move now to the OS2 Presentation Manager front-end graphic interface. So we see that as really the optimal way to provide power and also ease of use.
Mm-hmm. Now, Ashton Tate isn't really known as a graphics company, I don't believe it, but here's a picture of a beach. Can you tell us what we have here?
Certainly. I'm demonstrating a new product from Ashton Tate released in January of this year. It's a drawing-based product which combines a powerful drawing board with a very strong business graphics capability. We do that by offering a series of pull-down menus across the top of our drawing board, combined with a number of graphic primitives that represent drawing tools. Supporting the drawing board, however, is the ability to import data directly, for example, in this case from DBase through diff files, and I'll retrieve a file now, and all I do is point and click, and I brought the file in. I go to my window, and the graphic is there. Once I retrieve my data, and it's that fast, I can change chart type simply by moving along and picking a different chart type, in this case a pie chart. Again, point and click, and I have a pie chart. At the same time that I choose my chart types, and let's go back to a bar chart, I have a range of charting options. For example, stacking bars, making them 3D, again, point and click, and I have the chart type again. Now let's take this chart and bring it back into our picture window where I can use some of our drawing capabilities. Notice I'm using a mouse. The product does support a keyboard as well as a graphic tablet, very important in the IBM world. Now here I have my piece of background art I'd imported earlier from our library.
Now, was that created in the program, or that's a library picture?
These were actually all created with the program, and the program contains 125 images like this. This is background art as opposed to something else.
So you have a library plus you can create your own.
That's correct. Now, what I'd like to do is just size my chart. I brought it in, I'll size it, point its size, point at the chart, and make it smaller. Once I've done that, I can relocate the chart. In this case, I'll move it, edit again, move, point and click here, and I'll move it over to this side. And what I'll do is combine that with some text on the screen. In fact, first I'll redraw it just to clear the screen up. I'm refreshing the screen after I've moved things around and left holes where they used to be. And as soon as my image appears, and you can see that's a quite complicated graphic, but it goes quite quickly. Let's go to text. And in this case, I'm going to pick a slightly smaller text size. Notice my icon represents my text size. And I'll pick a color that shows up nicely, yellow. And let's put some text right here, and we'll just type in draw applause. And it's that quick and easy to add text. And throughout my drawing board, I have a whole range of other really graphic art quality.
We might mention that there's a Tandy 4000 hidden under the table is driving this.
Yes,
this is a 386, and that's one of the reasons we're getting the graphic speed that we see here.
Oh, I think I was one comment. I think it's important, in fact, that many of these products, Draw Applause, for example, will actually run on an 8088 or an 8086 chip. Certainly on a 386, it moves along at a nice
Now,
clip.
going back to the PC environment a little bit, what sort of hard copy devices do you support?
Draw Plus supports a full range of black and white hard copy devices, laser printers, dot matrix printers. It also supports flatbed plotters. I think very important to the whole industry. Ashton Tate has begun a graphics service bureau called the Ashton Tate Graphics Service. The communication software is built into the product. What this does is allow me to take a picture like this, point and click send the image off and have a slide back to my desk the next day.
Richard, can I ask you to slide the keyboard
Certainly.
over to Randy, because we want to take a look at inner graphics in just a minute. While he's getting inner graphics up, Richard, one more question. You can obviously import files from DBase. Can you import files from other programs into Drawplaz?
Yes, we can import files from Lotus, WK1 files, DBase, and also probably most importantly now something called a computer graphics meta file, which is the emerging standard for file transfer amongst graphics products. We import and export CGM files.
Okay, Randy, you have inner graphics, which has been around from the beginning just about, and what does it do? What's unique about inner graphics?
Well, inner graphics is a program which allows you to do not only the drawing board that we've seen here, but it also has a full charting capability as well. So it can do two-dimensional charts, and we have about 30 or 35 different formats that you can do in the charting area. In addition to that, we can do three-dimensional charts and analytic type of graphics.
Could you give us some examples of how inner graphics works?
Sure. What I'd like to show you is a product which is an add-on to inner graphics, which accentuates the three-dimensional aspect of inner graphics. And this particular chart could have been read from a Lotus spreadsheet using our macro, for instance, brought into the program, and then when you go into this, you have the same basic drawing board feature. Along the top is your command line, and by the way, you could use a mouse with this also.
And this is Kaleidochart we're looking at, which is an add-on to
It's
inner
an
graphics.
add-on to inner graphics, and it just further enables you to enhance your three-dimensional type graphics, to rotate, change the view angles of the graphics, this type of thing. For instance, if we wanted to change the longitudinal attitude of this, you can rotate your chart, and then once you're through, you go ahead. We have two modes that you can actually draw this in: a draft mode, so you can see it initially, say, yeah, I think that's kind of what I want, this type of thing, and then in a fine mode, of course, which is the completed three-dimensional chart. And of course, we can do not only your pie charts, but bar charts, line chart, and what we call a ribbon chart. And it does mapping as well. So we have a map of the United States in 3 dimensions, and you can even select regional areas as well as by state even.
Would you put your product up market a little bit, in the sense that is this for the average person, or you have to have sophisticated artistic abilities to use it?
Well, inner graphics is a very powerful and flexible type program, but we've tried not to ignore that new person who wants to get into the graphics world. But we've allowed him, through prompts and menus, to create nice-looking charts, but he can grow with our program. But it is focused on the power user, and a power user, much like WordPerfect, is focused in the word processing industry to the power user there. We've tried to focus our package to him also.
Okay, Randy, Richard, thank you very much. Now, if you really want to use your graphics in a serious way, you not only want color, maybe you want 3 dimensions, maybe you'd also like to animate it and put it on video. Well, one product that does that is called Picture Maker from Cubicomp. Wendy Woods has a report.
This is an educational video designed to teach high school students the way banks make money. No, it wasn't made by a high-tech production house in L.A. It was made by the people it's about, the Federal Reserve Bank. Inside the San Francisco district office, there's $100,000 worth of sophisticated computer graphics design gear, and a team assigned the full-time job of producing all the animation needed for the 12th Federal Reserve District. And why does the Federal Reserve District need animation? Well, as part of the federal government, it's taken on the task of educating America's high school students, in this case about economics.
The MTV generation is very used to this type of communication, and I think that to use the old-fashioned kind of videotapes, a lot of students aren't going to really be very interested in the information that's portrayed. I think that the more visual you can get now, the more you're going to get across to them.
The graphics lab also produces thousands of slides for the bank's business meetings. But people here say it's only a matter of time before the computer animation is as in demand as slides and graduates from school videos to board of directors meetings. In 1 year, the computer graphics lab's work here has quadrupled, a trend being echoed throughout the big business community, where state-of-the-art graphics command the power, the attention, and the money. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Tim Davenport, Director of the Graphics Product Division for Lotus, and next to Tim is Tess Reynolds, Group Product Manager with Software Publishing.
Tim, obviously Lotus 123 has been a very, very popular program over the last several years. One of its strong points, however, I've heard is not its graphics, difficult to use. Does Freelance Plus really correct those things?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's the case 123 is all that difficult to use to create charts. It's more that people wanted to do a lot more. So Freelance Plus was introduced as a product that allowed you to enhance the chart you first created in 123, or to begin from scratch in Freelance Plus and create a more diverse set of graphics.
Okay, well, let's get into the program.
Sure, let me show you how we can do that. To begin with, I have a screen here where I have loaded a corporate logo, and this is one you may have created yourself with Freelance using some of the drawing tools, and I've added a line. What I'd like to do is add a chart to this screen, and in doing that I will show you the chart module where there's a form where you enter the text and the data that would drive a variety of bar charts.
And the chart you create in the program, you're not importing this from somewhere else?
That's right. This is being created by Freelance Plus, and here's a variety of the chart types that are available. It's as simple as taking this to our screen now and dropping it in, and now you can begin to move it around. First I will edit the size of it so that we can make it part of a slide or an overhead that would have more graphics on it.
So you're building one slide here and you're going to put a bunch of different elements in there, and
correct.
this graph is one of those elements.
That's right. So I've now moved the chart over. One thing you notice on the screen is there's a status panel on the right that gives you some information. It tells you what item is selected and you're working with. It also tells you that you're on page 1.
Okay.
One thing that's available is a second page, which you can use as a scratch pad. And on this page, we have a map of the United States. This is one of the symbols one of the 500 symbols that comes with Freelance, and these can be integrated into your graphic.
So you didn't have to create that
That's correct.
yourself.
And you'll see that I have the state of California selected here, and what I will do is copy that up to the first page and then just drop it right in. The value of that second page is that you can have a variety of stored graphics there and begin to use them, pull them up onto your main page. And here I'll fill it in so it's a little more dramatic. The next thing I'll do is add an arrow which will tie the state of California into the numbers that are shown in the bar chart on the right, and I can do that by just moving the cursor down, begin to use the mouse, and have it automatically drop in an arrow for me. I can increase the width of that to make it a little more dramatic, and then I can go back and add a rectangle which will pop the state of California off the page a little more for us. To do that, I simply choose to add a rectangle, and you notice that I've increased the size of the cursor here so that I can line up this rectangle with the box that goes around the bar chart on the right. So I drop down now and I line it up, and these are the sort of the advanced drawing and editing tools that helps make it very productive to do these sorts of graphics. So I drop a rectangle in here and then fill it in.
Tim, you could be using the mouse for all these operations.
That's
is that
correct.
Okay.
That's correct. You'll notice that when I do fill it in, it covers the state of California. I can change that by using a priority command that puts the rectangle in the back and puts the state of California back on top. And then to finish a graph like this, a simple task of adding some text, which we can then place anywhere on the screen. Again, by using the mouse or the cursor keys.
Okay, Tim, I want to ask you to slide the keyboard and the mouse over to Tess.
I want to ask you about output devices again. What kind of devices do you support for color output?
Right. Range of pen plotters and printers, inkjet technology for getting very rich, vibrant-looking colors on paper.
Tess, you were mentioning before, if you can talk while you get loaded up there, that Harvard Graphics kind of took a different approach to handling the graphics here. What did you mean by that?
Well, we approached it from the other end that Freelance did. We actually focused on the charting and text generation portion of the process of creating a presentation, for instance, because that's what we felt most people were doing. So we focused on having strong graphing capabilities and an easy way to do text charts, and then some simple editing features and some access to symbols.
And show us what Harvard Graphics looks like then.
Okay, what we have here is what we call a default bar chart design. Basically, if all you did was enter your title and your numbers, you would get something that looks like this, and it's ready to go to a pen plotter or an output device. We've assigned the colors and the type fonts for you. But if you're not happy with that, it's fairly easy to go and enhance the chart by going to our F8 options menu. We have 4 pages of options where you can change the way this chart looks by simply picking different attributes. Say you wanted it 3D and overlapped. You maybe wanted the bars to look a little bit wider, maybe a little bit narrower, and so on. You can assign different colors to the background. You can assign legends, add data tables, and so on. But even just by changing those 2 values, you can see the chart already looks fairly different. I can also go back into my data and calculate a whole new series of data by using our calculate options, where if you hit F4, we have 19 keyword formulas built in. Say I wanted to calculate the total of those 2 data series. All I had to do here was hit a keyword called @sum, and if I don't remember what that is, I can hit F1 and it will prompt me on what I need to do. And I automatically have a new data series now, and if I hit F2, I can display what that new graph looks like. So I can calculate things like power regression and sums and differences of data series right within the chart, and I can also reorganize them and copy them.
Tess, I understand one of the nice features here of Harvard Graphics is instead of turning the graphics into slides, you can actually use the computer as your presentation device by doing kind of a slideshow. Could you show us how you do that?
Certainly. One of the options on the menu is to go and select the slideshow, which we're going to do here. And we can now display this chart using a computer like this, or a large screen monitor, and an EGA projection device, which many corporations have in their meeting rooms. And you can have a show like this, complete with special effects, fades and wipes, moving on from one chart to another.
So you can go in and, in fact, program the transitions from one screen to the other and decide what you want?
Correct. And you can also assign certain timing to each slide, the way it displays. You can do build of your effects like this. You can pause and reverse motion using your mouse or using your keyboard.
And can you control that slideshow in real time if you were giving a presentation?
Yes, you can. If I didn't want to assign a default time, I could just hold my mouse and click along to the next slide whenever I'm ready, just as if I were using a 35mm projector.
And can you import data from other software into Harvard Graphics then?
Yes, definitely. We support all the leading import and export standards, and so we can read 123 WKS files, either the name graph that's been stored in Lotus or worksheets, and of course all other worksheets that save in that format. We also import ASCII and delimited ASCII, so we can import.
And we've talked about hard copy devices on every one of these programs, and you have some hard copy.
Got some is that output from Harvard
These are just some examples of the high quality output that you can get using some of our symbols to merge with the slides to make them look a little bit more interesting.
What kind of printer would you have used for this?
These were done on a Calcomp ColorMaster thermal printer, and that's why you get that nice shiny finish to the color.
Okay, that's great. Tess, Tim, thank you very much. That's our look at business graphics. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Access file this week. It's IBM rumor time again. This time the talk is about a new low-end personal System 2 computer without microchannel architecture. The stories on the street are split between those who believe the new old machine will have an AT bus and those who believe it will have an XT bus. In any event, it will apparently be called the PS2 Model 35, have 10 megahertz 286 processor, VGA display, and 3.5-inch drives. PC pundits are calling it the classic Coke syndrome, with consumer demand for the older formula still strong. Meanwhile, back at the office, more bad press about the PS2 Model 30. The IRS says one recent delivery of Model 30s had a failure rate of 50%, with most problems showing up in the monitors and in the hard disk circuitry. Zenith says it's going into production with a new multi-processor computer that can support up to 16 386 chips and 160 terminals running off a single PC. The FCC says that 75% of PCs recently tested failed to meet radio interference standards, despite the fact that the models had earlier gotten FCC approval. The commission says manufacturers submit so-called lab queens to the FCC, which are okay, but they then proceed to crank out production models which don't meet the standards. Inside Peripherals says it has developed a 3.5-inch floppy disk that can hold 20 megabytes of data. Several major disk manufacturers have reportedly licensed the technology. The first disks are due out in early 1989. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
These linked Rolodex cards serve as a visual metaphor for HyperCard, the hot new Macintosh method for linking bits of data together. It's been in the news a lot since it was introduced last year, and now commercial HyperCard applications are coming to market. Among the early winners is Focal Point. Focal Point is a personal organizer of multiple dimensions. It installs itself on the home card menu. The first thing you see is the daily calendar. You can enter appointments and annotate them. The second thing you see is a to-do list. You complete items and mark them off each day. You can refer to prior to-do lists, and you can move items from one day to the next. You can also refer to old to-do lists. There's a monthly calendar, which you can print out. There's a name and address folder, which can be linked with to-do items or calendar items. You can also log outgoing and incoming calls, and there's a call timer. There are 5 other project and client management functions we don't have time to mention. Focal Point for the Macintosh is $100 from Activision in Mountain View, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
A trial date has been set in the Apple, Microsoft, HP lawsuit, but the judge has set the date for August of next year, 11 months from now. Microsoft has asked the judge for the reason behind the long delay. Both MS and HP are concerned that the longer the case drags on, the more uncertainty there will be regarding the future of the Windows and new wave operating environments. Well, you can't sue a virus, but you can sue the hacker who planted one. In what is believed to be the first such lawsuit, a bulletin board operator in New Mexico is suing an alleged virus uploader for, quote, knowingly and intentionally unloading a digitally infected file. A copy of the lawsuit is in the IBM Communications Forum on CompuServe. Most high schools are happy if they have a few Apple IIs hanging around. The Thomas Jefferson High School in Virginia can now brag about being the only high school in the country to have its own supercomputer. If you recall, earlier this year, we reported on a contest run by ETA Systems of St. Paul, Minnesota, for high school students to come up with school projects that would make use of a supercomputer. Well, Jefferson High won the contest, and so an ETA 10-piece supercomputer is now on its way. Finally, if you've become addicted to fax machines, there's help on the way. Northwest Airlines has announced that it is installing credit card-operated fax machines at its executive lounges in 12 major airports. So secretaries, watch out. The boss is never really away anymore. That's it for this week's Random Access File. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is Max. It's not a toy, it's an input device for a personal computer, a kind of specialized input device, a vertical market joystick, if you will, for people who play flight simulator games. Indeed, there are many ways to communicate with your computer, to input information into it, from mice to keyboards, from light pens to trackballs. Today, we take a look at a whole range of input devices on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, as you can see here, all kinds of ways to input information into your computer. This is a cordless keyboard. We have light pens, all kinds of funny-looking mice over here, keyboard with 24 function keys. Is any one kind of input device inherently better than the other?
Well, Stuart, as you know, general-purpose computers have had a general-purpose input device, a keyboard, for a long, long time, sort of the standard that everybody can use. But we're seeing more and more specialization in computers now. For example, computers that drive a kiosk where you can go up and buy shoes, for example, and you touch panel to get the item. And so as we see this specialization in computers, we're going to see more and more specialized input devices, and that's going to be real interesting to see what they come up with.
Today we're going to take a look at quite a few special input devices. We'll see a cordless mouse, we'll see a keyboard with a built-in touchpad, we'll take a look at a 3D trackball, and we'll see an incredible device that lets you input information into your computer simply by writing it out in longhand. We begin with a visit to the U.S. Post Office and their favorite input device, the barcode reader.
Most people probably don't think about what happens to a letter once it's been posted, except to hope that it arrives at its destination. Here at the main facility of the Postal Service's San Francisco division, it joins about 8.5 million other letters posted that same day, of all sizes, shapes, and legibility. Faced with about 162 billion envelopes and boxes mailed each year, the Postal Service is eager to expand its automated mail sorting system.
The volume base was getting so large that if we had not done anything to modernize facilities, we would have run out of space in terms of the number of manual cases required to process mail. That's essentially a need not only in terms of volume of mail that we had to process, but also the cost for doing business in terms of that processing environment.
The newest computerized input tools of the system are optical character readers and barcode sorters. Working in tandem, they read the last line and zip code of an address and transform the information into binary barcode data, which is sprayed onto the envelope to expedite sorting. The equipment can process close to 30,000 pieces per hour, about 50 times faster than hand sorting, and at about 1/10 of the cost.
There are discounts available to our major mailers that pre-sort and have readability, comply with readability procedures, and even for those that pre-print a barcode on an envelope is certainly an advantage for the Postal Service. If we get pre-printed barcoded mail to a 9-digit level, that's certainly the most efficient means by which we can utilize our automated equipment.
Joining us in the studio now is Vic Klee with a company called Lightgate, and next to Vic is Dan Mertens with Keytronic. Gary?
Dan, the mouse as we know it, as it was popularized by the Macintosh and so forth, it seems to be a standard kind of an input device nowadays, but you both have redesigned the mouse, and what are the shortcomings?
Well, for one thing, a mouse requires a free area on your desk to operate. And secondly, you're usually performing some sort of operation on the keyboard and then reaching for the mouse. That involves a lot of lost time. So if you can bring that all into one package, it'll make for more efficient input.
Okay, Vic, what are your thoughts?
Well, the mouse takes up a lot of space on the desk. I basically agree with Dan. And in addition, there's no relationship between the mouse and the screen. The mouse has serious maintenance problems, as we've all encountered with our Macintoshes, having to clean the lint out of it on occasion. And in addition, the mouse doesn't have a natural relationship with the screen itself.
Okay, now tell us about Felix.
Well, Felix is, as Stuart characterized it, a mini mouse, actually a miniature optical data tablet, and there's a one-for-one relationship between the motion of Felix and the screen. Felix uses the index, thumb, and forefinger, the same muscle set we use to draw or to write with, rather than the wrist motion and upper arm motion. And so we're also moving a substantially smaller, lighter element.
It shows exactly how you would use Felix.
Sure. To use Felix, you just pick a spot on your desk, typically next to the keyboard, and simply hold Felix in your fingers like you, in a relaxed way, like you would a pencil. And as you can see, there's a one-for-one relationship between my finger motion and the motion of the cursor on the screen, so that I can go anywhere I want and know where I am without actually having to look for a mouse. When I put my hand on Felix, my fingers immediately find the handle. It doesn't matter how big the screen is or how high the resolution. With Felix, we can still point to one pixel or span the whole screen.
Now,
with
show us how you can
fingers.
control the windows here with it.
One of the special features of Felix is that there's, if you will, a feel space in Felix. That is, we can feel the corner. When we push all the way to the edge, Felix stops in the corner, stops in along the edge. And so we've associated now with a particular window in any Windows environment, like the Macintosh, those edges and corners of Felix.
So you're saying basically when the cursor hits the corner of the window, you feel it hit the edge of Felix.
Well, what I'm actually saying is that when the Felix hits the corner of Felix and I click, I'm always in the corner of the active window. If you can see that happening here, I flick and I'm in that corner. If I pick another active window and flick, I'm in the corner of that active window. Okay? So it doesn't require me to accurately position, as I would with a mouse, the cursor with the eye-hand feedback into a position on the screen. Instead, I have a space that I can feel with my hand. Flick and click.
Okay, and how much does Felix cost, Vic?
Felix for the Mac 2 and SE costs $149.
Okay, Dan, I want to get you involved in your version of how to build a better mouse. We're going to go over to the PS2 and take a look at that if we can.
Okay.
Dan, what software do you have up on the IBM here?
Well, we've got a desktop publishing application, and so first what I'm going to show you with the touchpad is a point and select operation. We'll choose a file, and we'll go into this file and double-click just as we would with a mouse to open it up. I've got a misspelling in here, so I'm going to need to select the toolbox for text, and actually what I need to do is select the text and spell it correctly. I want to now go and resize it, so I will come down and select it. I can move it in.
So right now you're really using that touchpad and the pen there really like a mouse.
That's correct. I don't have to reach over, move around on my desk. Now what I'm going to do is be able to issue commands. I want to see how this looks in the page. I didn't have to remember a command. It was right there on my overlay. Go back to the actual size. Let's save this and go look at the touchpad in a spreadsheet application. So we'll close this window. And now I need to close Windows. And you'll see with these handy overlays that come with the touchpad, I don't have to remember the commands because the commands are all written down there for me. Easy to snap in and out, turn the touchpad back on, and let's read a file in Lotus.
So you're beyond a mouse now. I mean, you sort of have function keys now.
That's correct. What I'm going to show in the spreadsheet application here is actually, this is a product that doesn't work with a mouse. I'm going to show fast cursor and command shortcuts. So I read the file. We'll see it on the screen. If I want to view the graph, I don't even have to remember the command for the graph. I just touch the space on the touchpad. I can go back to the spreadsheet. I can switch now to a fast cursor mode and see that I can move around. And in fact, I don't even need to use the stylus. This is a touch-sensitive product, so I can move around this way.
Dan, how much would it cost to buy a keyboard like that?
$249 is the suggested retail price.
Okay, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look at a light pen, a 3D trackball, and we'll see a cordless mouse, so stay with us. In the studio now is Billy Lewis, president of the Light Pen Company. Next to Billy is Tim Barry, president of Microspeed, and next to Tim is Charlie Kennedy, here representing Mnemonics.
Billy, you're going to talk about the light pen, show us the light pen. The light pen accessory has been around with the IBM PC since very early days, but I haven't seen it used a lot. What kind of applications do you use light pens?
Light pens are used in some very narrow niche areas. Hospital systems, for example, they use them as in the patient care software program that's actually operated by the doctor and the nurse and the technicians in the hospital. They track the patient throughout the entire system. of the hospital using the light pin on the screen. They never touch a keyboard.
What's the advantage there? I mean, why would they use the light pin in that application?
They don't have to teach anyone how to use the keyboard. They don't have to teach them how to use a specific set of programs. It's all on the screen on a menu-driven program, and as fast as they can think, moving their hand around on the screen, they select the target and move on to the next one.
Let's take a look at it.
Sure. The light pin is a light-sensing device that will position the cursor wherever I'm pointing. So if I point and push the tip down, I will literally be able to draw or make a menu selection or whatever right on the screen. And it is natural, the hand-eye coordination that you develop in writing or pointing is used in the light pen, so it's the most natural of the input devices in that sense. I'm doing this awkwardly, so you must excuse how it appears.
Upside down and backwards.
Yeah, but the point is that you can go over and you can select, you can do anything you want to do as fast as you select and move the cursor around.
Billy, how does the light pen actually work?
The light pen detects the movement of the electron beam across the screen, which it does 60 times a second. Wherever I'm pointing within that field of view, it's 60 times a second, sending back a pulse indicating this is the presence of the beam. The computer locks up to that and gives coordinate information.
Billy, thanks very much. Tim, let's turn to you. And why a trackball instead of a mouse?
Well, the primary reason that most users give is that the mouse requires a lot more space on their desks than they often have, and the ability to, since the device is stationary, they are able to use it without ever having to look down at their hand and reposition it when it goes off the edge of the desk. Those are the two primary reasons that we hear.
And show us how you'd use the trackball. You've got a spreadsheet up there.
Right. Normally, pointing devices are used for drawing and graphics, but I thought I'd show here how it can improve productivity in a spreadsheet type environment. Here we have the trackball set up to move the cursor on the screen. As I roll the ball toward the top of the screen, you can see the thing moves up, and it moves across as I roll it to the right, or back to the left as I roll to the left. Then the third axis, in this case, is defined for page up and page down to allow the cursor to really move very rapidly and give you very rapid control on the spreadsheet.
And how about the buttons? You got 3 buttons on that.
The buttons are defined in this template to be basically the menu selection, so that you can use the balls to then select options. The right button is to cancel, and the left button is for input. We have different templates that we supply for WordPerfect, 123, SuperCalc. All the major programs come with the standard with the device.
And how about the 3-dimensional aspect? I know you can't show that off on a spreadsheet, but how would you use the 3D, the third axis in a trackball?
Typically, what the CAD developers are doing is they're using the third axis as sort of context sensitive. Sometimes it's for zoom in and zoom out. Sometimes it's for rotation about axes. It depends on how their CAD program interface is developed.
And what's the cost to buy a trackball?
$149 retail.
Okay, Charlie, everybody's been knocking mice up until now, and you've got a mouse over there. But yours is cordless.
Right.
Okay, what's the point in having a cordless mouse?
Well, software that uses windowing features generally supports a mouse. Those are packages such as desktop publishing, CAD, presentation graphics, project scheduling. And the cable limits the location where the mouse can be used. So the idea of going cordless is to provide the user a larger work area and still have precise control of the functions that the mouse performs.
But you need a line of sight, as it were, between the two, right?
That is correct. We are transmitting infrared light here, and it is important to maintain a clear path between the mouse and the receiver.
And what's the range of that?
The range in front of the receiver is 4 feet. There's a 90-degree cone of reception, so that at the 4-foot extent, the width of the work area is about 5 feet.
Okay, and other than that, it's a normal mouse, I take it?
Correct. Other than we don't use the roller ball tracking mechanism, which eliminates the need for periodic cleaning and maintenance.
Okay, so if you can just show us how you would use that now, just to prove it really does work.
This is using it with Dr. Halo 3. Here I'll just quickly make a picture of the mouse, give it 3 mouse buttons. Create a spot for our logo. And there's a top view of the mouse.
Okay, and I take it you got, what, a 9-volt battery in there or something?
This is a rechargeable NiCad battery. The back of the receiver is fitted with a jack, as is the front of the mouse, between the 2 LED emitters. We suggest that overnight you plug it in and recharge it overnight, but it does have a life of 10 hours between recharging.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Some people think the most intuitive way to communicate with your computer screen is to simply point to the screen or touch it with your finger. Wendy Woods found a touchscreen application at De Anza College in Cupertino, California.
When new students arrive at De Anza College in Cupertino, California this fall, Part of the orientation process will take place here, at a computer running an interactive video disc. Students will learn the kind of courses available, how to plan out their program, and just how to get around. You'll notice this student is using the video disc by touching the screen. This touch screen was chosen for the program basically because it's easy to use.
I'm here to take courses just for the fun of learning, things that I'm personally interested in.
The touch screen that Ella Graphics assisted us with essentially was the most critical component to this orientation or interactive program. And the reason for that was that when you consider the number of students that come through this institution and their degree of sophistication regarding computers, we felt it had to be very simple. We didn't want to have to train someone on how to use this orientation, self-paced orientation program. It had to be very simple and they could walk up to it and use it.
De Anza College is pioneering the use of this technology to take the place of timely and repetitive counseling sessions for student orientation. So far, the experiment seems to be working well. So well that De Anza, having just finished a test of the system with several hundred students, will now furnish it for about 1,000 incoming freshmen this fall. In Cupertino, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
For various campus services.
Joining us in the studio now is Michael Buffa, president of Nestor Incorporated of Providence, Rhode Island.
Michael, you have a device here that apparently recognizes handwritten characters, is that correct?
That's correct, it does do that.
The obvious question is, why would anybody want to do that rather than just using a keyboard for input?
Well, actually, there are some applications, some classes of people that do not or will not use a keyboard in a given application, such as in a mortgage underwriting application. There are many cases on Wall Street where brokers have been wanting to use some alternative to a keyboard input, and this gives them that alternative.
So you don't see this as an end-user device?
No, this is not going to be a mass-marketable end-user product. It's really a niche-oriented, specific application-oriented product.
Now, does it recognize anybody's handwriting, or do you have to go through a training process? Or what's
Well, the unique thing about this product, it's based on a neural network AI concept, which closely emulates the way the human brain functions. So anyone can train this system to recognize their unique way of handwriting. And this product works on both the English character, French character set, and even kanji.
How long does it take to train it?
It will take anywhere from about a half hour to an hour, depending on how bad your handwriting is or how different it is.
Could you show? We want to see how this works.
For example, if you're doing an application where you want to enter data on some type of form, say you're in telemarketing or in an application where you want to enter data into the computer through a form like this, the first step is to start the application by touching the pin to the pad, and then you can select a number of functions here. In this case, we want to create a document, so I hit the F1 function. Now, in this case, it just has my memory in the computer, if you will. But you could have any number of users here and call in your specific handwriting style. So I'll just touch the F1 button, which will now read in my memory, if you will. So now the system knows how to recognize my handwriting. So I'll tell the system that I have a memo form here, and that I want to edit or create a new document. And the first thing we do is calibrate the paper to the digitizing tablet, and now we can start entering data.
Okay, so you're actually writing on a paper form.
Correct.
So you'd have the paper form when you're done.
Correct.
And as we can see, it's also entering the same information in the computer.
Right. In other words, you can keep the paper copy, but what's happening as you're writing this information onto the paper, it's immediately going into the database of the computer.
Oh, there's a touch-sensitive panel then underneath the paper.
Yes, this is a standard digitizing tablet made by many manufacturers. There's nothing unique about the tablet. It's just digitizing the handwriting, and then the computer is recognizing that.
Could you enter a little more text just to kind of prove to us that this really works?
Sure, certainly.
Mike was too easy.
Is there a certain word you'd like me to write?
No, that's all right.
Okay. Now, what I purposely did here was make a few mistakes. So now what I can easily do is go back and change or correct or edit, so you don't have to worry about how one would In other words, it's very easy to move throughout the page and make corrections and make changes to the paper.
And I suppose you can make the changes manually here on the side panel also.
What we use this for is if the system is not recognizing a certain character, let's say that it's in the afternoon, your handwriting has changed, you can very quickly go to a training function here and train it on your handwriting once again, and it will become better and better as it recognizes more and more characters. The issue in handwriting is your handwriting will vary from time of day or what mood you're in. So as the system learns more and more about your handwriting, it becomes more and more accurate.
Now, you've got another little box over here,
Yes.
and I want to ask you to explain what that is.
This is a prototype, and it's a very, very interesting concept. We've all heard of the paperless office, and this represents a product that can truly achieve a paperless office, if you will. The concept here is instead of using paper on a digitizing tablet, we actually have an electronic piece of paper overlaying this screen. So one can enter data.
Excuse me, that's the
Yes.
screen really of that Toshiba portable
That's
over there.
correct.
And you're going to
Exactly.
write actually on the portable's screen.
Correct.
Okay.
This was actually built for a brokerage, or this prototype was built for a brokerage firm so that a trader could use something like this to enter information on a trading ticket. So one can go directly to the screen of the computer and enter the data. And in this case, there is no paper, and as one is writing the data, it's going directly into the computer. So it puts the trader online with the computer system in a very natural, normal style.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the AI aspect of this? This is really just character recognition process, isn't it?
Well,
I guess I don't understand why there's an AI component to that.
The AI component here comes from research or development that was done by two Brown professors, a Dr. Leon Cooper and a Dr. Charles Elbaum. They started working about 15 years ago trying to build a computer that would emulate the way the human brain works in terms of recognizing and classifying patterns. And that body of work has now resulted in a form of AI called neural network. And the neural network is the technology that is in the computer that is learning how to recognize these very complex patterns. The same technology can be used for things like learning how a mortgage underwriter underwrites mortgages, or learning how to make decisions on trading situations on the market. And then some of those applications are being done today.
Michael, thank you very much. We're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
That's our look at input devices. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, the curtain is about to rise on the new Macintosh laptop. Apple will unveil its first ever portable Mac next week. Analysts who have seen the Mac laptop say it has a great screen, but is heavy, about 17 pounds, and costly, about $6,000. IBM is reportedly about to introduce another laptop, this time a 386 portable with a VGA LCD screen and a 40-megabyte hard drive. The price is expected to be about $3,500. The makers of the original laptop, Tandy, have come full circle and are coming out with a 3-pound portable word processor reminiscent of the Model 100. It will have a full-featured word processor, including spell checker and thesaurus and ROM. It runs off 4 AA batteries, price expected to be around $350. And Grid Systems has introduced a portable CD-ROM drive for use with laptops. Specs are weight of 5 pounds, capacity of 550 megabytes, and a price of about $1,900. Olivetti says it will be the first company to come out with a 486-based PC. Olivetti's president promised the new PC for late October. IBM and Toshiba are joining forces to produce color LCD screens. Plans are to have product out by 1991. The initial plan calls for production of a 10-inch color LCD for use only in IBM and Toshiba machines. Hitachi says it has developed a new ultra-fast computer chip using a subatomic particle called a polariton. Hitachi says the particle has both optical and electronic characteristics and could increase computing speed by a factor of 10,000. Nippon Telegraph and Telephone is taking an unusual approach to computer security. It is encouraging hackers to try to break into its new communications network. NTT says it is offering a prize of 1 million yen to any hacker who can break into the system. The company says if anyone succeeds, they will at least learn something about any weaknesses in the system. The Japanese company Fujitsu has unveiled the world's first online database translator. The system will let you query a Japanese language database online in English and then get output in English within minutes. The system is called ScanFile and is expected to be online in the U.S. sometime in 1990. Data General says it is licensing the new Wave interface from Hewlett-Packard for use in all its office automation products. And IBM says it has just completed a study which shows that 2/3 of classroom teachers are in favor of a dramatic increase in the use of computers in schools. The IBM study contradicts an earlier report from the National Education Computing Conference, which questioned the effectiveness of computers in the classroom. Apple is joining with Gannett to create a new online electronic news service for college newspapers. The news service will feature college-oriented stories. The service is being offered free in return for ad space in the participating college papers. And finally, Carnegie Mellon University says it may be all over for human chess players. CMU's high-tech chess computer just won its 3rd straight regional championship and is now ranked among the top 150 players in the world. And high-tech isn't as good as its older brother Deep Thought, another Carnegie Mellon computer. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Would you like to buy a bridge? The Brooklyn Bridge. It'll help you get from your laptop to your desktop and back again. It's just one example of a host of new computer peripherals being developed especially for laptop users. Today we'll take a look at laptop peripherals on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these are two Toshiba T1000 laptop computers. This is the basic machine. Our viewers will see this screen on the top. This is the basic LCD Super Twist you get with it. I added a peripheral to this machine. I now have a little switch on the side, and I throw it. Instant backlighting, better screen in low light conditions. When we talk about peripherals for laptops, it suggests that these machines don't do what they ought to do in the first place, so I have to spend a lot of money on these peripherals. Why can't they just build a laptop that has everything in it in the first place?
Yeah, right. Well, the computer designer is considering the manufacturing trade-offs, the cost of the parts, the cost of construction. With laptops, you also have size, weight, power consumption. So you go from, say, a half a meg system up to a full megabyte of memory and add modem circuitry, it's going to pull the batteries down a lot faster. So those choices then are left up to the consumer. They can add those parts off the shelf and customize their own machine.
Gary, today we'll take a look at some of the most important peripherals for laptop users. We'll see devices that add memory, devices that add battery power. We'll take a look at devices that let your laptop communicate with other computers, and we'll take a look at some battery-operated printers that you can carry around with your laptop. Now, one problem every laptop user has is sharing files between the laptop and a desktop. We're going to start with a profile of one user who solves that problem using a program called LapLink.
Ricardo Martinez is a physician working at Stanford University Hospital. He has also authored numerous articles for medical journals and books. Dr. Martinez has found that a portable computer with an accessory or two can make his life a lot easier.
The one I have here is the one I use the most of all, and with that modem I can get into the National Library of Medicine and do computerized medical searches. I can then take the part of that search that I want and transfer that onto my data diskettes on the laptop. Then taking the laptop with me to the library, I can have those articles, pull the articles if I wanted. I can get full text off the National Library of Medicine and keep that with me.
Dr. Martinez uses a simple cable and software connection called LapLink to download segments of larger files from his PC to his laptop computer. The portable then becomes his principal writing tool and reference library, whether he is at home, at the hospital, or at a distant medical conference.
Certainly the portability has been nice for me because I can take it on the airplane, I can take it to another city, and any meeting I'm in with another physician. For example, I'm working on a project with another physician. When we meet, we can have the work done right then and there on the computer.
Dr. Martinez foresees a time when the portable computer might play a role in diagnosis and treatment, especially in remote areas. But for now, he is satisfied that by helping him speed up his research, it improves the quality of his work.
Joining us in the studio now is Mark Epley, president of Traveling Software, a company which specializes in laptop peripherals. Next to Mark is Keith Comer of Toshiba, known to many laptop users around the country as their private online laptop techie. Gary.
Mark, these displays are looking real good on the portables now, and you can buy it with a hard disk, right?
Right.
Are these desktop machines, are they dinosaurs now, like the old computer rooms full of computer equipment?
Oh, I don't think so. I think you see an evolution going on in the marketplace, and I think what we see happening is our laptop computers are becoming the personal computer, a la a small form factor desktop alternative. You have 386, 286 processors and high res displays and hard disks, and that's
so
where,
it's still complementary then anyway.
Yes.
Okay. You have a program here that's called Battery Watch. I guess this is one of the problems with laptops, right? Is that the batteries tend to go down and at times which are inappropriate, like when you're flying on an airplane. Right. What does Battery Watch do?
Well, Battery Watch, well, you're right. The age-old problem of battery going dead while you're using it on the road, and that was strong motivation for us to do this product. So what we've done is we've dismantled 18 different laptop versions, taken them all apart and put them in our labs with current monitoring equipment on them and measuring the floppy drive, the display, the hard disk, and what we've come up with is very accurate calculations in real time. It's living in the background, 15K of code that's constantly monitoring what's going on in the machine. And you have, like a fuel gauge in your car, your time to empty in hours and minutes and with a bar chart.
And you're saying it's sensitive to your particular machine and your particular use.
Yeah, and it's constantly changing. It depends on your use of the laptop. For instance, this has a hard drive, and I flip the switch back here. It turns the hard disk off, and then you see the time goes up in hours and minutes.
Now, let me ask you a couple of questions about the batteries themselves, because I'm a little confused here. If I bought a battery, are two batteries going to have exactly the same discharge characteristics? So if I change a battery later on, is it going to act the same way as it did before?
No. In fact, you can adjust Battery Watch for that. Every battery has different characteristics, amp hour ratings. And if you replace the factory battery here with a higher amp hour battery, you could adjust Battery Watch to compensate for that, and you have very accurate readings, up to 99% accuracy.
Okay, Keith, now suppose you're using Battery Watch and you find your battery's about to die on the 1200. What do you do?
Well,
give me the computer, Mark.
We've set this up with battery packs that come off while the machine's on. Even if you're in the middle of something, you can turn it off. It checks to make sure everything is spun down, the hard drive's parked and everything, then it goes off. Then you just pull this battery right out of here, reach into your briefcase, and you've got another battery, your pocket,
which you could have been charging in that thing.
Right, this is the offline charger. You can put 3 of them in here and charge them all night. The little lights tell you which ones are ready. And then you just drop a new battery in here, turn the machine back on, and with the resume mode enabled, it comes right back up the same place you were.
But you don't lose anything. It gets you back where you are, back to where you were before.
Back where you were.
Okay, turn it around, and you've got a sort of expansion slot on that too. And tell us what kinds of things you could put in there.
Right in the back here, we've got an extra slot, like an IBM's expansion slot. We have a different form factor and size, and obviously power capabilities. We try and do these all in CMOS. This panel comes off, and then extra cards can slide in here. This is a RAM card. We've got a third-party speech card here. There are a lot of modems that go in this slot. This machine also allows you to put a modem inside so as not to use up the slot, so that you can have yet some other device in there.
Keith, that does bring up the question, though, about expansion chassis in general, is if I want to put in standard IBM boards, how do I handle that?
Right, we have another card just about like this one with a big plug on it, and there's a cable that runs around, and we have an expansion chassis that's not terribly portable, but it holds 5 regular IBM cards. You can use, usually this is enough for carrying around. It's got all the standard kind of ports built in, the hard drive and all. If you have a network or some other kinds of cards you want to use while you're at the office, you bring this in, drop it down, plug the card in, and you're talking to the other device.
Keith, we have about a half minute left. Dump to 1200. You've got a T1000 over there, and you've got one more thing to show us, which is the RAM card with that. Explain it and show us how you put it in.
Well, the RAM card is it's an extra 768K of RAM. You take the screws out, take the top off like this. RAM card drops right in here. Trivial to install. Now you've got the 512 that's already in here, plus that 768 gets you 1.2 megabytes. That extra RAM can be used either as EMS or as what we call hard RAM, which is a RAM disk that doesn't go dead when the power goes off. So it acts like a very tiny hard drive, really, in practice. This machine,
the T1000, of course, only has the one floppy. So it's
it has one floppy. It does have a DOS ROM. The ROM is drive C, so it boots to DOS from that drive C, and then this RAM card acts as drive D.
Keith, Mark, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll show you how to add things to your laptop, even if it doesn't have an expansion slot. Stay tuned. Joining us in the studio now is Chuck Weston. He's editor of Portable Computer Review, a magazine for laptop users. And back with us again, Mark Epley of Traveling Software.
Chuck, one of the problems, of course, with the laptops is if we like to put standard cards in there, you have kind of a problem there. Tell us about One Under. How does that solve it?
This is a special interface that allows you to put an IBM board under a laptop, a small laptop computer that doesn't have an external slot. This is the interface. I'll show you this Toshiba here. This interface board fits the Toshiba slot, which is not a standard IBM size slot. This connector is the connector that fits on the IBM board. And you put this in here and put your IBM board on it. And the IBM board would fit inside this housing. And there's a Velcro strip here that you stick to the bottom. And then the 2 screws that hold the interface here would hold this One Under underneath. Then your IBM interface connector would show out on this end. You can hook your peripherals out there.
So you can put one board in there.
One standard size IBM board.
Now, isn't there also an option for a hard disk that you can put in?
Yeah, these One Unders can be had with a 20 meg hard disk, and the power comes from the internal battery power from this. From the laptop.
It runs the hard disk also?
It would run the hard disk also.
So you're showing that on the 1200, the hard disk would be valuable if you put on like a 1000 or the 1200
on a 1000,
if you
had a smaller computer that you really like, the laptop, the option of not having to upgrade to another computer, you can buy the hard disk and add it on and still have the your laptop that you're familiar with and that you like.
Well, one thing laptop users want is a little printer to carry on with them, and we have 2 examples of them here. And Chuck, let's start with you. What's the Axonics?
This is a portable printer. This comes in 2 varieties. This one is not the battery powered, and this has an external power source. It has either on the back, it has a connector, a Centronics connector, or the standard 25-pin connector that you can use a standard 25-pin cable on. This is a ribbon-driven.
So that's a regular ribbon printer.
Yeah, ribbon dot matrix printer. And it's very light and small and fits in a briefcase, and it'll do the job on the road. If you have to have battery power, the battery-powered version will get the job done, but not many people.
What does it sell for approximately?
Around $500.
Okay, now the Diconics is a really little one, Mark, and you sell that one, I think. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we sell this in our catalog. It weighs, with batteries, 3.75 pounds, and it prints on plain paper. It uses inkjet technology, the same that the Hewlett-Packard ThinkJet. In fact, it uses the exact same cartridges, which are readily available, and it's very, very nice output.
What about the power? Where's the power source on that?
The power is in rechargeable C batteries here. And you get about 50 pages per charge, so you get a real good output for your charge.
So this kind of device will have a whole airplane full of people printing out.
Yeah, it's very quiet too.
Well, that's what's nice, right? If you're on the airplane, at least it doesn't clatter like an impression.
Yeah.
What's the other little box you have there?
Now this is a brand new product in our catalog. It's a fax. It's a portable fax, and it weighs less than a pound, and it connects by serial cable into a laptop computer. And you can transmit fax to any Group 3 fax, which is a standard worldwide. So you can sit in your laptop computer in a hotel room and transmit an image of your letterhead, just like you dropped a letter in
so you wouldn't have a
fax
scanner attached necessarily, but
no, you would do that
faxing out of the memory of your computer.
Yeah, you would do that in your office. You'd scan in like I've done. I've scanned in my letterhead and my signature. I have two files, a letterhead and signature file. And I use WordStar, and I write my letter and insert the letterhead and signature file sandwich in between what I've written in WordStar, and I fax it out here, and it comes out at the destination just like
it looks like you would scan it.
Is this only outgoing?
It will receive, and you can view a fax on your display. It doesn't have the, obviously, with this size,
you don't get the hard copy.
Yeah, you don't get the hard copy, but you could print it out with a printer.
A portable printer.
So there you go. As you were saying, Gary, what do you need a desktop for? You got everything you need.
That's right.
Just about. Okay, we're going to be back in just a minute. We're going to look at modems next. Now, if you had your ideal modem, what would it have in it? Probably a tiny cellular phone, so you wouldn't have to go around looking for a phone jack. There actually is such a product. Wendy Woods has a report.
Whether a customer has a problem with an IBM typewriter or an IBM mainframe, the distress call starts here.
IBM Service, this is Doug. May I help you?
This customer service representative is part of a sophisticated dispatch network maintained on powerful mainframes. The communication center's computers can keep track of a customer's history, the parts inventory, and most importantly, can locate the closest, most qualified engineer to answer the call. That person is located on what's probably the world's most sophisticated pager, a portable terminal which displays details of the assignment and allows the engineer to carry on a two-way dialogue for more information. The transmission is sent back and forth across high-frequency radio waves. In other words, the engineer can virtually access all the information in here on here.
It has been the most universally well-accepted tool that we ever gave any of our customer engineers. If you stop one in the street and ask them what is the one tool that he could not do without, he'll tell you his DCS portable terminal.
Don't expect to see this system available to the public anytime soon. IBM has no plans to sell the technology that makes all this work. The bottom line is that this system is just too valuable to share. In San Francisco for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is our friend George Morrow, computer pundit, and the guy who knows a little bit about portables, having designed the Morrow Pivot. And back with us, Mark Epley of Traveling Software. And over there, about to give us an interesting demo soon, is Chuck Weston. Gary, also wanted to clarify in the last segment, we suggested that the one under works with the T1000. It doesn't, just with an 1100 plus or a 1200.
Okay, good point. Well, actually, that leads to the next topic, and that's how you get data out of one of these things to the rest of the world. Mark, you've got, what, a couple of modems here, some adapters for the telephone. Tell us about it.
What I have here is a couple of products that we carry in our catalog. One is the WorldPort modem. It's the world's smallest Hayes-compatible battery-operated modems. It works on a 9-volt battery. And it just plugs into the back of a laptop computer, and voila, you've got instant communications at 1200 baud or 2400 baud. And it even supports an acoustic cup adapter that can be put on the mouthpiece of the phone, or acoustic cups are not as reliable as a direct connect. So thus, there's a problem there, and we have two solutions. This has been popular for the last several years. It's called the Blackjack. And
it just plugs into the phone.
Yeah, you unscrew the mouthpiece of the phone, a round mouthpiece, and put this
good
over there.
old-fashioned phone.
Good old-fashioned phone. And
that just moves over the phone, right? It just, you don't screw it on or anything.
Yeah, just puts clamps right over it.
So do they ever come off?
Yes, they do. And there's also an arrow here. And I don't know, at least I have a problem with that, trying to figure out whether it's up or down. And I've used this for years, and I still have a problem with it. So now we have a brand new product, and this is called the data mouth, and it will actually screw right on there, and it has a little additional electronics, so it's more accurate.
Is it a real mouthpiece also?
It's a real mouthpiece.
So you can talk through it and also plug your modem in there?
Yes.
Okay.
What about the modem?
And it's less
It looks like a little bit like a race car.
Yeah, what's this funny little red thing?
Yes.
Now, this is, we don't carry this in our catalog. This is the Migent modem. It looks nice, but looks are not everything. I'm performance oriented. It does not have the LCD light, so you know whether you're connected and at what speed.
Oh.
It doesn't support acoustic cup, and if you're traveling to Europe, the world standard is CCITT, and it doesn't support CCITT.
So it's okay in the USA. It's just not good overseas.
Right.
Okay, let's move on to the stuff, George, you have in front of you. And I know you've talked before about using your laptop. And
That's right. One of the problems,
5 1/4 problem.
Right. One of the problems in laptops is that most of the software that exists is in 5 1/4 inch drives, and almost every one of the portables are 3 1/2. The 3 1/2s are nicer drives, but there comes the problem of transferring. And you think first you can go out and get yourself a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive and do it. Unfortunately, the drives are standard, but the connectors are not standard. Every vendor seems to have a different connector in the back of the machine, and some of them change connectors with models. So what's happened to me is I've become almost completely dependent on LapLink. LapLink plugs into the serial port, and it's screen driven and allows me to transfer data back and forth.
What's the transfer data rate?
About 115 kilobaud, Gary.
Okay.
Big files take quite a while, but for most of the files it happens pretty quickly. There's error checking. You can get around your directories pretty easily. It's pretty good. It's not quite a shell, but it certainly takes the pain out of having to have one of these things around. So I do really believe that the software will overcome the hardware solution.
Okay, Gary, at the beginning we were talking about screen quality on laptops, and we have a kind of Magnus solution called MagnaView. Chuck over there is going to show us a way that you can be working on a presentation on a laptop, then go into a big meeting and actually take the output of your laptop, I guess, Chuck, and display it. Show us how you do that.
Well, this is the MagnaView. This is basically the same technology as your LCD screen, except that it's transparent, and it replaces the LCD screen on your computer. And this is just the pattern. There's no information being transferred here now. Could you bring the lights down just a little bit? And I'm going to transfer the graph that's sitting here on my computer, redirect it to this as if it were an external monitor, and that will be projected through the overhead projector onto the screen. Thusly. It's a great marketing tool.
Okay, so that's a graph that's on your laptop right now.
This graph is on my laptop, and as soon as I have redirected the output to this as if it were an external monitor, it appears on the overhead.
Stuart, I've used one of those, something like it. And
great presentation tool.
I've given talks where all of my slides are on the computer. I just put this on the overhead and away I go. I can't tell you how efficient it is when you're traveling and having to do presentations.
So what about the resolution, though? That's what
the
CGA
resolution is as good as the CGA.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not the quality of the slide.
Newer ones are coming out
EGA. It isn't the quality of the slide. But the amazing thing is you can fix a slide right before the presentation.
That's right. You avoid that hard copy problem and the whole mechanical problem of creating the slide or the transparency.
It's done more toward making a presentation very productive and very easy to tailor to different audiences than anything I've seen, Gary.
Chuck, what's the name of that again?
This is called a MagnaView, Duquesne MagnaView.
Any idea what it costs for something like that?
Oh, they run between $1,000 and $1,500.
$1,000 to $1,500. Yeah. There is an EGA version in the works too later this year.
Yeah, there's about 4 different versions, Stuart. Kodak makes one they call Slideshow, and there's 2 or 3 others. There's several Japanese versions.
George, Chuck, Mark, thank you very much. That's our look at laptop peripherals. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In In the random access file this week, you should have bought that Macintosh last week. Apple just announced some hefty price increases on Macs, laser printers, and other Apple products. The basic Mac 2 goes up $1,100 to $4,869. The basic Mac SE goes up $400 to $3,169. And the Laser Writer 2 goes up $400 to $4,999. Well, they're ganging up on IBM again. This time, the clone makers are going after the microchannel architecture bus on the PS2 computers. NEC, Compaq, Hewlett-Packard, Epson, AST, Olivetti, Tandy, Zenith, and others have announced a new bus standard called EISA. The group says the new bus will offer all the features of IBM's MCA, but will be able to handle AT-compatible boards. Wendy Woods reports in her News Bytes service that Steve Jobs has set a date for the unveiling of his first Next computer. The rollout will take place on October 12th in San Francisco. The product is expected to be an academic workstation featuring superior sound and graphics. The machine will run Unix. Scientists at Bell Communications Research in New Jersey have reported a major breakthrough in neural chip technology. They say they have developed a chip which can be taught rather than programmed. The neural network chip features 6 neurons and 15 synapses, which act like a 15-chip parallel processor. During training, the synapses are either strengthened or weakened, depending on the correctness of the computer's conclusions. The nation's first computer virus trial opened in Fort Worth, Texas last week. The defendant is accused of planting a virus inside the computer system of a former employer after he was fired. The virus destroyed 168,000 records before it was discovered. The hacker faces a possible 10-year prison sentence. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
It's not much of a message, but I'm not much for wearing T-shirts. I only put this one on Socrates here to let you know that you can make your own T-shirt at home with a new kind of Macintosh package, Chest Top Publishing. I love that name. You get a special ribbon, and with that and an iron, you can turn any clip art into a T-shirt. Now, most clip art is awfully small. The advantage of Chest Top Publishing, besides the special ribbon, is that its art is big enough for a T-shirt. Also, the program reverses lettering, since otherwise the letters come out backwards on the shirt. Chest Top Publishing does not include a package for handling the art. You need to have Mac Paint or any other program that will accept Mac Paint files. We're using Super Paint here. Now, if you want color, buy color ribbons or use these fabric color crayons. Chest Top Publishing runs on the Macintosh and costs $60 from Unison World Software in Berkeley, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Software Publishers Association handed out its Platinum Label Awards last week to 17 software titles that have sold over 250,000 copies. Among the winners were Hardball and Test Drive from Accolade, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, Print Shop Companion, and Load Runner from Bruderbund. Other companies with winners included Data East, Electronic Arts, Epix, and MicroProse. Lotus has started a new upgrade program for buyers of 123 version 2.01. Buy 123 now, and you can upgrade to 3.0 for free when the new version of the program eventually comes out. Finally, beware the desktop publisher with a guilty look on his face. Police have arrested Paul Seinfeld and charged him with forgery after he used his computer to create very convincing fake cashier's checks and purchase order forms. The DTP hacker used his fake checks to buy computers all the way from Massachusetts to Maryland. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
So you buy a personal computer, you open it up to find out what's inside of it, and you find out there's nothing inside of it, just a bunch of empty slots. What kind of boards can you buy to add functionality to your computer? We'll help you answer that question today as we take a look at add-on boards on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're talking about add-on boards today, and believe it or not, that little guy is an add-on board. It's, of course, so small, the thing is actually called a charge card. It's made by a company in Canada. And what you do with this thing is you put it into your 286 machine, and it lets you access extended memory, even though you're operating in the real mode. When we talk about add-on boards, there are really two strategies out there in the marketplace in the IBM world where you have open machines and you can put in these boards. Then there's the Macintosh world with a closed box, and you really can't change it at all. Has either one of these strategies turned out to be better in the long run?
Well, Stuart, they both work. In Apple's case, the Macintosh, it's a tightly controlled environment. The application writer can always assume, for example, there's high-res graphics there, there's a mouse there, and that's good. In the IBM PC case, software has to account for, say, 4 different kinds of display devices, 4 or 5 different mouse types, or maybe no mouse at all. And so it makes it more difficult to write the application in that case. But for the consumer, the advantage is you can build your own computer system out of boards like this, and it can be very customized to exactly what you need.
Gary, that's what we'll do today. We'll take a look at the most important kinds of add-on boards. We'll see the new generation of multifunction memory boards. We'll take a look at a VGA graphics card. We'll see the new Intel Inboard 386. And we'll see a board that turns your PC into a fax machine. Now, most people who buy add-on boards buy them through a mail-order house. So we start today by visiting the biggest of those mail-order houses, Jameco Electronics, right near here in Belmont, California.
Jameco Electronics in Belmont, California is a mature company, at least in Silicon Valley terms. The company was founded in 1974 in a garage, and it grew up with the computer industry, providing components, boards, and parts for what was then a very different market.
Say before '84, people were buying their systems, they were happy with them. But as their needs grew and this computer craze grew, I think they saw a need for expandability, say like in RAM cards or multifunction cards, or say adding on a hard disk drive along with a controller card.
Add-in boards are among the most popular items in Jameco's catalog, with sales sometimes increasing tenfold in a year, especially in the case of color graphics cards. The apparently insatiable desire for more memory and speed has made board sales an important part of Jameco's income. The introduction of new technology, like the IBM PS2, is not of much concern to the company, at least for now.
What that does for us, it actually helps us out, because the PS2, okay, their price may be way up here. Features are fantastic. They have all these different gadgets, new drives, new speeds, and so forth. But then our aftermarket for, say, like the XT compatibles and AT compatibles actually increases because the people are interested in using a lower-end product, paying a lower-end price, but still with some decent features, like basically all you need for computing. You just don't have the latest.
At least part of the reason for the success of the add-in card has to be the drop in price. One of Jameco's first boards was a card that provided 80 columns of text on the Apple II monitor. Its price then? $395. Today, it's all yours for $40.
Joining us in the studio now is Rick Rolfe. He's Product Marketing Manager with AST Research, and sitting next to Rick, Buzz Roberts, VGA Product Manager with Paradise Systems. Gary?
Rick, AST has been in the add-on board business for quite a number of years. What What do people really ask for in terms of add-ons?
Well, the obvious ones are ports, additional memory, the things that we've been really well known for. 6-Pack Plus is one of the best examples of that type of product. But lately we've been seeing requests for additional things. Communication boards are really coming on big for us as well, so our Datacom group is doing very well. And we've also expanded beyond simple enhancement boards to building our own PCs, the ASD Premium 286, which is the machine we'll be using today for the demo.
Okay, now you're going to be showing some, extended memory? Or
expanded memory, actually.
Okay.
We're going to be talking about expanded memory.
Explain. I mean, people are confused. What's the difference in extended memory and expanded memory?
Okay, extended memory is a type of memory that's available in 286 or 386 machines, which have a larger address space than do the original PCs, the 8088 processor machines. It's memory that's addressable only in protected mode on the 286, and it can be addressed in 386 protected mode as well on a 386 machine. Expanded memory, on the other hand, is an additional type of add-in memory which is swapped into the conventional memory space of the computer, whether it's an 8088 or a 286.
That's to overcome that 640K limitation.
Exactly right. Right. It fools the computer into being able to deal with more memory than it otherwise would be able to do.
Okay, tell us about this board now.
Sure. What we're going to be showing with the Premium 286 is an expanded memory computer, but we wanted to emphasize that it's not simply a function of the computer itself we're using. We also have boards that span the entire range of processors and bus types. For example, for an 8088 machine, a PC, XT, or even the Model 30, the 8086, there's the Rampage 2, which is a 2 megabyte EMS 4.0 memory board. For 286-based machines and compatibles, we have the Rampage 286, and for the Model 50 and 60, for the PS2 line, we have the Rampage 2 286. All three of them provide 2 megabytes of
Can you give us a kind of before and after demonstration of using the board?
What we'd like to show here is what this can do for the average user. People have become dependent upon things like RAM disks, print spoolers, RAM resident utilities, and these things can use a lot of memory. Right here we have a RAM disk. Since we don't have any expanded memory yet, it's in conventional memory. And I'm going to load up Sidekick Plus, which is one of the more popular add-in type of products. And when you bring in the system memory size from Sidekick, you'll notice that it's showing 258K of hard disk space being used as virtual memory because there is no expanded memory available. So that takes a while for it to come in. Now we're going to load up 1, 2, 3, and we're going to work on our budget. Now, we have a RAM disk in there for overlays for files. We have our RAM resident utility Sidekick Plus, and what we have now is an error. There's just not enough memory left in the machine. And indeed, when you do worksheet status, you see that there's a total of 14 bytes left, and there's no expanded memory available. So what I'm going to do now is to reboot the machine, enable the expanded memory, and then show how you can, by using expanded memory, use all the same utilities that you were just using and still preserve your conventional memory for use by applications and programs. First thing that happens is the expanded memory manager will come up, initialize the memory, and now all that RAM disk is going out into expanded memory. Sidekick Plus, when you bring it up, will show that it's got 68K of conventional memory being used, but it's no longer using the hard disk as virtual memory. It's using 800K of expanded memory. So now when you bring up your application program, Lotus 1, 2, 3, and you load your budget, it will come up. It won't show the error message, and takes a few seconds longer. But when you show worksheet status, it does show you 315K of conventional, as well as 276K of expanded memory still available. And of course, your Sidekick is still available for you. So you can do a sort of multitasking with this, and this is a very rudimentary way of doing it. It also enables you to, excuse me. It also enables you to use the program on top of another. Okay, there we go. So.
Okay. Good. Would you slide the keyboard over now to Buzz? What about compatibility problems here with software on these boards?
There's really not that big of an issue with compatibility. It's designed to run under most DOS systems, and there's very few programs that cause any problems of any sort with expanded memory. The one thing that's come up that's trying to alleviate some of the confusion in the industry about expanded memory types is now the unified specification, the 4.0. At first there was EMS 3.2, which was designed to provide you a way to move data, but didn't give you a way to move program code, so you couldn't execute more than one program at a time. Double EMS then came out, and it was an enhancement to the original EMS specification. After a couple of years, the EMS 4.0 was agreed on, and it essentially calls for an underlying hardware platform identical to double EMS with a different tweak to it here and there, nothing that major. The important thing being that now that 4.0 compatibility is coming out, people are providing 4.0 drivers with underlying 3.2 hardware. And it really doesn't provide you the sorts of things that 4.0 hardware can do. So it'd be in the best interest of someone who's contemplating going out and buying an expanded memory board to know exactly what kind of hardware they're getting underlying that.
Buzz, we want to turn to graphics cards now, and that's Paradise's business. What do you have there?
I've brought with me the Paradise VGA Plus card today, and this is the card that is based on the IBM new video standard that came along with the introduction of the PS2 family of computers last year.
Give us an example of what VGA looks like.
Well, VGA gives you higher resolution and more colors on screen than the previous display standard. And I'm bringing up now under Windows a few windows on the screen showing our 800 by 600 graphics. Now this is above and beyond IBM's standard 640 by 480 graphics, and this provides you over 60% more on-screen information. So that's an example of a Windows-type application. Now we're going into a CAD-type application. Again, this is 800 by 600 graphics, and this is running AutoCAD.
And what are we going to see?
And we'll see the world-famous spaceship Columbia here. And this, again, with 800 by 600 resolution, you're able to get that much more information on the screen. And as always, that helps in your editing capabilities. Now we'll turn to text application. This is our 132-column WordStar Professional running right now. And with the VGA character font, it's a much more readable type application here. And again, when you can see 132 columns at one time, it's that much easier to edit, and you can create a better document. Now under GEM, we will be running Ventura Publisher, a desktop application. And as you can see, this ties text and graphics all together. And you can see that there's quite a bit of information on the screen. Again, this is our 800 by 600, and we provide this with a driver with our card.
Okay, can you just show us some pretty pictures that would take advantage of VGA?
Sure, that's one of the big things with VGA is the number of colors on screen at one time. And I'm going to show a few slides here in our 320 by 200 graphics resolution with 256 colors on screen out of a possible 256,000.
Okay, that's great. Well, Buzz, Rick, thank you very much. Now, when you think of add-on boards, you tend to think of the PC-compatible world, but of course with the Macintosh 2, you've got slots, and people are coming out with add-on boards for the Mac. Wendy Woods has a report.
According to new air safety rules mandated by the FAA and Congress, almost all commercial aircraft will need some form of onboard collision avoidance system within 5 years. But collision avoidance systems are expensive, up to $200,000 per plane, and there's a need for a cheaper alternative. Well, believe it or not, an add-in board for the Macintosh 2 is helping design it. It's called TV Producer, and it's being used by Radar Data Systems in Burlingame, California, to design a visual system that displays current air traffic around a plane with an aeronautical chart or map of the ground. TV Producer, from Computer Friends of Portland, Oregon, allows the two displays to be superimposed. In this case, one of them, the map, is coming from a video cassette. The actual technology that will go into making RDS's low-cost collision avoidance system is proprietary and will not involve use of TV Producer. But the card is making it possible to create a demonstration of the ultimate product and to help the programmers choose colors and on-screen design before committing them to silicon.
We can get a good feel for a lot of these things early on in the project, rather than finding out later when we've done extensive programming efforts to accomplish the same thing and find that there's a problem comes up.
Schulenberger expects his first air traffic alert system to be on the market within 2 years. In Burlingame, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Rich Bader. Rich is General Manager of Intel's PC Enhancement Operation, and they're based in Hillsboro, Oregon.
You know, Stuart, Intel's had a lot of success with the 386 processor, clearly. And one of the nice things about this board, I understand, is it's a $1,000 or less add-on to your PC XT or whatever it is to make it into a 386, plus a megabyte of memory. And so that's a pretty cost-effective way to go, it sounds like.
So instead of buying a 386, you can buy the board, and your machine runs like a 386.
Absolutely right. And what allows you to do that is a host of technology. 16 megahertz 386 microprocessor, socket for the 387 math coprocessor for doing math-intensive applications. As we said, a megabyte of 32-bit DRAM, and optional capability for an additional 2 meg. So you can put up to 3 meg really in your old PC or XT. And in addition to all of the logic that comes on the board, we also provide a bunch of software utilities that come with it that do EGA caching, disk caching, provide expanded memory capability, Lotus Intel Microsoft expanded memory. So it's really a complete upgrade, not only CPU performance, but disk, display, and memory.
Are there any incompatibilities that you know of as far as the hardware is concerned? Things that people should watch out for?
We did a tremendous amount of compatibility testing, and all the known DOS software that we've been able to get our hands on runs just great on the board.
Can you show us how this works?
Sure.
Give some time comparisons and so on.
Well, some off-quoted numbers, Norton's SI as an example, 15.3 for what that's worth.
Well, I think you have some demos here, don't you? To show
yeah,
show us from a typical user's point of view how things would run faster using that board.
Sure. If you just do a dir, take a directory of the machine, this is what the machine looks like running at XT speeds.
Okay.
And from the keyboard, I can control the speed, and you can see that the dir is dramatically faster.
Okay.
Now, you wouldn't spend $9.95 just to make your dir go, but certainly if we take a look at a different application such as AutoCAD, engineers are very excited about the performance of the 386 and the 387. And again, here's what the performance of it looks like in slow mode. Now, this is what an XT would do, but the 387 math coprocessor is making things go a little faster than you might be used to. It takes about 10 seconds to redraw the spaceship Columbia like that. If, however, we now switch into the high-speed mode and do it again, you can see that there's a dramatic performance improvement.
Right. Makes it usable, very usable for CAD.
You bet. Not just for engineers, we also have, as an example, Lotus 123. Here we have a spreadsheet that has about 2,000 random numbers that we generate, and in slow mode, it takes about 10 seconds for the spreadsheet to recalc. You can see the wait flag going on up there in the corner. After we generate all the numbers, we add them all across all the rows and across all the columns. There you go. And at high speed, you can see it's significantly faster, about 2 seconds for that case. The other example I have is many people think that for power uses of CAD packages and spreadsheets you'd use it, but another interesting case is simply for word processing. And here we have Microsoft Word version 4 with a typical document up, and we will just scroll through the document. Here I'm hitting page down, and you can see that the screens come up rather quickly, but nonetheless when we go to high-speed mode, it's as quick as I can hit the key. So we believe that the 386 really has some performance improvement for just about all PC users.
Now, what's Intel coming up with as far as new add-on boards?
Oh, you can certainly expect us to see us continue to come out with new product lines. In fact, there'll be some products in the communications, PC communications area that we'll be introducing in the not-too-distant future.
Rich, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look at an add-on board that turns your PC into a fax machine, so stay tuned. Joining us in the studio now is Jan Ozer. Jan is General Manager of the Fax Division at Quadrum, and they're based in Norcross, Georgia.
Stuart, you know, facsimile transmissions are becoming more and more a part of our lives.
Sure.
You know, every day, put a sheet of paper in the machine and send it over a telephone line.
It's one of those things, how did I get along without one?
Exactly, yeah. Now, this is kind of an interesting board because it makes your personal computer into something different from a computer. It's really makes it into a fax machine, I guess, and a whole lot more. How does it, Jan, how is this different from a fax machine when you put this in your PC?
Well, it saves you a lot of time, Gary. Most of the documents that are being sent today over traditional faxes are created in the computer. Rather than printing it out and walking it down to the fax machine, you can send it directly from your PC. Saves a lot of time, and you get a clearer result at the other end.
Let's get going here and send a fax now. We have another setup over there. There's a real fax machine on the other part of the set there, and I want you to send something over to that machine. Let's see how this all works.
I'm naming the file to be sent, and then searching for the phone. All we have is the San Mateo College number in here. but you can load as many numbers as you can fit in the directory. It's storage bound, not program bound. Press enter, and then we want to transmit it immediately. Okay. So there's only 2 or 3 commands that you need to go through in order to send a fax from the PC.
So this program is a terminating state resident program then, as it pops up when you...
That's correct, like Sidekick or some other programs.
Okay, so again, you were in the middle of a WordPerfect document here.
That's correct.
Said send a fax, so you just called up the fax function here, and it just called the other fax machine, which is over there on the other side of our studio, and it's sending it the fax.
One of the things that we wanted, we felt it was necessary to accomplish with this program was to make it easy to use. Therefore, it's compatible with most word processing programs, and in fact can change word processing programs into fax files automatically. What you saw me do is all you need to do in order to send a fax from any word processing file.
Now, the basic technology we're dealing with group 3, is it?
That's correct.
And also the data rate is what?
Data rate on this particular product is 4,800 baud.
Okay.
The price of this is $395, which is the lowest price fax board on the market by against 9,600 baud models by about $600.
And then what is the average transmission time then for a 4,800 baud piece of paper?
For a page of text, it takes about a minute.
Okay, Jan, just so we notice, there's the fax coming out of a fax machine at the other end of a telephone over there, and we're sort of simulating a business transaction here, right, Jan? Tell me what we're doing.
What we're doing is confirming an oral purchase order. I've sent the gentleman who verbally ordered something to me. Now we're getting it sent, and it will be sent back to me.
Okay, so again, Sarah over there is signing that purchase order, and she's going to fax that back to our machine over here.
That's correct. It will be, even though we're in the middle of WordPerfect, as you can see, it will be stored automatically and saved to disk. While you can't use WordPerfect while you're in the while a fax is being received, you can check the file and view the file from WordPerfect.
So do you have options as far as printing the documents out then?
Yes, you can print to most laser printers and most dot matrix printers. Anything that has dot addressable graphics can be used.
Okay. And what about the scanning process? Obviously, this doesn't include the scanner at that price.
Well, we're compatible with many scanners. We're compatible with Hewlett-Packard, Chinon, and Princeton Graphics, as well as a few others. You don't really need a scanner for most transmissions. Basically, what you need is what you're inputting into the computer through your word processor.
Okay, so you were in the middle of WordPerfect again. It automatically interrupted and told you that it's receiving a facsimile now.
That's right.
And then, okay, I guess it'll take about how long again for that page to...
Less than a minute to be received from the facsimile.
Now, can you be doing any work while the transmission's going on?
No, right now the machine is locked up and dedicated to the fax. We've got a 9600 baud board with a microprocessor that would allow background operation. That will be out very shortly.
Okay, and so it's complete?
It's now complete, and the program is restored. As you can see, there's no loss of data. You're back in WordPerfect.
So suppose we want to take a look at the document we just got.
Okay. We go to the transaction log, and we just received RECV0032.
So we gave it a file name.
That's correct, and now we hit F3.
And there it is.
And I'm lucky today, as demonstrations go.
Okay, and as we see it, it comes in really as a graphic, not as a
text.
As text file.
That's correct. And here's my signature, which we can go into in a few seconds and show that was attached, and also the signature of the recipient.
That's great. Okay, we're out of time. Jan, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us for our look at add-on boards. Hope we'll see you here next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, now that Apple has hiked prices on the Macintosh, it's followed up with the introduction of 2 new Apple II products. The company announced a new Apple IIc Plus featuring a CPU 4 times faster than the original, a 3.5-inch internal drive with 5 times the capacity of the old one, an internal power supply, and space for an internal modem. Apple also released a new operating system for the Apple IIgs called GSOS. It's a 16-bit system that lets the 2GS run a lot faster. It will also enable the 2GS to handle large files, including those using the High Sierra system for CD-ROMs. Apple also formally unveiled the new Mac IIX with the ability to access MS-DOS and OS2 files, as well as Apple ProDOS files. And there are rumors that this is just the beginning, with announcements expected of a new low-end Macintosh, a new laptop Mac, and a new SE using the 68030 chip.
The bus war continued to heat up last week with major hardware companies announcing their support for the new EISA standard. Jumping on the bandwagon were Acer, AT&T, DEC, K-Pro, Unisys, and Wang. Meanwhile, IBM played it cool, hinting at some new boards that will finally take advantage of the MCA bus. And Big Blue also announced, as predicted, a new PS2 Model 30 using the 8286 chip and the old AT-style bus. And who is IBM in bed with these days? Well, none other than its old nemesis, Steve Jobs. IBM has reportedly struck a deal with Jobs for the right to use the new user interface from the next computer, due to be announced in about a week. The rumors are growing about what that next computer will have in it. The latest leak says look for an integrated fax modem, an erasable CD drive, and TV quality video. Several new product announcements came out of the recent Siebold conference on desktop publishing. Adobe announced a PC version of Illustrator. Aldus showed a major upgrade of Freehand. Cricut released Cricut Presents 2.0. Letraset showed off a new version of Ready, Set, Go. And Quark announced Quark Style, a set of templates for users who don't want to have to worry about creating fonts, logos, etc. Ultra Network Technologies has announced a new network product called Ultra, which it says is 100 times faster than Ethernet. Execs say the UltraNet can move 1 billion bits per second. Finally, Computer World has announced the results of its computer productivity study, listing the top 100 most efficient users of computer technology. Not surprisingly, there was no direct correlation between how much money you spend and how effective your system is. The big winners were utilities, who placed 4 companies in the top 10, banks were in the middle, and retailers did the worst. General Motors, which spent nearly $3 billion on information systems last year, came in only 96th, and oil giants Mobil and Exxon didn't even make it to the top 100. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is the Pacific Coast Stock Exchange, where thousands of transactions take place every hour. And you can be sure if the traders are institutional investors, they're using computers to get the information they need to tell them when to trade and at what price to trade. But nowadays, even the small individual investor can take advantage of computer analysis thanks to a whole range of investment software packages that run on a personal computer. Today, we take a look at personal investment software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in this week for Gary Kildall is Jan Lewis. Jan, you've probably seen this neat little toy. It's called a quote track, and what I can do through radio frequencies is find out exactly what my stock is doing on the stock market right now. So happens the market's closed, so we're going to see the summary, but I put in the code for Apple right now. I hit enter, and there's exactly the latest figures. It closed at 39 even, opened at 38 6/10. The high was 39.4, the low 38.6. Total volume for the day, 730,000 shares. Net change for the day, down 0.2 of a point, and so on. This is just one example of how this technology has increased the flow of information so quickly when you're dealing with it in this investment area. When we talk about computers and investors, though, people think about the crash last October, and of course many people blamed computers for that nosedive in the stock market. Is this perhaps one area where computers are maybe a bad thing rather than a good thing?
Overall, I think it's a good thing. Overall, what's happening is that information is getting out to more and more people. And remember, in the stock market game, information is what makes you money. So really, that part of it is very good. On the other hand, you also have computers that are programmed to say, gee, if a certain set of circumstances happen, I want to issue a sell order. And that's basically what happened during the crash, is that all the computers have the same formulas issued a sell order. But the answer to that is not to stop technology or stop the progress of what's happening in the investment area. The answer is what, in fact, is happening. The exchanges themselves are putting limits on when you can and can't do program trading.
Jan, on today's program, we'll be focusing on software for the individual investor, and we'll take a look at three basic kinds of programs, things that do fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and portfolio management. We start out by visiting a school that teaches investors how to use computers to do just that. It's called the Computerized Investor Center, and it's in Pleasanton, California.
Breaks out of that consolidation area.
Computer owners who would like to use their PC to help with their investments now can get assistance at the Computerized Investor Center, just outside of San Francisco. The center helps individual investors to become more self-sufficient by learning to use the same kinds of software and database services that professionals use.
The changes in hardware and software that have taken place in the last 3 years are dramatic. With the new third generation, as I call it, of computers, you find software has finally become as easy to use as the advertisements claim.
At the center's classroom, charting historical trends and stock price movements is central to the curriculum. For Macintosh users, the program of choice is the Wall Street Investor. IBM classes use an integrated package called the Active Investor. Mr. Jeffers believes that investors who learn to master their computers are prepared for anything, even Black Monday.
I'm making no claims that we were all soothsayers and prophets and knew exactly what was going to happen. But it's clear that the person who had a computer and was looking on the screen, as has been witnessed by numerous people who've called us, who use our software, it's obvious that they at least had a picture of what was happening, and they at least had the warning. Now, whether they acted on it, that's another matter.
While the Computerized Investor Center doesn't claim to teach mystical powers, it does offer computer users an edge in what can sometimes be a bumpy ride along Wall Street.
Joining us in the studio now is John Dutra, Vice President of Savant Corporation of Houston, Texas, and sitting next to John is Elizabeth Livey, Manager of Software Services for Value Line Inc. of New York. Jan?
John, I keep hearing the terms fundamental analysis and technical analysis. What does that really mean? What are the differences?
Okay, technical analysis generally refers to stock prices and stock volumes, the history of the price of a stock over time, that as it's been reported every day in the newspaper. Fundamental analysis refers to just about everything else. How much money the company's made, how much they have in the bank, earnings, how much they spend on R&D, all that kind of information.
Okay, John, now you're going to show us Fundamental Investor, which is one part of the series, I guess, of programs.
That's correct.
Well, show us how that works.
Okay. We have the main menu of the program here. The program has a catalog or main menu section, an analysis section, and a data section. In the catalog section, we'll go in quickly and just give you an idea. We can handle, or the program supports data from several different sources. Disclosure Incorporated, which is available by diskette or it can be downloaded.
information from Standard & Poor's Corporation available in diskette, information from Ford Investor Services.
So how many different pieces of information?
There's about 700 items of information, in fact, and in addition...
Can you create your own items
Exactly.
in here?
In addition to those, you can put in your own, you can type in numbers, or most interestingly, we think, is you can put in your own equations. For example, recently in Forbes magazine, there was an article about debt-adjusted price sales as a way to measure companies. Here, what we've done is we've said, okay, let's put in the debt-adjusted price sales. In that case, it's catalog number 301, which happens to be the price-sales ratio, divided by what amounts to the equity over assets plus current ratio. That is all it takes. You type in the equation, and bingo, there it is.
Okay, I've got all this information. I'm an investor now, and I want to make some decisions about what looks good to me. How would I analyze this?
Okay, we go to the Analyze module to do that. In the Analyze module, the first thing the program tells us is because we put in a new equation, you have to recalculate, which we could do if we wanted to, since we didn't actually put in any changes we want at this time. We'll go ahead and pick something, for example, like latest price. We'll tell the program, I want to see stocks that have a latest price greater than 5, and also, let's say, a latest price less than 25. We'll start with that. And the program will go ahead and screen on that information, come up with a bar graph that gives you a representation of the last item screen, in this case, latest price.
What's the universe it's pulling?
Right now it's pulling from what happens to be one of the disclosure data disks. Okay. Again, it can be any one of these, or you can combine them, including our equations. At the bottom is of this.
So it's picked all the stocks that would meet those criteria.
That's exactly
sort of
right.
A bar chart on the right there?
Oh, that's correct, or company names as you prefer. And you can add additional information. For example, we might go down to price-earnings ratio and say, let's add I want to make sure the price-earnings ratio is greater than 5, and also I want a dividend yield greater than 5. And again, we'll go ahead and tell the program, it'll screen. This now is a bar graph of the dividend yield, since that was the last thing we put in. And it's telling us 23 companies met that. We can take those 23 companies, transfer them to the communications function, download additional information, update them every day, have the equations recalculated, go do the charts on them in the charting if you've had that, and so on, basically.
Great. Okay, John, can I ask you to unload your program there and slide the keyboard as soon as you're finished there over to Elizabeth? And Elizabeth, while you're getting your program up and running, what's the cost of something like Fundamental Investor?
Okay, Fundamental Investor is $395. It's a one-time charge, but there is a cost for the data, and that depends very much upon how much of it you want, which one it is. It runs as from as little as 10 or 15 cents if you just download one piece of information from Warner, to as much as $1,400 if you take the entire disclosure, 12,000 companies, on a monthly basis. So it's basically quite wide-ranging.
Okay, and Elizabeth, you're going to show us now Value Screen Plus, which I think is a little more expensive, isn't it? This is sort of higher-end product?
No, Value Screen Plus is sold as a subscription service. It runs from $211 a year to $1,500 a year. That includes the data.
Okay, so you don't just buy a piece of software, you really buy this service.
Right, and any upgrades are included with the subscription price. It just runs that way.
And show us how it works, in particular how it might take a different approach from what we just saw.
Okay, well, we only use value line data, which is formed by our analysts and has a track record over the years which has outperformed the market. Mainly we are a screening utility. This is the main menu for the product. Go into screen, you have 38 different variables that you can screen on. Ratings and estimates variables, market data, historical measures, and growth projections.
And once again, you're doing fundamental analysis here.
This is fundamental analysis, yes. Okay. I created a list earlier, just show. Okay. And from this, we're looking for a recent price, which is reasonable, a safety rank, which means we won't be losing our money, and a timeliness rank, which means this is a good time to buy it.
Okay, so wait a minute. You've got 3 criteria you've established there, that the price should be less than 50, which is easy to understand. Now, the safety rank index number 3 and timeliness rank number 2, what do they mean?
They both go from a ranking of 1 to 5, 1 being the best situation, 5 being the worst. So we want to make sure that it's a 1 or 2 safety rank, so that means it's pretty safe to buy it. Timeliness rank of 1 means this is a perfect opportunity to buy it.
And again, these are value line numbers.
These are value line numbers,
so what do we do with that now?
Okay. Well, we hit this key. It shows us that 9 out of the 1,590 companies have met that criteria. We can hit this key. We see what companies they are.
Okay, so they're the 9 stocks that have met the 3 criteria which you've established there.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. If we want to see more information on one of those companies, we can go back out and go to a ticker report. Okay. Display this report. Hildebrandt is the first one there. Ask for it. And this shows all the variables we provide for that company.
Will this do it for all the 9 different stocks that are just picked out by your criteria?
Yes. You can do it on any company in the database, whether or not it just met your criteria. If you just want to go in and look at one particular company, you would go to this part. Okay. If you wanted to look at all the companies together on a variety of different variables, you would go into the reporting section. Here, I've created a screen already too. And
what are we doing now?
okay, we're calling a report format just to look at different variables on all 9 of those companies that had passed the criteria.
Okay.
Okay. So that shows us a little more information. All of this data can be downloaded to a diff or a worksheet file so that you can do more in-depth analysis on it.
Okay, John, let me ask you a question. John was mentioning at the very beginning of the program that all this investment software is sort of making it easier for the average guy to get some of the information that the big guys used to have. Is this, in fact, kind of a field leveler for the individual investor?
It helps an awful lot. It certainly is not absolutely everything. One problem is, again, timeliness. There's a big difference between staying home as your job and watching this, but it certainly makes a big difference from the way things were 10 or 20 years ago, absolutely.
And would you say, just briefly, I mean, among investors now, I mean, is the guy with better investment software, does he really have an investment advantage over the guy whose software isn't quite as good?
Well, we think so. It's a question of, over the last few years, as more and more investors have been involved in computer software, we're finding more and more of our customers are saying exactly that. They're asking for the software because their friend uses it and has liked it and it's helped. And for that reason, they want to get involved. So I believe the answer is yes.
That is yet another important buying decision. Then I get. John, Elizabeth, thank you very much. We've just seen 2 examples of fundamental analysis. In just a minute, we'll see 2 programs that do technical analysis. First of all, a visit to Montgomery Securities in San Francisco to see how they use their PCs to do portfolio management. Wendy Woods has the report.
To investors, time is money. Decisions are made daily, if not hourly, and the problem is compounded when an investor owns dozens of stocks. That's where what's called portfolio management software comes in. At Montgomery Securities, a brokerage in San Francisco, a package for the PC called Professional Portfolio from Advent Software tracks the performance of some 50 client portfolios. This is a job for the number-crunching skills of a computer. Each stock is updated daily and automatically through an interface to the company's mainframe, with the P&L, or profit and loss, calculated in the blink of an eye.
If at the end of the day I manually posted all the trades and then tried to come up with the P&L for the end of the day, it would take me, on average, for one account, it would take me at least a half an hour per account to get the information that Advent provides me with for 40 accounts in 3 minutes.
The daily P&L is the bottom line, but this package also calculates each portfolio's performance over time and issues full reports when needed. This package is clearly not for everyone. For one, it carries a $5,000 price tag, and secondly, it requires a certain level of experience. But for those with the money and the experience, it's proven to be an invaluable tool that saves time and makes money. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Curtis Carman, Director of Sales for Equus International of Salt Lake City. Next to Curtis is Tim Slater, Marketing Vice President with CompuTrack, a division of Telerate Systems of New Orleans. Jan?
Tim, when you talk about technical analysis, what are you really referring to? And is it better than fundamental analysis?
No, they're both good tools, and I think most serious investors should be both a fundamentalist and a technician. The technical approach is the study of open, high, low, close, volume, and open interest. That is price only. And the technician feels that everything that's known about a specific item is built into the price structure.
So really then all the information from the fundamental is already reflected in the technical analysis.
That's correct. We believe an investor should study the fundamentals and know that he is buying something of value or selling something that is overvalued, and use technical analysis for timing.
Okay, Curtis, give us an example of technical analysis. You have a program called Metastock Professional.
Correct.
Kind of run through how you would do technical analysis with it.
Okay, here we have a select file window of Metastock Professional, and as you can see, there's various types of securities, bonds, options, stocks, mutual funds, and so forth. What I've done today
is create a series of macros that run through a set of steps with just one keystroke, so it saves a lot of time.
Now, what are we going to analyze here?
Okay, we're going to look at Metastock Professional's windowing capability first. And that'll
apart from its capability, what stock are we looking at here?
Okay, we'll look at Lotus and size down the chart and do several indicators upon it. Okay, so we'll just type Alt-1, which is the name of the macro.
And what's it doing?
Okay, we're loading up the window here. Now we've sized down the chart to a medium-sized chart, and we do what's called cloning here and change the colors to enhance the picture a little bit. We've moved down to the lower left and done a stochastics, while up in the upper right is an MACD, both popular indicators. Then in the lower corner we've done a performance of Lotus showing how it oscillates above and below zero in a histogram form. The next thing I'll show will be how Metastock Professional uses some trend line commands in the same macro state.
Okay, so you're taking a look at Texaco analysis.
Yes, correct, Texaco.
And running this technical analysis on it.
And from here, what we've done is we've loaded a large chart, and we'll extend the chart 30 days so the user can work with it and draw his trend lines in. And as you can see, a nice wedge has occurred so the buyer can get an idea of where the stock is headed.
Curtis, this looks very complex. Is this to help the professional who's already doing it, or can the average investor, the average person, understand how to do this?
Yes, the average individual has use of pull-down help windows, an analysis section in our manual, which is over 100 pages, so he gets a good feel for the indicator interpretation.
And again, this stuff is whipping by real fast on a 386 machine under a macro. It doesn't always happen that fast.
Exactly.
All right, what else would you do?
Okay, then from here we will go down to IBM, and we'll show you some of the new features of Metastock Professional, which is a GAN grid, which the user can select as periods as also as days. It's kind of
what does this represent?
This is a GAN grid. It's represented number of days and number of periods of shifting. Okay, then from here we'll go to the last macro I've created, and this will show some Fibonacci's and some speed resistance lines, which are new trend line commands within the program. And then the very last thing I'd like to show would be reset the values, go to a split screen, load up an indicator here, and we'll show a profitability testing. Go down and load up an MACD by pressing Control F10. That'll allow us to test the system, and we'll test the moving average penetrations, which is C here, and test both long and short trades. And we see that we have made a 7% gain on trading IBM and its MACD over 200 days, which is fairly good.
Okay, now again, you were testing performance backwards or simulating performance forwards? What were you doing there?
I was testing it backwards, and this kind of gives a trend of where hopefully the stock is going over time. If from this point the user can take that to a series of 120 plus printers or to a desktop publishing format.
Okay, can I ask you to get out of your program there and get ready for CompuTrack to get loaded? And while he's doing that, Tim, let me ask you, what different approach does CompuTrack take? And in general, what different approach do both of these things take from what we saw in the first half? We kind of in a different ballgame here of analysis. It seems much more complex.
It is more complex. I think generally a technician would have to study his craft for a year before he begins to really get into it. However, it is a value from the first day. Like anything else, you're dealing with professional traders. Professional traders are using technical analysis. They have for hundreds of years. And it behooves the investor to arm himself with all of the tools he can.
Well, let's see this tool. Pull up CompuTrack for us and see how you would do this technical analysis here. Okay, see, I think you're already in your subdirectory there, yeah. Okay, so tell us what's going on.
All right, I'm at my main menu. I'm going to go into System Automation. I too have written a macro, and I'm going to go into Scheduling and Utilities. I'm going to perform a schedule, which is a task that we have. And the schedule name is called AB.
Okay, what's this doing?
It's now going to draw in data on gold. The file consists of 348 data points, and it's going to draw a chart, first with a grid, then it'll resize itself with trend lines that have been predefined. We have the ability to store trend lines. We were talking about how you read a chart, what a technician does. This is a pattern of indecision where you have lower highs and higher lows. Whichever way it breaks out of this trend line, the technician would say, that's the way the market is moving for its prime move. The longer that triangle, the more it's been going on, the more powerful the move.
And what's happening now?
Right now, we're going to draw a study on top of this. It's a study called an alpha-beta. It's a brand new study. It has a signal line drawn through it, which you can see in red. One of the problems of all traders is, what do you do in a sideways, choppy market? And this study statistically sanes out those sideways markets and alerts you when you're in them. You read it in that your red signal line, when it's above the channel, you're going short. When it's below the channel, you're going long. Now, we've done one other thing. We've asked it to study its profitability, that is, go back and test it empirically. And what it tells us, when it gets through,
okay, again, you're testing the profitability of the transactions you made using that analysis.
That's correct, over the past year. It tells us that it's made about 129 points on gold. That's worth about $12,000.
So that's a graph of your profitability,
right?
Not
and
the
this
gold
is
market.
important too, because it's a nice, smooth upward rise. There isn't major drawdowns, and that's the kind of profitability you're looking for. Now, you can go one step further and ask the computer to test all of the parameters in your particular study and come up with the best ones. This is called optimization. We've done that, and what happened was we ended up with a chart that showed another $2,000 profit.
Yeah, you got some hard copy there. What is that, Tim?
Well, the technicians who had never used a computer before are always worried, how do they read their studies when they're printed? We stack them one on top of another, and each study is read in registration. We also have the ability to go back for years if necessary and print out long charts as long as you have data.
Okay, which is more than you could see on the screen.
Right.
I guess.
You also have, with modern printers, as Metastock can do, send them to laser printers, to very large Epsons. Technicians usually work with charts that are this size. You can do all of that.
Curtis, what kind of price are we talking about for something like Metastock Professional?
$295.
$295. And how about the servicing of getting the information in there?
Currently, Metastock Professional is compatible with over 14 databases, so depending on which data service you use.
I see. And CompuTrack?
The same thing. We both use the same database. There's more or less a standard in the industry, and you can go to any professional database you wish.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and good luck to you in your computerized investing. Hope we'll see you here next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the random access file this week, Borland International has released its new version of Quattro called Quattro Pro. Borland says the new spreadsheet program offers all the functionality of Lotus 123 Release 3, yet will still run under only 512K. The new 123 program requires a megabyte of RAM and a DOS extender. Quattro Pro is due to be shipped next month. The price is $495. And Borland has announced it is cutting the price on the original Quattro program to just $129.95. Moltec Corporation says it is developing a new battery for laptops that will have 5 times greater power storage capacity than existing nickel, cadmium, and lead acid batteries. The new thin film batteries use solid polymer electrolytes. The major advantage is that the polymer batteries lose only 1% of their capacity per month, compared to a 30% loss for conventional batteries. The company says the polymer batteries are less expensive to manufacture, but will probably sell at a high price due to their reduced size and increased lifetime. Fremont Communications has announced a new fax board for PC compatibles priced at only $195. It's a 9600 baud half-slot card. It comes with software that provides a graphic front end that simulates the control panel of an actual fax machine. The Freecom fax board needs only 36 kilobytes of memory. Wang has introduced a new line of PCs, including one using IBM's microchannel architecture. There are 4 new products, 2 286 machines, 1 386 using standard industry architecture, and the MCA 386 machine. All 4 computers feature SIMs for their RAM, meaning you can put up to 8 megabytes on the motherboard, plus another 8 megabytes on an add-in board. Peter Norton Computing has come out with a new version of its DOS manager, the Norton Commander. The new release is version 3.0. It features expanded file viewing formats and an expanded quick view function. The Air Force is warning bases across the country about the Columbus Day virus, first discovered 2 months ago. The virus is reportedly set to be triggered when it sees the date October 12th. It attacks the system's hard disk by reformatting Track 0. The online community is up in arms over the failure of NASA to release GIF format pictures from the Voyager Neptune flyby. The Jet Propulsion Lab says it does not have the manpower to quickly release the tons of image data received from Voyager. Also, says JPL, there are scientists with proprietary interests in the data. However, several Voyager 2 GIF files are now available on CompuServe's Astronomy Forum. Meanwhile, a new CD-ROM is available with earlier Voyager and Viking images of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The disc is being sold for only $9 by Meridian Data of Scotts Valley, California. The CD includes file formats for both the Macintosh and the PC. Finally, the annual Miss America pageant had a computer angle this year. For the past several years, a computer hacker from Illinois has successfully predicted the winner by crunching the candidate's vital statistics into a program he developed. The variables were height, weight, the usual other measurements, plus college, major, hair and eye color, talent type, and state of origin. But pageant officials have decided to stop releasing the data. They've reduced the emphasis on the numbers and have added a written essay for the judges to read. The hacker, George Miller, says he's giving up on his prediction program. Not enough reliable input, so no more confidence in the output. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is an 8-pin plotter, the kind of fancy output device that's usually part of an expensive computer-aided design or CAD system. Now, professional CAD systems can cost $20,000 or more, but with the increasing speed and memory of personal computers, you can now get personal CAD programs for as little as $100. Today, we take a look at personal CAD software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in this week for Gary Kildall is Jan Lewis. Jan, we have a neat little program up here. It's kind of a CAD program for kids called Car Builder. Watch what you can do. I'm right now designing or redesigning the body of this car. You can see I can move that cursor there. I can kind of push down that little bump in the hood if I want. Say I was happy with that particular body design. We can go in and test this car now and run it through a wind tunnel. We'll go into the main menu over here. And you'll see I've called this Hypercar, by the way, in honor of your magazine. Let's go into test cars. And one of the choices I have, as I say, is I can take it on a road test or I can run it through wind tunnel tests. And we'll see what the engineers tell me as I run this through the wind tunnel test. And you can see the wind actually coming across the car. There it is. And my guess is that car's not going to do too well. Car would use some much more work to decrease the drag. No kidding. This is a very simple example of a CAD program.
That's wonderful.
Obviously, Jen. We're talking about personal CAD in this program, and I'm wondering how you would define that. How is that more than just a draw program, and why is it less than a full-blown CAD/CAM program?
If you look at what full-blown CAD/CAM programs are doing, let's say if you look at General Motors or a big car company, what they would be doing with a car, they have a great deal of intricacy. They need to do a lot more permutations and manipulations, and they need to do it very, very fast. What Personal CAD has done is taken the same types of things that they do in the professional CAD areas and brought it down to the level that individuals can do it, not with as much intricacy. Or in the case of this, even on an Apple II, that a kid can sit down and actually do CAD/CAM, basically.
And why is it more than just a draw program?
CAD is designed for objects and the manipulation of objects through various conditions. The draw program is designed for a static production. As well, with the CAD programs, you need to have access over every one of these little bits, the way you were doing a few minutes ago. And draw programs, you don't need that.
Okay, Jan, we're going to take a look at 5 of the most interesting personal CAD programs in the MS-DOS world. We'll take a look at generic CAD, FastCAD, and AutoCAD. We'll see 2 programs for the Mac II, the Mac version of VersaCAD, and a new 3D CAD program called Dimensions. We start out by drooling over one of those very expensive CAD programs that's used at a very large design company, Bechtel Corporation, right here in San Francisco.
This space station, this subway station, and this amusement park ride don't really exist yet, except in the memory of this computer. But common to all of these designs is a level of detail and realism that makes it possible to build a factory, a power plant, or transit system entirely in digital form before committing it to construction. The software that makes it possible is a combination of packages developed by the Bechtel Group. 3DM is a 3-dimensional modeling system that permits an engineering team to design and view a project in layers, from the outside structure to the individual elements inside. Since the program draws its data from the original schematic or logical design, it accurately represents each element or system and how they fit together. The program can also detect how changes in any one part of a system might affect another. The same digital data used to create the static model can be used to build an animated model as well, with a software package called Walkthrough. Walkthrough permits an engineer to examine a solid model of the project, to move individual parts, and to inspect the premises in real time like a tiny human model. 3DM and Walkthrough have all but replaced blueprints at Bechtel. Most importantly, the software establishes a common design database that every project member can rely on and contribute to.
Joining us in the studio now is Bob Fulton, President and CEO of Generic Software of Redmond, Washington. And next to Bob is Mike Riddle, President of Evolution Computing of Tempe, Arizona. Jan?
Mike, it seems as though there's been a proliferation of CAD packages, particularly in the last year or so, which is about the length of time that FastCAD has been out. Why is this? Is this the faster processors, more memory? What's the reason for this?
Both of those reasons. The hardware has improved quite a bit. The cost has come down. Quite a few more people can afford the performance necessary, so that people are now able to try doing both graphics and word processing together on a computer.
Bob, we've heard of CAD programs costing thousands of dollars. You've got generic CAD, which I think sells for about $99, and yet does quite a bit. Could you demo generic CAD for us?
Yeah, I sure can. First thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw a floor plan. I think this is using double walls, and this is a very common type of use of CAD.
So we'd be using CAD here to really lay out a house design of some sort.
That's correct. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use what's called a macro command to complete that, which is to draw the interior walls. And this is set to the outside dimensions I put in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down, I'm going to go back to the menu, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in some bathroom and kitchen fixtures. First of all, let's take a look at them. This is called a preview. Now, I've only got a very few there. This could be hundreds or dozens of different fixtures. I'm going to come back to the first floor. And what we're going to do, first of all, you notice they're all facing down. I'm going to pick a shower, first of all, and you'll see it in a shadow there. I'm going to bring it up.
Could you have created those fixtures in the CAD program also, Bob?
Yes, you can either create them or you can buy them already made. I'm now going to pick a toilet, and I'm going to turn that toilet to face to the left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put it in there. I'm now going to pick a bathroom sink, which I'm going to turn to the right, and I'm going to put into there. And there I've got a bathroom.
Now, Bob, what if I wanted, instead of the shower, let's say I wanted to have a bathtub?
Okay, well, very easy. What you can do is a component replace. I just type in CN. The shower is AP4, and the bathtub is AP5. And it automatically changes it out.
Okay, now suppose it didn't fit that bathtub in the particular room you'd allocated for the bathroom.
If it didn't fit, then first of all, if you knew that, let's say if you had already, it was your existing house, you know that it wouldn't fit. If it was a new house or you decided you were going to make some changes, you can move the wall.
Right.
Now, in order to complete the kitchen, I come back down and I pick up the oven range and I pull it up into place. I pick the kitchen sink. Got to have a kitchen sink into the counter. And decide I want a fridge, and I'm going to pick that and have that face left. And there's the kitchen at this point with the basic appliances installed.
So you can really kind of a spreadsheet style what if you will. I mean, experiment without actually moving the furniture around and seeing whether it fits and how it looks and so on.
That's correct. It saves a lot of, let's say, a lot of strained backs and bruised fingers by not having to move those things around. You can try it out in advance.
Bob, if I can ask you to slide the keyboard over to Mike so he can get FastCAD loaded up there in the computer, and while he's doing that, who would be the typical user for something like generic CAD? Is it just a homeowner, or would it be a professional architect or designer?
Well, there is no typical user. That's the interesting thing. About 24% of our user base are architects and engineers. About 36% are the Fortune 1000 large corporations. But the other 40% are the intriguing part. They're realtors, they're policemen, they're firemen, they're ladies who design quilts. They're just about any practical use you could think of.
Okay, Mike, you have FastCAD up there now, and show us what you do with FastCAD and how it is different from what we've just seen.
Okay, this is the floor plan of the house I live in, and as an example of something we actually did, we changed one of the bedrooms to make an office out of it. It was a little narrow, so we expanded it and moved the wall out 2 feet. What we can do is frame that, pick out what we want to change, and essentially say we want to move it so that wall comes out here. That made me a larger room for a workroom, and if I decided I didn't like that, it'd be very easy to go back and reverse the change. Try it both ways, see what we want. Okay, a little more detail on that type of an operation.
And what are we loading up here?
A drawing that has just a simple little framed area.
Okay.
It might be a patio or a lawn, and some dimensions on it, something to show the distances. Now, what we do is we make that same type of a change, which I call stretch. We stretch the shape of things. We pick out what we want to stretch, tell it to do it, and then we tell it how we want to move it. So we want to move it from here to there, and we find that we've now automatically corrected our dimensions and the cross-hatching. This is a feature that's typically found only in my programs and more expensive types of programs.
Could you, if you wanted to see that in, let's say, metric or some other measurement system, could you do that?
Yeah, since these programs know the real-world distances, it's a simple matter to tell it how we want it displayed. If we want it displayed in metric, or if we want it displayed in feet and inches. Very easy change. Okay, give you an idea of the types of complexity in drawings that you can do. Here's a rendering of a desert home that was done by our staff artist. It was designed by a Taliesin architect. What we can do with this, if we want to see different views, we can change the windows on the screen and perhaps add details.
Now, would a drawing like that be created in FastCAD, Mike?
Yes. This is a two-dimensional perspective drawing. The perspective is drawn by the more or less traditional manner. You can...
And could you blow that up, say we want to see it in the full screen, or?
Sure. Again, this is where having real speed in a program makes a big difference.
That's fast.
It is fast.
Okay, now Mike, this is a two-dimensional rendering. What about 3 dimensions in FastCAD?
Okay, this is our current two-dimensional product. I'll give you a look at the 3-dimensional product, which should be shipping any day.
And as you do that, I want you to show me an example which explains why it matters that you can do something in 3D instead of 2D.
Well, the real world around us is completely a three-dimensional world. It's what we work with, and when we try to draw it on paper as a two-dimensional rendering, we always run into problems. The more that we have a program that works with it, the better we can see this. To illustrate this, here we have this teapot. These two views of this teapot look very similar. Well, if we tell it to remove the hidden surfaces to show us a little better view of it as a three-dimensional object, we can see that this one is a view of the teapot from above, whereas this other one that looked very similar, it turns out to be a view of the teapot from below.
Which you could only really see by looking at it in a three-dimensional view.
Right. Without the hidden surface removal, you'd never know that.
Mike, one of the whole points in FastCAD is that it is fast, obviously. And what is the real benefit of speed to the user other than getting something done faster?
Well, a lot of people think it's getting a job done in 6 hours instead of 8. But the real benefit is that instead of taking 20 seconds for some change, it takes you 3 or 4 seconds. That means that you don't lose your train of thought. You'll try things you wouldn't try otherwise. You'll experiment a little bit, so you'll do a better job.
So it's really speed affecting the creative process, just not the time it takes to do it. Mike and Bob, thank you very much. In just a minute, we're going to take a look at 2 CAD programs for the Macintosh. First of all, Wendy Woods has a report on a company that specializes in CAD programs, and they use one of them to run their own business, and that program is called AutoCAD.
For those just getting into the business of computerizing their design and drafting, life can be very confusing. There's usually a good chunk of money to consider, in the area of $35,000 to $50,000. And there are hundreds of combinations of hardware and software. Well, that's where InterCAD comes in. Called a value-added reseller, they put together a custom-designed package of hardware and software to fill a client's needs, whether those needs be to design a building, a widget, or even a printed circuit board.
Our clients do not have or have very limited exposure to computers and are really engineers at heart and want to do a design job and concentrate on that. So we put this together and provide it so he doesn't have to become an expert in all the graphics, the plotters, digitizers, etc.
Resellers are also called value-added because they generally supply service and training, further minimizing the confusion a first-time CAD buyer can face. There's no indication that choosing a CAD system is going to get any easier. Within the next 5 years, there are expected to be a number of new factors, including the prevalence of networking, artificial intelligence features on programs, faster, cheaper, more powerful systems, even a new class of users, all of which means businesses such as InterCAD will have plenty to do well into the future. In Santa Clara, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Nick Pavlovic. Nick is president of Visual Information Incorporated, and sitting next to Nick is John Segudo, marketing director with VersaCAD Corporation, which is part of the Prime Computer family. Jan?
John, you've just taken your best-selling VersaCAD package and basically rewritten it for the Macintosh. Can you give us some insight as to why you decided to go in that direction?
Oh yes, the Macintosh interface supports a variety of loyalties amongst the users, and that is because of the simplicity and ease of use. The operator can learn the software quicker and therefore use it more effectively. It does require an entirely different approach to doing text-based applications as we've done in Unix and MS-DOS-based solutions because of its graphics mostly.
Why did you rewrite the package instead of just porting over the old package?
Well, a port in our case would have been taking the best advantage of what is probably one of the most pressing problems with CAD packages, which is to simplify it so more users can actually operate the programs. We find that by taking the Macintosh interface and using our already easy-to-use software, we've attracted a very strong following who really believe we're one of the most complete and easy-to-use CAD packages on the Macintosh.
All right, Nick, we're going to give you your turn now. You've got a CAD program called Dimensions, which is pretty powerful. Why don't you show it off for us here on the Mac 2?
Okay, Design in Solid Dimensions is basically a conceptual design and presentation system, and I want to show the 3 basic application areas. Here we have a mechanical application of a connecting rod, and I want to show one of the main features of our software, which is the smooth shading and edges that you see along here. This was taken as part of a piston, And I'll show the exploded parts of the piston. And you can move these around, put them back together. I want to show a graphic display. Here we have some letters we generated with our ray tracing capability, and ray tracing allows you to do these highlights, shadows, and also transparencies and multiple reflections. Using these fonts and 3D elements, you can create presentations like this. Here we have 3D letters and 3D shapes. Going on in the architectural area, you can display the inside of an office and the outside of the office. And this building here is actually displayed in wireframe mode. I'll take and make the image smaller, move it over here, center it so you can still see it and use it for reference. And I'll bring in a library. And the basic file of the wireframe. And what's missing in this wireframe from the solid is the palm trees. And I'll bring the library in, and I will not only go to full screen on the image, but I'll take and focus in on the center where the palm trees are supposed to go. Place the palm trees, and I deliberately left one of the palm trees out, this one right here. I go back to the library, take one palm tree, put it in correctly, go back to a full image, and place the palm tree out in the parking lot. Place one here, and I'm going to create a big palm tree to show our scaling capability and set it right in the center, and then go back to the multiple windows and demonstrate to you not only are the palm trees in the center, but they're also in the parking lot with the small ones flanking the large one. In addition to this, we can do an animation which lets you look from all angles what you've just designed. And it's at this point that you can take your different views, transfer them directly through our binary interface to VersaCAD's package for final detailing and production drafting.
Nick, if I could ask you to slide the mouse and the keyboard over to John so he can get VersaCAD up and running. And while he's doing that, I noticed in that animation in the lower right-hand window, it stopped when you used the mouse. What was the program doing there?
We have many capabilities built into Dimensions to enable the designer to work more quickly and efficiently. And one of them is to interrupt the animation. Another is to interrupt a refresh to let the designer choose a new command. And the third feature is the ability to turn groups off and only concentrate on those groups you wanted to design. And all of this enables things to respond more quickly to you.
Yeah. Okay, John, let's take a look now at VersaCAD Macintosh, and you've got some interesting things here with HyperCard and so on. Show it to us.
Yes, I brought up a screen that's very typical for an architectural application. Here we see a architectural layout of a building, in this case a Macintosh-type office. You'll notice as you look throughout the drawing, you'll see lots of little computers, desks, and lots of smaller parts of an entire building, which commonly presents an architect or a designer with a problem of tabulating or keeping track of all this. As we go throughout the drawing, there's many ways of working with a given drawing. In this case, I'm simply going to take a door and see if two doors collide. So as I go into the drawing and ask for the rotate command to use, notice that the door can be quickly seen and see. Two doors will be bumping if I put it there. At any given time, I can escape out of my command, so anything you do, you can undo. And I think it's important to realize that these symbols are all being tracked, and a very fundamental part of the software is that the entire palettes in the screen are able to be implemented and used just like people would move tools on their desk. Now in this case, I'm going to move over to the VersaCAD application on HyperCard. We call it HyperCAD, and we've written over half a dozen routines which are specifically designed to go into our VersaCAD drawing database and retrieve information, allowing you to spool drawings, allowing you to add text from your word processor, or in this case, I'm going to show the bill of materials. You notice the master screen is all icons. HyperCard is a graphical database program where people can use icons rather than typing in commands. So in this case, I'll open the drawing. This is the Macintosh office. And once the drawing is open, HyperCard will now go out and count all the actual symbols being used here. You'll notice that I have different counts and different qualities of these symbols. Each of these are able to be edited. And as this software finishes adding in the particular attributes, it'll go in and total up the complete sum of the application. And we'll show you that report right here. Notice that in this report, it tracks for me automatically the total sum cost. Like a good spreadsheet, in fact, it's directly compatible to be cut and paste to the Microsoft Excel type applications. We've written several programs that take a lot of advantage of the way HyperCard is written.
So just to make clear what's going on, what you're doing there is the program is keeping track of all those symbols, elements, components you added in that design and showing you how many there were, what the cost would be, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely correct. We're able to attach information. Sometimes people like to edit, for instance. If I wanted to go back into a symbol and say the size has now changed, or maybe a unit cost has gone up, I can go and scroll through my options and then say now the door has gone up another $10.
So you could edit graphically or edit with the numbers there.
Exactly.
We just have a little bit of time. Show me the 3D feature of VersaCAD Mac.
Yes, VersaCAD has made very many commitments to 3D, and the Macintosh is certainly one of them. As I go into the drawing, you'll notice now that 3D will come up, and I'll be able to bring out the same office view I'm looking at from a top-down view. I'll be able to also ask the drawing to automatically light source shade it for me, so I can get many views at once. So as I open the drawing, we'll see what they call a perspective view, where you see vanishing points, as if you were a bird looking down on top of the building, with no roof in this case. As I ask the computer next to do a multi-view, I'll split the screen up to 4 separate windows. And then at that time, you'll see automatic colors be brought into it. This allows me to draft in 2D and also bring it into 3D. The complement of both programs gives the operator the chance to use his choice of application.
So in the lower left-hand corner is that overhead view, and there we see a 3D perspective in the upper left with the colors.
We'll get a plan, an elevation, and side views all the way throughout this drawing automatically.
John, that's great. John, Nick, thank you very much. And that's our look at personal CAD programs. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
In the Random Access file this week, Apple has unveiled its long-awaited Macintosh Portable. It's touted to be a full-fledged Mac with no compromises. It comes complete with a trackball to provide a mouse-type interface. The screen is 50% larger than the Mac SE screen, with a resolution of 640 by 400 pixels. The Mac has a lead-acid rather than a nickel-cadmium battery, which means 6 to 12 hours on a charge, plus predictable full recharges at any time. It comes standard with a 1.4 megabyte floppy drive, and there is an optional 40 megabyte hard drive. With the hard drive, the Mac laptop weighs 16 pounds. The list price is $6,499. IBM says it's developing 2 new laptops, a battery-operated version of the P70 and a new pocket-sized laptop. And Pocket Computers last week released its mini laptop called the Pocket. It weighs 1 pound. It's an MS-DOS compatible with full-size screen and a 77-key QWERTY keyboard. The Pocket uses small RAM and ROM cards for storage and applications. The Pocket runs off 2 AA batteries for up to 100 hours. Price is $1,995. Atari has started shipping its mini laptop called the Portfolio. It has a smaller screen than the Pocket, but comes with built-in word processing and spreadsheet software. It weighs 1 pound, runs on 3 AA batteries, and sells for $399. Philips has entered the PC market for the first time with a new desktop PC called the Explorer. It's IBM compatible, but comes standard with a Mac-like icon interface. Peripherals snap in, no need to ever take the cover off. The complete color system, including monitor, mouse, and built-in software, is $999. Hewlett-Packard is introducing a new low-cost laser printer, the LaserJet 2P. Retail price is only $1,495, about a third the price of the full-blown HP LaserJet. And HP's newly acquired Apollo division has just released a 68030-based Unix workstation for under $4,000. It's called the Apollo 2500, and it comes with built-in network support. VXM Technology says it will soon start shipping a software package that can transform a local area network into a parallel processing supercomputer. VXM says with its software, a 25-node network of Macs or PCs can deliver the processing power of an IBM 3090 mainframe, and that a network of 25 RISC workstations could have the power of a Cray supercomputer. Apple and Microsoft are reportedly about to announce adoption of their own page description language called PM Script. The new standard will replace Apple's current use of Adobe's PostScript language. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.